Chapter 1 Humiliated on Antique Street. Binchang City, China. Lijiayuan Cultural Relics Street. Chen Lin's face was anxious as he clutched the family heirloom in his hand and quickly stepped into the door of Taiku Xian. Little brother, I have an ancestral object here. Do you accept it here? The fellow at the counter looked up at the words and sized up the visitor. Seeing that he was a brat in his 20s, seeing that he was dressed in ordinary clothes, his heart first despised him by a few points. Bring it and take a look. The fellow reached out his hand carelessly. Chen Lin carefully placed the eagle-eye stone in his hand on the counter. It was a round stone, with a circle of light gold on the outside and black in the center. At a cold glance, it looked like an eagle's eye. However, this eagle-eye stone was too dull, and both of the black stripes on it were a bit worn, making it look very old. The fellow almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Just such a piece of broken stone and still dare to bring it to their store? The fellow didn't even have the interest to look at it anymore, and faintly said, "Sir, you may not know, we are a fine antique shop here. We only recycle cultural relics with collection value. We won't accept your piece of stuff that coaxes children." Not. You take a good look again. This is really not an ordinary stone for me. Chen Lin was a little anxious. He talked about 3 years of girlfriend next week birthday. Has long told him that he wants a brand name bag as a gift. But Chen Lin is an ordinary family, cannot afford to send too expensive gifts. The result is that his girlfriend lost her temper and broke up. In desperation, Chen Lin suddenly remembered when his grandfather died many years ago, personally handed over a piece of eagle-eye stone to himself, saying that it was an ancestral heirloom. He has always put the jade pendant in the bottom of the box, as if the grandfather left him a reminiscence. Now in order to gather money to coax his girlfriend to be happy, he took this thing to a professional antique house to take a look, in case it was a piece of treasure. Little brother, please give a good look again. This piece of eagle's eye stone is really left by my ancestors. The sound of the two men talking attracted the attention of the shopkeeper in the inner room. A 60-something-year-old man in a coat with an 8-beard walked out. Give me the thing to look at. The fellow hurriedly handed the stone to the shopkeeper, who took a magnifying glass and carefully examined it for a long time before returning the jade pendant to Chen Lin, shaking his head and laughing. Young man, your stone may really be an heirloom, but heirlooms are not always worth money. If I say this is a piece of ordinary stone, with that beach pickup pebbles no difference. If you let me make a price, then I personally out of $5 to take it, right as to buy a trinket to go home to coax my little grandson to go. If you don't believe in my vision, just go to a few other houses and ask. Seeing that the shopkeeper had said this, Chen Lin took the jade pendant with some loss and said to the shopkeeper, "Thank you." After leaving the door of Taiku Hin, Chen Lin was a bit depressed. The bag his girlfriend wanted was too expensive. Even if he sold a kidney, it was not enough to pay for a bag. When he was worried, he saw a pretty girl holding a man's arm not far away, talking and laughing as she came out of a jewelry store and walked over to him. Chen Lin's brain buzzed. That girl is exactly the girlfriend LV Shayan who has been in trouble with him in the past few days. LV Shayan and the man beside her were close to each other, very intimate. The man leaned down. In Lu Shayan's ear did not know what to say. Lu Shayan laughed in flowers, tiptoed on the man's face and kissed. Seeing this scene, Chen Lin's lungs are going to explode. He was cuckolded in front of him? Chen Lin quickly stepped forward. LV Shayan also saw him at this time, greeted like nothing. What a coincidence. Why are you here too? Chen Lin looked at LV Shayan tightly holding the man's hand, saw himself also did not let go, cannot help but eyes are red. LV Shayan, what do you mean? Who is he? Who knows that Lu Shayan is light-hearted? A tilt of her head and laughs. It's my new boyfriend. What's wrong with it? What do you care? Chen Lin's temples jumped straight up and angrily said, "No wonder you want to break up with me, so you have a new love." The man beside Lu Shayan, who was dressed in a famous brand and had a shiny oil head, looked at Chen Lin, who was dressed plainly and inconspicuously, and asked, "Xiao Yan, who is this? Your pauper ex-boyfriend?" LV Shayan glanced at Chen Lin with contempt and exclaimed, "Yes, he's my unmotivated ex-boyfriend, but we've already broken up." Chen Lin angrily said, "I didn't promise to break up. It's you who made a scene to break up. We've been together for 3 years." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Shayan. "Don't talk to me about feelings. How much does feelings cost per pound? Can it be eaten as a meal? You're a bit out of your league, alright? Chen Lin, don't let me look down on you. What kind of condition is your family in? Don't you know yourself? I'm not willing to go with you to fill that poor hole. You only earn a few dollars a month, and you still have to support your sister who goes to school, and I can't even afford a designer bag for my birthday. I can't even hold my head up with my little sisters. Which of their boyfriends is not rich? But I'm the only one who found a poor man. My parents have long disapproved of us being together, fearing that I will suffer with you. Who is not the baby in the heart of their parents? You want me to accompany you to live a hard life. Delusional. You do not want to pester me again. You have seen. I already have a new boyfriend. His family opened the company, assets several million it. Chen Lin's heart was so hard to bear that he wanted to go forward to stop LV Cheyenne and tell her not to go. LV Cheyenne, however, screamed in shock, and the new boyfriend beside her was busy protecting her behind her. You still want to make a move? A fierce kick was delivered to Chen Lin's stomach. Chen Lin wasn't prepared at all, and with an unsteady foot, he fell backwards on his back. He happened to knock his head heavily on the curb steps, and with a sharp pain, he lost consciousness right away. I don't know how long it took. Along with the sharp pain in the back of his head, Chen Lin slowly opened his eyes. He realized that he was still lying on the side of the road, surrounded by a bunch of people who were watching, pointing at him and discussing. The pair of men and women who were the culprits had long since run away. Some people see him wake up, afraid of staining the bad luck backwards several steps. No one actually came forward to help. Hey, human warmth and coldness which? Chen Lin heart mixed feelings, suddenly feel the back of the head some choking panic, climbed up on the ground to take a look. The value of 5 pieces of eagle eye stone stained with blood fell on the ground. Chen Lin cursed himself as a man. People have a new love early. He also thought of using family heirlooms to buy designer bags for others. Silently picking up the piece of eagle eye stone held in his hand, he smoothly touched the back of his head. His hair was wet and somewhat sticky. It was half-dried blood. Chen Lin cursed a bad luck, put the eagle's eye stone into his pocket casually, and slowly walked towards his home. Returning home, Chen Lin directly lay down on the sofa. He felt that his head ached terribly, and he was a little dizzy and wanted to vomit, so he didn't know if it was a concussion. After resting for a long time, that feeling of dizziness slowly disappeared. He took off his blood-stained clothes and was ready to throw them into the washing machine, and when he pulled out his pocket, he realized that the eagle eye stone was gone. Anyway, it's a $5 thing. Just lose it. He was simply not in the mood to pursue the whereabouts of a stone right now. Cleaning the blood from his hair, Chen Lin walked back to the small living room. Suddenly he seemed to be cast as if he was immobilized. The scene that appeared in front of his eyes stunned him. Chapter 2 Magical Eyes. Chen Lin stood in the living room of his house, his eyes wide open as he looked incredulously at everything in front of him, only to see a line of light screen floating above all the items as far as his eyes could see, labeled with the item's provenance and value. For example, this 4-person dining table closest to him. The light screen displayed. Item name, dining table for 4, ordinary. Era time, modern times. Value amount, 50 yuan. Collector's value, none. What's going on here? Is he hallucinating after hitting his head? Chen Lin closed his eyes vigorously and opened them after a long time. The cursor on the item still hadn't disappeared. He looked over to the other items. Warm water bottle 20 yuan. Water cup set of 430 yuan. TV 500 yuan. Refrigerator 800 yuan. Holy, what's going on here? Chen Lin could be sure that there was nothing wrong with his spirit, and there was nothing wrong with his eyes, and what he saw in front of him was not him hallucinating, but was real. He fiercely thought that after he fell to his head before, the eagle eye stone that was stained with his own blood suddenly disappeared. Could it be that the ancestral stone is really a treasure? It fused with himself and opened his golden finger. Other than that, there was no other reason to explain it. Figuring out the joints, Chen Lin was instantly excited. There were no valuable goodies in his own home. He wanted to try if these eyes could be so magical when seeing other expensive things. Thinking of the antique street he just went to, it was a very suitable place. Chen Lin took out a new jacket and put it on, turned around and went out, heading straight to Li Jiayuan. Along the way, Chen Lin realized that as long as he focused on an item, a small light screen would float above the item, but it was ineffective against living beings and buildings. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when he returned to Li Homestead Antique Street again. Chen Lin casually entered the nearest medium-sized curio store. The store maid glanced at him and greeted him breathlessly. "Sir, what would you like to buy?" Chen Lin said somewhat sardonically. "Oh, I'll just take a look." The fellow blankly glanced at him, but did not say anything, allowing Chen Lin to look around the store. What he didn't know was that at this time, Chen Lin's heart had already blossomed with joy. This was because he realized that the value of all the items displayed in this store were all hidden under his eagle eyes. That one floating cursor clearly showed the age and value of these artifacts. Name of the item, pastel peony. Bird and flower text large vase. Era time, modern times. Value amount, $20. Collection value, none. Object name, 5-color folding flower plate. Age, modern times. Value, 8 yuan. Collection value, none. Chen Lin's successive a few look over. Full of cultural relics, actually not a piece of real goods. A room of fakes were put on the beautifully carved shelves as authentic. The business label written on the selling price is not less than 200,000 yuan. In fact, but it is dozens of dollars or even a few dollars of fakes. The real value is not as valuable as that shelf. Chen Lin somewhat awkwardly retracted his gaze from the room full of fakes and stepped away. He entered 2 more stores one after another. and they were all in the same situation. Chen Lin thought to himself, people say that this line of antiques can make a person get rich overnight, can also make a person go bankrupt overnight? It really makes sense. Although there is no such thing as a businessman, this is also too treacherous. But this also verifies that the effect of the eagle eye is really good. Chen Lin is still satisfied. God gave him such a hang-up. He did not take it to make a good fortune, is simply sorry for himself. What if one day this eagle eye effect just suddenly disappeared? Since there were no real goods in this store, he would go to the open-air stall at the end of the street to have a look. More than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the most lively time in Li Homeland's open-air stall area. 1 meter wide and 2 meters long stalls are close to each other. There are 100 or so stalls. Each of the stalls are a wide range of display of all kinds of antiques, ancient jade, dishes, vases, incense burners, tooth carvings, pottery, alabaster, calligraphy and painting. Countless commodities to attract players from all over the country. Chen Lin wandered in the middle of these stalls. Eyes are almost blurred. He was ready to pick up a leak and make a small fortune here. Antique market has an ancient customary rules, that is, does not cover the authenticity of the fake, counterfeits throughout the ages. High fashion industry from ancient times to the present is also a line of work. Spend a small amount of money to buy a big treasure, which is called pick-up leakage, and spend a lot of money to buy a fake, called hit the eye. Want to get rich in the antiques business? Or broke? It depends on the player's vision. Chen Lin from the stall to the end of the stall, but did not see a real antiques. All are modern imitation of fake antiques. There is the kind of price tens of thousands of cultural relics. In fact, the value of only a few dollars. Just this moment of effort. He has seen several players fooled, gleefully holding fake goods as treasure. Chen Lin secretly smacked his lips. If not for his own eagle eyes, he would not have bought anything here. Seeing the end of the street, Chen Lin did not see anything to his liking. Instead, there are a few dishes cursor price slightly higher than the business price, but are between 1 and 200 profit. No head. Just when he was a little disappointed and wanted to withdraw, suddenly heard a thin voice next to him called, "This little brother, come to my stall to see our authentic good things." Chen Lin heard the voice and looked over to see a small stall a few steps away, scattered with a variety of goods. This stall is located at the end of the street. There is no geographical advantage. Not, the shopkeeper shouted. Chen Lin did not notice him. The shopkeeper is 35 or 36 years old, born dry and thin, but his face is a shrewd phase. When he saw Chen Lin stopping, he hurriedly put on a mysterious expression and beckoned Chen Lin over. "Little brother, I have good goods here." Chen Lin walked to the front of the stall, took his eyes and swept. The highest price on the light label was only 20. He immediately lost interest and turned around to leave. The shopkeeper hurriedly scurried out from the stall, pulled Chen Lin's arm to the stall, laughing. "Little brother, do not go. I have not taken out this good goods which." Chen Lin let him pull a stumble, almost crooked, smooth hand on his stall to support a hand. This palm was pressed on a pile of ancient coins in the corner, and the ancient money on top was pushed away by him, revealing several coins buried underneath. Chen Lin unintentionally swept a glance over, and immediately numbed his whole body as if he was electrocuted, and his heart turned into a huge wave. Among the exposed coins, there was one that was particularly ordinary. That is a round square hole of old money, old lightless coin stored mottled rust, very inconspicuous. The eagle's eye cursor was shining with a faint golden light, displaying the information of the coin. Item name, Xianfeng Tongbao. Bao Yuan small flat large sample mother money. Era time, Qing dynasty. Xianfeng. Value amount, 100,000 yuan. Collection value, fine. Chapter 3, Landlord's Fury. Chen Lin's heart was pounding. Even his breathing was a little short. Even if he wasn't a proficient antique connoisseur, he had heard of ancient money like the Xianfeng Tongbao on various platforms. Previously, in a treasure appraisal variety show, there was a person who took a coin from the Qing dynasty and was given a price of $300,000 by an expert. Although this one didn't have a high price of $300,000, the price of $100,000 also made Chen Lin very satisfied. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and didn't show any emotion on his face. If he let the shopkeeper see the doorway, he wouldn't be able to pick up this leak. Chen Lin pretended to be interested in the treasures introduced by the shopkeeper, and patiently watched the other party take out fake dishes and bowls and display them in front of him as if they were treasures. "Little brother, this is all good stuff, although not compared to others in the Jiada auction house of the world's finest, but you as a family heirloom to the next generation of absolute preservation of value, and so your child's generation rely on it to buy a house. That is easy." The shopkeeper was foaming at the mouth to promote the treasure, but Chen Lin pretended to be careless and said, "I just have nothing to casually look at. This is not my sister's birthday soon. She likes that small coins, woven bracelets, strings and so on. I thought to give her a look." The shopkeeper immediately put light in his eyes, hurried to promote their own goods. "Little brother, you really have a vision. That gold or silver more vulgar. The small ancient coins worn in the hand looks more cultural heritage. There is collection value, he said. Put the stall on the corner of the small coins a brain push over. Let Chen Lin pick. Seeing that the Xianfeng Tongbao was also among them, Chen Lin casually picked it up a few times as if he didn't care and said, "Boss, what is the price of all these coins?" The shopkeeper divided the coins into several piles and pointed. This piece is 2,000 apiece, this piece is 3,000 apiece, and this piece is 5,000 apiece. The Xianfeng Tongyu was in the 5,000 pile. This is too expensive. I can't afford it. Chen Lin had a look of heartbroken money. Little brother, this is an antique with a collection value, not that kind of handicraft with 3 melons and 2 dates. Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh in his heart. In addition to that Xianfeng Tongbao on your stall, the others are not handicrafts. The highest value is not more than $20. It's still too expensive. I'll think about it. Little brother, I'm already the real price. Other and my same thing cannot be so cheap. Okay, let me think about it. If I buy it, I'll still come up to you here. Chen Lin pretended to leave. The shopkeeper saw that the sale was going to be over. Busy running out from the stall, pulling Chen Lin said, "Don't, little brother. I see you like. How about it? I give you cheaper. How? Give you a jump price." Chen Lin stopped his feet. "How much is the price?" The shopkeeper stretched out a palm. 500. Too expensive. Then how much do you say, little brother? You name your price. Chen Lin also extended a slap. $5. What? The store owner's head shook like a rattledrum. Little brother, where do you cut the price like this? I can't do business like you. $5 a piece. I can't even earn money for a box lunch. Chen Lin saw the owner of the store, although the mouth shouted no, but the hands of their own clothes clenched tight. Know that there is a door. Then said, $10. The shopkeeper still shook his head. I'm really good stuff. Not the street coaxing children's rags. Atop of the Qing dynasty big money. Chen Lin heart funny, pretending to sigh, big brother, you do not fool me. I have a friend is to do this business. Not to mention your stall, even if on the side of the open store, how many real goods inside? That shopkeeper only has met the know-how, also not in a hurry, smiled and said, brother, then you give my brother a little more, $20 a piece. At least I have to make money out of this day meal is not. Chen Lin was not in a good position to counteroffer, and quickly said, okay, I'll take 10. He seemed to pick up without thinking, the Xianfeng Tongbao in the hand. In the evening, Chen Lin returned to his rented house. This was a one-room, one-bathroom simply decorated house. The furniture inside was half new, because there were several companies around here that had office workers renting rooms here, which also speculated up the price of the house. This one room costs him $1,500 a month, with a deposit of 1 to 3. At first he thought it was too expensive and wanted to share the room with someone, but his ex-girlfriend at the time, LV Shayan, didn't agree, saying it was inconvenient when she came to his place. He thought about it and rented it. At this time, Chen Lin was full of thoughts about how to take that Xianfeng Tongbao for money. Just heard the doorbell ring a few times and a woman with a high-pitched voice rang out. Chen Lin opened the door. I'm the landlord. Chen Lin was shocked in his heart. The landlord door, that is certainly not a good thing. Rushing forward to open the door, accompanied by a smiling face to welcome the landlord into the house. The landlord is a middle-aged fat woman in her 40s, with a head of blonde curly hair, wearing a long black halter dress on her obese body, which strangled the meat of her waist out of 3 layers. As soon as she came in, those somewhat cloudy eyes swept over to Chen Lin. Chen Lin, I'm here today to collect rent. Chen Lin was a bit strange. Sister Sun, isn't the rent due next month? Sun Mei sat on her butt on the sofa and glanced at him obliquely. It's changed. Now it has to be paid a month in advance. Another new company has opened in this neighborhood. The demand for houses exceeds the supply, and the rent for other people's homes has gone up. I didn't raise the price for you because you're a pretty frugal tenant and love the house, but this rent has to be given to me a month in advance. Chen Lin's face turned a little red and he smiled with him. Sister Sun, I'm sorry, I don't have enough money on me today, so see if you can pay it 2 days later. Oh, 2 days later? The landlord, Sun Mei, said with a smile on her face. Each of you tenants comes to me 2 days late, so I'm going to drink the northwest wind? Either you move out, or someone will come to rent the house tomorrow. Sister Sun, my hands are really a bit tight right now. I'll call you immediately after 2 days when I have the money. Chen Lin requested with some difficulty. Sun Mei's eyes turned at the words, not knowing what came to her mind. Suddenly a smile appeared on her fat face and her voice became shrill. Raising his hand to Chen Lin, he signaled him to come over and sit on the sofa beside him. The sofa was not big. 2 people sitting side by side is a bit crowded. Not to mention Sun Mei's body type and fat thighs are almost squeezed into Chen Lin. Chen Lin was a little embarrassed and moved to the side. Sun Mei, however, coldly covered her hand in Chen Lin's hand, gently rubbed it and whispered, If you can't, 2 days later. 2 days later. Who called you a big handsome man? Her move was too suggestive, obviously wanting the old cow to eat young grass. Chen Lin stood up at once as if he was electrocuted, retreated to 2 meters away in a few steps, and said with a blushing face, "Sister's son, I have a girlfriend." At this time, he didn't mind using his ex-girlfriend as a shield. Sun Mei's fat black face sank in a flash, pointing at Chen Lin who was standing far away in annoyance. "You kid have backbone. Have the backbone to pay up the rent now, but it's just to see you have a good face and tease you. You also pretended to be innocent. Your pockets are cleaner than your face, so why talk about your girlfriend? Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will run away with a rich man and give you a green hat? You live in a house and pay rent. It's only natural. If you don't have money to pay, pack up and get out to sleep on the street. No money under the bridge hole." Chen Lin stood there. His anger and sense of humiliation made his whole body shiver a little. What did he do wrong? Being humiliated by women like this one after another. First his ex-girlfriend, then his landlady. Money, money, money. They opened their mouths and closed their mouths with money, as if he deserved to be bullied by them without money. Did he have no dignity without money? His ex-girlfriend threw herself into the arms of a rich man because she didn't have any money, and the landlady wanted to take advantage of him when she saw that he didn't have any money. Chen Lin only felt his heart churning with anger and blood, his brain buzzing, itching to spurt out a mouthful of old blood. His eyes are now staring at the landlord Sun Mei, who is still chattering, and his expression is unprecedentedly angry. Sun Mei cursed half a day, mouth is dry, raised his head to look at Chen Lin's face, saw the other side of the temples of the veins are angry bulging, the whole face rose red. She finally got a little scared and didn't dare to curse anymore. Her voice also lowered. "Chen Lin, don't blame me for forcing you. It's reasonable and legal for me to come and collect the rent. If you really have difficulties, I'll give you a few more days of grace." Chen Lin tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and said word by word, "I won't rent this house of yours." Chapter 4, Ancient Money Realized. The landlord twisted his obese body and left, slamming the door to the sky. Old woman, still thinking about the old cow eating young grass. Not afraid of choking you. Chen Lin was furious. Without saying a word, he packed his luggage and found a hotel nearby to temporarily live in. He thought back to today's encounter. To put it bluntly, it's all about money. Chen Lin never had a moment like now so eager for money. He wanted his parents to live in a big house, wanted his sister to go to the best cram school, wanted to let himself no longer suffer from those sarcasm and white eyes. After all, in this world, if you have money, you have the right to speak. After owning the eagle eye system himself, if he still couldn't do all of these, then he would really be a stick in the mud. Thinking that he would be able to make a small fortune by selling that ancient coin tomorrow, Chen Lin felt better in his heart. Early the next morning, Chen Lin called his beautiful supervisor to ask for time off. The beautiful supervisor's name was Zhu Li, Chen Lin's top boss. She drove all the way early in the morning. It was not easy to get to the company, then received Chen Lin's leave call. A bellyful of anger was immediately sent at Chen Lin. "No way, hurry up and come to work. Who's going to do your job if you take a vacation?" Chen Lin was a bit unhappy. "I have a vacation in my hand, and I have important things to do today, so I definitely can't go to work. I'll put it in front of you. If you don't come to work today, you won't have to come in the future either." Chen Lin snorted coldly and directly hung up the phone. He now had Eagle Eye in his hands, so where did he care about this $3,000 to $4,000 salary? What's more, on weekdays, this beautiful supervisor of his acted like he was looking at himself in a bad light, often making him work overtime for no reason, often making things difficult for him, so it's good to quit. Hanging up the phone, Chen Lin went directly to Li Jiayuan Antique Street. The largest store in this antique street is called Pinky Pavilion. It mainly deals with jade, ancient coins, and celebrity paintings and calligraphy. Chen Lin went straight to this shop. The decoration style of Pinky Pavilion was atmospheric and elegant, and there were many commodities on the rosewood shelves. Chen Lin looked over with his eagle eyes and saw that the vast majority of them were still modern imitations of fakes, and only 2 or 3 objects were genuine, but their true value was only 1,000 or 800 yuan. Yet they were marked by the merchants at a sky-high price of hundreds of thousands of dollars, which was also an eye-opener for him. "Excuse me, do you accept ancient coins here?" The shopkeeper sitting in the inner room who was drinking tea raised his eyes to look at Chen Lin. Seeing that it was a shabbily dressed hairy young man, he didn't give it a second thought and asked slowly, "It's true that we accept, but we don't accept ordinary goods. We only accept good things." Chen Lin walked forward, touched that 1 Xianfeng Tongyu from his pocket, shook it in his hand, and said, "Do you accept this Xianfeng Tongyu?" The shopkeeper froze for a moment, put down the cup of tea in his hand and stood up, frowning slightly. "Oh, you have a Xianfeng Tongyu?" Chen Lin nodded and placed the ancient money in his hand on the counter. The shopkeeper wiped his hands and carefully picked up the ancient coin for a closer look. He saw that the body of the Xianfeng Tongbao was carved without any knife marks, and it was slightly thicker than the ordinary ancient money circulating in the same version. Ancient money diameter of 2.6 centimeters in size. The center of the four-way hole, although slightly aged, but in one corner of the copper is still seen golden. A look at it is known to be the texture of excellent copper. The copper carving of the money carving text is very beautiful, the word mouth deep and steep. The shopkeepers also some ability. A few eyes will determine that this is the real Xianfeng Tongbao, but also one of the rarer large sample of the mother money. The value is much higher than the same coins. Although the heart of the shopkeeper is excited, the face is half not show, is still a look of old God in the expression. Will be that the ancient money over and over again look half a day, only to look at Chen Lin faintly said, "Young man, this ancient coin of yours is an imitation, and is not worth much, but I see that you've come all the way to our Pinky Pavilion, so it's not easy. Let's do it this way. I'll take this money for $50. How?" Seeing the poor look of this brat, I guess he doesn't know anything, just a mallet. The shopkeeper then got a crooked idea. Chen Lin's heart was on fire. This was treating him like a second little cutie. Play it. He immediately sneered, grabbed that Xianfeng Tongbao from the hand of the shopkeeper, even lazy words, turned around and left. The shopkeepers which thought this young man temper such a rush, frozen in time to see the other party has quickly stepped out of the door of the Pinky Pavilion. He slapped his thighs, secretly miscalculated, hurriedly chased out. Chen Lin was grabbed by the shopkeeper at the door and heard him say in a loud voice, "Young man, don't go. The price is good to discuss. Good to discuss ah." Chen Lin heart to the store has been bored to the top, also lazy to pay attention to the shopkeeper. Just the shopkeeper's eyes to see the baby to fly. Also anxious, and vigorously tugged Chen Lin does not let him go. Two people in front of the Pinnacle Pavilion tugging and pulling. This noise immediately attracted the attention of a group of people who were just about to enter the store. The leader of this group was a tall, imperial-type beauty, devilishly hot body, a head of black shiny big waves in the sunlight like satin. She has a snow-white melon face, gorgeous features, a goose-yellow ultra-short miniskirt, showing the body's perfect. The imperial beauty only heard that shopkeeper say something about Xianfeng Tongbao, and with a glance of her eyes, she saw Chen Lin holding an ancient coin in his hand. Her eyes instantly lit up. Chen Lin was being pestered by the shopkeeper of the Pinnacle Pavilion, when suddenly a faint smell of nice perfume drifted in, followed by a nice female voice. "This gentleman, are your coins for sale?" Chen Lin looked up and saw an imperial beauty standing in front of him with a smile. He was shaken by this beauty and froze a little, pausing for a few seconds before saying, "For sale." The shopkeeper was immediately unhappy. To that imperial beauty said, "This young lady also too do not know the rules of the bar. And this young man business is not yet finished. You will cross a bar. Not too good." The imperial beauty faintly swept a glance at the shopkeeper. "Wasn't it the business that wasn't finished that made this gentleman come out of your store? You're the one who forcefully tugged on people to keep them from leaving, right?" The shopkeeper's old face flushed as Chen Lin shook off his hand with force and frowned. "Shopkeeper, just based on the price you just set, I will never log on to your house again in this lifetime." He turned to the imperial beauty and said, "This young lady, let's talk through." The shopkeeper saw their party go to the other side of the street, and only then did he reluctantly return to the store. The line of people brought by the imperial beauty stood in a row, blocking Chen Lin and the two of them at the back, blocking the curious gazes of passers-by. Chen Lin directly handed the ancient coin to the beauty. The beauty should also be a connoisseur, looking at the coin in her hand for a while, then weighing it in her hand. She nodded her head in satisfaction and said, "Mister, I'll take this ancient money. You name a price." 150,000. Chen Lin said, "Sir, this price is a bit high." The imperial beauty shook her head and smiled. Chen Lin also smiled and said, "Miss, since you know your stuff, you naturally know that this is a good thing. I just don't have the access to sell it here. If I had the access to send it to the auction house, it would be far more than 150,000 this price, right?" The imperial beauty is not angry, still good-tempered said, "You say is such a reason, but to send things into the auction house you also have to find the doorway is not. This is also not a small amount of expenditure. I see that you are in a hurry to sell it. It must be to get the cash money earlier. How about we give up one step each? You will give me a cheaper, okay?" Chen Lin saw that she was imposing but didn't use her power to oppress people in her speech. She had a good impression of her, and after thinking about it, he opened another price. $13,000 then. It can't be any lower. The imperial beauty still smiled and shook her head. "Sir, this price is still too high. You see, I am sincerely trying to make this deal with you. I'm not hiding it from you. I was just going to go to the Pin Shui Pavilion to choose 2 authentic pieces. Just for you this ancient money offended the shopkeeper. You just for this piece of my sincerity. Give me another drop." It was the first time Chen Lin had met someone who could speak the words of the shopkeeper so smoothly. One bite price, $120,000. The Imperial Beauty smiled. Sir, don't you dare to bargain with me. I'll give you a price of conscience. $100,000. Immediate bank card transfer. You'll be content. Don't believe that if you take this ancient coin and turn around in this antique street, there may not be anyone bidding higher than me. Chanlin smiled bitterly. Miss, you are an auction house specializing in bargaining for people, right? These few words of effort. You folded me $50,000. This pain in my heart. The Imperial Beauty saw that things had a door, smiled even more broadly. Sir, you don't want to feel pain. Let's also make a good karma today. Maybe we can work together to make a lot of money in the future? Chanlin knew that this beauty really did not tell lies, and this beauty's gentle bargaining is really a bit irresistible, so he agreed to deal with the meat pain. A few moments later, his cell phone received a bank text message, to account for 100,000 yuan. The Imperial Beauty looked very happy, reached out to shake hands with him, said, Sir, my name is Bai Wei. Let's leave a contact. Next time you have something good, remember to keep it for me first. Chanlin agreed painfully, and the two left each other's phone numbers. Chapter 5, I Quit. Chanlin looked at the bank card that instantly more than 100,000. Cannot help but some excitement. He grew up so big, or for the first time in the hands of such a huge sum of money. He would like to go back to the hotel, but suddenly remembered the morning phone call. The supervisor Julie that deliberately difficult mean behavior. Chanlin sneer, casually hit a cab, straight to the company and go. That there is no human flavor of the superior, who loves to serve who serve. He does not accompany. This will personally do to leave. Into the company, just walked to the door of the department office. Heard the supervisor Julie roar like a dragon. You are not long brain? This plan you do 3 days. Actually not done? Do you think the company is a place for charity? Raising a bunch of useless wastes like you. Supervisor, I'll get it done right away. A weak young female voice said. Hurry up and do it. Not that I'm saying you, but if you save the time to put on makeup and dress up in the morning, this plan would have been done long ago. What's the point of dressing up in a flamboyant manner when you're not active at work? You don't want to drag the legs of our department. A series of insulting words drilled into Chanlin's ears. He frowned. This crazy was getting more and more excessive. Chanlin directly pushed the door in. As soon as Julie saw that it was him, she coldly grunted and wrapped her arms around him, standing there sarcastically in a condescending manner. Yo, this is not Chanlin. In the morning when I didn't agree to grant leave, you actually dared not to come to work. Do you not want to do it? Chanlin looked at her face that was full of mockery, smiled coldly and said decisively, Yes, I quit. I just came to resign, settle my paycheck and I'll leave immediately. Saying that, he threw the resignation letter he had written in the morning on her desk. Julie didn't expect Chanlin to actually really quit. She didn't hold Chanlin in front of so many subordinates, which made her very annoyed, so she deliberately acted as if she didn't. It's okay to quit, the salary is not there. Chanlin coldly stared at her. On what grounds no? Julie sneered. Just on the basis of your unexplained absenteeism. I won't give you this salary. Okay, this is what you said. Can you be responsible for your words? It seems that if she doesn't give Julie a bit of color, she really takes herself as the law. Yes, what I said. What's wrong? Julie, relying on the fact that she had an uncle who was an executive in the company, didn't even put a small employee like Chanlin in her eyes. Chanlin did not talk nonsense with her, said good, turned around and left. While walking, he dialed the phone number of the City Labor Bureau. Hello, is the Labor Bureau? I want to report a violation of labor law. Before he could finish his sentence, Julie rushed up and snatched his phone to hang up. What the hell do you want? She was so angry that her expression was distorted. Chanlin took back his own cell phone, his expression bland as he looked at the soon-to-be furious Julie. I don't want anything. I just want to get back the paycheck that belongs to me. Julie was so angry that her chest couldn't stop rising and falling. Although she usually flaunted her power in the department, but with her even greater guts, she wouldn't dare to take on the labor enforcement department of the country. If Chanlin really to the Labor Bureau of people to provoke to the company, the above will certainly give her disciplinary action. Then her uncle cannot protect her. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar Chanlin in front of her, was this still the same cowardly, obedient man? Julie took several deep breaths, suppressing the anger in her heart, before collapsing her face and walking back to her desk. On Chanlin's resignation letter, she wrote the word consent. The night fell. Chanlin casually ate some dinner outside before heading back to the hotel. He leaned back in the soft sofa, thought for a moment, looked for the mobile banking interface to open, and transferred $15,000 to his mother. Unsurprisingly, not 2 minutes after the money had just been transferred out, his mother Lin Xiuju's phone call came in. Lin Z, how did you transfer so much money to mom? Where did this money come from? His mother's voice was a bit panicked, and he could hear that his mother had put her on speakerphone because his father Chen Yobin's voice was also coming over on the other end of the phone. Brat, did you do something illegal? Chen Lin felt a little funny and a little heartbroken. His parents panicked like this because of 10,000 or so dollars. What kind of days did their family have before? Mom and Dad, don't worry. This money is what I earned from following a friend to speculate on stocks. You guys don't worry about spending it. I'll call you all 15,000 first, and I'm going to give the rest to my little sister 5,000, so that she can buy some study materials, and then buy some favorite clothes and so on, and I'll keep the rest to see what else I can invest in, or do something else with it. Only then did Chen father and mother put down their hearts. Chen Yubin asked with a bit of worry, Lindsay, is that stock speculation reliable? I heard that some people have gotten to the family lost all their money, although this time you have made money, but the world where there is such a good thing, can return to only earn no loss? Lin Xiuju also agreed, yes, listen to your father. Those who speculate in stocks and gold are not our family cannot afford. We are still down to earth work, with the ability to eat it. Chen Lin thought, your son's ability is great now, is to earn big money to go. He just can't tell you clearly. Dad, Mom, don't worry about this. I know what's in my heart. Don't be reluctant to spend the money. The refrigerator in our house is not cooling anymore, so hurry up and get a new one tomorrow. In the middle of summer, let's put in an air conditioner. Last time I called my little sister, she said that she studied until midnight every day, and it was too hot for her to do so, and when the fan was turned on, it gave her a headache. Lin Xiuju heard her son's rambling remembering the family, and only felt warmth in her heart, and hurriedly said, I know, your sister is to let you give spoiled, delicate very. Chen Lin nagged his parents for more than 20 minutes before hanging up the phone. Immediately after that, he transferred $5,000 to his sister Chen Xi's WeChat. In less than 5 seconds, Chen Xi's WeChat video called. The young girl on the screen was 15 or 16 years old, wearing a dark ponytail, fine white goose egg face, curved eyebrows and big eyes, looking 3 times similar to Chen Lin. Very youthful and lovely. Brother, you're rich. Chen Lin looked at his sister's excited red face. Very happy smile. No, it's just that I followed my friend to speculate on stocks and made some money. This 5,000 is for you. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a flat panel last time? You go and pick one yourself. Buy some study materials for the rest, and then go and fix a few good-looking clothes to wear. My sister is in her prime and looks so pretty. She wears 2 school uniforms all day long and doesn't even have a new piece of clothing for the new year. Your brother I can't stand to watch. Chen Xi was so happy that she was about to float up. If it wasn't for the cell phone, she was going to hold her brother's face and kiss him hard. Brother, you still have the aesthetics in our family. Thanks. Don't worry. I will definitely get into the city's key points and bring honor to our old Chen family. Chen Lin watched his sister pouting and kissing the screen several times, and was directly amused. After chatting with his family, Chen Lin was in an unprecedentedly relaxed mood. For the first time, he felt the pleasure that money brought to a person. How was he going to use his golden finger to make himself stronger next? Leaning on the sofa, Chen Lin fell into deep thought. Chapter 6 Buying Lottery Tickets. Chen Lin in the next few days, still running to the antique street to pick up leeks, hoping to pick up Xianfeng Tongbao like last time, and then stumble upon a strange encounter or something. This time he expanded the scope, not only in Li Jiayuan Antique Street, the city's edges and corners, as long as there are operating cultural relics antique class of merchants, he ran all over. But the city sells antiques in just a few places, the vast majority of antiques in just modern artifacts, where there are so many leeks waiting for him to pick up. A few days down, he only found 2 or 3 pieces of not very valuable knickknacks. Under the low buy and sell high earned a few $1,000s only. On this day, there was still nothing, but he suddenly stood still. In front of him was a lottery station. A man with a lottery ticket in his hand walked quickly past him. With just one glance, Chen Lin was struck by lightning, and his heart rate instantly shot up to 180 below. The Eagle Vision screen had surfaced. Item name, Super Monopoly. Welfare Lottery. Era time, Modern Times. Value amount, 5 million. Chen Lin knew the opportunity had finally come. He immediately lifted his foot and entered the lottery store. The owner of the lottery store was watching the game with his legs crossed. Chen Lin quickly walked up to the counter and said, "Boss, give me a bet on the numbers that man bought just now." The boss handed him the printed lottery ticket. Chen Lin took a look, and sure enough, it was a first prize ticket worth $5 million. Taking his cell phone to check the information on the lucky draw, he found that the jackpot had accumulated to $10 million. Thinking that someone had already bought a jackpot ticket just now, if he only bought one, he could only split it equally between the two of them, each getting $5 million. But if he placed enough bets, he could almost empty the prize pool. After a little thought, Chen Lin directly asked the boss to raise the bet by 40,000 bets with this number. What? The boss suspected that he had heard wrong. How much? 40,000 bets, Chen Lin said with certainty. The boss didn't believe it at all and frowned at Chen Lin. Young man, don't joke around. Do you know how much it costs to press 40,000 bets? No, 80,000. Chen Lin took out his cell phone and prepared to transfer money to the boss. The boss was really shocked, stood up from his chair and waved his hand. Young man, money is not spent like this. It's not good for you to do something with this money. This lottery win is to hit the big luck. People win the lottery, those people are destined to get outside the wealth. You do not think to buy more can win. And you also just bet a single set of numbers. This is not rushing to give people lucky lottery center to send money. Chen Lin felt funny. He dared to buy. This boss still dared not sell. Thank you boss for reminding me. I know in my heart. This set of numbers I just look good and want to bet on it. Just feel free to place a bet for me. At this time, the boss looked at Chen Lin's eyes as if he was looking at a loser, and said with trepidation, let's talk about it first. When you don't win, you can't come and smash my store off. Chen Lin laughed. Boss, you put 120 heart. I'm not that kind of person. The boss sat back and operated the machine to give him a ticket. Chen Lin thought that it was inconvenient to hold so many lottery tickets, so he turned around and went to the next supermarket to buy a suitcase. After a long time, the printed tickets filled the suitcase. Chen Lin gave the boss to pay the bill, pulled up the suitcase and went back to the hotel. After arriving at the hotel, it was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Lin nibbled on a few mouthfuls of bread and waited on the bed for the lottery to be drawn. Tonight at 9 o'clock was the Super Monopoly Lottery Day, and there was still half an hour before the lottery. He turned on the TV and tuned to the lottery channel. On the screen appeared female hosts in professional suits, notary public supervisors and notaries, and in the center of the venue was placed a floor-to-ceiling lottery shaker. There were 40 balls with different numbers written on them in the transparent cabin of the shaker. After starting the shaker, the two stirring chassis at the bottom of the machine rotated in both directions at the same time, fully stirring the balls by the force of impact, and discharging the balls after high-speed stirring. This whole process is unable to control the flight trajectory of the ball by human power, and the operation of the ball is also messy and irregular. This is why the randomness of the shaking process can be maximized. The host started the shaking machine after making a big introductory speech. Dozens of orbs hovered rapidly in the chamber, making Chen Lin's eyes glaze over as he watched. Although he was sure that Eagle Eye's judgment wouldn't be wrong, he was still a little apprehensive in his heart until the numbers came out completely. 06, 16, 18, 25. The orbs labeled with numbers popped out one by one, exactly like the numbers on the lottery ticket. When all 7 numbers came out, Chen Lin shouted, "Bingo!" He had once again succeeded in this pickup. Early the next morning, Chen Lin will cash lottery tickets, ID cards, bank cards and other things neatly packed, dragging a suitcase on the plane to the provincial capital Wuzhou. When he arrived in Wuzhou, he took a cab straight to the lottery center. He did not like the previous jackpot people, in order to be afraid of others to recognize, got a doll suit to wear, or wearing a cartoon hood, live like to go to the lottery center robbery. But in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, he wore a mask to cover most of his face. In the prize redemption hall of the Fuzzy Lottery Center, although on the day of the lottery, the staff had already learned that a lottery player had bet 40,000 on the jackpot number and had already made mental preparations in advance. However, when Chen Lin opened the suitcase filled with thick lottery tickets, the staff present were still shocked. This suitcase is all money and how long will so many tickets have to be counted? The staff of the Fortune Lottery Center encountered the toughest challenge ever. The result was that the Fuzzy Lottery Center mobilized all of its staff to check the votes together, and for the first time, the staff experienced what it was like to count the votes until their hands cramped up. From 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. the staff barely rested, and it was only with great difficulty that the huge number of tickets were verified, and the staff recorded Chen Lin's ID number and name. The data room of the lottery center checked the tickets again, and only then did they finally issue the redemption slip and the tax ticket. After deducting the 20% tax on the $10 million jackpot, Chen Lin netted $8 million. This huge amount directly pushed him into the ranks of millionaires. During the final interview, the staff routinely asked Chen Lin how he felt about winning the lottery. They also asked him if he was willing to make a donation. So he made a donation of $100,000. Finally, with the huge prize redemption slip and tax receipt, Chen Lin, accompanied by the staff, went to the bank again. For the first time in his life, Chen Lin was personally greeted by the bank manager and invited to the VIP room. After politely declining the various financial products marketed by the bank manager, he quickly completed the matching of his prize money. When he came out, he had 8 million lying quietly in his account. Chapter 7, Chance Encounter with Schoolgirl. Chen Lin's first thought after receiving this huge amount of money was to buy a house of his own. After he moved out from his previous rental house, he had always stayed in hotels. Staying in a hotel was far less of a sense of belonging than having a small nest of one's own. He searched the internet for the more upscale properties in Binchang City in the past 2 days, and one of the boutique villas called by Hui Yuan attracted his interest. He carefully studied the details of this property, and found that its location, house type, architectural style, etc., are more to his liking. The next day Chen Lin made the decision to go to Bai Weiyuan to see the real estate on the spot. When he came, it was noon, and several young salesgirls were chatting after lunch. Seeing someone come in, all the girls' eyes fell on Chen Lin. Chen Lin, as usual, was only wearing an ordinary casual dress with jeans and a pair of white sneakers under his feet. The whole person looked like a college student who had just left school. "Excuse me, I want to take a look at the house you have here." Chen Lin directly stated his purpose. Upon hearing this, a petite salesgirl came forward and smiled. "Sir, please take a seat first." The girl poured him a cup of water and turned back to the seniors, using her gaze to ask which of them was willing to take Chen Lin to see the house. The salesgirls looked at the hot sun outside, and then looked at Chen Lin's ordinary dress, and said that they all already had appointments with clients and couldn't spare the time. At this moment, one of the girls with the most outstanding appearance took a few steps forward and walked up to Chen Lin, with a bright smile on her face, saying, "Aren't you Chen Lin? Don't recognize me?" This girl had a sharp melon face, a pair of slightly upturned Danfang eyes under her willow eyebrows, and a smile that revealed 2 rows of neat, snow-white teeth, which was very pretty. She wore the same uniform treasure blue slim-fit suit dress as the other girls, but her curvy figure, hard to throw the others off by a large margin. Chen Lin recognized her at a glance and said in surprise, "Isn't this our big school beauty, Li Yaning?" Li Yaning slightly reddened her face and said, "You can't call me the school beauty and make everyone laugh. That's all classmates jokingly calling it for fun." A girl came up and asked with a smile, "Yan Ning, is this your classmate?" Li Yaning laughed, "Yes, he was in my high school class." Turning her head, she asked Chen Lin, "Old classmate, where are you studying now? What are you doing?" "I just resigned a few days ago," Chen Lin said with some embarrassment. "Now I'm at home done it." Li Yaning's smile imperceptibly stagnated for 2 seconds, and her eyes rolled. "It's really a coincidence to see you here. Are you here to see the house today?" "What? Want to buy a set?" Chen Lin laughed. "Let's take a look. I've heard before that your boutique properties are doing quite well, so I stopped by today to take a look." "Oh, it's really unfortunate." Li Yaning bit her red lips with some difficulty. "We are old classmates, and in all reason, I should take you to see the house, but I have made an appointment with a client, Mr. Li, to look at the house. Look at this time, he is also arriving soon. I am really sorry, old classmate, I can't accompany you to see the house." She apologized softly with a regretful face. What else could Chen Lin say? He could only smile and say, "It's okay, whoever is showing the house is fine. I don't care." Only then did Li Yaning reappear with a smile. "Then thanks to my old classmate for sympathizing with me. Let's do it this way. I'll let Xiaomin take you to see the house." She turned to face the girls and beckoned, "Xiaomin, you come to take my old classmate to see the house." The girl called Xiaomin crossed the crowd and came out. She had short brown ear-length hair and round face with round eyes. Although nowhere near as pretty as Li Yaning, her somewhat baby-fat face looked blessed. She was precisely the girl who had gone to greet Chen Lin when he had just entered. "Sister Ning, can I do it? Xiaomin is a novice. Come to the sales office less than 2 months. There is no customer in the hand. A single sheet has not been made. Weekday work is to give all the senior sisters to play a hand. Go to buy coffee and run errands." Now by the store sales champion Li Yaning assigned to take people to see the house. Her heart is still a bit panicked. Li Yaning kindly patted her shoulder and encouraged her. "Why not? I believe in you. Sister's old classmate is counting on you." Xiaomin walked to Chen Lin with a red face and said in a warm voice, Then Mr. Chen, I'll take you to see the house now." "Okay, let's go then." Chen Lin had a good impression of this naive-looking girl. "Trouble you." Li Yaning sent the 2 of them out the door, smiling and waving her hand at Chen Lin. "Old classmate, see you later." Chen Lin looked at this familiar pretty face and suddenly felt a bit strange. He smiled faintly. "See you later." Li Yaning sat back down in the sofa again. The smile on her face had disappeared. She took out the powder from her pocket and began to apply makeup. A girl laughed and asked, "Sister Ning, is this guy really your high school classmate?" "Yes, unlike," Li Yaning asked in return. "Well, it's not quite like that," the girl replied honestly. "I remember 2 of your classmates came to look for you before. That full of big brands and famous watches. It almost dazzled our eyes." The corner of Li Yaning's lips pulled out an imperceptible smug smile, and softly said, "You can't say that. My high school isn't an aristocratic school, so how can every one of my classmates be rich and famous? This old classmate of yours can come to us to look at houses, so maybe there are some family treasures." Li Yaning lightly said, His family is just an ordinary family. I remember there is a sister. A family of 4 crowded in a small house. When I was in high school my tablemate was his neighbor. Another girl poured a cup of coffee and sent it to Li Yaning's hand, and said softly, Sister Ning, didn't you say yesterday that Mr. Li flew to the United States to talk about business? Egu, look at my memory. Li Yaning frowned lightly as if she suddenly remembered this. I forgot. The other girls glanced at each other, unspokenly and silently exchanging a look. By Weiyuan Boutique Villa area, against the hot sun, Xiaomin and Qianlin had already seen 2 houses. This villa area covers a huge area, and the distance between each villa is far apart. In order for the owners to enjoy the quiet and not be disturbed, the first 2 villas were on the east and west sides of the neighborhood. Qianlin looked all the way down, felt that the east side of the room indoor lighting is a little bad, and the west side of the room ventilation is a little poor. These 2 he did not look on. Minnie was already sweating from the heat and felt that the makeup on her face was going to be blown, but she still didn't have a single complaint. Still stepping on her 3-inch high heels, full of smiles, she led Qianlin towards a villa in the south. Chapter 8 Buying a house with cash. This third villa was built in the middle of the neighborhood in the south position. It was still a small 2-story building with a single courtyard, more than 200 square meters in size, with 4 rooms, 1 hall, and 2 bathrooms. When Qianlin entered the house, he felt his eyes light up. This house was built in a modern light luxury style, with simple and sharp lines combined with an open and atmospheric interior layout, making the viewer feel very comfortable. Walls, floors and furniture furnishings are all matching simple modeling, but the craftsmanship is very fine, very high quality. Qianlin looked at each room once and felt that this building is still relatively satisfactory. Xiaomin was still gushing at this time and introduced, Mr. Chen. The layout and decoration of each of our houses in Bai Weiyuan is different. This one is the work of a famous Italian designer, very elegant and atmospheric. Its matching furniture is also an Italian brand, and the style of the house is consistent. The kitchen in this building is open. Do you want to come over and take a look? Qianlin followed Xiaomin to the wide and simple kitchen, where the bright sunlight sprinkled on the white marble countertops, glistening. I'll take this house. Qianlin made his decision. Okay, Xiaomin subconsciously said back. In the next moment, her eyes widened as if she had suddenly awakened, her head then reacting to what Qianlin had just said. She was a bit skeptical of her own ears, staring nervously at Qianlin and asked in a small voice, You just said that you want this house? Qianlin smiled. Yes, I'll pay the full amount. Go back and do the formalities. In the sales office, Minnie blushed and pushed open the door. The cool temperature inside the room instantly made her exhale in comfort as if she was alive. The girls burst into laughter when they saw that she came back alone. Mandy, where are your clients? Why did you come back by yourself? Is it because you told them that our house is over $100,000 a square foot and scared them away? Look at your head sweat. Running errands for nothing. Right, come on. When the weight loss it, Li Yaning this time tenderly came forward, handed Xiaomin a tissue, softly said, Don't be discouraged, Xiaomin. Next time refueling it. Xiaomin continuously waved her hand and said, No, Sister Ning. He didn't leave, signing the contract in the finance room next to him. Li Yaning's face changed, subconsciously blurted out, Impossible, where did he get the money? You are not fooled. Minnie, the girls chimed in. Li Yaning controlled her emotions, seemingly concerned about Xiaomin said, You'd better go to the finance office to see it. He said he wants to buy a house, but can't get money out of his pocket is not okay. Xiaomin had little confidence, was a little suspicious of what they said, and quickly stepped out the door to the finance room. The people in the room looked different. It cannot be, or he looks like a rich man. Maybe he took out a loan with the bank and made a down payment. In the midst of the discussion, Xiaomin quickly ran back. The smile on her face couldn't be hidden. She ran directly in front of Li Yaning and said with a face full of excitement, Thank you, Sister Ning. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Just now the finance department said that Mr. Chen he has finished signing the purchase contract, 3,200,000, paid in full. The money has already arrived in the account. What? The room instantly boiled over. Li Yaning could barely strain her expression. The full payment of more than $3 million. When did Qianlin even have such strength? Was she really the one who looked away? Looking at Xiaomin's excited red face in front of her, Li Yaning regretted it. That is more than $30,000 of commission. Was she so easy to give away? Her heart was like a broken bottle of 5 flavors, not knowing what to feel. At this time, Qianlin appeared at the door. He said a few words to Xiaomin, thanked her for showing him the house, and then said goodbye and left. He didn't even look at Li Yaning. Li Yaning sat down on the sofa chair in the corner with an iron face. She felt that she had met her first Waterloo in her life. She opened the classmate group in her alumni directory and sent a message inside. Does anyone know what Chen-Lin is doing right now? Immediately, the group buzzed with excitement over her offering. Why does the big schoolgirl have time to go online today? Chen-Lin? Who is that? Is there such a person in our class? Are you senile? Chen-Lin is a classmate of ours. He's quite a good-looking guy. You face dog. When did the eyes of the big school beauty look at mortals like me? Seeing that the crowd didn't know about Chen-Lin, Li Yaning left another explosive message. Chen-Lin went to our sales office today to buy a house, paid the full amount of $3,200,000 and took it on the spot. The group exploded. Holy, bullish, a model for my generation, an idol in life. Worship Big Brother. Big Brother lacks leg pendants. I can. Li Yaning ignored the frantic state of the group. She remembered that Xiao Min might have Chen-Lin's contact information there, so she called Xiao Min over to ask. Xiao Min knew that the two were old classmates, and without any doubt, directly reported Chen-Lin's phone number. Li Yaning immediately logged on WeChat. Add Chen-Lin as a friend. At this time Chen-Lin is resting in the hotel. See WeChat someone to add their friends. Open a look. The avatar is a pair of black silk legs. Who is this? Chen-Lin hand to delete. After a while, the avatar popped up again, asking to add friends. This time the message said, I am Li Yaning. Chen-Lin is a little funny. Today in the sales office Li Yaning before and after the attitude he saw clearly, but also understand that this is a love of climbing high branches, and now know that he bought a house in full, rushed to add their own. He would like to see. This has always been the eye of the dust of the big school flower want to do. After her friend passed, Li Yaning immediately sent a message to Chen-Lin. Chen-Lin, congratulations on buying the house of your choice. Chen-Lin replied back with 2 words. Thanks. Are you mad at me? Chen-Lin, I really have an appointment with a client today. I can't personally take you to see the house. Don't blame me, okay? It's not that serious. I don't mind. Chen-Lin said back. Li Yaning's heart was put back in her stomach. Why don't I treat you to dinner? As an apology to you. I have something to do today. Next time. A promise is a promise. A few days later, Chen-Lin brought a few pieces of clothing and carried a shoulder bag to check into Baiweiyuan. Who knows that when he was walking in the neighborhood in the evening, he saw from afar an imperial beauty holding a large golden hair on a walk. Taking a closer look, it was actually that imperial sister Bai Wei who bought the ancient money in Li Homeland Antique Street 2 days ago. Sister Bai, you live here too? Chen-Lin had a good impression of Bai Wei and rushed forward to greet her warmly. Bai Wei was just stunned. Wasn't this the youth who sold the ancient money a few days ago? Bai Wei held her big dog and greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence. We meet again. Did you just move in? Chen-Lin squatted down to massage the big golden hair at its neck. He liked small animals very much. Just that his previous girlfriend disliked the smell and wouldn't let him keep it. Chapter 9, White Jade Goddess of Mercy. I just moved in today. We'll see each other more often in the future. He suddenly remembered something important and stood up to ask seriously. Sister Bai, do you know where there is a large antique street? Bai Wei pondered for a few seconds before saying. Our city is only slightly larger than Lijiayuan. The others are scattered and not a climate. To say large antique street, there is one in the neighboring city. Chen-Lin was overjoyed, busy asking Bai Wei for the address. Bai Wei added Chen-Lin's WeChat, sent the address link to his cell phone, laughed. It seems you want to go to find something good? Chen-Lin also did not hide. Yes, I am confident that I still have a little vision, panning for something good to sell, earn a hard-earned money. Seeing that he was so honest, Bai Wei was a bit more satisfied with him and smiled. If you really find something good, don't forget to give me a look first. If it's really good, I'll just take it. Okay, no problem. The next morning, Chen-Lin took the high-speed train and came to the neighboring city, Centennial City. Centennial City had a longer history than Binchang, and several dynasties had built their capitals here in ancient times, and the collecting culture here was also much stronger than Binchang. The place Bai Wei introduced is called Gingan Antique City. Chen-Lin was really shocked when he took a taxi to this place. Here covers an area of 6 times the size of the Li homeland. A glance over the head. The street on both sides of the large and small stores of cultural relics. There are several hundred. The center of the street a walk 2 trips are all open-air stalls. Only here the stall area is more than 2 times larger than the Li homeland there. The goods are also piled up full, not leaving a gap. Chen-Lin's heart beat faster with excitement. He could already see the various colored labels floating up on the various colored items, both high and low. All sorts of things. Chen-Lin rushed to the nearest stall like a fish out of water and began his long overdue picking up. After 2 hours, he didn't see anything too valuable, and was thinking of continuing forward to expand the battlefield, when he suddenly heard a quarrel not far away. Vaguely heard what fake, and what fake? Chen-Lin curiosity. Also do not care to continue to pick up the leakage. A few steps forward to see the fun. It turned out that the cause of the matter is the store sold a stone Buddha to the customer, then blowing sky high. The customer confused thump spent 20 $000 to buy back. Who expected to find a person to identify? The original is a fake. The customer did not do. Angry to find the store money back, where the store is willing to return. The two will argue. You sell fake goods. Why not give back? Dressed in gray. The man was so angry that his neck veins popped up high. Red face. I want to go to the Trade and Industry Bureau to sue you. You are cheating consumers. The shopkeeper is also not letting go. Squinting at the gray man. Slow and easy to say, you love where to sue. I'm afraid of you not? What do you know? Nothing about the dirt. You do not know anything. Clearly want to come to the antique street to pick up leaks? We are here to buy and leave. No return. The surrounding people also began to agree. Yes, picking up this kind of thing all depends on personal vision. By this fake, can only recognize their own bad luck. The gray man was angry enough, but can only admit bad luck. Carrying his stone Buddha downheartedly toward the antique street outside, Chen Lin caught a glimpse of a light screen emerging from his stone Buddha. Item name, white jade carved Guanyin statue. Age, Song Dynasty. Value, 3 million. Collection value, fine. Holy, this is still a sandwich. Chen Lin silently followed. The gray-clothed man had just walked to the entrance of the antique street when his shoulder was tapped twice. Turning back to look, a rather spirited-looking youth looked at him with a smile and said, Big brother, I'll buy this stone Buddha. The gray-clothed man was shocked and delighted. This was meeting a little cutie. He said, okay, $20,000 to take away. Chen Lin laughed, you're lying to a stupid kid. Then I'll give you a cheaper price, $18,000. The man in gray pretended to look like he was in pain. 50. Chen Lin opened the price and pointed to the stone Buddha in his hand. Is it for sale? The gray-clothed man shouted. You win picking up rags. I spent 20,000. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Lin interrupted him and said, just now when you and that shopkeeper were arguing, I was right next to you. To put it bluntly, it's just a stone. 50 isn't low. Anyone else would not want 5. You know it's a fake. Why did you still buy it? The man in gray was a bit puzzled. Chen Lin casually glanced at the stone Buddha and said indifferently, although it's a worthless stone, it's quite nice to display at home. Think of it as buying a handicraft. You're still angry looking at this thing. Why don't you sell it to me? Just as if it's out of sight, out of mind. The man in gray felt that Chen Lin had a point, and shoved the stone Buddha into his arms, reaching out. 50, pay up. The back street of Gingan Antique City. In a silent and deserted alley, Chen Lin opened his snakeskin pocket. He took the stone Buddha statue that had just arrived and grasped the force and knocked it up against the wall. After a dozen or so knocks, the surface of the stone Buddha shattered like a tortoise shell, and among a pile of greenish-gray stones, a corner of glistening white light was revealed. Chen Lin excitedly stepped forward to set aside the stone blocks, and took that piece of glittering white in his hand. It was a white jade statue slightly smaller than the stone Buddha statue, and the carving was of the goddess of mercy. The carving was delicate and evocative, and Guanyin's face wore a compassionate smile, as if she was pitying all living beings. The white jade was like the finest sheep's fat, shining softly in the sunlight. Carefully putting the white jade goddess of mercy back into his snakeskin pocket, Chen Lin wanted to secretly find a curio store to sell it. Just out of the alley, he suddenly remembered Bai Wei. Although Bai Wei is a woman, but the style of dealing with brisk, not at all grating, this is quite to his temper. This Gingan Antique City address or people told him, and the two are still a neighbor in the district. This good thing to sell who is not selling. Why not sell to old acquaintances? Thinking here, he immediately dialed Bai Wei's phone. On the other end of the phone, Bai Wei's voice rang out with a smile. Chen Lin, are you finding a good treasure? Chen Lin laughed. Yes, Sister Bai. I have a good thing here. It's a white jade goddess of mercy. If you're interested, I'll go back to Bin City in a couple days and you can come to my house to look at the goods. Bai Wei didn't hesitate for a moment and directly said, I believe in your vision. Keep the item for me and call me when you return to Bin Chang. Chen Lin smiled. No problem. Chen Lin stayed in Gingan Antique City for 5 days. After strolling through all the stores and stalls, he was satisfied and returned to Bin Chang with a few small objects that he had picked up. This trip made him a little tired, and he rested for 3 whole days after returning home. On the evening of the 3rd day, he called Bai Wei. He asked her to come to his home as a guest tomorrow, and by the way, he took the white jade goddess of mercy to her. Chapter 10 Trading again. At 10 o'clock in the morning, not only did Bai Wei come, but she also brought her beloved pet, the golden-haired Wang Zai. Wang Zai was a 3-year-old male dog, just the right time to be lively. Last time it had seen Chen Lin, it seemed to recognize him. As soon as he entered the courtyard of Chen Lin's house, he pounced straight over to play with him, and Bai Wei just stood next to him and watched with a smile on her face. Chen Lin quickly jerked off Wang Zai and let him play in his own front yard. Bai Wei followed Chen Lin into the living room and handed over a gift box in her hand, saying, this is a gift for your new home. Chen Lin took it with some embarrassment and laughed. Sister Bai, you are also too polite. It's my first time to come to your house as a guest. How can I have something to drink? But it's just some tea. You keep it and drink it slowly. The tea she sent was the new Premingming Tea Westlake Longjing. Chen Lin saw through the light screen that such 250 grams of tea was worth more than $10,000. This belonged to the finest of teas. This Sister Bai's offer was really quite generous. Chen Lin thanked Bai Wei and brewed a cup of fragrant coffee for each of them. Only then did he take the white jade goddess of mercy and put it on the coffee table, smilingly saying to Bai Wei, "Sister Bai, take a look." Bai Wei heard Chen Lin say this white jade guanyin earlier, and thought it was just a small object or a small ornament, but she didn't expect it to be a rather large jade Buddha statue. She was a bit surprised and pleasantly surprised as she carefully took it over for a closer look. Bai Wei's research on cultural relics was above Chen Lin. This guanyin statue is not only of excellent jade quality, the carving is also out of this world. Guanyin's left arm rests on the arched leg, her right hand hangs down, and her body sits on a two-tiered lotus flower's thin-waisted round seat, with a solemn appearance, looking down on all living beings. Her clothing pattern was smooth and realistic, with rounded and detailed lines, and in terms of styling it was even more in line with most people's aesthetics. Bai Wei felt that this trip really wasn't in vain. Even she hadn't seen many treasures like this. "Chen Lin, there's really something about you," Bai Wei praised from the bottom of her heart. "I've been to this Jing'an antique city several times. How come I haven't seen such a good thing?" She stroked the white jade guanyin statue, somewhat unable to let go. "It's probably because I'm exceptionally lucky. If he didn't have the golden finger of Eagle Eye, he would have looked at it as a stone just like that grey-robed man." Bai Wei, however, didn't take his words seriously. Picking up leeks once was luck. Picking up leeks one after another was overpowering. Bai Wei carefully placed the white jade goddess of mercy in the sofa beside her before she looked at Chen Lin and said seriously, "I'll take this. You name a price." Chen Lin didn't squirm when he saw her being so forthcoming. "Sister Bai, with our current friendship, I'm not going to ask you for a front." He directly stretched out 3 fingers and said, 3 million, how about it? He had thought that Bai Wei would be able to counteroffer, but who knew that she didn't even think about it and directly nodded her head in agreement. "Alright, just as you said, $3 million deal." Bai Wei transferred the account with her cell phone painfully, and then stared at Chen Lin with an interested face. Chen Lin let her look a little puzzled, touched his face and smiled. "What's wrong, Sister Bai? Something on my face?" Bai Wei rested her beautifully defined chin in one hand, tilting her head and squinting at him, her posture seductive and charming. "I think you might be the only man with exceptional talent among the people I know." Chen Lin was praised by such a great beauty. His heart still had a few moments of pride. "How so?" Bai Wei laughed. "I think you don't know a lot about antiques and cultural relics. These 2 times you sold good things, but you weren't very clear about the bottom line of where they came from. You could say you're a layman, but strangely enough, such good things can be found by you every time. So amazing, isn't it still a gift?" Chen Lin's heart jumped suddenly, inexplicably a little weak. Bai Wei was right. If it wasn't for the efficacy of the eagle eyes, he wouldn't be able to recognize the real thing even if it was put in front of him. It seemed that he was relying too much on eagle eyes. After that he would have to learn more about antiques and cultural relics, lest he reveal himself after a long time. "Sister Bai thinks too highly of me. What is gifted? But it is my 6th sense is stronger than others. Luck is better than others. I can always stumble upon good things. This is probably a case of stupid people having stupid luck." Bai Wei didn't pursue the question further, picked up her coffee and took a sip, saying, "Do you have any other good things in your hand? If so, I'll just take it all. The price is not a problem." Chen Lin shook his head and said, "In addition to that, just plucked a few trinkets. Not worth it. Handing over to earn a difference in price is just." "Sister Bai, you certainly do not see eye to eye. Besides, that really good objects cannot be found, which can be 3 days to touch it, but not in the market to buy cabbage. Can pick up a hand." Some words said Bai Wei also laughed. "Indeed she is too impatient. This is not to blame you. Who asked you with the eyes of fire like, we know only a few days. You get 2 good things for sister, but not my greed out of the spoils?" Chen Lin also smiled. Dealing with this kind of understanding person was really pleasant. Through these 2 transactions with Bai Wei he could tell that the things this sister wants to receive are the kind of absolute fine products that can be put directly into the auction house for people to bid on. And those small things of $10,800, she simply doesn't care to bother with the spirit. Bai Wei thought for a moment and said, "We have traded twice, and now we are so coincidentally neighbors. It is evident that it is quite fateful. I won't hide it from you either. I have a company under my hand, specializing in acquiring fine cultural relics and antiques. I also have some contacts in the auction house. If there are still such good things in the future, despite the fact that they are sent to me here, how many to collect? The price will definitely make you satisfied." Chen Lin nodded and said, "No problem. I'll keep any good stuff for Sister Bai first." "With your words, I'm relieved." Bai Wei smiled and got up. I have to go to the company to do something later, so I'll leave first. If you have something to do, just call, or just come to my house to find me. My home is building C005. Chen Lin smiled and answered, sending by way to the door and seeing her lead her golden-haired Wang Zai away. Returning home, Chen Lin opened his cell phone and looked at his bank account, plus the 3 million transferred by way today. There was still more than 8 million inside. He comfortably closed his eyes and lay down on the large leather sofa. The sun shone warmly on him. He was going to take a break for a while. This thing called money couldn't be earned. He wants to buy some antique-related books to study well, to give himself more knowledge and experience. Can't take good luck as an excuse every time. And thought of a period of time to go home. Will parents and sister to receive the villa to live with, which is the complete a family it. When I was thinking beautifully, my cell phone suddenly came to the text message. Open a look. The sender is the school flower Li Yaning. Chapter 11 School Girl Invitation. The content of Li Yaning's text message was simple. It was to invite Chen Lin for dinner. Old classmate. A new Hong Kong-style restaurant has opened there in New Times Square. I heard that it tastes good. I'll invite you to its dinner tonight. The last time. Although you have a large amount of adults did not take it up with me, but I always feel bad in my heart. Please eat as an atonement for the offense. You must not refuse me, yo. Chen Lin saw that she had invited her 3 times, and her posture was still so low, with the appearance of a good girl admitting her faults, so it was not good to keep rejecting her. At least she was a school beauty, so he had to give her face. Anyway, he was also idle and bored. Looking at beautiful women to feed their eyes is also good. So, he agreed with Li Yaning on a meeting time in the evening. Nightfall. New Times Square was brightly lit. At the entrance of the Newport Tea restaurant on the 4th floor, there were many guests who had come to try the food, because it was the opening of a new store. The store had a discount offer, so there were extraordinarily many people. Chen Lin was taking a number and waiting for a seat, but he was late in seeing the figure of school beauty Li Yaning. This school beauty doesn't seem to be very punctual, Chen Lin thought with some displeasure. After waiting for more than half an hour, Chen Lin was sleepy before the school beauty arrived. Her person had not arrived, but her perfume smell had arrived first. Today, in order to see Chen Lin, Li Yaning really dressed up. She first carefully picked out a circle of clothes, and finally chose a lavender halter dress to wear, with a pair of 3-inch black high heels on her feet. Immediately after spending an hour putting on a perfect makeup, and then went to the hair salon to style her hair. This flurry took more than 2 hours, although Chen Lin did not have any other ideas about Li Yaning. But as a man, nature is to like to look at beautiful women, and Li big school flowers face value and body are the first echelon, especially in the well-dressed. Walking in the crowd stand out from the rest, receive a lot of attention. Under these envious gazes, Li Yaning reached out and gently shook off her long hair that hung down to the side of her neck. Blushing a little and shyly said to Chen Lin, who was standing opposite her, Chen Lin, sorry, I'm late. It's a bit pressurized outside. It's okay, Chen Lin said indifferently. He still has this point of measure. Your timing is quite good. As soon as his words fell, he heard the numbering clerk at the door shout, guest number 43, you may be seated. Chen Lin went forward and gave the number in his hand to the number girl, and together with Li Yaning, they were led to a window seat. The decor of this new Hong Kong restaurant was the same as that presented in TVB Hong Kong dramas, with a slightly tighter layout, nostalgic colored floor tiles and wall tiles, all of which carried strong Hong Kong characteristics, making a very impressive impression. The menu came up and the two of them ordered the signature rose soy sauce chicken, curry beef tendon brisket, marinated 3 pieces, clear scalding vegetable hearts, and the popular bread iced fire pineapple oil with classic Hong Kong style silk stocking milk tea. After the waiter's introduction, the flavor of this restaurant's dishes is very good. Chen Lin is very satisfied. Li Yaning probably didn't eat a lot because she wanted to stay in shape. As she stirred the milk tea, she tilted her head and looked at Chen Lin, chatting with him. At first, the two of them only chatted about their past times at school, and then talked about the recent situation of a few of their familiar classmates. Suddenly, Li Yaning changed her mind and inquired with a smile, Chen Lin, I was chatting with my classmates the other day, and they were all very concerned about you, asking if you are doing business now. Chen Lin put a piece of soft stewed beef tendon into his mouth and raised his eyes to look at Li Yaning. No, who did you hear that from? Li Yaning laughed. Don't lie to me. Besides doing business, where can you make so much money at once? If you have a good way, you should also mention me as an old classmate. That's a house of more than $3 million. You bought it with full payment. I was shocked at the time, she said, patting her chest. Chen Lin gave an faint smile. So you're talking about this matter. I didn't buy that house. I was just running errands for someone else. That's more than $3 million. How can I have that much money? Selling me wouldn't even be enough for the down payment. What? The house isn't yours? Li Yaning almost slapped the table and stood up, her face extremely pale. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Lin looked at the schoolgirl in front of him with a green and white face in amusement, revealing a look of innocence. And no one asked me? Besides, there's no rule there that you can't buy a house instead of someone else, right? Li Yaning was choked by his sentence, so angry that her chest rose and fell rapidly. Her face instantly turned red, and even the milk tea around her mouth didn't smell good anymore. Chen Lin pretended to be unaware and asked, "Big school flower, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Why is your face so ugly?" Li Yaning put her hands on her side and clenched them into fists, itching to go forward and give this kid who was pretending to be a prince a hard whack. She said, "On Chen Lin's kind of ordinary family, how could they raise a golden phoenix? She is the one who made a big mistake?" Li Yaning did not want to stay for a moment longer, immediately got up, and squeezed out a smile worse than a cry on her stiff face, and rushed to Chen Lin and said, "I'm sorry, Chen Lin, I'm suddenly a bit unwell. I'll leave first." After saying that, without waiting for Chen Lin's reaction, she picked up her bag and left in a puff of smoke. The speed was so fast that it was as if there was a dog chasing her from behind. Chen Lin did not care to glance at the schoolgirls disappearing back, still eating the food in front of him in a light-hearted manner. Li Yaning just returned home, even cared not to remove the makeup, dialed the phone of his girlfriend. Once the phone is connected, the voice of the girlfriend's excitement came. "How is it? Your old classmate who bought a house with millions of dollars took it or not?" "Humph. You cannot mention. Really bad luck." Li Yaning sat on her butt in the sofa. Indignation, that is an imposter. Imposter? Girlfriend immediately came to interest, laughed and said, "Cannot you big school flower read a lot of people, also have to look away from the time? Quickly tell me what's going on. Let me be happy." Li Yaning then said Chen Lin is to buy a house for someone. The more he said, the more angry, fiercely hammered the sofa 2 times. Hate voice. Simply a waste of my time. Because tonight to see him, Zhang Shi about me have let me put off. BFF laughed loudly on the other end of the phone. "You're losing the watermelon and picking up the sesame. The basket is empty. I say Zhang Shi that lick dog is not bad, although not too eye-catching look, but his family has money he is also willing to give you flowers. You first with him to get along? Riding a donkey and looking for a horse. We are not in a hurry." Li Yaning hung up the phone after a long time. Immediately after that, she went on WeChat, clicked on the avatar of the pursuer Zhang Shi, and chatted with him. Chapter 12 Appraising the Tiger Talisman. By Hui Court. Chen Lin woke up early in the morning when the first rays of golden sunlight shone through the curtains into the house. He changed into a sweatshirt and prepared to go for a run in the neighborhood. Just as he opened the door and walked into the front yard, he smelled a breath of fresh air mixed with the faint smell of grass, which instantly woke him up. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, Chen Lin ran away in circles in the neighborhood with his long legs. The green landscape in the district was perfectly done. Everywhere was green and vibrant weather. Chen Lin was enjoying the scenery while running. Unknowingly he had already run 5 kilometers. When he was about to march to 6 kilometers, his cell phone rang, and looking at the screen display, it was actually Bai Wei calling. Chen Lin looked at the time. It was 7:30 in the morning. For Bai Wei to call him at this time, it must be something important. He stopped and picked up the phone. "Hey, Sister Bai, is something wrong?" Bai Wei's voice on the other end of the phone was a bit anxious. "Chen Lin, I want to ask you something. Do you know how to appraise treasures? Can you tell if an antique is real or fake?" Chen Lin was stunned by her question, somewhat unable to understand the reason for her asking, but still answered honestly, "It's okay, I know a little." "Sister Bai, is something wrong?" Bai Wei sighed. "Last night a middleman introduced me to a sale, saying that there are a few lines in the West coming to Bin City to sell collectibles, one of which is a tiger talisman from the Song dynasty, which is very rare, so I agreed to let them come to the store today. Who knows, my appraiser, his mother is sick, a few days ago, has gone back home." Bai Wei's voice with sadness. "What about the other appraisers, can't they?" Chen Lin asked. "They are all here, but their professional counterparts are not Jade. I have asked them, they all said they are not sure." Chen Lin was understandable. The rare tiger talisman was present. With a guess one could know that it was worth a lot. Not to mention that those appraisers weren't Jade researchers. How would they dare to take on this job? If they messed up, they wouldn't be able to pay for it even if they lost all their money. Bai Wei's voice with a bit of urgency. "Lindy, I see your vision is very accurate. Why don't you come and help your sister? Go with me to see that tiger amulet. No matter whether it's true or false, my sister will not let you run errands for nothing. The appraisal fee will certainly give enough." Chen Lin agreed painfully. Sister Bai is in trouble. Of course I can't just stand by. "Where are you now?" Bai Wei said. "I'm already in the store now. Those few people who sell tiger talismans came early in the morning. I'll give you an address. You'll come over directly later." "Okay, I'll go home and pack up. I'll go right away." 9 o'clock in the morning. Binchang City Star Ocean Plaza, National Treasure Mansion. When Chen Lin arrived by taxi, he caught a glimpse of the familiar figure at the entrance of the National Treasure Mansion and couldn't help but light up. She saw Bai Wei in a light green embroidered ink cheongsam, which showed off her figure to the fullest, and her long black hair, which was usually spread out, was neatly coiled behind her head. Coupled with her colorful appearance and excellent posture, she stood there like an immortal. She saw Chen Lin at a glance and stepped on her 3-inch high heels and greeted her with small broken steps, her face full of joy. "You're finally here, Lin Di." Bai Wei pulled Chen Lin's hand and said anxiously, "Quickly follow me. Those people are quick-tempered. They're waiting impatiently." Chen Lin felt a warmth on the back of his hand when she grabbed it. The soft and smooth touch made him lose his concentration for a moment. "Sister Bai, you're dressed so formally today," Chen Lin complimented with a smile. "But it's really pretty." Bai Wei pulled him into the elevator room, reached out and pressed the button for the 30th floor, and smiled sideways, her eyes flowing. "Lin Di, it looks like you have a plan. You're actually in the mood to poke fun at me?" Chen Lin laughed. "Since I'm here, I'll definitely help you keep a good eye on things. Just rest assured." The elevator stopped, and as soon as the door opened, Chen Lin saw a horizontal plaque on the right-hand side that read, Jijin Art Firm. When he entered the parlor with Bai Wei, he saw 3 tall and strong men sitting on the spacious and luxurious leather chairs. When the 3 men saw Chen Lin coming in behind Bai Wei, their eyes shot towards him in unison. One of them in black seemed to be a leader and stood up and said to Bai Wei, "Ms. Bai, since your appraiser has arrived, let's get started. We're still in a hurry to go back after we've sold the money." Bai Wei smiled and said, "Alright, then take the item out and take a look." The man in black then reached out and pulled out a yellow object from his inner pocket and placed it on the table. Chen Lin hurriedly moved closer to look at it. He had learned something about the tiger symbol on the way here and knew that it first appeared during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. At that time, the use of copper tiger shape as the central government issued to local officials or garrison chiefs of the deployment of military credentials. The world remains very few. I did not expect to see one here in person. In front of this is a palm-sized jade tiger, about 10 centimeters long, the body of the dark yellow, the entire body of the tiger smooth lines, flat head and tail. On both ends of the tiger's back, 2 lines of seal script were engraved. The manufacturing process was very exquisite. Chen Lin concentrated his mental power towards the tiger talisman, and the light screen immediately floated up a line of golden characters. Item name, Topaz Tiger Amulet. Age and time, Song Dynasty. Value, $5 million. Collector's value, fine art. When Chen Lin saw that this was a genuine item, his heart settled down. At this moment, he suddenly felt a warm heart, a hot warm current from his body towards his limbs and bones flowed over. He immediately felt like opening the 2 veins. Very comfortable. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Bai Wei tugged at the corner of his coat somewhat nervously. "How is it? Is it true?" Chen Lin smiled and nodded. Bai Wei's heart was relieved, followed by a burst of ecstasy. The tiger talisman was something that rarely appeared in the world, and those in perfect condition like this were even rarer, so she naturally couldn't let it go. The man in black took the tiger amulet back into his hands, staring nervously at Bai Wei said, "You see also see, in the end, do you want? Good stuff." Bai Wei said to the man in black, "Just as you said before, $5 million for the deal." The 2 men next to her heard that the sale was $5 million, and happily gathered around, their 4 hands simultaneously reaching over to hold the black-clothed man's hand and said, "Big brother, we're rich." The hand of the man in black holding the tiger talisman reached over and their hands clasped together. The 3 men looked very excited. At the same time, Bai Wei opened her cell phone and prepared to call for money. Right in this flash of lightning, Chen Lin's sharp eyes saw that the black-clothed man's hand suddenly moved, and the tiger talisman that he was holding in his hand was instantly switched under the cover of the remaining 2 men. "Sister Bai, don't hit the money." Chen Lin gave a cold shout and stepped forward to clamp down on the black-clothed man's hand. Chapter 13 Dismantle the Trick. The man in black was pinched in his hand. His heart was a bit startled, and immediately afterward he yelled with a face full of anger, "What are you doing? You want to rob in the open?" The 2 men beside him also went forward to push Chen Lin. Bai Wei also realized at this time that things had changed, and fearing that Chen Lin would suffer, she shouted, "Someone come." In an instant, 7 or 8 big men rushed in from outside the door, and they were the same bodyguards that followed Chen Lin when he first met Bai Wei in the antique street last time. As soon as these bodyguards came in, they surrounded the 3 people in the center, and the 2 people who wanted to make a move looked at this situation and shrunk their necks and silently took 2 steps back. Seeing these bodyguards come in, Chen Lin's heart became more stable. He had just thought that he would have to fight 1 against 3. Seeing the bad situation, the man in black directly yelled and shouted, "You're a black store, trying to rob me for nothing. I'm going to call the police." As he said this, he struggled to get rid of Chen Lin, who knew that Chen Lin's hand was as strong as an iron clamp. Feeling the struggling of the black-clothed man, Chen Lin's hand exerted force, and it hurt so much that the black-clothed man couldn't help but scream. Let go. My wrist is going to break. Chen Lin also felt that today his force was different from usual. It seems that a slight force can achieve the usual effect several times. Suddenly thinking of the strange warmth that surged through his body just now after appraising the tiger talisman, he somewhat understood that this was probably the effect given by the golden finger, and that as his treasure appraisal ability improved, it would enhance his physical quality accordingly. Bai Wei walked up to Chen Lin at this time and asked with a frown, Lin Di, what exactly is going on? She believed in Chen Lin's character. It was impossible for him to strike for no reason. Chen Lin looked at the black-clothed man with a sneer and blurted out, he just took advantage of the fact that when you were about to transfer the money, he secretly switched the tiger talisman. What? Bai Wei looked at the big man in black with surprise. These people were bold enough to dare to do something under her nose. The big man in black hurriedly denied it and shouted, you fart. I didn't. You guys are just trying to frame me, trying to rob me for nothing. Chen Lin snorted coldly, knowing that this kind of person belongs to the category of rolling meat, not seeing the coffin, so he called 2 bodyguards to his side, and said to the black-clothed man, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it, let's search his body. The big man in black completely panicked, shouted, why search my body? You are against human rights. Chen Lin easily broke the black-clothed man's hand that was gripped tightly, and pulled out the fake tiger talisman from his hand, and sure enough, the light screen showed that it was a fake. He laughed lightly, you dare to defraud in front of us, and you still have the face to mention human rights to us. What is the nature of a $5 million fraud? Think for yourself. You think the police can help you? Let's call the police now. Bai Wei sneered and immediately picked up the phone to hang up 110. The big man in black was completely abashed this time, and hastily admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness. Miss Bai, you take it easy. I'm ghostly and confused. A moment of confusion. You just give me a high hand and let me off this time. Chen Lin saw that he was soft, and only then did he let go of the hand that had been gripping him. The big man in black hurriedly pulled out the Real Tiger talisman from his wide cuffs. Miss Bai, I was wrong. You give me a chance. Bai Wei took the tiger amulet and held it in her hand, looked at it for a few moments and handed it back to Chen Lin, who took a look at it, made sure it was genuine, and nodded to Bai Wei. Bai Wei has been in the antique business for many years. Understand that this black-clothed man gang is certainly not the first time to set up. Before I do not know how many people cheated. Today if not have Chen Lin here, maybe they also have to turn over the car. She smiled coldly and said to the black-clothed man, today's matter I can ignore, but the price of this tiger talisman can be changed. 3 million? You can immediately take the money to go away. Not we will call the police. The black-clothed man's face changed. Just want to retort. Bai Wei and then said, I also have a lot of friendship in the antique trade. If I will you do today's behavior to the publicity once again, the future to see who dares to do business with you. With her being soft and hard like this, the big man in black was silent for a long while and finally nodded his head. Bai Wei turned her payment, and the 3 black-clothed hands left with their heads down in ashes. Bai Wei put the tiger talisman into her office safe properly, before she came out and clamored to invite Chen Lin for dinner. Chen Lin really didn't have time to eat breakfast in the morning before rushing to Bai Wei's place, and now he was really hungry. He remembered the food from the cafeteria yesterday, and was still a little bit tired of it, so he took Bai Wei to that place. Bai Wei is not a picky eater, and Chen Lin and the 2 of them ordered a few specialty dishes and ate them with great relish. Her good impression of Chen Lin grew exponentially today, and she directly transferred a large red packet of $200,000 to him as hard-earned money. Chen Lin knew that she had earned a lot today, and didn't excuse himself from her, and accepted it with a smile after thanking her. Bai Wei was more and more appreciative of Chen Lin, and had the idea of wanting to dig him up to come to her company, so she directly said to Chen Lin, Lin Di, you can be so outstanding in treasure appraisal. Have you ever thought of being an appraiser? Appraiser? This is something I haven't really thought about. Chen Lin said the truth. Bai Wei trying to sell, then you can think about it now. Our family group specializes in antiques business. There are many branches in the country. The strength is good. Lack of your kind of capable people. Do you want to come and try? Appraiser treatment is good. Like your level. The annual salary can get $1 million. Plus every treasure success have commission. Earn a few million a year is not a problem. But also do not need to wind and sunshine everywhere to pick up leaks so hard. Think about it? Chen Lin was silent for a while, smiled and refused. No, Sister Bai, I'm a person who is used to being free and a little loose, not used to being bound. Your good intentions I appreciate, even if I don't go to work for you. In the future you can also continue to cooperate. Although Bai Wei is slightly disappointed, but also know that this kind of capable people mostly do not like to be constrained, but also no longer persuade. Turning to mention 10 days later will be held in Binchang a large-scale cultural relics treasure appraisal contest. This treasure appraisal contest is very grand. Invited experts from the Kyoto Museum, the industry's top figures as judges. The player's collection will be done as a contestant to be appraised. A lot of players across the country have signed up. Our group also participated in the world when there will be a lot of cultural relics and antiques appeared in the booth. More eye-catching is that there are many excellent appraisers have agreed to participate in the competition. This is a good time to dig people. That's why more than half of the antique houses in the country will send their specialists. It'll be a spectacular scene. I want to ask you to accompany me to this appraisal meeting, just as my appraiser, for a fee of $1 million. How about it? Are you interested? Chen Lin was a bit moved by what she said. There was money to be taken and also free appraisal of treasures. Appraisal of treasures could also continue to improve one's personal strength. How could he miss such a good thing? Chen Lin quickly agreed. No problem, sister, bye. I'll accompany you that day. Bai Wei smiled with satisfaction and agreed with Chen Lin to send a car to pick him up 10 days later. Chapter 14, Supervisor's Mockery. By Wei Yuan, the sales office. Li Yaning stood frozen in front of the TV, her face very ugly. The screen was broadcasting an interview with the Provincial Lottery Center. The reporter held up a microphone and asked a young man wearing a mask how he felt about winning the jackpot. And after the man briefly said a few words, he also donated $100,000 to the welfare organization. Although the man wore a mask that covered most of his face, Li Yaning recognized him at once. It was Chen Lin. It was only at this moment that she reacted. That day at the Newport Cafe, he said he was running errands for someone to buy a house on purpose to test her. The truth was that he had won the lottery jackpot, and the house must have been bought with his own money as well. Li Yaning rushed to the side of the finance office to ask, and indeed confirmed that the purchase contract is written on the name of Chen Lin. Li Yannin regret to the bowels of the green. She should not be calm that day with it. Chen Lin is sure to hate her. Pick up the cell phone. She hurried to Chen Lin to send microblogging. Explained that the day she was in the restaurant is really physically uncomfortable before leaving. Please do not mind him. After waiting for more than half an hour, Chen Lin did not reply to her Weibo. Li Yaning bit her lip and sent several voice messages in a low voice, constantly explaining and apologizing, and again invited Chen Lin to have dinner with her tomorrow. This time, after more than 10 minutes, Chen Lin returned a message, something. Next time. Li Yaning looked at this message with a complex expression. Since Chen Lin promised Bai Wei to participate in the appraisal conference, he purchased a number of books on antiques and cultural relics online. Staying at home, he blacked out and mended all kinds of basic knowledge in the treasure appraisal category. Although his psychic ability was very powerful, if someone asked him on what basis he could tell whether an item was real or fake, he couldn't say that he had a pair of penetrating eyes and could see the value of the item. Then he would still be sent to the Institute for Dissection. More importantly, since he dealt with these cultural relics and antiques, he has become deeply interested in them. Those in the eyes of the layman seems to be boring long text. In his here but vivid like a Chinese cultural relics history, so that he from more angles to understand the Chinese ancient cultural relics of the strong cultural heritage. So after a few days, Chen Lin also felt head stuffed with too much specialized knowledge. Some tired. He decided to go to Li Jiangguan Antique Street to take a break. Chen Lin had just stepped into the boundary of the Antique Street, and had not yet walked out 20 meters, when a pair of men and women walked up to him. The man was 30 years old, wearing a brand-name leisure suit, wearing a gold chain on his neck with the thickness of his little finger. His greasy hair was combed back into a big back head, and he had the look of a tycoon. Next to the woman holding his arm wearing a black tight ultra-short skirt, plump chest half-exposed career line, a pair of black silk legs long and straight. Sexy burst. Chen Lin thought, this is really a narrow road. That woman is exactly his former top boss, Supervisor Zhu Li. At this time, Zhu Li also saw him. Her face was a sarcastic smile. Old acquaintance-like greeting. Hi, Chen Lin. What a coincidence. We meet again. As she spoke, she pulled her boyfriend straight to Chen Lin, looking like she wanted to catch up on old times. Zhu Li saw that this ex-subordinate was still dressed in the same simple and ordinary clothes as before, and her body was presumably covered in amassed goods. She always disliked the subordinate, and always felt that she could smell the poor gas from a long distance away. Today, this subordinate was actually holding a snakeskin pocket in his hand. Zhu Li couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. I say Chen Lin, these few days have not seen. How did you fall to the point of picking up rags? Beside her, her big-backed boyfriend looked Chen Lin up and down with contempt, turned his head to Zhu Li and asked, who is this little white boy? Your old flame? Zhu Li sniffed at her boyfriend and punched him twice. What nonsense! How dare I go out with him? He's my former subordinate. He's got a big temper and will quit at the drop of a hat. Her peach-painted nail polish hand pointed towards the snakeskin pocket in Chen Lin's hand and laughed. Nowadays, he is contributing to the National Environmental Protection cause. The big-backed boyfriend also laughed, and turned out to be a scrap collector. He walked up 2 steps, patted Chen Lin on the shoulder, and laughed cockily. Brother, since you are a soft donkey, don't pull hard. Since you are my girlfriend's former subordinate, I'll give you a face. My family is short of a janitorial worker. Are you willing to come? 5 insurance and 1 gold. 3,000 a month. Not much better than you picking up rags. Chen-Lin expressionlessly brushed away the big back's hand, faintly swept a glance at the two men, and said, Julie, do things to leave a thread, and you'll see each other in the future. You are always so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of turning over in the gutter? After saying that, without looking at those two people's face, he turned around and went deeper into the antique street. Virtuous. Julie rolled her eyes and cursed, still holding her boyfriend on her arm. She went to the store next to her. Chen-Lin turned around at the retailers deep in the antique street and didn't see anything of value. When he turned around and came out, he saw a bunch of people surrounding him in front of him making a lot of noise, and Julie's shrill growl came from inside. He was curious to get close to see, only to see a curio store door open. Julie and her big back boyfriend stood in the middle of a pile of debris in the house. The shopkeeper and fellows surrounded the two, shouting to them to pay for the money. Chen-Lin understood at a glance that these two people are being set up by the shopkeeper. And then look at the pile of debris. Properly fake. There were a lot of people watching, and some of them were familiar with Chen-Lin and greeted him. Little Chen is here again. How about today's harvest? Lindsay, I just received some new goods the day before yesterday. Come to my place later to take a look? Chen-Lin smiled and answered, good, I'll go later. Julie was fretting, when she suddenly heard Chen-Lin's voice, and turned her head to see that he was warmly exchanging pleasantries with those shopkeepers. Seeing that Chen-Lin was familiar with these people, Julie was like seeing a life-saving straw, and hurriedly waved with Chen-Lin, saying, Chen-Lin, come here quickly, they want to blackmail me, come over and help me talk to them. A tone of condescending command. Chen-Lin shook his head and sneered, none of my business. After saying this, he turned around and left. Julie was furious and stomped her feet, wanting to chase her out, but she was yanked by the fellow and not allowed to go. It's useless for you guys to say anything. If you break my antique, you have to pay for it. The shopkeeper bit the bullet and said he had to pay $3 million. Both Big Back and Julie were shocked. Such a broken bottle is worth $3 million. Who are you kidding? Who knows if it's real or fake? The shopkeeper glared. You guys want to renege on the debt? I tell you, my antiques have appraisal certificates. I advise you to take the money quickly, or I'll let you have it all. But we only have 50,000 on us. Julie was anxious. Just want to get rid of these people quickly. Leave your boyfriend here. You go to raise money. The shopkeeper told the fellow to let go of Julie. I'm warning you, if you run away, I'll break your boyfriend's legs, and you'll spend the rest of your life taking care of a cripple. Julie was so scared that her heart was pounding. She went out of the store and chased after Chen-Lin in the direction he went. Chapter 15. Out to help. Chen-Lin was about to walk out of the antique street when he was yanked by Julie, who had caught up with him, by his clothes. Chen-Lin, help me, she pleaded with an anxious face. Chen-Lin said indifferently, on what grounds? On the basis that you deliberately made things difficult for me at the company, or on the basis that you condescendingly laughed at others all day? Julie's face turned red. If she didn't have no choice, she didn't want to come to beg Chen-Lin. She could only endure her anger and said, you surely understand, they are just blackmailing. Let's do it this way. I have $50,000 on me. If you help me to solve this trouble, this money belongs to you. Chen-Lin coldly grunted, not rare. Julie frowned, are you too little? But I only have this much on me. Chen-Lin's eyes sized up Julie's sexy body for a few moments. His lips hooked into a mocking smile. You can try other methods. What methods? Julie was a bit puzzled. Chen-Lin sneered. Just now, didn't your boyfriend say that he wanted me to work as a housekeeper at his house? Why don't you come and work for me as a housekeeper? Maybe I'll be willing to help you. Be a housekeeper for what? Julie didn't believe it was that cheap. Chen-Lin laughed. Help me clean the faucets in my house. Julie's eyes widened violently. She didn't expect Chen-Lin's mouth to be able to say something like that. Could it be that he had coveted himself before? She looked at Chen-Lin's expression and saw that although the corners of his lips were upturned, there wasn't a hint of a smile in his eyes. She instantly understood that this was Chen-Lin's revenge on her. Julie was in a heavenly battle inside, and finally bit her lip and nodded her head. Half an hour later, Julie covered her lips and followed Chen-Lin back to the antique street. In the store, when the big back boyfriend saw Julie appear, his eyes immediately lit up and asked, did you raise the money? Julie looked down at Chen-Lin beside her and shook her head. No, found a friend to help. The big backhead saw that it was Chen-Lin and had a disappointed look on his face. Chen-Lin didn't even look at him. He walked directly to the shopkeeper and said with a calm demeanor, boss, they're my friends. If you're generous enough to let them off this time, I'll remember your feelings. The shopkeeper wasn't too familiar with Chen-Lin, but he did know him and had spoken to him. He knew that he often came to the antique street to pick up leaks, and his vision was quite good, and he had never lost a hand. He didn't want to offend people, but he also didn't want to have a hard time with money. He only shook his head and said, Xiao Chen, it's not that I don't give you face, it's really that this thing of mine is too valuable. If I let them go, who will pay for my loss? Chen Lin saw him dead duck mouth hard, helplessly from his pocket took out $200 bills, patted in the hands of the boss, laughed, older brother, let's not say anything in the dark. Your vase is worth $50. 200 quite a lot. You just take it for what it's worth. If things get out of hand and they report it to the police, you're in trouble too. The shopkeeper didn't expect Chen Lin's vision to be as sharp as that, and saw the value of the vase at a glance. Knowing that he had met a high person, he thought that if Chen Lin owed himself a favor, he might be able to beg for it in the future, so he accepted the $200. He waved his hand to the fellows to let them go. Count yourselves lucky. I'll take it as a favor to little Chen. You guys can go. Seeing that the matter was settled, Chen Lin didn't say hello to Julie and Big Back Head and directly left. Big Back and Julie regained their freedom. The moment they stepped out of the store, Big Back's favor towards Chen Lin skyrocketed. He turned his head to look at his girlfriend who had been covering her mouth and saw that her hair was messy and her face looked bad, so he felt a little strange. What are you covering your mouth for? Julie's face dulled a few more points. Toothache. The Big Back Head did not doubt him, and praised Chen Lin, your subordinate is good. We just buried him like that, and he also helped us solve such a big trouble regardless of the previous suspicion. Next time there is a chance to repay people. Julie sniffed, her face darkened into a pot. The Big Back were to understand her current mood, said with gusto, trouble solved, let's go eat barbecue to celebrate. Julie glared fiercely, turned around and left. No go. I'm full. Go home. Time flew by, and in a flash, it was the day of the treasure appraisal competition. Chen Lin received the clothes sent by Wei last night. It was a set of Armani suit worth $20,000. He was originally handsome. This well-tailored dark gray suit immediately set off his temperament as extraordinary. Even he himself looked satisfied. The driver sent by Wei drove an Audi S8 to pick up Chen Lin and drove directly to the city center. The location of this treasure appraisal competition was at the Star Ocean Expo Center. This is a large-scale modern exhibition venue built by the Binzhou city government. Set exhibition, conference and many other functions in one. And with its grandeur, perfect design, and excellent facilities to become Binzhou City's most representative of the city's symbol. Many international events and exhibitions in Binchang are held here. Chen Lin couldn't help but be taken aback when he arrived. The square in front of the expo center was filled with people, because the items entered were all antique and cultural relics of great value. The government department also sent police to the scene to help maintain order. The entrance to the venue had a barrier, and there were center staff checking tickets and releasing them, while the two side gates next to it were for players who had brought collectibles, and appraisers to pass through. Chen Lin called Wei to contact her and followed her instructions to the left door of the center. From afar, he saw Wei in a black fishtail dress embroidered with silver threads, outlining her delicate figure and charming curves to the fullest. Her long brown hair was curled into big waves, and although her face was heavily made up, instead of making people feel tacky, she appeared to have a strong and valiant aura. She waved at Chen Lin from afar, and when Chen Lin approached, Wei smiled and looked him up and down, nodded her head and laughed. It's true that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, and with the outfit you have today, you can participate in a variety show casting. A proper little fresh meat. Chen Lin laughed. Sister Bai, don't tease me. It's your outfit today that looks like a 100-flower award movie queen who's going to go on stage to receive an award. Wei smiled with arched eyebrows. Let's not blow each other up commercially here. People will hear the joke. She took the two invitations and showed them to the staff at the entrance, and the two were let in to the expo center. As the two were walking towards the exhibition hall, a few people hurriedly passed by. Wei then reached out and pulled Chen Lin's sleeve, whispering, "See that man in the white suit? His name is Xiao Yajun, a first-class appraiser at the headquarters of Taiku Xian in Kyoto, and he has appraised hundreds of treasures in his hands without a single omission. 3 years ago in Kyoto's treasure appraisal competition, he was the first place. Back then, I still wanted to poach him, but unfortunately he didn't budge. The one next to him is a bit chubby and wears glasses, called Yang Yutao. Did 10 years in foreign auction houses, only returned to China last year. I heard that he has excellent eyesight. In the auction house for so many years, did not hear him lose his hand." Wei was gushing out information about the contestants to Chen Lin when she heard someone behind her shout, "Chen Lin, Chapter 16 Treasure Appraisal Conference." Chen Lin turned around and saw that it was actually the schoolgirl, Lei Yaning. She was wearing a snow-white lace-trimmed small jacket and a tender yellow knee-length skirt, making her two long legs look thin and white. The skin on her melon face was white and tender. Her eyes were bright under her curved willow eyebrows, and her lips were dainty with rose-red lip gloss. One had to admit that Li Yaning, not to mention how her temperament was, this appearance alone was completely worthy of the title of schoolflower. She is also followed by a young man. Although the appearance is ordinary, but all are big brands, cuffs rolled up on the wrist wearing a watch. Just this watch is enough for a set of house down payment money. Big schoolgirl, why are you here? Chen Lin was a little curious. Li Yaning walked up to Chen Lin. Seeing that he was very handsome in a gray suit, she couldn't help but have her heartbeat speed up and a faint blush floated on her face. She looked to the young man next to her and introduced, "He is my friend Zhang Shi. The elders in his family have collected many antiques. He also has a collection to show at this treasure appraisal conference. I'm very interested, so I'm following to get a long look." He also said to the man called Zhang Shi, "This is my old high school classmate, Chen Lin." Zhang Shi took a few glances at Chen Lin. Seeing that he was dressed in an Armani suit, his temperament was not bad, and his looks were far above his own, plus Li Yaning's enthusiastic attitude just now. Suddenly he had a bit of a sense of crisis. He went forward to politely shake hands with Chen Lin, smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, nice to meet you. Are you also taking a collection for appraisal?" Chen Lin laughed. "No, I'm here to appraise cultural relics." Seeing that the two revealed a surprised expression, he looked at Bai Wei beside him and said to the two, "This is my good friend, Sister Bai, whose family is in the antique business, so I accompanied her today to collect a few good things." Li Yaning was surprised and covered her red lips with her hand, a little surprised. "So, you are a cultural relics appraiser?" "Sort of." "Chen Lin, you're too much of a surprise to me." Following the last time she found out that Chen Lin won the lottery jackpot, today he became a cultural relics appraiser. This one identity after another made Li Yaning a little overwhelmed. She remembered the last time she slipped away first in the tea house, and said with a red face, "Last time I wasn't feeling well, and let you off halfway. You won't be angry with me, right?" "Won't be, got used to it." Chen Lin smiled lightly. "I still have things to do today. Let's talk next time." Li Yaning choked and watched Chen Lin and Bai Wei leave together. The exhibition hall was located on the first floor of the expo center. Many staff members were moving collectibles to the large booth. All types of collectibles were labeled and lined up neatly. Very spectacular. Chen Lin let his eyes look over. The cursors on the items floated up one after another. There were really quite a few good things, valued from tens of thousands to millions. "Sister Bai, what level of antiques do you want to collect?" Chen Lin asked. He estimated that those small things Bai Wei might not look at them. Sure enough, Bai Wei laughed. "Of course I want the best, the finest." As the two were talking, a purple-plaid Cheongsam beauty walked over beside Bai Wei and greeted her with a smile. "Sister Bai, see you again." Bai Wei saw her, also laughed. Busy went forward and pulled her hand and laughed. "Earlier I also thought, this time you will not come to the treasure appraisal, and sure enough, I saw you." The purple-clothed beauty looked like she was very familiar with Bai Wei, holding her hand and calling out not far away, "Senior brother, you come, Sister Bai is here." They saw a middle-aged man in a black suit over there walk over and greet Bai Wei. Bai Wei then introduced herself to Chen Lin. "This is Lu Hongyi, the appraiser of the Nanjing Mundane People's Hall. This is her senior sister Fu Ying, a first-class appraiser of the Xian Copper Fragrance Hall, and the two of them are under the same master. My family has some friendship with their masters and know each other." And looked to Chen Lin said, "He is Chen Lin, a good friend of mine. There is some unique experience in appraising cultural relics. Today I asked him to accompany me and help me take a look." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyi and Fu Ying's eyes fell on Chen Lin. According to what Bai Wei said just now, this person is not considered to be a regular appraiser in the line, but even so, Bai Wei still brought someone out in this kind of occasion, so it must be that there should be two brushes. Fu Ying character outgoing, some curiosity asked, "That you are proficient in which category of cultural relics, bronzes, paintings or porcelain?" Chen Lin laughed, "All are okay." Lu Hongyi picked up, "This brother is not small." Fu Ying had always known that his senior brother had a bit of an eye for an eye disposition, and seeing that he didn't speak very well, he laughed and disliked him. "What? You and Xiao Yajun are the only ones who are good in the antique houses in the whole world, and no one else can be a bit good at it?" Lu Hongyi was still very friendly to his fellow disciples and smiled and didn't say anything. For people casually chat a few words. The exhibition hall more and more people. Treasure Appreciation Conference began. After the MC said an opening speech, he walked to the front of the booth. The booth covered with red velvet had already placed 100 or so objects of various sizes, of all categories. These items were clearly labeled, and after the appraiser finished his appraisal, these items would be bid on, and after the buyer confirmed their purchase, they would go to the backstage to sign an agreement with the seller for payment. When the master of ceremonies signaled that the appraiser could enter the booth to appraise the treasure, Chen Lin saw Lu Hongyi the first to walk quickly towards the channel between the booths. Behind him was Xiao Yajun in white and the chubby Yang Yuetao, and Fu Ying walked unhurriedly in the back. Chen Lin followed behind Fu Ying and walked forward slowly. Fu Ying looked back at him and asked in a self-conscious manner, "Chen Lin, aren't you nervous? What's there to be nervous about?" Chen Lin laughed. "Is this any different from picking up a leak at a stall?" Fu froze, followed by a delicate laugh. Good point, you're quite right for my temper. We might be able to be friends. While speaking, several appraisers had already arrived at the passageway connecting the various booths. The lady of the hour gave each of them a book and pen, which was to record the antiques they identified, and the one with the highest number of identifications and the highest accuracy rate would be the first place. Chen Lin felt quite amused by this approach, and when the master of ceremonies announced the start, his eyes went towards those artifacts: bronzes, precious stones, jade, porcelain, ancient books and paintings, tablets and posters. The various categories of artifacts were going to make one's eyes dizzy, with rows and rows of labels floating neatly. Item name: ivory skeletonized brush holder. Age time: Ming Dynasty. Value amount: 500,000. Collector's value: the third level of ordinary goods. Object name: Famille Rose enameled unicorn ornamental vase. Age: Qing Dynasty Kangxi. Value: 2 million. Collection value: fine art. Every time Chen Lin's hand touched an artifact, he could clearly feel a warm current welling up in his body, which slowly passed through his limbs and bones, and he knew that this was the system's supernormal ability strengthening his physical fitness. Chen Lin smiled as he walked towards the nearest green jade steed statue and pretended to observe it. Chapter 17: Dropping and Smashing Celadon Porcelain. The time for the appraisal was 1 hour. Every appraiser was seriously verifying the artifacts in their hands. Only Chen Lin was making a show of it. For all the items on the booth, he could see their details at a glance, but there were more than 100 items here, and it was impossible for him to write out all the answers, so he decided to just write out a dozen or so later. In fact, although most of the things here were genuine, there weren't many boutique treasures with real collector's value. Just a few. Bai Wei needs to meet the requirements of the boutique objects. There are only 3: Qing, Qianlong 5-color ladies baby play figure bottle, Yuan blue and white unicorn Shangyun 4-square incense burner, Ming, Yongla blue and white jade pot. Time passes quickly. Miss Manners came to collect the small book. Lu Honi and the fat Sha Yajun still pondering a bronze. Chen Lin turned in his answers and came out, and Bai Wei greeted him. He then whispered the 3 pieces of artifacts that he had just looked at and told her. Bai Wei immediately had a number in her heart and decided to take these 3 pieces no matter what when she was bidding later. After the session of treasure appraisal was over, the staff immediately handed over the answers of the 5 people to the professional judges. After a long time, an old man with white hair, holding a microphone, announced, "The head of this treasure appraisal conference, correctly writing the dynasties and categories of the 18 pieces of cultural relics, and the estimation of the value is also very accurate. Chen Lin, congratulations." The old man was a little excited. When Chen Lin was appraising the treasures, this judge noticed him, and seeing him checking the objects as fast as he did, he thought he was blindfolded in a haphazard way. But the result was that once the answers were handed in, it really stunned a few of the judges. They thought that this time Orange Sha Yajun and Lu Honi 2 people in the first class, who thought that this little-known young man actually faster than those 2. To know Sha Yajun only identify 15 pieces of treasure, while Lu Honi 13 pieces. Chen Lin, in the applause of the audience, received a red certificate from the Miss Manners, and a thick big red bag. It was a prize of $10,000, a first-class colorful prize. It wasn't much, but it was honorable enough. Li Yaning, who was watching in the audience, was stunned. She didn't expect Chen Lin to really appraise antiques. Was he self-taught? She was puzzled. Next to Zhang, she said to her, "This old classmate of yours is quite capable. That Xiao Yajun is the first class of the upper world. This time even lost. Later I brought that blue and white porcelain vase to find your classmates to give a valuation of it." As he was talking, Chen Lin had already walked over to this side. Zhang Shi and Li Yaning hurriedly crowded forward, and told him to help give the collector's item a valuation. Since the next part of the session was the interaction between the player and the appraiser, and the appraiser could appraise the player's collection for free, Chen Lin did not refuse Zhang Shi's request. Chen Lin and Li Yaning went to wait at a side table first, while Zhang Shi followed the staff to fetch his porcelain vase. After a long time, the vase was fetched, and Zhang Shi carefully put the blue flower porcelain vase with white background on the table, which immediately attracted a bunch of people to gather around. These people only surrounded from afar. Do not dare to squeeze forward. If an accidentally broken, cannot afford to pay. This is the Song Dynasty's blue and white porcelain vase. I've seen it for the first time. This thing can be worth money. If a real, how also worth a villa. Crowd discussion. There are several appraisers were also attracted over. One of the local appraisers had dealt with the elders of the Zhang family and also recognized Zhang Shi, so he went forward and exchanged pleasantries with him. Seeing that his family's collection had attracted the attention of the crowd, Zhang Shi was quite proud and said to the appraiser he knew well, "This is the treasure passed down from our family's ancestors. It's a blue and white flower from the Song dynasty. Please give an estimate." That person also wanted to sell the Zhang family face, so he also went up to take a closer look at the vase. Chen Lin lightly swept a glance at the vase, His lips picked up a smile and did not say anything. Fu Ying, however, was not interested. She walked up to Chen Lin and laughed. You're really good. It's true that you're worthy of being the person that Sister Bai has her eye on. She also lowered her voice and whispered. You don't know. The surname Xiao is dying of anger. Don't look at his face cloudy, but he is holding back a lot of energy in his heart. Chen Lin felt that this cheerful girl is quite cute, smiled and whispered back. It seems you don't like that Xiao Yaijun too much? Well, tugging at his face all day long. Like who owes him? Who would like someone like that? Fu Ying skimmed her mouth. Bai Wei on the side was amused, reaching out and nudging Fu Ying's head. You're still this straight-tempered. Li Yanning watched Chen Lin and the two beauties talking and laughing on the side. Feeling a bit blocked in her heart, she came over and laughed. Chen Lin, why don't you go to the appraisal? Chen Lin glanced at her and smiled. No need to appraise, it's fake. He spoke in a not-so-small voice, and the circle of people around him heard it, and it immediately exploded. Zhang Shi's face changed color when he heard this. He took big steps and said angrily, What are you babbling about? How can this bottle of mine be fake? What proof do you have? Impossible. The surrounding resounded with murmurs. People's ancestors passed it down. How can it be fake? Yeah, how could a fake get here to show its eyes? It must be a mistake. Fu Ying quietly tugged Chen Lin's sleeve and advised in a low voice. Hey, don't talk nonsense. If that thing is a real thing, your first-class name today will have to be cancelled. Bai Wei also asked with a worried face. Chen Lin, this is no joke. Are you really sure? Chen Lin said with a firm face. Don't worry, Sister Bai. I won't be wrong. After saying that, he directly walked over and pointed at that blue and white porcelain vase and said to Zhang Shi, This is really a fake. That local appraiser had already finished his survey and said to Chen Lin with a cold smile, Mr. Chen has gone astray. I've just examined this vase and it is indeed a Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain. He pointed to the bottom of the blue and white porcelain vase and said to the crowd, Song blue and white tire is generally coarse. Most of the gray and white tire. There are a few tire color white. This is gray and white tire bottom. The tire quality is delicate. The bottom glaze is light green, and pointed to the vase body color. Song Dynasty blue and white hair color most of the gray black or blue gray, some even with some black. I have seen a Song Dynasty blue and white landscape pattern porcelain. Is this kind of look? This spilled a bunch of words, from all angles to prove that this blue and white is authentic. Most of the onlookers are convinced. Zhang Shi is even more bottom, pointing at Chen Lin sneered. What first-class appraiser? I think you're just fishing for reputation. I'll suggest to the organizing committee to cancel your results. You must solemnly apologize to me today, otherwise I'll call the reporters to come and report live. I'll see how you can still eat this bowl of rice in the future. The crowd of onlookers also chimed in. Yeah, a sentence that turns someone's family heirloom into a rag. Anyone else would be angry. This first class seems to be smashed rice bowls. Hello. Bai Wei on the stage looked at Chen Lin with a worried face. Fu Ying beside her whispered to Lu Hongyi beside her. Senior brother, why don't you help go up and see if that thing is really fake or not? Lu Hongyi coldly snorted and said, that Chen Lin is not a first-class well, the ability is great, which need us to blindly involved. We watch a lively on the line. Fu Ying listened to his gloating tone and frowned. She saw Xiao Yajun, who was dressed in white not far away, with her arms around her, also with a face full of watching the show. Gritting her teeth, Fu Ying wanted to step onto the stage. At this time, she saw Chen Lin on the stage suddenly move. He raised that blue and white porcelain vase high in the air and slammed it down hard on the ground. Chapter 18 Advanced Counterfeiting. With a crunching sound, that blue and white porcelain vase shattered to the ground. Everyone at the scene looked like they had been immobilized. The crows were silent and the room was filled with silence. Zhang Shi's eyes were red as he came to his senses. He roared and rushed towards Chen Lin, his voice shaking a little. Bastard! You're ing crazy. I'll beat you to death. He clenched his fists and wanted to rush to the stage. A few security guards came over and hurriedly pulled him back. Sir, don't be impulsive. Zhang Shi struggled and cursed loudly. Can I not be impulsive? That bastard dropped all our family heirlooms. I'm not done with you, he roared, his red head rising, like a fighting bull. The crowd was stunned. Many people pointed at Chen Lin. Some even started to open their cell phones to take videos. The local appraiser was green in the face, angrily pointing at Chen Lin and rebuking. Are you crazy? Do you know how much this blue and white porcelain is worth? Can you afford to pay for it? This is an official kiln. It's worth at least $10 million. Bai Wei had rushed over at this time, her face a little white, standing beside Chen Lin. She whispered, Lin Di, you must have your reasons for doing this. Sister Bai believes in you. Chen Lin looked at Bai Wei and felt a warmth in his heart. At this time, Fu Ying also slowly stepped onto the stage and stood next to Bai Wei. Zhang Shi was so angry by this time that he was trembling, dropping a player's collection at the drop of a hat. What kind of appraiser are you? I poo. He pointed at Chen Lin and said angrily, $10 million? Pay up. 1 point less and I'll make you suffer. Chen Lin was unmoved by his reaction and glanced at him coldly. Ha, $10 million? You mean this thing? It's worth just $10. He pointed at the pile of porcelain tiles on the ground and said, "What makes you say that?" That local appraiser's face was ironic and stony. "Are you saying that my appraisal is wrong?" Chen Lin faced the rowdy scene and calmly bent over to pick up a piece of broken porcelain. "This blue and white porcelain vase is indeed fake. I should say that it is a real and fake spliced imitation." The crowd was in an uproar. Zhang Shi roared incredulously. "You're talking nonsense. Impossible. Impossible." The appraiser almost spurted blood in his eyes. He could not accept that the genuine item he had appraised was said to be a spliced fake. It was a matter of his professionalism. "You have to give me a proof. I'm not convinced." "Fine. I'll give you proof so you can die." Chen Lin took the piece of porcelain and walked over to that appraiser, putting the inward-facing side for the man to take a closer look. "Look at it again. Do you still think it's authentic? If you still think so, then I have nothing to say." The appraiser snatched it over for a closer look, and after 10 seconds or so, his head buzzed, and he took 2 steps backward unsteadily. How can this be possible? The crowd could see that something was wrong this time, and the appraiser looked as if he had been struck by a blow. Could that really be a fake? "I don't think so. Can't you see that appraiser isn't even talking anymore?" Chen Lin re-picked up a shard, turned the inside towards the crowd, and said indifferently, "Genuine blue and white porcelain is mostly cast with anti-counterfeiting patterns on the inside, and although the style is usually simple, it will never be as rough and unsmooth as this line. There are obvious fractures here, and traces of modern industrial porcelain can be seen." At this point, a few appraisers also came forward to take a closer look. Sure enough, as Chen Lin said, the delicate and beautiful celadon vase on the outside had a completely different kind of roughness on the inside. "Didn't you say just now that it was a genuine patchwork? What's going on here?" someone in the crowd asked. Chen Lin squatted down, picked up the bottom fragment of the vase, and explained to the crowd, "Only the bottom and mouth of this vase are real. The body is fake." Because the identification of porcelain, these two places are very important links, but also the easiest to verify the authenticity. On the contrary, the body of the vase is not very good survey. Counterfeiters use a very secretive and skillful way. They first create a section of the fake, and then spliced part of the real thing, so that a real thing can be split into a few segments to sell money separately. This kind of technique, if fired well, from the appearance of almost cannot see any difference, enough to fake the real. Knowing this kind of counterfeiting technique, or he saw a few days ago in a cultural relic's ancient books, who knew that today it was used. At this time, Xiao Yajun, who had been watching from the side, also went up to pick up the broken porcelain and took a few glances. Then, with a regretful face, he looked at Zhang Shi, who could not stand up fast, still with the same tugging expression. $10 is already quite a lot. I'm sorry for your loss." After saying that, he threw the porcelain tile and walked to Chen Lin, still with that condescending look. "Before you broke the vase, you decided it was fake. Why?" Chen Lin laughed lightly, a kind of sixth sense. "It doesn't fit my eyes." Xiao Yaijun gave a light hump and quickly stepped off the stage and walked away. Zhang Shi was already out of his mind. One moment it was a family heirloom, the next moment it turned into rags. He was a bit unable to accept it. Li Yanning held his arm on one side, and did not know what to say, held back for half a day, and only then whispered, "Or else, invite those judges to take a look again?" Zhang Shi was like grabbing the last straw, and hurriedly asked the staff to help invite people. The staff also felt that this matter had become a bit big, and they were busy sending people to find the judges. Not long after, all 4 judges came. They went to the pile of broken pieces of porcelain before only a few moments of investigation proved that this vase is indeed a spliced fake. When Zhang Shi heard, he felt that his body instantly lost strength. At this time, the staff had already cleaned up those broken pieces of porcelain and put them in a bag and handed it to him. Zhang Shi only felt that today in front of everyone's face. Hate to find a crack in the ground. Took the bag with a complex look at Chen Lin, quickly walked away. Li Yanning glanced at Chen Lin from afar before following Zhang Shi out. Today, Chen Lin brought her an unexpected and pleasant surprise that shook her to the core. Bai Wei didn't let go of that lifted heart until this moment. She let out a long breath, reached out and slapped Chen Lin on the back, saying, "You kid, you're about to scare me out of my heart. How could you be so bold as to go up and drop the vase? What if that was a real one?" Bai Wei was scared just thinking about it. Chen Lin smiled. "Impossible. I'm sure of it." Fu Ying stuck out her thumb with admiration. "I'll give you 10,000 kudos." Bullish. While the three were talking, many players came over and asked Chen Lin to help appraise their collections. The hand he had just shown had already made the crowd very convinced. When Bai Wei saw that more and more people were gathering in front of her, she patted Chen Lin's shoulder and said, "You get busy here first. I'll go to the second floor to deliver the bidding deposit. When you're done, call Fu Ying and let's have dinner together." "Okay, no problem." Chapter 19, The School Flower Showing Her Favor. at the bidding session in the afternoon. Bai Wei, as expected, beat her competitors and won the 3 artifacts for more than $15 million. She was very happy and instructed her men to safely send the artifacts back to the company, while she took Qianlin and Fu Ying to eat Japanese food. The Japanese restaurant Bai Wei chose was one of the highest spending ones in Binchang, with a per capita cost of 3,000 renminbi. The flavor of its home does also stand up to the price, and the 3 of them ate and chatted very opportunistically. Fu Ying, because to catch the evening flight back, before leaving took the initiative to add Qianlin's WeChat, and enthusiastically invited him to have the opportunity to play in Xi'an. Qianlin knows that Xi'an has a lot of cultural relics since ancient times, and quickly promised to pick up leaks in the future, because Bai Wei has to go back to the company to deal with the follow-up matters of the 3 pieces of cultural relics. She ordered the driver to send Qianlin back to Bai Weiyuan. Qianlin was indeed a bit tired today, and when he returned home, he fell headfirst into bed and slept. Early the next morning, Qianlin woke up. He realized that there was an extra $1 million on his account. That was the appraisal fee that Bai Wei had called over. On top of that, he opened WeChat and found that the school beauty had sent him a bunch of messages. Old classmate, you're simply amazing. I'm impressed with you. You are my idol now. I worship you too much. Grand appraiser, I'll treat you to dinner and congratulate you on your first rank. Can you reward me? Old classmate. Qianlin couldn't help but smile as he looked at the large flurry of messages. This school beauty was really persistent. He threw the phone aside and didn't bother with her. In the evening, Li Yanning's phone call came directly. Old classmate, why don't you return my messages? Her voice was soft enough to drip water. Don't you want to have dinner with me? That's not true, Qianlin said lightly. It's just that every time I have dinner with you, you always seem to be in a lot of trouble. Either you have something temporary to do, or you're not feeling well. That was all an accident. Li Yanning pouted. This time I promise not to be late or leave early. Is that okay? She spoke softly in a petulant voice for half a day, grinding Qianlin to helplessness. Thinking about it, he was fine anyway, so he went to meet her. Li Yanning booked a private restaurant this time. According to her, the owner of this restaurant is her former client. Although the restaurant was unassuming, the flavor was very good, and it only accepted 10 tables of guests per day. Hidden on the 2nd floor of the street, this restaurant is not richly decorated, and the arrangement of items is even a bit messy, but it gives people a kind of home comfort and casual. There are only 6 private rooms in this house, both large and small, and the decoration inside the private rooms is much more exquisite and luxurious compared to the hall. This time Li Yanning really arrived early. She was wearing a strapless low-cut chiffon blouse, revealing a beautiful swan neck and small collarbone, and the gully in front of her chest was hidden. The lower body was a white ultra-short skirt, and her long snow-white straight legs shook people's eyes. She was originally sitting there playing with her cell phone. When she looked up and saw Qianlin arriving, she hurriedly took a few steps to welcome her out, a seductive smile coming on her voluptuous face. Old classmate, you're here, quickly sit down. Li Yanning went forward to hold Qianlin's arm affectionately. She did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Her plump upper body was almost sticking to his body. Qianlin had just sat down when Li Yanning handed over the menu for him to order. I'm fine with whatever I eat. You're a regular here. You order. He handed the menu back to Li Yanning. Li Yanning took it with a smile, her soft fingertips quickly sweeping across the back of Qianlin's hand. Qianlin looked over at her, but she smiled as if she didn't feel it, and said with a smile on her face, its signature dish is very good. Just order the salted egg yolk lobster, the deep-fried silky gourd with tea noodle, the 3 shredded soup with chicken juice, and then the beef-fried dumplings. Li Yanning finished ordering the dishes and sat directly next to Qianlin. She stared at Qianlin with glowing eyes and asked with great interest, Old classmate, how come I didn't know that you would even appraise antiques? I've always been interested in antiques and these before, so I bought some books to read in my spare time. Usually nothing and then go to the antique street around. Time is also a little eye and experience. Li Yanning's pretty face flushed. You're really great. This is considered self-taught. Qianlin laughed. It's not that exaggerated. While talking, the shopkeeper started serving the food. Qianlin didn't expect that this ordinary-looking small pavilion. The taste of the food was actually very good, very much to his taste. The 2 of them ate and chatted. Only before they could eat a few mouthfuls of food, Li Yanning raised her wineglass, rushed to Qianlin red-faced soft voice, Old classmate, I punish myself with 3 cups, as the first 2 times to let you pigeon things apologized. Qianlin just wanted to say no. The schoolgirl's wine had already gone down early. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Yanning was slightly drunk. Her big black eyes carried a misty drunkenness. Her face flushed, one small white hand resting on her chin. She tilted her head to look at Qianlin and said with a smile, When I was in school, how come I didn't realize that you're actually a bold one? When you dropped that vase, my heart was in my throat. As she spoke, she placed her hand on her chest and patted it. Chen Lin's eyes glanced for a moment at where her small hand was placed and smiled. What? Could it be that our big school flower is still worried about me? Li Yaning's face turned even redder, like a delicate and blooming rose under the light. Can't I? We have an old school friendship in place. Can't we worry about you? Her eyes were watery, looking straight at Chen Lin. Chen Lin smiled faintly. That Zhang Shi is your boyfriend today? Li Yaning's expression stagnated, her pretty eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He's not considered my official boyfriend yet. He's just courting me. I haven't agreed to him yet. She swept a glance at Chen Lin, her eyes flowing. Do you think he's right for me? Chen Lin picked up a piece of lobster meat and put it in his mouth, saying, I don't know him well. How do I know if he's suitable for you? It's good that you're happy, but it looks like he's quite rich. Li Yanning slightly pouted her red lips, and said in a somewhat petulant manner, it's not important whether there is money or not. I'm looking for a boyfriend mainly because of his character. Chen Lin could not hold back his laughter, and Li Yanning rolled her eyes at him. Chen Lin, what are you laughing at? Do you think I'm the kind of girl who worships gold? Chen Lin waved his hands and said, No, I just suddenly thought of a joke. Li Yanning glanced at him obliquely and didn't continue to pursue the question. After a while, she directly reached out and fanned the wind on her neck, the faint flavor of perfume drilling straight into Chen Lin's nose. Chen Lin, don't you think it's a bit hot in here? I have a bit of a fever on my face. Chen Lin looked at the bottle of red wine in front of her that was almost empty, shook his head and said helplessly, Big schoolgirl, that's because you drank too much. No, I'm a good drinker. Chen Lin, you are now an antique appraiser. In the future there will definitely be a lot of connections, when you are developed. Don't forget to mention your old classmate Yo. Chen Lin didn't say anything, only slightly nodded his head. Li Yanning was very happy and swept away the rest of the red wine. The meal took more than an hour, and it was already more than 10 o'clock when they came out from the restaurant. The location of this place was a bit remote, and Chen Lin stood on the street for more than 10 minutes before getting a cab to send Li Yanning home. Chapter 20, Meeting an ex-girlfriend again. When he returned to the villa, Chen Lin had the idea of buying a car. He couldn't afford to buy a car when he was a bitter salaryman before. His ex-girlfriend at the time, LV Shayan, asked him to get a car loan to buy a car, but his monthly salary, excluding the necessary expenses, was not enough to pay the car loan. So, the matter of buying a car was left unsettled. Now that he has money in his hand, buying a car to get around will be much more convenient. Chen Lin lay on his bed and opened his cell phone to search, wanting to learn about the models of various well-known brands. After comparing a series of luxury cars, he targeted the most practical SUV model. This kind of car has a good view, high body, and is also very spacious, so in the future, when his sister is on vacation, the whole family can drive around. Setting his mind, Chen Lin decided to go to the city's largest concentration of 4 stores, Center Square, tomorrow. The next day at noon, Chen Lin took a taxi to the Center Square. There were more than a dozen 4 stores around here, mainly in the middle and high-end models. Chen Lin strolled through a few shops in order. The sales staff was quite enthusiastic about the introduction, but he wasn't very satisfied with any of those models. Either he felt that the appearance was bad, or he felt that the performance was almost strong. He re-entered a BMW 4 store. This store is basically female sales staff. They wear a uniform system of black lady small suit, inside with a white shirt. Everyone had long legs and black stockings, a full figure, and decent makeup. As soon as Chen Lin came in, a short-haired female salesperson closest to him greeted him and asked politely, Hello sir, glad to serve you. May I ask, what is it that you need? Chen Lin said, I would like to take a look at the SUV models. The saleswoman smiled and guided him in the direction of the booth, softly saying, Sir, we have 6 SUV models in our current vehicles. I'll take you over to the booth side. The two had just approached the booth side when they saw a couple with their arms linked also looking at the cars, and they were followed by a male salesman in a black suit who was giving them an explanation. The girl seemed to be listening impatiently, and with a casual turn of her head, she saw Chen Lin beside the female salesman. Aya, this is really a narrow road. The girl's voice immediately raised an octave. Isn't this Chen Lin? When Chen Lin saw her, he frowned. It turned out that this girl was his ex-girlfriend, LV Shayan. LV Shayan couldn't care less about looking at the car and pulled her boyfriend Qian Siyuan beside her. Ah Yuan, take a look. Who is this? Qian Siyuan last time in the antique street saw Chen Lin. The impression that this is a wimpy poor people. He smiled and turned to look at Chen Lin said, Yo, aren't you Yan Yan's loser ex-boyfriend? How come you're still here? Is this a place you deserve to be in? Chen Lin cast a sidelong glance at him and didn't care about him at all. He only asked the saleswoman beside him for information about the several SUVs in front of him. Seeing Chen Lin ignoring him, Qian Siyuan snorted coldly and brought LV Shayan over, reaching out to push him and yelling, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Before his words fell, Chen Lin grabbed Qian Siyuan's wrist lightning fast and held it with force. Qian Siyuan felt like his wrist was being clasped by an iron pincer, and the pain made him scream out with an ouch. LV Xiaoyan hurriedly stepped forward and tried to pull Chen Lin's hand away, but before she touched Chen Lin, she saw the other party fiercely pushed. Qian Siyuan took a few steps backward and almost didn't sit on the ground. Chen Lin coldly drank to Lu Xiaoyan. Don't touch me, I think you're dirty. You. LV Xiaoyan was so angry that her face was red. I'm going to hang up 110. You hit people. Report it. Chen Lin sneered. He kicked me that kick in the antique street. I've already accessed the surveillance. It's just time for us to settle the score. LV Xiaoyan immediately choked and looked at Qian Siyuan next to her. Seeing Qian Siyuan shaking his head with a gloomy face, she stopped talking. Chen Lin originally did not want to settle old scores. That time in the antique street, although Qian Siyuan kicked him, causing him to break his head, but it was also because of that he awakened the system. It was also considered a blessing because of the disaster, so he did not want to pursue the matter. LV Xiaoyan, mind your boyfriend. Chen Lin looked at the two coldly. Otherwise I don't mind teaching you how to behave. After he finished, he didn't even look at LV Xiaoyan and discussed the car with the saleswoman. LV Xiaoyan's heart was a little blocked. The Chen Lin in front of her made her feel very strange. She had never seen such a strong side of him. It was like the whole person suddenly had a strong aura, making her a little surprised. Qian Siyuan saw his girlfriend beside him staring blankly at Chen Lin. His heart became even more unpleasant. His wrist that was held by the other party just now was still hurting. Hell knows how that guy had so much strength. If the other party used more force, he was afraid that his wrist would be shattered. Comparing his strength to his opponent, Qian Siyuan's eyes turned, and his face took on a bit of disdain as he loudly said to the male salesman following him, "Do you accept everyone here? These days, there are some poor people who come in just to open their eyes and can't afford to buy a car. You should not waste your time with such people." The male salesman said with some embarrassment, "Sir, as long as one enters our store, they are all our honored guests." Chen Lin turned a deaf ear to Qian Siyuan's words, just treating him as a noisy sparrow. The saleswoman introduced several SUV models in detail. Chen Lin felt that there was still something he didn't like, and said to the saleswoman, "Thank you for your explanation. I want to go to the next few houses to take a look. If there is still nothing to my liking, I'll come back and buy your family's car." The saleswoman was still all smiles. "Yes sir, looking forward to your next visit." Lu Xiaoyan, however, said to Qian Siyuan at this moment, "Ah Yuan, some people can really brag. A salary of less than $5,000 a month, and still want to buy a car of more than $1 million. It's just a fool's dream. Ha ha, what people in this world don't have." Qian Siyuan laughed maniacally. "There are poor people whose entire body's possessions can't even afford to buy a car, Gulu, right?" said, condescendingly pointing to the car he just looked at, exclaimed to the male salesman beside him, "This BMW Mini my girlfriend likes. I'll take it. You guys prepare the contract to go." Lu Xiaoyan happily hugged Qian Siyuan's arm. "Ah Yuan, thank you. A small amount." Qian Siyuan waved his big hand and tilted his head. "It's only $200,000. Chen Lin glanced at Qian Siyuan with a look at Qian Siyuan, feeling that after Lu Xiaoyan broke up with herself, her vision of looking at men was getting worse and worse. He shook his head, a mocking smile on his lips, and walked out of the BMW 4S store. What did he mean by that look just now? Although Chen Lin didn't say anything, Qian Siyuan still felt insulted. How dare he mock me? I'd like to see if he can buy a car back today. Qian Siyuan was furious and pulled Lu Xiaoyan out after Chen Lin. He saw Chen Lin walk straight into the neighboring car dealership. Qian Siyuan was just stunned. That store was Aston Martin. Chapter 21. I'll take this car. Aston Martin 4S store. When Chen Lin stepped into this 4S store, the first thing he felt was that he had gone to the wrong place. The showroom of this global top luxury automaker was not at all like a place to display cars, but rather like a very comfortable and spacious leisure place. In the space decorated in a very British style, there were 7 extremely beautiful luxury cars parked in a staggered manner. When Chen Lin entered, a salesgirl in an apricot-colored suit walked over. "Good day, sir. Would you like to learn about our family's cars? Hello, are all of your family's models sports car models?" Chen Lin took a glance and saw that they were all sports cars. The salesgirl smiled. "Sir, we have a new SUV model. You can come with me to take a look." Chen Lin followed that girl to a corner of the room and his eyes just lit up. A very beautiful baby blue streamlined SUV was quietly parked there. Almost at first glance, Chen Lin fell in love with it. The salesgirl was very good at reading people. She sensed that Chen Lin was interested in this car, so she explained the car's performance to him in detail. "This is our Aston Martin DBX 707. The power part is equipped with a twin turbocharged 4.0-liter V8 from AMG, newly tuned by our own engineering team. It produces a lot of power, and to fully unleash that power, the DBX 707 is equipped with a new 9-speed wet gearbox for quicker shifts. This SUV can brake 103.2 seconds. This vehicle has a top speed of 310 kilometers per hour. The more Chen Lin listened, the more satisfied he became. And this car fully met his requirements. This car is not bad. Chen Lin sighed. The salesgirl said with some pride, "Sir, there's almost nothing in the world that can surpass this one of ours right now. Even the Bentley Timbuktu Speed only has a top speed of 306 kilometers per hour. How much does this car sell for?" Chen Lin asked. 25 million. The salesgirl's words had just fallen, and before Chen Lin had a chance to speak, he heard a voice behind him snicker. "Chen Lin, don't pretend here. Don't say 25 million, even 325,000, you can't afford it." Chen Lin heard this voice and knew that it was Qian Siyuan and LV Shayan who had followed him. These two people are like a disease. He bought a car. They accompanied the whole process. It turned out that Qian Siyuan had to compete with Chen Lin today, and had to see him embarrassed. Seeing Chen Lin come to Aston Martin's 4S store, he also followed him over in the name of looking at cars. "Are you two shady souls?" Chen Lin was all helpless. "Can I sue you for stalking?" Lu Xiaoyan bristled. "Chen Lin, for the sake of our past friendship, I'll kindly remind you that one should not presume on things that don't belong to them." "Oh," Chen Lin was on the verge of laughing. "Like what?" "You?" Lu Xiaoyan smiled contemptuously. "It's good that you know." Chen Lin sneered. "I'm sorry then, I really don't see you now." Lu Xiaoyan was so angry that her face turned green. "You figure it out. I'm the one who dumped you. You can't even afford a Thai second-hand car, and now you're pretending to be looking at luxury cars. You're only going to be a pauper for the rest of your life." Yen, don't be angry." Qian Siyuan looked at Chen Lin contemptuously and said, "What's there to say to this kind of swollen-faced person?" He then turned to the salesgirl and said, "Little sister, brother give you a reminder. Don't waste your time on this kind of poor guy. Even if he stays here for a day, he won't be able to afford a car gulu." That salesgirl to see the conflict between their words, but also do not speak, only slightly embarrassed to stand aside, face but all the contempt of the color. Chen Lin looked at Qian Siyuan and said, "How do you know I can't afford it? Maybe I've gotten rich now." "Dream on," Qian Siyuan said decisively. "If you can afford it, I'll call you daddy." "Oh, that's really good." Chen Lin was instantly interested. "I'm missing a good big boy." Not to mention that he really had his eye on this car today, even if he didn't. For the sake of this dad, Chen Lin was willing to spend this money. He turned towards the salesgirl and said, "Trouble you. I'll take this car." "What?" Lu Xiaoyan and Qian Siyuan shouted out in shock at the same time. The salesgirl also froze. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy this car?" "Yes, I'm sure," Chen Lin said as he took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the salesgirl. "Go print the purchase contract." Qian Siyuan killed himself not believing that Chen Lin had the strength to buy a car. He sneered and said, "Little sister, anyone has a bank card. Whether you can swipe the money or not is the most important thing." Lu Xiaoyan also chimed in. "Right, it would be a real shame if you can't swipe out the money at that time." Chen Lin also ignored the two men, and the salesgirl, seeing that he was so calm, called her colleague to come and print the contract. She then took Chen Lin to the finance office next door to swipe his card. When LV Shayan saw Chen Lin go to swipe his card, she was inexplicably a bit alarmed and asked Qian Siyuan in a low voice, Yuan, he won't really become rich, right?" Qian Siyuan hummed. "Do you think it's possible? Unless pies fall from the sky." Before his words fell, the door to the finance room opened and the salesgirl came out with Chen Lin full of joy. "Mr. Chen, since the car insurance comes into effect after 2400 hours, plus I'll get you a temporary license plate. The car is ready for you to come and pick up tomorrow. We will also give you some small gifts, which will be given to you together tomorrow." Qian Siyuan and Lu Xiaoyan listened to their conversation. It was clear that Chen Lin had bought the car. Qian Siyuan unbelievably went up to the girl and asked, "He really bought it?" That salesgirl thinking of this big single can mention the bonus, smiling with a curved eyebrow. "Yes, Mr. Chen, one-time payment of the full amount." Qian Siyuan was struck by lightning. His mouth was wide open and he didn't make a sound for half a day. LV Shayan's eyes were almost shocked out. When did her ex-boyfriend, whom she had always despised, become so rich that he bought a car with a full payment of more than $3 million? Which was the money for a set of villas? She suddenly regretted a little bit whether her breakup was too hasty in the first place. "You, how did you have so much money?" Chen Siyuan felt her face was hot. Chen Lin laughed. "Then it has nothing to do with you. Who was it that said just now that if I bought a car, I would call out to my father on the spot?" Qian Siyuan's face turned red in a flash. He couldn't dream that this poor man had really developed. Even he himself couldn't afford a $3 million car. "Is that not a joke?" Lu Xiaoyan whispered. "Want to renege?" Chen Lin looked at Qian Siyuan. "I can give you a chance. In the future, the two of you better not appear in front of me. Get as far away as you can." Xianxi Yuan's face was uglier than the bottom of a pot as he ran away with his head down. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Chen Lin with a complicated expression and also chased after him with quick steps. Chapter 22 Dilly-dallying and taking pictures. The next day near noon, Chen Lin received a call from the 4S store. The salesgirl who had served him yesterday told him in a respectful tone that the temporary license plate for the car had been done and he could go over to pick up the car at any time. When Chen Lin rushed over, the manager of the store presented him with a large bouquet of flowers. The 4S store also gave him a bunch of small items such as high-end headphones, customized umbrellas and silver keychains. But what satisfied Chen Lin most was a 150 model of the same car. This model was the same as the car bought by the owner, so it was also unique. And according to market estimates it was almost $300,000. By the time Chen Lin finally drove the car out, it was already lunchtime. Chen Lin was a bit hungry, so he wanted to find a place to eat. While waiting for the traffic light at the intersection, he happened to see a snack street not far away near the university town, so he parked the car to a parking space on the street. This snack street is adjacent to the university town. The noon business is very good, and there are many kinds of food, because there were students from all over the country here. The food was complete with both northern and southern flavors. Chen Lin was dressed in Nike sportswear. Coupled with his tender face, he mixed in the middle of these college students without any contradiction. He found a relatively clean store, ate a bowl of duck blood fan soup, a drawer of beef soup buns, and in a fried goods store, bought a small package of fried chestnuts as the evening snacks. When he walked out of the snack street, he had another cup of milk tea in his hand. Chen Lin sipped the milk tea and walked slowly towards the street where he parked. Before he arrived, he saw several people surrounding his car, frantically taking pictures. These photographers were all young people, both men and women, who surrounded the car with envious faces and kept praising it. Damn, this car is Aston Martin's new SUV model. Handsome. I've seen the ads for this car, but this is the first time I've seen it in real life. Oh my god, this beautiful blue color, this smooth line, this rich standard catfish mouth-shaped front end. This is my dream lover. I just went to Baidu to check the price. I go, more than 3 million. I don't deserve it. A boy's mouth to flow out. Cannot wait to lie on the ground to find an angle to shoot his dream lover. Several people stood in front of the car one after another, striking various poses for their companions to help take pictures. Chen Lin watched from afar and did not go forward, slowly drinking milk tea and waiting for those people to finish shooting. To be honest, he didn't mind if someone came to take pictures of his car. Beautiful cars are just like beautiful landscapes, and it is human nature to like them. When he didn't have money before, he couldn't take his eyes off those super cool sports cars, as long as it wasn't out of the ordinary and didn't disturb others. Just shoot it. It wasn't bad. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Lin saw that they had almost finished filming, and walked over with his milk tea. When he just walked to the front of the car, a person suddenly came out from behind him, squeezing Chen Lin directly to one side. A half-drunk milk tea in Chen Lin's hand directly fell to the ground. He frowned and looked over. He saw that the person who hit him was a very young girl, in her early 20s. Her long hair was dyed light brown and hung over her shoulders, and she was wearing a light pink dress that set off her snow-white skin. A small melon face, eyes big and bright, skin as tender as a freshly peeled fresh diamonds, the corner of the mouth a fine black mole, more playful. She bumped into people as if she did not know, but instead to the front of the car is very skillful pose. Followed her over a boy with a camera hanging from his neck, with her click 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 to take pictures. Chen Lin was almost angry and laughed. He took 2 steps to the front of the boy, blocking his line of sight to take pictures, and said to the girl whose face showed displeasure, "This pretty girl, you didn't even apologize for bumping into someone?" The few people who were just taking pictures of the car also gathered around and stood by to watch the fun. That beautiful girl with a somewhat impatient expression on her face, raised her eyebrows and said, "This little brother, rubbing the car to take pictures also has a first come first served. Just about to take my turn. You just walked directly to the front of the car. Isn't it a bit unorthodox?" Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh. What? Rubbing against a car to take a picture still sets the rules? The boy next to him who just said that the car was his dream girl interjected. "Big brother, you don't understand. Like her such a look is the evening car female, specializing in rubbing people around the good car to take pictures and send a small video. Some also sent in the circle of friends to show off the rich, pretending to be their own car. Vanity only." Another boy also said, "There is a woman microblogging inside the sun and more than 10 luxury sports car photos. The price adds up to almost 30 million. The result of netizens to her real identity is an ordinary small white collar. A car is not her. That beautiful woman sat on her ass on the front of the car." What those 2 boys said she didn't hear as if she didn't hear. She propped her hands on the sides of the car and struck an alluring and sexy pose, showing a smiling face to Chen Lin. She said, "I'll compensate you double the money for milk tea later, so don't take pictures and give me the time." "Why? Chen Lin was a bit curious. The girl smiled cheekily. Because time is precious, I have a big class in the afternoon. Besides, I won't be able to take pictures when the owner comes later. She said it with a straight face. Chen Lin was speechless. When the girl saw Chen Lin standing still, she didn't talk nonsense and directly asked the boy who took her picture to change places. The boy who took the picture went around to the side and raised his camera again. That girl immediately brought a smile on her face, and her entire body went down to the car, making several sets of sexy bursts. After she was done, she bit her lip and looked around like a thief. Not seeing anyone coming this way, she ran to the side of the boy who was taking pictures and quickly whispered, "How about I climb onto the hood of the car and sit there for a set of shots?" The boy looked like he was startled, and quickly waved his hand. "That won't do. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Shuyao, you're going crazy. If the owner of the car sees you climbing into the car, he will beat you to death." He looked at the super expensive car again and shivered. "Besides, this car is so expensive. In case you give someone a little bump, selling you won't even be enough to pay for it." The girl frowned and thought about it, as if she had made up her mind, and said, "It's fine. Big deal. I won't wear shoes up there." After she finished speaking, she immediately came to the front of the car, took off her shoes and wanted to climb up. She had just pressed her body against the front of the car. When she wanted to lift her legs and power up, 2 beeps were heard in her ears, and the white headlights suddenly came on. The girl was startled. Her hands were loose, and she fell on her butt on the ground. Chapter 23, Little Brother, I Was Wrong. The car suddenly started, and the people around were shocked. Zhang Shuyao, the girl who was trying to climb the car just now, hurriedly climbed up from the ground and looked back. Shocked, he saw Chen Lin holding the car keys in his right hand. His face bland as he walked to the driver's seat, opened the door, and sat in. The people who were excited to take pictures just now were dumbfounded, and never dreamed that the owner of the luxury car was right next to them, and even chatted with them for a while. There are 2 just took pictures of thin skin, turned around and ran away. The boy who had just given Chen Lin the evening car woman was a little embarrassed. Walking next to the driver's seat, he said to Chen Lin, "Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't know that this car is yours just now, and I took a picture without your consent." Chen Lin looked at him unconcerned and said, "It's just taking a few pictures. I don't mind." The ones who took pictures just now came over and thanked Chen Lin and left. Only the one who was just about to climb the car, Zhang Shuyao, had her eyes rolled and turned back to the boy who helped her take pictures and said, "You go back first. Help me ask the teacher for a leave. Just say that I have a stomachache." The boy taking pictures looked at her, then at Chen Lin, and whispered, "You're not trying to hook up with a trophy case, are you?" Zhang Shuyao rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand for him to hurry up. "Hurry up and go your way. I just want to apologize to someone properly." The photo-taking boy took a step and turned back 3 times and walked away. Zhang Shuyao had a delicate smile on her face, walked next to Chen Lin and laughed. "Little brother, this car is actually yours? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Oh, you wouldn't have climbed the car if I had said so earlier?" Chen Lin turned his head to look at her. "Didn't I fail to climb it?" Zhang Shuyao reached out and tugged on Chen Lin's sleeve, gently shaking it. "Little brother, I was wrong." Zhang Shuyao moved closer to Chen Lin and stared at him with watery eyes. "I'm really sorry for spilling your milk tea just now." She reached forward and pointed, smiling, "There's a milk tea store right in front. You drive me there. I'll go and buy you another cup now." Chen Lin looked her up and down a few times, and stared at her face and laughed. "You're not a college student. You don't go to the big classes anymore?" "No more. It's more important to make amends and apologize to my little brother," she softly said. Chen Lin swept his eyes at the passenger side. "Come up, but I'm full of milk tea. Let's switch to another one." A winning smile appeared on Zhang Shuyao's face and she flew to the other side to get into the car. Looking at the luxurious British-style interior design inside the car, she could not hide her excitement. Fingers gently touching the leather seat, Zhang Shuyao leaned down close to Chen Lin, slightly pouting her small mouth and whispered, "Little brother, can I take a few pictures in your car?" Chen Lin glanced at her with squinted eyes. "You're all up here. Take the pictures yourself." Zhang Shuyao let out a cheer and immediately picked up her cell phone, posing for pictures. Midway through, she also requested Chen Lin to let her go to the driver's seat to take a few shots. After tossing and turning for a long time, Zhang Shuyao was finally satisfied. She looked at Chen Lin's clear and handsome side face and decided to deepen their connection. She reached out to hold Chen Lin's hand and said softly with a red face, "I fell just now and my back hurts a little. Why don't you find a place to give me a look? Did you twist it?" Chen Lin looked at her small white hand, moved his gaze to her pretty little face, and said with a light smile, "You really want me to check for you?" "Of course it's true." Zhang Shuyao pointed to the front and said, "There's a bell room in the hotel in front. You can send me to take a rest." After saying that, the whole person leaned against Chen Lin as if she had a few strength. Chen Lin didn't say any more. which is the reason not to eat the meat that is sent to his mouth? After arriving at the hotel, Chen Lin opened a 3-hour room. Zhang Shuyao, as if really twisted waist-like, from the hotel door to the room in this section of the road, almost fell on Chen Lin, let him into the house. Chen Lin, for the sake of the college girl's physical health, had to carefully, inside and out, help Zhang Shuyao to properly check once, in front of the bathroom mirror. Zhang Shuyao, who had just finished her bath, recombed her messy hair and carefully stretched out the folds on her skirt. She reapplied a beautiful makeup in the mirror and walked out. Chen Lin was already sitting neatly dressed in the sofa looking at his cell phone. Zhang Shuyao directly walked over and sat on his lap, sticking to his ear and said, "Add a WeChat, little brother." Chen Lin opened his WeChat business card. "My name is Chen Lin." Zhang Shuyao added WeChat. Chen Lin saw that her avatar was a luxury sports car, and next to it was written, "Fragrant car beauty. This is really your style." Chen Lin lightly laughed and teased, "Just like luxury cars that much?" "Well," Zhang Shuyao laughed happily, "love cars, and love the people who drive them." Saying that, she gave Chen Lin a heavy kiss on his face. Chen Lin helplessly wiped down the lipstick marks on his face, got up and said, "Let's go. Send you back to school." Okay. Bincheng Foreign Language University. At 5 in the afternoon, it was the time for students to go out for food. At the entrance of the school, some of the college students rode their bicycles out to play, while some went shopping in groups. Suddenly the lively scene was suddenly disrupted by a moving luxury car. It was a treasure blue brand new SUV luxury car, which slowly parked in front of the school. In a piece of bicycle, scooter and ordinary car contrast, these two cars stand out like a chicken group, attracted the sight of all the students. There is no man who doesn't love cars, regardless of whether he is old or young. Those male students like to see the dream lover like Hula at once surrounded. Holy, I'm not mistaken. Aston Martin. Isn't this my favorite? Is there anyone else in our school who drives this kind of car? This is which big man descended. Lack of back and legs of the boy not? Female students also gathered to watch and whisper. At this time, the car door opened and Zhang Shuyao walked out. The envious eyes of everyone at the scene were focused on her, and she felt like a star at this moment. That feeling of pride made her tilt her head slightly, walked to the driver's seat without slanting her eyes, and knocked on the car window. The window rolled down and Chen Lin's handsome young face appeared in front of the crowd. The female students who were onlookers couldn't help but feel foolish in their hearts. They thought that the one who could drive this car might be a middle-aged greasy uncle, but they didn't realize that the car owner was actually a young brother who wasn't more than a few years older than themselves. In the midst of these jealous and envious gazes, Zhang Shuyao smiled sweetly and said to Chen Lin, "Brother Lin, thank you for sending me back." "Well, it's fine," Chen Lin said calmly, "you go back to rest early. I beg you for one thing." Zhang Shuyao whispered close to Chen Lin, "The bouquet of flowers in the back seat. Send it to me, okay?" Chen Lin said indifferently, "Take it if you like it." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Zhang Shuyao smiled with arched eyebrows and opened the back door of the car to hold the flowers in her arms. She smiled again and squeezed her eyes at Chen Lin. "We'll meet again next time. Oh. Chapter 24 Classmate Reunion. Chen Lin drove out of the university town after sending Zhang Shuyao off. It was already dark when he returned to the villa. When he drove past the security booth, the security guard greeted him very enthusiastically. "Mr. Chen, you bought a new car. This car is so beautiful." "Thanks." Chen Lin politely thanked him and drove the car back to his garage. After taking a shower, Chen Lin stood in front of the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. He recalled that his family was very difficult when he was a child, and his two parents were just ordinary laborers who had to support a family of 4 to live, as well as 2 children who had to go to school. Such a burden makes their lives very difficult. Parents do not want to buy a new piece of clothing to wear all year round. The family's living expenses are to calculate the spending. Hate to break a penny into two. Until he went to college, he could work and study. His parents' burden was slightly reduced. Later he graduated and worked, although every month will be part of the salary to parents, but the family still cannot save any money. Also because he could not afford to buy designer bags. His ex-girlfriend Lu Xiaoyan dumped him without hesitation. But now, he has a system that makes earning money as easy as picking up a bag. He had a mansion, a famous car, and bank cards lying around with amounts of money he never dared to dream of before. From that moment on, his life became very different, like a watershed. He no longer had to worry about the price of anything he wanted to buy, and he no longer had to beg with a smile on his face when he encountered difficulties. He also does not need to bother to coax women. They will take the initiative to obediently come to your side, let you take what you want. Chen Lin remembered that there was a famous actor in the entertainment industry who said after he climbed from the trough to the peak that when he had fame, status and money, he was surrounded by good people and goodwill. Chen Lin's lips curled up into a smile. Reality had already told him that he had to resign himself to fate if he didn't have money, but he could be capricious if he had money. This is the power of money. He was lost in thought when his cell phone suddenly lit up. It was a message from the school flower Li Yaning, asking him to have dinner. These days are a bit busy. No time. Let's talk about it next time. He replied back. Who knew that within a few seconds, Li Yaning's call came in directly. Chen-Lin slightly frowned and pressed answer, and heard Li Yaning softly say over there. Chen-Lin, there is no hurry for us to have dinner. I am talking to you about another matter. Chen-Lin asked somewhat inexplicably. What is it? Don't our high school classmates have a group? Just now I saw in the group that they are going to organize a party. They heard that the two of us are in contact, and asked me to ask you if you want to participate? Chen-Lin instinctively wanted to refuse. Because in high school he had an average relationship with his classmates. There was no one he was closer to. The only thing that made him closer to the schoolgirl now was the result of her taking the initiative to show her affection. Chen-Lin had never been interested in class reunions. He has always felt that in this materialistic society, most of the classmates' reunions are not as good as those who show off their wealth. Men compare cars, houses and prices, women compare cosmetics, bags and husbands. Those who have good resources from their families, who have gone out into the society and developed well, will make a big show in the party, and those who had their edges smoothed by the reality of life would lose their color and confidence in front of their classmates in silence. On that kind of occasion, he really didn't understand what there was to gather. Over there, Li Yaning seemed to have sensed Chen-Lin's feelings, and quickly said, they asked me for your phone number. I really couldn't put it off so I gave it to them. If you really don't want to go, just find an excuse to refuse. Chen-Lin had just finished hanging up Li Yaning's phone when an unfamiliar number called in. As soon as he connected, a bold voice rang out. Chen-Lin? I'm your high school classmate, Zhang Hao. Hello, Zhang Hao. I remember you. Chen-Lin remembered that this was a tall and strong boy who was on the school basketball team. Zhang Hao was obviously very happy that Chen-Lin remembered him, and his tone became enthusiastic. Our class is going to hold a reunion. It's scheduled for this weekend. You're not in the classmates group, so they sent me to contact you. Let's attend together. Chen-Lin directly refused. I'd rather not attend. I have some things to do that day, and after so many years of no contact, I don't even know what to say to everyone. As soon as Zhang Hao heard this, he knew that this was an excuse Chen-Lin had found, so he persuaded him bitterly. Don't, Chen-Lin. We at least have the friendship of 3 years of schoolmates, don't we? And except for those who are abroad and those who can't come from abroad, all the local students will attend. You're the only one missing. Just give everyone face, okay? Zhang Hao had said this, so Chen-Lin had no choice but to agree. 3 days later, in the evening, the Old Friends Club was an ultra-luxurious hotel that integrated dining, accommodation and entertainment. Nominally it was 5-star, but the actual scale and service had already reached 6-star standards. The reunion was booked in one of the ultra-luxury private rooms of this one. When Chen-Lin drove to the hotel, there was no place in the underground parking lot, so he had to park his car outside the hotel. When he came to the private room, there were 3 tables inside, almost 30 people, all gathered together in groups to chat. The atmosphere was very lively. As soon as he showed up, a tall and sturdy man came over with a silly smile on his face and said, Chen-Lin, you're still so handsome. Chen-Lin recognized this one and smiled as he reached over. Long time no see, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao smiled broadly and shook Chen-Lin's hand, saying cheerfully, this head of yours is much taller than it was in high school. Come, meet with your classmates. He very enthusiastically led Chen-Lin to the pile of people. All of them reported their names to each other, and quickly all warmed up. I was just downstairs and saw a super cool luxury car parked at the door. Holy, Aston Martin's latest SUV, more than $3 million. A male student said with envy on his face. I also saw it. I also took a picture. Another male student showed off like taking out his cell phone to show the photo. I want to be able to drive this kind of luxury car in my life, but also satisfied. Zhang Hao went up and slapped that male student on the shoulder and laughed. You'll be satisfied. Didn't you just buy a 260,000 Passat? I'm only driving a car that's over $100,000. Chen-Lin also saw the photo taken by that male classmate. It was the car he drove. Smiled and didn't say anything. The male student who drove the Passat looked at Chen-Lin, saw that he was wearing ordinary casual clothes, not a single name brand on his whole body. In his heart, he was a little contemptuous, and his eyes turned around and said, Chen-Lin, what kind of car do you drive? Chen-Lin took a look at him and smiled lightly. Just a very ordinary car. Nothing to say. The male student suddenly realized, oh, I just saw a BYD parked downstairs, and wondered who parked such a low car in front of the hotel. So it's you. This car is quite cheap, right? 40,000? 50,000? That kind of car is cheap and fuel efficient. Chen-Lin replied calmly. Chapter 25 Show off the rich scene. The male student who drove the Passat wanted to continue saying something else, when he heard a man's voice at the door say, "Aya, you all came so early, are we late?" The crowd looked towards the door, and saw a tall and thin man with his hair combed into a 3/7 part, all covered in designer labels standing there, and beside him a girl wearing a light yellow dress was holding his arm, with a decent smile on her clean face. Oops, isn't this Wang Chaoyang and Tianxi? Some classmates recognized the two and hurriedly let the two of them in. A few outgoing students had already come over to strike up a conversation with Wang Chaoyang. Wang Chaoyang and Tianxi were brought to their seats by the crowd, and after greeting the crowd, Wang Chaoyang smiled and said, "Quite a crowd today." He swept his eyes around the crowd and saw Chen Lin. He was stunned and immediately said in surprise, "Chen Lin, you're here too? It's been 10 years since we graduated. It seems like I didn't run into you once at the previous reunion." Tianxi beside him also glanced at Chen Lin with a pair of watery eyes and softly said, "Chen Lin, long time no see, long time no see." Chen Lin smiled lightly and went forward to shake hands with the two of them. Wang Chaoyang suddenly turned his head to Tianxi and said, See, I remember when I was in high school, Chen Lin even wrote a love letter confessing to you, right?" Tianxi's face was red, backhanded him, "How many years ago? I have long forgotten, only you still remember." Chen Lin also laughed generously. "Tian Beauty gave me a rejection at that time, and encouraged me to work hard and study hard." The students laughed as they remembered their teenage feelings at that time. The crowd understood when they saw Tianxi's intimate behavior towards Wang Chaoyang. A classmate joked, "Your two relationships nowadays are more than just classmates, right?" Tianxi then said somewhat shyly, "He is my boyfriend now." The crowd erupted into an uproar, and Wang Chaoyang grinned and put his arm around Tianxi's shoulder and said to the crowd with a smile, "Tonight this meal is on me. Everyone don't be polite, eat and drink, don't save me money." The crowd cheered again, and the number of people surrounding Wang Chaoyang grew. There was a male student who had a sharp eye and saw Wang Chaoyang's car key on the table at a glance, and shouted with envy, "Oh my god, Wang Chaoyang, you drive a Land Rover." A male student said enviously, "The car you drove at last year's party was a car of 200,000 or so. So soon you've changed the gun? How much is this car?" "It's not expensive, only 500,000. Wang Chaoyang said somewhat proudly. "That is, this year's family business is better than last year's sum. Earned a little money." Some students who don't understand the situation asked, "Chaoyang, what kind of business does your family do? How much is the small amount of money you earned? Is it convenient to disclose it? We are all old classmates. What is there to say?" Wang Chaoyang said with some pride, "My family is in the building materials business, and the annual profit is only 1 million or so. Chaoyang, you will be my brother." The male student exaggeratedly went forward, jokingly hugged Wang Chaoyang's thighs, laughing and joking, "You lack of tea pouring assistant not, do you see me okay?" The crowd laughed. Another male student sighed, "Or like Chaoyang like business to earn money like me, graduated from college into the bank, although the treatment and benefits are not bad, is also an iron rice bowl, but cannot earn big money After this student finished, he glanced at Chen Lin, who was sitting quietly at the side, and asked, "Hey, Chen Lin, what are you doing now? Last time the group said that you went to the school's flower and bought a villa of over $3 million? That was running errands for someone else." Chen Lin said lightly, "I quit my previous job, and now I'm not doing anything. Jobless." The scene was silent for a while. Chen Lin didn't say anything either, only lowered his head and continued to drink his tea. Zhang Hao, who was sitting next to Chen Lin, gave him a somewhat sympathetic look and opened his mouth to change the topic, saying, "Why hasn't the senior school flower arrived yet? I came today just for her." A female classmate laughed and said, "You're all young and married, but you're still thinking about the school flower." Zhang Hao scratched the back of his head and laughed, "My wife didn't come today. Besides, who doesn't have a teenage goddess?" As he was talking, he saw the door of the box being pushed open and Li Yaning walked in. She was more exquisitely dressed than usual today, wearing a white tulle dress, a hair ribbon tied between her black shiny hair, with a gentle smile on her face, standing there in a pavilion, that beautiful face of a first love, suppressing the luster of all the female classmates. As soon as she appeared, the atmosphere in the room was immediately different. The male classmates swarmed up and scrambled to shake hands with Li Yaning, as if it was a celebrity meet and greet. A few female classmates went forward to snatch Li Yaning out of the encirclement, pointing at those male classmates and saying, "Look at your unseen appearance. Yaning, don't pay attention to them. Aya, you've lost weight again. What's a good diet recipe to share? My god, you are beautiful again." Several female classmates complimented each other on their hair, skin, and body. The picture couldn't be more harmonious. Wang Chaoyang also stood up at this time and invited Li Yaning to take a seat. A few male students raised their hands and coaxed Li Yaning to sit beside them. Li Yaning did not even think about it. walked straight to the empty seat on Chen Lin's left and sat down. Her move startled the crowd, and the faces of the male students who raised their hands went dark. Among them was the male student who drove the Passat, who looked at Li Yaning sitting next to Chen Lin, and felt a bit displeased. Chen Lin, aren't you out of work? My friend's family villa is missing a housekeeper. Food and accommodation are included, usually cleaning and walking the dog, with a salary of 10,000 per month. What are you doing? Chen Lin looked at him. Thank you for your kind words. I'm not suitable. The male student sneered and said to Li Yaning, schoolgirl, your vision has gotten worse. Some people are uselessly handsome and have no prospects. Li Yaning glanced at the male student and said with a smile but not a laugh, Sun Chuan, mind your own business. I don't need you to worry about my business. Sun Chuan lost his face on the spot. Zhang Hao saw that the scene was a bit awkward, and hurriedly stood up to solve the problem. Chao Yang, this person has arrived. Let's let the waiter serve the food. My stomach is a bit hungry. Come, waiter serve the food. Wang Chaoyang instructed the waiter at the entrance of the box. He took a step to Chen Lin, patted his shoulder and whispered, Chen Lin, Sun Chuan, he also means well. This kid was not very good at talking when he was in school. We are all old classmates. Don't bother with him. Chen Lin smiled bashfully and didn't say anything. Chapter 26, shocking the whole scene. The bountiful and delicious dishes were brought to the table one by one, and the atmosphere was rejuvenated. The crowd was having a very enjoyable meal as they pushed and exchanged cups. Some of the students who had better relationships automatically left their seats and gathered together to drink and talk. Li Yaning sat quietly beside Chen Lin without moving, wearing food gloves on her hands, peeling crayfish there. Every time she peeled out a few shrimp meat, she used the male chopsticks to transfer it to Chen Lin's plate, and in a short while, Chen Lin's plate was full. All of this was seen by Tianxi, who was secretly observing Li Yaning. On the main seat of the opposite table, Tianxi shook her red wine glass in her hand, not taking her eyes off Li Yaning and Chen Lin. She felt that today's Li Yaning was very odd. In previous years' gatherings, this big school flower was the center of attention, itching to turn into a flower butterfly and weave in and out of the pile of boys. Today, she had to focus on preventing this school flower, to prevent her and her boyfriend Wang Chaoyang contact too close. But how could she not expect this star-crossed school flower, but obediently peeled shrimp for someone? That person was also the most untalented Chen Lin out of everyone today. There is definitely something wrong with this. After 3 rounds of drinking, the male students started to toast around with their respective wine glasses. The people surrounding Wang Chaoyang were the most numerous. After all, everyone was an adult and understood the importance of climbing the ladder. Chaoyang, you are now the most capable among us. You have to take care of your old classmates. Yes, the drive Passat Sun Chuan also end of the wineglass to go forward, brother Chaoyang. In the future your business is bigger. I go to give you a hand. You also take my old brother Ascension. I also want to drive a Land Rover. There are also a bunch of female classmates surrounded Tianxi, praised her good vision, found Wang Chaoyang such a golden son-in-law. In the future do not even need to go to work. At home as a young grandmother can be. Tianxi accepted it as it was, and she also felt that she had a good eye. Although Wang Chaoyang appearance is not as handsome as Chen Lin, but he has money. Face looks good again, cannot be eaten, right? Looking at Li Yaning, who was still sitting next to Chen Lin, talking to him without a word, Tianxi felt unprecedentedly comfortable. On Wang Chaoyang's side, all sorts of boasting, horse's ass, kneeling and licking the word, are almost drowning him. This kind of chat makes people just feel incomparably awkward, even very hypocritical, but also through so hilarious. This party continued until after 10 p.m. There weren't many pedestrians on the streets anymore. The crowd drove their cars to the hotel entrance, saying goodbye to each other. In the middle of a bunch of 200,000 to 300,000 cars, a black Land Rover worth more than 500,000 appeared particularly conspicuous. Wang Chaoyang hooked up with his classmates and said that he would see them again after a while, and he had already collected a stack of business cards in his hand. Tianxi also left contact information with a few girls, and then directly on the Land Rover's passenger side, to the small mirror to make up lipstick. When Chen Lin and Li Yaning came out, a few male students who drove here came up enthusiastically and said they wanted to send Li Yaning home. Sun Chuan, who drove a Passat, was among them. He seemed to have forgotten about Li Yaning disliking him earlier and came over with a smile. Yaning, it's not too safe to take a taxi in the middle of the night, and you're still so pretty. You should be even more careful. It's better if I send you home. I just bought this car a few days ago. It's new. Li Yaning politely smiled and refused. Thank you, Sun Chuan. I'll just let Chen Lin send me. Chen Lin has already walked towards the parking space there. Sun Chuan looked at his back face stiffened. Some mean saying, schoolgirl, his broken BYD is also not worthy of you or sit in my car. Before his words fell, he heard the sound of a car coming not far behind him. Chen Lin, this kid how so will break the scenery, he thought as he frowned and turned his head, and immediately fixed on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. Not only him, but everyone present except for Li Yaning. Their eyes were almost stunned out of their sockets, only to see Chen Lin driving that treasure blue Aston Martin USV, parked in front of everyone. At this moment, time seemed to have stood still, and the crowd all looked as if they hadn't reacted. Finally, Zhang Hao shouted, "Holy!" He ran to the front of the car in a few steps, and yanked Chen Lin, who was coming down from the car, and shook it violently a few times. "Chen Lin, is this car yours?" "Well," Chen Lin said faintly, "Old Zhang, I'm going to let you shake it apart." "Chen Lin, can I go up and admire your car?" Zhang Hao rubbed his hands in excitement. "I haven't touched such an expensive car yet." Chen Lin had a good impression of this Zhang Hao, and gave way. "Feel free to touch it, look at it, and drive around for a while." Zhang Hao waved his hand in excitement. "Forget about driving, such an expensive car. If it touches the skin, I can't afford to pay for it," he said. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, he climbed into the car to feel it. It was only then that everyone, as if they had reacted, hollered and gathered around. "Chen Lin, is this car really yours? Holy, why didn't you say so earlier? You're deep in hiding. Old classmate, you are also too chicken thief." Sun Chuan's face has been piled up with smiles at this time, affectionately patted Chen Lin's shoulder. "Also lied to us that it is a hobo. Where there is a hobo who drives more than $3 million of luxury cars. Chen Lin, can I go take some pictures with your car? You know, I want to pretend in my circle of friends." The crowd was talking, and words of envy and praise were coming out in bunches as if they didn't need any money. At this time, Wang Xiaoyan's face was very unsightly. He really didn't expect that Chen Lin, who seemed to be the most unassuming person all night, would have such strength. When he thought of how he had flaunted his car and business at the banquet tonight, he felt remorse in his gut. Chen Lin walked to Wang Xiaoyang, said with a calm demeanor, "Just now I've gone to the front desk to settle the bill tonight. I'm the first time to meet with the guys today. Always have to express the intention." Wang Xiaoyang's face was green. This party, counting the room charges, drinks, and dishes, added up to several tens of thousands of dollars. Chen Lin paid it off without even blinking. Where is this the behavior of a hobo? This was clearly the handiwork of a tycoon. He suddenly remembered Chen Lin's comment about helping someone to buy a villa, and also remembered Li Yaning's completely different behavior from usual tonight, and immediately understood in his heart that the villa was in all likelihood Chen Lin's own. Damn, I should have known that I wouldn't let Chen Lin come, and stole all the limelight away from him. Wang Xiaoyang's heart turned over. His face looked complicated as he reached out and shook Chen Lin's hand, saying, "Chen Lin, there is strength in the future to have the opportunity to make money, but do not forget me, this old classmate Chen Lin smiled and said, likewise to each other, "In the future, please take care of you too. Good talk, good talk." Wang Xiaoyang held his breath and said goodbye to the crowd and drove away. Chapter 27, Sending the Schoolgirl Home. Wang Xiaoyang held his breath and drove the car as fast as he could. Tianxi beside him was still immersed in the drama of Chen Lin's fraud turning into a prince just now. She was playing with her cell phone, and in her friend's circle at the moment, her classmates were all competing to post pictures with Chen Lin's luxury car. She also had some regrets. Tonight she didn't even talk much to Chen Lin. Had she known that she should have been warmer to him? Tianxi looked at the circle of friends while saying to Wang Xiaoyang, "I said, why is Li Yaning so strange today? Pretending to be like a good woman. It turns out that she wants to climb onto Chen Lin's high branch." "How is it a high branch?" Wang Xiaoyang was a little impatient. "He has 3 heads and 6 arms? Tianxi didn't notice her boyfriend's change at all, and even praised, "Pretty much. He comes from an ordinary family, but he can drive a luxury car and live in a luxury house, so he is also capable." Wang Xiaoyang heard the harshness, violently parked the car to the side of the road. His eyes fiercely stared at Tianxi's face and said, "What? Seeing your suitor back then become rich, you regret it?" Tianxi frowned and denied. "What are you talking about? I just said 2 words of truth. Your mind is too small." Wang Xiaoyang got even more angry, clutched Tianxi's arm and growled, "Now you think I'm small-minded. What did you do when you were chasing me? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If I don't have money you can follow me?" Tianxi was angry and aggrieved, covering her face and whimpering. At this moment, she was truly regretting the fact that she had rejected Chen Lin in the first place. At the entrance of the hotel, Chen Lin was surrounded by a few enthusiastic old classmates in the middle, and was barely able to get away. "Lindsay, just now and there I was a bit drunk and didn't even toast you. Don't blame me. Yeah, we have eyes but don't recognize gold and jade. Don't be general with us people." Sun Chuan also rose red in the face and said, "Chen Lin, I've always been accustomed to blabbering. Just now I said something about letting you be the housekeeper. You can't take it to heart." Chen Lin once again said that he wouldn't blame them. and took the business card they handed him in his hand. He also added the classmate group and left contact information with them respectively, and only then did the old classmates reluctantly let him go. Li Yaning got into the car from the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Chen Lin asked for her home address and set the navigation, driving her home. Li Yaning was also a little excited inside as she sat in the $3 million luxury car. She looked at the car's interior decorations with a little bit of excitement and asked Chen Lin, after a few days of not seeing each other, "You bought a luxury car. Your handwriting is big enough." Chen Lin laughed. "It's more convenient to have a car." Li Yaning recalled the faces of the crowd when Chen Lin drove out just now and couldn't help but laugh a little. "If you ask me, you did it on purpose." Chen Lin was puzzled. "What on purpose?" "You purposely wore ordinary clothes to confuse them, then snapped your face at the end. You didn't see Wang Chaoyang's face darken into a pot when he left." Chen Lin laughed indifferently. "I didn't intentionally try to slap anyone's face. It's them who judged people by their appearance. I didn't do anything." Li Yaning's dark eyes rolled around and suddenly smiled. "Do you think I look well dressed today?" Chen Lin twisted his head to look at her and retracted his eyes. "Good looking. Why does the senior school flower ask that? Then who looks better, Tianxi or I?" she asked with a bit of anticipation. "Tianxi?" Chen Lin was a bit confused, but still said truthfully, "If she is better looking than you, wouldn't the school flower be her?" Li Yaning was happy, staring at Chen Lin's side face somewhat shyly, and asked, "Then why did you like her in the first place and not me?" "Huh?" Chen Lin was helpless. He kind of didn't understand the woman's brain circuits. It was 10 years ago. Who still remembers? Besides, back then, you were the flower of the mountain, loved by thousands of male students. We are just a grasshopper. How dare we covet your beauty? Nasty. Li Yaning was amused by him and laughed straight away, reaching out her hand and lightly twisting it around his waist. Chen Lin pressed down on her rebellious hand, only to feel that the small hand in his palm was as soft as a bone, smooth and tender, and for a while he was a little reluctant to let go. Li Yaning reddened her face, reached out and gently patted Chen Lin on his arm and withdrew her hand. "The next time the classmates get together again, will you still come?" Li Yaning asked. "Not coming," Chen Lin directly refused. "It's meaningless. This isn't a party. It's just a show-off meeting." Li Yaning looked at her cell phone that had been vibrating and laughed cheekily. "You know what? Since just now, the female classmates in our class have been sending me WeChat non-stop, asking if I'm your girlfriend." "Oh, how did you answer?" Chen Lin looked at her curiously. Li Yaning leaned back in her seat, her snow-white neck with beautiful lines, and laughed. "I said, no comment." Chen Lin laughed and didn't make a sound. Li Yaning's family's neighborhood was called Curly Park. In recent times, because of the hot weather, there were many people who chose to come out at night to cool off. Chen Lin just drove his car into the neighborhood and attracted a bunch of people's attention. Although it was nighttime, the car was still dazzlingly cool under the reflection of the white flowery streetlights. Li Yaning opened the car door, and just as the person came down, he was recognized by the neighbors who gathered around him. "Isn't this old Li's daughter Ningning?" A middle-aged woman in her 50s walked up. Her eyes darted inside the car as she sized up the car, which looked very expensive for what it was. Chen Lin saw that Li Yaning's bag had been forgotten on the seat, so he picked it up and got out of the car to give it to her. The woman saw a handsome young man down from the car. "Eye scanner like survey once?" Gossip asked. Li Yaning said, "Ning Ning, this is your boyfriend, oh, so handsome." Li Yaning turned back and Chen Lin took the bag and chased it out. 2 red clouds rose on her face, somewhat squirming. "Auntie Zhang, he is my friend." Auntie Zhang smiled at this and waved her hand, saying, "Friend, oh, Auntie understands." She moved closer to Li Yaning and whispered, "Your friend is rich, right? This car looks so expensive." Li Yaning whispered, 3 million or so. "Oh yo, this is not driving this is driving a house yo." Auntie Zhang's eyes were almost stuck to the car. At this time, several other neighbors who were taking a cool ride gathered. There were 2 who surrounded the car to take pictures, and a few who stood with Auntie Zhang to comment on Chen Lin. Li Yaning saw them all staring at Chen Lin and was afraid that he would be upset. Some anxious to go forward to shake his hand, whispered, "These are my neighbors. Have never seen such an expensive car. Nothing malicious. You do not mind." Chen Lin said, "It's fine. You go back. I'll leave first." Li Yaning blinked at him and smiled. "We'll meet again next time." Chapter 28, The $20 Painting. A few days later, Chen Lin routinely went to Li Jiayuan Antique Street to clock in, and turned around with no luck. He was slightly disappointed and ready to drive home, but sharp-eyed to see someone across the street hawking paintings and artifacts. Over to take a look. That was originally an art business. Because of poor management, is engaged in clearance. The owner of the store set up 4 large tables in front of the store. The store's goods moved out of the brain to sell. This really has a lot of inventory. What vases, paintings, ornaments are not lacking. Really attracted a lot of people around there to see the selection. Walk a little. Take a look. All the jump price sale. The owner of the store, a loud voice there to solicit business. I'm not selling goods. Is culture, is art. After this village cannot this store. Chen Lin swept his eyes over those goods and shook his head. They were indeed genuine crafts. Boss, these things of yours aren't cheap. There are plenty of these plates and bowls in the small commodity city. The shopkeeper had already been hawking for a while just now. The corners of his forehead were sweating. He put down the bronze horse's ornaments in his hand and said with some panting, "You do not know the goods. I can be all good things. Is an antique, is a cultural relic, is a historical precipitation. Not small commodity city, those bluffing stuff. If it is not guarded, antique street competition is too big. Black-hearted landlord also want to raise the rent. I do not want to put the good things cheap." Someone in the crowd joked, "Boss, you put out these things who have, and nothing special. There is no bottom of the box. Take out, we look. How could there not be?" The shopkeeper answered with a loud voice, turned back to the store and carried out a paper box, and put it on the table with a bang. Inside the box were several scrolls, and half a box of jade tablets, daggers, ink, paper and ink stones. The shopkeeper lifted the box and poured it onto the table, scattering things all over the table. He casually picked up those scrolls, opened them one by one and showed them to the crowd, shouting, "These are all celebrity paintings and calligraphy, the treasures I collected before. If you guys take a fancy, I'll let you have them cheaply." The paintings that were opened. There were paintings of landscapes, people, flowers and birds. The paintings were really good. Chen Lin took a look. The paintings were quite beautiful, but not related to cultural relics. The shopkeeper unfolded the last painting in his hand, and with a mysterious expression on his face, he said, "This is the authentic painting of Tang Boa from the Ming Dynasty, so you guys can be more careful and don't break it for me." The crowd laughed. "Boss, if you have the real masterpiece of Tang Pak Fu, you would have developed long ago. Why are you still setting up a stall here?" The shopkeeper was not angry at being disliked and laughed alone. Really, let me show you." The scroll was unfolded. In the painting, a lady holding a fan wandered in the courtyard when the autumn wind was picking up, her face showing a little bit of sadness. The upper left corner of the picture was inscribed with the following poem, "In the fall, the Playboy fan closes the collection. What is it that makes a beautiful person so sentimental? Please look at the world in detail. Most of the people who don't chase the heat and cold." The whole painting is written in ink, with lighting, coloring, sash, thick ink painting, hair bun, clothing pattern with staccato twists and turns, elegant and dashing. Background treatment is extremely simple. Only a corner of the slopestone. The upper side is decorated with double hooks, fine bamboo, sparse and sparse, giving a person the feeling of empty and desolate, cold and lonely. Chen Lin's heart jumped suddenly, and the light screen flashed instantly. Item name, Tang Yin. Autumn Breeze Playboy Fan. Age and time, Ming Dynasty. Value, 5 million. Collection value, fine art. Holy, this is really the authentic painting of Tang Pak Fu. Chen Lin was excited in his heart, but his face did not show any trace. The crowd came around to look at the Autumn Wind Playboy fan figure for a while. One of the slight understanding of painting and calligraphy, pointing to the painting, smiled and said, "This painting imitation is good. $10 to sell or not?" The shopkeeper's head shook like a rattlesnake. "I'm a real painting. When you pick up rags, not for sale." "Almost okay, boss." The man pointed at the paintings and laughed. These are imitations. Let's not talk about anything else. On your Tang Pak Fu's Autumn Wind Playboy fan figure, as far as I know it's real. Early was a foreign Chinese collection. Can't it be that people buy is fake? This is real? The appraiser that people bring with them is a freeloader? I've never heard that Tang Pak Fu's authentic works have been reduced to being sold at stalls." The crowd laughed. The boss reddened and said, If you don't buy it, don't buy it. What are you talking about? I also have the capital to collect this." The crowd laughed and joked for a while and dispersed. Chen Lin picked up the Autumn Wind Playboy fan painting and looked at it, and a familiar warm current surged through his body. When the shopkeeper saw Chen Lin looking at the painting, he hurriedly promoted, "Young man, this painting is good. 10,000 yuan to sell you." Chen Lin looked like he was shocked and hurriedly put the painting down, pretending to walk away, and said, "I can't afford it." The shopkeeper hurriedly stopped Chen Lin and said with a smile on his face, "Don't. The price is negotiable. How about 5,000? "Can't afford it." Chen Lin shook his head. "I just think this painting is quite good looking. Put in the study to pretend to look. You sell so expensive. I might as well go to Taobao to buy. Taobao sell which can be compared with my stuff." The shopkeeper tugged Chen Lin does not let go. "I have not yet opened today, so I will give you a big sale. 500 yuan. Chen Lin half pushed and half stopped. "Too expensive. Just now the man offered $10. You will sell me for $10. The shopkeeper complained bitterly. "You are too harsh. The paper and framing of this painting is more than $10. Add some more." Chen Lin had a difficult look on his face. After thinking for half a day, he said. $20 at most. No more. I'll leave if I don't sell it. The shopkeeper, with an expression of pain, helplessly said, alright, I'll sell it to you for $20. Just as an opening for me. Chen Lin paid the money. The shopkeeper rolled up the painting with newspaper and stuffed it into Chen Lin's hand. Chen Lin returned to the car, put the painting carefully into the back seat, directly to Bai Wei call. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Bai Wei seemed to be very busy on the other end, and through the phone, he could hear some noise on the other side. Lin Di, you took the initiative to call me. Is there good news? Chen Lin laughed. Sister Bai is wise. I just picked up a good thing. Are you interested? What good thing? Bai Wei was curious. Chen Lin lowered his voice and said, a painting. As for what exactly it is, I'll sell you a secret first to keep it a bit mysterious. Bai Wei directly laughed out loud on the other end. Lin Di, you're getting more and more skinny. Alright, no matter what it is, I've never doubted your vision. I'm dealing with something in a neighboring city right now. I can't go back. Why don't you go directly to the company tomorrow and we'll meet there? Chapter 29, Autumn Wind Playboy Picture. Binchang Xinghai Plaza, National Treasure Mansion. Chen Lin brought the painting to the Jijin art firm when Bai Wei had not yet arrived. The last time he followed Bai Wei here, he was helping her to identify the tiger talisman. That time, Bai Wei brought him directly to the office at the back, and Chen Lin had never been to the front of the store. It just so happened that he came early today, so he stepped directly into the store to take a tour. Bai Wei's store is very large. It is decorated as a Chinese-style teahouse design. The dark gray tables and chairs for guests to rest look slightly retro-feeling, all four sides with a variety of small spotlights. Several large rosewood shelves displaying a variety of goods. Was hollowed-out partition-style wall panels separated into one area. On the background wall where the TV was embedded, various ancient cultural relics were repeatedly played. Chen Lin was very satisfied with Bai Wei's taste, and this store was permeated with a strong retro literary flavor at a glance. He slowly admired the various goods placed on the rosewood shelves with his back hand, and was enjoying himself when a sales clerk beside him came over and said to him, "This gentleman, are you looking to buy antiques?" Chen Lin turned back to look and saw that the person who spoke was a man in his 30s. Instead of wearing the same long black coat as the other shopkeepers, he wore a suit and a pair of gold glasses, with a well-mannered look. "I'm just looking around. I'm here to sell paintings," Chen Lin responded politely. Oh, the man with glasses was a little surprised. "Good day, guest. My name is Zhao. I'm the new store manager of this store. Can I ask what painting you're selling?" Chen Lin smiled and placed the painting, still wrapped in newspaper, on the table. Tang Pakfu's Autumn Wind Playboy fan painting. When that shopkeeper Zhao Xian heard this, he first froze for a moment, followed by a mocking look on his face. "Sir, are you mistaken?" Zhao Xian's smile faded. Tang Yin's Autumn Wind Playboy has been collected by an old overseas Chinese gentleman a few years ago. This is definitely an imitation. Chen Lin frowned and said lightly, "You didn't even look at it. How do you know mine is an imitation? Moreover, how do you know for sure that the one being collected by the overseas Chinese is the real one? Do you have any proof?" There were two other clerks in the store who were originally wiping down the shelves with soft towels, and when they heard Chen Lin's words, they also came up to see what was going on. Zhao Xian was a bit annoyed. He is the first day of work today. I wanted to open a good impression to the boss, who knew that he ran into a fraud selling fake paintings. He had a fire in his heart, and spoke a bit impolitely. "This gentleman, you seem to be a bit unreasonable. The Autumn Breeze fan drawing since the collection. These years have never heard of another authentic. What evidence do you have to prove that your painting is authentic?" Chen Lin are to be angry laugh. How he ran into it today. Such a dead set of reasoning? "I don't need to prove it. I'll wait for your boss to come and sell her the painting directly," Chen Lin said lightly. Bai Wei would never doubt his vision. Who knew that Zhao Xian had already decided that Chen Lin was a crook selling fake paintings? From Chen Lin stepped on the door of the Jizhenge. He judged from the other party's clothes that this person does not have much family history. Such a person also said that there is a real masterpiece of Tang Pakfu. Who believes it? Hearing him say he wanted to wait for his boss, Zhao Xian grunted from his nostrils and said with a stern face, "Our boss is busy. There's no time to listen to your nonsense." He coldly said to Chen Lin, "If it's alright, please leave. We don't accept forgeries here." Chen Lin's face went cold. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know the goods. This attitude isn't a bit too much. I didn't think that Bai Wei, who was as affable as she was, would still have such a judgmental fool under her hand. Chen Lin stood up and was about to speak. Next to a guest was busy coming over, smiled and asked Chen Lin, "Little brother, can you let me take a look at this painting?" This guest was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a circumspect appearance and a modest demeanor. He was an old customer of the collection of Treasures Pavilion, having bought 2 items here, and the other shopkeepers all recognized him. A clerk then presently advised, "Mr. Lu, I'm afraid the gentleman's painting isn't authentic. Don't go out of your way. Lu Kaiyu shook his head and smiled. I think this little brother is right. Who can prove that the previous collection of Autumn Wind Playboy fan drawing is the real thing? After all, we have not seen. Perhaps they have lost their eyesight. The clerk did not expect this old customer to say such a thing. Can only retreat to the side and do not say anything. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile when he heard Lu Kaiyu's words. He had really stumbled upon an understanding person. He called Lu Kaiyu came to the side. In front of his face, opened the Autumn Breeze fan picture. Lu Kaiyu family business to do prosperous. Usually nothing else hobby. Is like to collect cultural relics and antiques. These years on the painting and calligraphy is quite a bit of research. At this time he saw the scroll unfolding. Eyes as a bright. From the clothes pocket took out a high magnifying glass to, first against the poetry there to look at. A few years ago by the overseas Chinese collection of the pair of Autumn Breeze fan picture he also knows. At that time, everyone thought that it was genuine, but last year, there were rumors in the industry that the painting might be a fake with a high degree of simulation. Just now when Chen Lin mentioned the Autumn Wind Playboy fan drawing, he paid attention to it. At this moment, Lu Kaiyu looked at the painting more and more alarmed. His heartbeat accelerated. The more he looked at the painting, the more he felt that the painting was genuine, and all the details matched. He vaguely kind of feeling, today he is very likely to hit the big luck, touch the real masterpiece of Tang Pak Fu. After a long time, he slowly put down the magnifying glass in his hand and looked at Chen Lin. Suddenly felt that the other party is a little familiar. He violently recalled something. A few days ago, he didn't make it to the treasure appraisal conference because he had an out-of-town business to take care of. But when he came back, he searched the news online, and one of the hottest things was the video of the appraiser who was rated first class and smashed the blue and white porcelain vase on the spot. The video was shot from a distance. The picture quality is also a bit blurred, but still can probably see the appraiser's appearance. Lu Kaiyu asked with some excitement, "Are you the appraiser who was the first-class appraiser at the treasure appraisal conference?" Chen Lin saw that he recognized him and nodded. "It's me." Lu Kaiyu had been able to be 100% certain at this point that the painting of Tang Pak Fu in front of him was undoubtedly authentic. Just now, the other party was trying to sell the painting to the Collecting Treasures Pavilion. Now he had to make the first move. "Little brother, I'll buy this painting," Lu Kaiyu said painfully. "You name a price." Chen Lin had a good impression of Lu Kaiyu. He also wanted to expand his customer base in the future, and thought about it. 5 million. Deal. Lu Kaiyu painfully agreed. This Tang Bohua's painting was put in his hands and pressed for a few years. The price would double. "I'll transfer the money to you right away." Chapter 30 Expanding New Customers. Chen Lin and Lu Kaiyu stunned the crowd with this wave of flirty maneuvers. Zhao Xian and a few sales clerks had gone numb. These two had completed a transaction of more than $5 million in their store in just a few words? That Lu Kaiyu is a veteran in the game. According to reason should not be deceived by a fake painting. Several shopkeepers had a bad thought in their mind. Could it be that the painting was real? Just as Chen Lin received the money transfer reminder, Bai Wei arrived with her assistant in a flurry. A few shopkeepers saw the boss and were busy coming forward to greet her. Bai Wei nodded and came straight over to Chen Lin's side, saying cordially, "Lin D, been waiting for a long time, right?" Turning her head and seeing that Lu Kaiyu, an old customer of her store, was also there, she smiled and greeted, "Brother Lu, you haven't come to my place to look for goods for a long time. Are you free today? Business hasn't been busy lately, so I came to take a look around." Lu Kaiyu smiled back. He thought to himself that it was so dangerous. Fortunately he bought the painting on the spur of the moment. If it was a few minutes later, with this boss Bai and Chen Lin's friendship, that painting would not fall into his hands 80%. Chen Lin laughed, "Sister Bai, I just visited your store, and by the way, I did business with Mr. Lu." Bai Wei was a bit strange. "You did business with Mr. Lu? What kind of business?" Chen Lin smiled without saying anything, his eyes looking towards Zhao Xian who was about to pass out on the side. Bai Wei saw that Lu Kaiyu was holding a scroll in his hand, while Chen Lin, who had promised to bring himself something good, was empty-handed, and immediately understood what had changed in the middle. She followed Chen Lin's gaze to Zhao Xian and faintly said, "What's going on?" Zhao Xian had already sensed that something big was wrong from the moment Bai Wei entered the door just now and took the initiative to greet Chen Lin. Already sensing that he had gotten into big trouble, he stiffly came to Bai Wei and said in a low voice, "Boss, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." He didn't dare to hide it, and said everything just now from Chen Lin entering the store to sell the painting, to his own need to kick people out, to Lu Kaiyu buying the painting. Bai Wei's face went black. A real painting of Tang Pak Fu flew away just like that? And let the old customer picked up a big bargain for nothing. However, she did not blame Chen Lin and Lu Kaiyu. With her relationship with Chen Lin now, in the future will never give her good things. Not bad this time. It's just that she didn't expect her employees to be so arrogant as to conclude that the items in the hands of the guests were forgeries without inspecting the items. Who gave them the guts to do so? Apologize to Lin Di. Bai Wei coldly snapped. Zhao Xian immediately walked over to Chen Lin and bowed to him, apologizing. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were the boss's friend, and I didn't know that the painting was authentic. It's because of my shallow knowledge and ignorance. Please forgive me. Chen Lin smiled lightly. Whether I am the boss's friend or not, you shouldn't even treat your guests like that. Zhao Xian reddened and nodded his head. Bai Wei looked at him and became angry. Where did the above find such a mallet for her to be the store manager? She directly ordered, Zhao Xian, go back where you came from. I have no place for you here. Zhao Xian knows that he made a big mistake. Not argue. Gray slipped away. Lu Kaiyu walked up with some embarrassment and apologized to Bai Wei. I'm sorry, boss Bai. Today was to see if there are any new things, but accidentally cut off your who. Some other day I invite you to dinner to make amends. Bai Wei knew a little bit about this old customer's family, and knew that his family's business was very big, and his people were quite good at getting along with each other. Besides, today's matter is her staff's fault first. Can't blame others. Brother Lu is out of place. You are our old customer of Jijin Pavilion. Always take care of our business. I will treat you to dinner some other day. After some polite conversation, Chen Lin saw that Bai Wei still had things to do, so he took the initiative to leave. Just as he walked to the street corner, he saw Lu Kaiyu chasing after him. He was holding the Autumn Wind Playboy fan picture in his hand and said with a big smile, I'm a few years older than you, so don't be offended if I call you old brother Chen. He said as he pulled out a business card in his hand and handed it to Chen Lin. This is my business card. Today I dipped into the light of Chen old brother and got this painting. I don't know how to thank you. Chen Lin received the business card and laughed. Brother Lu, don't be polite. I also received money. Lu Kaiyu laughed loudly. The money should naturally be received. Old brother's vision is really first class good. I'm not hiding from you. I am extremely fond of collecting antiques. Today I can get to know with Chen old brother. It is also considered fate. If you find any good treasures in the future, don't forget about me. Chen Lin also felt that he was a quality customer and agreed readily. Lu Kaiyu was very happy and patted Chen Lin on the shoulder, saying, my friend has opened a restaurant, and his chef is extremely good at his craft. I heard that there are fresh oysters and prawns today. Why don't we go and try them together tonight? Chen Lin let him speak with some interest, so he agreed. The sun set in the west. Chuji Seafood Boat. Chen Lin drove his car to Chuji Seafood Floating Restaurant when it was the evening mealtime. This seafood boat was really as Lu Kaiyu said. Business was booming. There were 2 rows of waiting benches in front of the door, 50 to 60 of them, all filled with people. When Chen Lin parked his car in front of the restaurant, before he even got out of the car, a group of youngsters gathered around. They took out their cell phones and took pictures of the car while marveling at it. Chen Lin was already used to this. When he arrived at the restaurant, Chen Lin entered the second floor box according to the information sent by Lu Kaiyu. As soon as he entered, Lu Kaiyu greeted him warmly. There was also a smiling girl standing beside him, and when she saw Chen Lin come in, she smiled at him in a very pretty way. Lu Kaiyu introduced Chen Lin to his seat and pointed at the girl to introduce him, saying, this is my niece, Lu Wenqian. Heard that I'm coming to eat seafood. Had to follow. Chen old brother don't mind. Chen Lin smiled and said he didn't mind. Lu Kaiyu let the waiter serve the dishes. White scorched keeled shrimp, Russian plate crab, cheese-baked Boston lobster, steamed tiger spot, steamed mussels with garlic vermicelli, spicy wine-boiled small flowering conch. A sumptuous and delicious seafood meal was served one after another. Lu Kaiyu was a very talkative person, chatting with Chen Lin while eating, telling some interesting stories about antiques and cultural relics, chatting very opportunistically. Wen Qian, weren't you there on the day of the treasure appraisal conference? Did you see old brother Chen? Lu Wenqian used the official chopsticks to enthusiastically clip the dishes for her eldest uncle and Chen Lin, and said with a smile, I saw, especially when Chen smashed the vase. The whole place was shocked. I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out, thinking about how bold this man is. What if that vase is an authentic piece? Lu Kaiyu regretted not being there that day and patted Chen Lin's shoulder. Older brother, you're just as bold as your art. Chapter 31. You're a waiter, right? This meal was eaten by the guests and hosts. Lu Kaiyu added Chen Lin's WeChat, and said to get together often from time to time. Chen Lin also generously said, Lu Kaiyu if encountered antique problems, despite looking for him, in front of the restaurant, Chen Lin is ready to drive away. Lu Wenqian said with some embarrassment, Brother Chen, your car is so beautiful, can you send me home? Chen Lin said indifferently, get in the car, I'll give you a ride. Lu Wenqian cheerfully got into the car. It looked like she was very fond of the car, touching it here and there, like a little kid. Chen Lin safely sent her home. Lu Wenshan also added Chen Lin's WeChat and left happily. After a few days, downtown, Shizi Tea House, Chen Lin received a call from Bai Wei. Lin D, is there something going on this afternoon? Nothing much, Sister Bai, you have something for me? Bai Wei's voice was a bit anxious. I have something I want to ask for your help. It's quite urgent. Let's meet up. I'll send you an address. First come first wait. Okay. The address Bai Wei gave was a tea house in the city center. This tea house was a place that belonged to high-end consumption. Chen Lin found a place to park his car in the neighborhood and walked to the entrance of the tea house. He hadn't even gotten in yet, when he ran into a woman dressed up at the entrance. This woman was in her 30s, a colleague of his former company, although it was from another department. But there was a work intersection between the two departments, and it was considered a familiarization. The woman's name is Wang Manyun, and his former boss Julie has a good relationship, because Julie had previously looked down on Chen Lin's relationship and often spat at her. This Wang Manyun was also prejudiced against Chen Lin. Yo, isn't this Chen Lin? Wang Manyun walked up to Chen Lin and looked him up and down. Why are you here? Chen Lin didn't have a good impression of this person and only said faintly, I came to drink tea. Wang Manyun snorted and covered her mouth and laughed. Tea? Do you know how much a pot of tea costs here? 880. Can you afford it? Didn't you resign last month? And made a big fuss about it. Chen Lin looked at her and didn't make a sound. As if she suddenly thought of something, Wang Manyun clapped her two hands together and laughed pointedly at Chen Lin. I see. You came here to apply for a waitress job, right? That's right. The service here is growing quite well. Chen Lin was really a bit tired of seeing her like this and frowned. Sister Wang, is it necessary for you to look like this? Wang Manyun let out a cry, rolled her eyes, and said, what's wrong with me? I just said a few words of truth. Chen Lin didn't care for her and turned around, just about to go in. He heard Wang Manyun's voice suddenly become respectful, and she welcomed him to the side. He curiously looked back and saw Bai Wei coming down from a luxury car. Wang Manyun stretched her hand as if she wanted to assist, welcoming Bai Wei down from the car. Wei Wei, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You're getting prettier and prettier. Wang Manyun's voice was so sweet that she could squeeze honey out of it, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes could barely be hidden by her smile. Bai Wei let her shake her hand enthusiastically, and brought out a hint of a smile on her face. Cousin's wife, there's no need for us to be so fake with each other, Wang Manyun said in a loud voice. Yes, I'm not happy to see you. Bai Wei raised her eyes and saw Chen Lin standing at the entrance of the tea house. She reached out and pulled Wang Manyun forward, and said, Cousin-in-law, I've invited a high-ranking person for you today, so he can help you with your eyes. As he spoke, he had already walked in front of Chen Lin. Wang Manyun was a bit confused. Then she saw Bai Wei familiarly introduce her to Chen Lin and said, You're here, this is my cousin's wife. She's the one who asked for your help today. Chen Lin looked at Wang Manyun and didn't say anything, while Wang Manyun was already frozen. Cousin's wife, Bai Wei pointed at Chen Lin. This is my friend Chen Lin. He's a very powerful appraiser. You know about the treasure appraisal conference the other day. He's the one who won the first rank. Wang Manyun felt that this world was too metaphysical. In the box of the tea house, Chen Lin and Bai Wei sat face to face. Wang Manyun sat next to Bai Wei pretending to be a quail without saying a word. Chen Lin looked at Wang Manyun's devastated appearance, and couldn't help but feel amused, saying to Bai Wei, Sister Bai, you don't know yet, right? Your cousin's wife is my ex-colleague. Bai Wei was taken aback, looked at Wang Manyun and said in surprise, Really? Cousin's wife? This is a real coincidence. Wang Manyun nodded her head somewhat awkwardly and said, Yes, an ex-colleague, not from the same department, not too familiar. Chen Lin laughed. Yeah, just now I ran into Sister Wang at the door and she thought I was here to apply for a waitress job. Bai Wei laughed at this. Wang Manyun's face reddened and she said with some embarrassment, Sorry Chen Lin, I'm not very good at eyesight. Chen Lin glanced at her, thinking that she is, after all, Bai Wei's relatives, did not say anything else. The waiter came to serve tea. Wang Manyun took a look. On the top of the tea and snacks, a pot of tea 1,999 yuan. Cannot help but some smacked his lips. Bai Wei then went up to Chen Lin and poured tea for him, saying, Lin D, I haven't formally apologized to you for what happened to that employee 2 days ago. Don't mind if you do it for my sake. Chen Lin took the tea and laughed. When Sister Bai says that, she's treating me as an outsider. I didn't mind. Wang Manyun saw that a capable sister-in-law like Bai Wei was so polite to Chen Lin, so she knew that he had real skills. When she thought of the cynicism she had just directed at Chen Lin at the door, she became a little regretful. Seeing that Wang Manyun was a bit soulful, Bai Wei nudged her and said, Cousin-in-law, tell Chen Lin about that matter carefully and see if he can help you. Wang Manyun then whispered with some embarrassment, It's just that a while ago, my husband had a friend who said that a friend he knew had a batch of jades to offer for sale. all of which were ancient jades from the previous dynasty. My husband he believed it, found a friend to help inspect the goods, said they are all real ancient jade. He then bought all that batch of jade and later resold it to someone else, made some money. As a result, the buyer called 2 days ago and said that the batch of ancient jades were all fakes and none of them were real. Now the buyer not only wants us to refund the money, but also says he's going to sue us for selling fakes. My husband is in a hurry, Wang Manyun said here. Eyes pleadingly looked at Bai Wei, said, that buyer heard that the power is quite big, said that if this matter is not handled well, they will find someone to break your cousin's legs. He is now not even dare to go out of the door. Bai Wei patted Wang Manyun's hand soothingly and said, that person might be scaring you, cousin sister-in-law, don't be afraid. Did you bring that jade? Let Chen Lin help you see if it's real or not. Chapter 32, The Jade is Fake. Wang Manyun sneaked a glance at Chen Lin with her eyes, somewhat embarrassed. Little Chen just now is really sorry la. Sister Wang didn't know that you were so capable now. For the sake of Wei Wei's face, don't be general with me Chen Lin picked up the tea and took a sip, lightly smiled. Sister Wang is overstating it. You are Sister Bai's relative. For the sake of Sister Bai, I will also help you. Good, good. Wang Manyun then put down her heart. She took out 2 jade pendants from her accompanying bag and handed them over with both hands respectfully. Little Chen, this is this kind of jade pendant. You help give it a look. Chen Lin took the jade pendant and only looked at it twice before laughing. No need to look at it anymore. It's fake. What? Wang Manyun whimpered out. Although she had prepared herself mentally before, she was still a little disappointed. Both kinds are fake? She still held onto her luck and asked cautiously. Chen Lin placed the 2 jade pendants on the table and pointed at them. Genuine jade. Warm and lustrous. Occasional inclusions in the jade. Drops of water on the jade like dewdrops over a long period of time. The identification of jade pendants also has the hand touch method, the knocking method, the inspection method, the tongue licking method, and one of the simplest methods is to look at its interior. Chen Lin said here and casually took away a piece of jade pendant and put it in his hand and broke it in half. Both Bai Wei and Wang Manyun were shocked, and Bai Wei marveled. Lin Di, your hand is too strong. What she didn't know was that Chen Lin's physical fitness had been greatly enhanced since he had upgraded his supernatural ability by touching the antique. Chen Lin smiled and showed Bai Wei and Wang Manyun the break of the jade pendant that was broken in half. The breaks of the real jade pendant are jagged and the material structure is denser, and the fake one with a neat shiny fracture is something like glass, while the one with a rough structure and no sense of luster is something like stone. If you use a magnifying glass with more than 7 times magnification to scrutinize it and identify its edges, corners, holes, hollows, and engraved lines, it's easy to find traces in the subtle places. Wang Manyun took half of the broken jade, looked at it for half a day, slapped it on the table in anger, and said angrily, what kind of bull friend? Isn't it obvious that they are pitting us? At first they even got someone to appraise it and said it was all real. Bai Wei advised, cousin sister-in-law, don't be angry, now that it's happened. It's only right to think about how to solve it. Wang Manyun sighed, your cousin and I are also being punked. How did we know that this batch of jade was fake? That buyer now wants triple compensation. Or else he's going to sue us for fraud and find someone to give us a good time. As she said this, she was clearly in a difficult situation and couldn't help but cover her face and whimper and cry. Bai Wei had never liked this flamboyant cousin's wife very much, and felt that she had always acted in a somewhat unorthodox manner. But when she was young and cousin feelings good, also do not want to see these two people because of this matter suffered any harm. She then asked Wang Manyun, who is the buyer of this batch of jade? Do you have their contact information? Let's discuss with them and understand that we have been cheated, and see if we can minimize the loss. Wang Manyun said, I have his phone number. Saying this, she took out her business card from her bag and handed it to Chen Lin. Chen Lin took it and saw that on it, in gold letters on a black background, the 3 big words Lu Kaiyu were written. He was happy at once, shook the business card and smiled at Bai Wei. Sister Bai, we both know this person. Bai Wei was stunned, took over the business card to look. Oops, so it's him? Then this thing is somewhat difficult to do. Wang Manyun's eyes showed surprise, hurriedly pulled Bai Wei's hand and said, Wei, you know this person? Do you know him well enough to talk to him? Bai Wei bluntly said, recognize is to recognize. He in our collection of precious pavilion has bought 2 times antiques. Friendship is not to talk about, nodding acquaintance only. But I heard that this Lu boss's family business is doing great, and his network is also very wide. He is a person who loves collecting antiques. You guys sold him fake goods. No wonder he is going to put up a hard word. Wang Manyun is also a little scared. His heart is suddenly jumping. How? That? We didn't mean to pit him. Chen Lin thought for a moment and said to Bai Wei, Sister Bai, this brother Lu is very interested in antiques. He was very close to me after selling that painting yesterday, and he even treated me to a seafood dinner at night. Why don't I come and give him a call? I think he'll give this face. As soon as Bai Wei heard this, she understood that Lu Kaiyu was sending out Chen Lin's ability to identify treasures, and was also thinking of making a good relationship, so that in the future, when Chen Lin found something good, he could get a piece of the pie. In that case, Chen Lin would have a better chance of winning instead. Then I'll trouble Lin Di, Bai Wei said. You can tell Brother Lu that we'll cover the loss of this batch of jade. Chen Lin nodded and directly dialed Lu Kaiyu's number. The phone was quickly picked up, and he heard Lu Kaiyu's cheerful voice coming from the other end of the line. Chen old brother did you find any good treasures? Chen Lin laughed and said, Brother Lu, you're too anxious. This good treasure is unattainable. It's not like buying cabbage. Just pick it. Lu Kaiyu laughed even louder. Older brother is right. It's old brother I'm too anxious. So what is it that you called over? Chen Lin then asked. Brother Lu, did you buy a batch of jade pendants the other day that turned out to be fakes? Lu Kaiyu was surprised. There is such a thing. How did you know about it? Old brother Chen? Chen Lin then told the original story of how Wang Manyun's husband was deceived and bought a fake jade, and finally said, Brother Lu, this seller is a relative of a friend of mine, and this friend of mine you also know, is Bai Wei, the owner of the Jijin Pavilion. This matter boils down to the fact that they were also deceived, and did not intentionally go to take fake goods to pitch you. You see, this matter cannot be so forgettable. Of course, your loss this side will be covered. Just this 3 times the compensation. Chen Lin hadn't finished speaking when he heard Lu Kaiyu's bold voice on the other end of the phone. Chen old brother, no need to say again. Since this matter you opened your mouth, I naturally have to give you face. Let's just forget about this matter. The matter of triple compensation is also exempt. Just return the money to me at the original price. Chen Lin saw that he was so bold. His impression score of him increased again. He smiled and thanked. Then I'll thank you for your generosity on behalf of Sister Bai and the seller. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Good to say. Good to say. Lu Kaiyu hung up the phone with satisfaction. Being able to make Chen Lin owe him a favor, this one was not a loss for him. Chen Lin finished solving the problem, hung up the phone and said to Wang Manyun, Sister Wang, Brother Lu said that this matter should be left alone. You seize the time to return people's payment for the goods. He won't pursue the matter. Wang Manyun heart a big stone fell to the ground. Chen Lin grateful. Chapter 33 Life is not easy. After successfully solving Wang Manyun's problem, Chen Lin bid farewell to Bai Wei and the two of them. Wang Manyun once again apologized for her ignorance, and also warmly invited Chen Lin to visit her home with Bai Wei sometime. Chen Lin turned the corner and was about to get into his car when he suddenly locked eyes with a young man walking across the street. The man froze slightly, then a smile appeared on his face as he stepped forward and said, Isn't this Chen Lin? Where have you been all these years? Chen Lin also recognized this man as his college classmate, Li Chao. This Li Chao had a pretty good relationship with him when he was in college. After graduation, Li Chao went to Deep City in the south to pursue his dreams, and he never thought that he would meet here today. Li Chao, didn't you go to Deep City? When did you come back? Chen Lin was somewhat curious. A bitter smile appeared on Li Chao's face as he sniffed, stepped forward and hitched Chen Lin's shoulder, saying, Dreams are shattered. Life is not easy. Don't mention it. Mentioning it is all tears. He looked at Chen Lin's ordinary clothes, and then looked at the luxury car that seemed to glow with dazzling golden light under the sunlight, and couldn't help but lament. Buddy, you're not mixing too well. Is this driving for others as a driver? Chen Lin saw his misunderstanding and didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Li Chao understandingly patted Chen Lin on the back and said, We haven't seen our buddies for a long time, and it just so happens that Zhao He and Shuedi asked me to sing today, so let's go drink some together. Let's have a good chat. Chen Lin lived in the university dormitory for a period of time. The roommate is Li Chao, Zhao He and Shuedi, 3 people. The 4 of them occasionally have contact. The annual festival also send a text message or something, so Li Chao invited. Chen Lin agreed. Chen Lin let Li Chao get on the car. Li Chao is still a little hesitant. Whispered, Can this work? Your employer mustn't say something about you when he finds out you're not there when he uses the car. Chen Lin directly into the driver's side, waved to Li Chao. Let him up. Okay, no problem. Don't we have a car to drive, but also take a taxi? Li Chao thought about it. He hadn't sat in such a high-grade car until now. Li Chao bravely got into the car. Chen Lin all the way towards the Money Leopard KTV speeding away. The Money Leopard KTV. When Li Chao appeared in the box with Chen Lin's shoulders, Zhao He and Shuedi both froze. Immediately after, they recognized that it was college friend Chen Lin. Zhao He and Shuedi came up and warmly embraced Chen Lin, pulling him to sit down on the sofa and asking him about his recent situation after the separation. Li Chao opened a beer and handed it to Chen Lin, saying, My buddy lost his job last week, and is now looking for a new job. Lin Zi is still doing well, and is working as a driver for someone rich. Lin Zi, that employer is quite rich, driving an Aston Martin SUV. Have to be more than $3 million. Shuedi looked at Chen Lin, saw him and addressed this unremarkable, sighed and said, Lindsay giving people as a driver is a bit of a pity. Zhao He and Li Chao clinked glasses, a mouthful of beer into, wiped his mouth and said, now the world is not good, can get a job is good. Now the big companies layoffs every year, the days of fear and trembling. Li Chao lamented, yes, when I graduated, I went to the deep city, said that there is more money to earn, take the sack just pick up the money on the line, and so I really went, which is so Shuedi glanced at him and said, at that time I said that you do not go, where the money is not good to earn not as good as honestly stay at home, at least do not have to rent an extra house, food and housing are managed, in today's world, unless you become your own boss. Zhao He responded, you'll have to suffer everywhere you go. The three of them took turns to comfort Chen Lin by his side, saying that there was no shame in working as a driver for a rich man, so don't be discouraged or anything like that. While this was happening, the door to the box was opened and a waiter walked in pushing a food cart. Sir, the Louis XIII you ordered has arrived, and there are also some fruit plates and snacks that come with the wine, the waiter said as he placed the wine, fruit plate and various snacks from the food cart on the table. Li Chao was a bit confused. He asked the waiter with some confusion, we didn't order anything, are you guys mistaken? That was Louis XIII, a bottle of more than $30,000. It was not something that a few of them could afford to consume. Zhao Hyuk also thought of a possibility. Did someone else order it and you sent it to the wrong room? The waiter looked at the room number at the door, then looked at the running list, and said, that's right room 203, Mr. Chen Lin ordered it, and the bill has already been paid. Chen Lin waved at the waiter, signaling that he could go down. Now, Li Chao, Zhao He, and Shuedi were dumbfounded. They looked at the expensive wine and fruit platters on the table, and then looked at Chen Lin's calm demeanor, feeling as if something had gone wrong. Chen Lin looked at their dumbfounded appearance and pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled. What's the matter? Keep drinking. Why are you all looking at me? After a long time, Zhao He swallowed and said with some difficulty, Lindsay, driving for rich people, can you earn that much? I want to be a driver too. Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh at his words. Li Chao, however, had already reacted at this time. He slapped Zhao He's back and scolded, are you stupid? Look whose driver is driving a $30,000 XO. He turned his head to Chen Lin again and asked, Lindsay, that Aston Martin is your own, right? This time, Chen Lin didn't deny it. Well, I bought it not long ago, it's more convenient to go out. Shuedi went forward and wrapped his arms around Chen Lin's neck and laughed, buddy, you've developed, did you win the lottery? You should have said it earlier. Buddy comforted you for nothing. Chen Lin smiled and said, I really won the lottery before, so don't save me any money. If you still want to eat or drink anything, feel free to order. My treat. The atmosphere in the box was immediately lively. Chen Lin opened the wine and clinked glasses with the three of them. Li Chao drank his face red and lamented, buddy, I'm dipping into your light today. It's the first time I've drank such expensive wine. I'm worth it. Chen Lin laughed. You're satisfied with $30,000 of wine? Next time I'll take you to drink something better. Zhao He also brought his wine glass and clinked it with Chen Lin and asked, Lindsay, are you your own boss now? Chen Lin said bluntly, I am working for myself. Before I learn some antiques and cultural relics appraisal and other experience, nothing to pick up a leak, earn a hard-earned money. Shuedi raised his glass and said, to you, Lindsay, we are a few people now belong to your most outstanding. We are happy for you. The four of them drank and chatted, as if they had returned to their college days. When the party broke up, Zhao He and Shuedi saw Chen Lin's luxury car at the door. A few people hugged their necks and wrapped their arms around each other and took many pictures in front of the car. A few people agreed to come out and get together again sometime later. Chapter 34 Iceberg Beauty, Li Jiayuan Antique Street. Chen Lin drank a little too much last night and fell asleep when he got home, and when he woke up it was already noon. He didn't want to go out, but thinking that today was Saturday, and that there were a few loose tables on the antique street that didn't go out much on weekdays that would be open on the weekend, he decided to go and take a look. After briefly washing up, he casually ate some bread and milk and drove to Antique Street. Saturday's Antique Street was crowded. Chen Lin squeezed in the crowd and even looked at several stalls, but there was nothing to be gained. But there is a set of Qing Dynasty colored porcelain dishes is good. He was thinking of picking up a leek. Who knows that the boss is also a knowledge of the goods. This set of dishes asking price is not low. Chen Lin looked at the price displayed on the light screen, thinking of selling out but earn a few $1,000s. Not much fun. Gave up. He browsed through a few more stalls and still didn't find anything to his liking. When he turned to leave, he suddenly heard a nice female voice ringing beside him. Man, are all your jades genuine? Chen Lin laughed in his heart. Who would ask such a question? People who run stores and do business, even if they are selling fake goods, can they tell you? It sounded like a layman. He turned his head to look with some curiosity, and saw that in front of an antique store on the street, a large stall was set up, and hundreds of jade pieces of various colors were spread out on the stall. There were jade pendants, jade plates, jade slices, jade penannular jade rings and other colorful artifacts, not to mention whether they were authentic or not. So many of them were put together, giving people a pleasing feeling. Chen Lin recognized the owner of this shop, and also knew that this shop relied on jade to get started, but the things in this shop were 7 parts fake and 3 parts real. Chen Lin had never really traded in this store. Just like now, Chen Lin used his supernatural energy to scan through those jade items. The material was real jade, but they were the cheapest Afghan and Suayan jade, not worth much. Of course it's real. The fellow saw that there was a hammer, and naturally refused to let it go. Miss, do you want to take a look at the jade? We have a much better selection of jade in our store. The girl who spoke was 24 or 25 years old, with a tall figure and a long ponytail. Her skin was white, and under her 2 long, slightly heroic eyebrows, a pair of phoenix eyes gleamed. A black one-piece pants dress made her look elegant. The girl was very pretty, but her demeanor was cold and icy, giving people a feeling of being uninviting. Let's go in and take a look then. The girl followed the fellow into the store. Chen Lin suddenly developed a few moments of curiosity and followed into the store. Chen Lin had long since gotten acquainted in this Li Jiayuan antique street, and most of the stores recognized him. The boss saw him come in, only thought that he was here to pick up leaks, only smiled and nodded at him, letting him casually look, and went to entertain that iceberg beauty. This young lady, what kind of jade would you like to see? Is it a pendant, or an ornament? The boss asked politely. The iceberg beauty coldly said, a jade pendant to hang around your neck. Alright, the boss barked. The fellow took out a wooden tray from the counter, which was padded with thick black velvet, and on it were dozens of jade pendants of different varieties and colors. Iceberg Beauty's eyes were dazzled for a moment, and after looking carefully for a while, she picked out a green-colored jade pea. That jade pea texture glistening, meticulous carving, really beautiful. But the next Chen Lin squinted, knew that it was a high imitation of the fake. That iceberg beauty seems to fancy this piece of jade pendant, holding it in her hand and fiddling with it for a long time. Seeing that there was a door, that boss took the initiative to introduce it. Miss I is good. This jade pea is the Ming Dynasty things. Workmanship texture are top. Originally sold 80,000. If you really want to buy, I give you again let the price. Let how much? That iceberg beauty asked. The boss stretched a palm out. 50,000. How do you think? That iceberg beauty didn't say anything, lowered her head and went to look at that jade pea again, obviously more satisfied. Chen Lin was a little surprised. This piece of fake jade cost less than $10. This boss opened his mouth on 50,000. Is not a little too big to ask? I don't know if it's because I saw a beautiful woman and moved the relationship of compassion. Chen Lin slowly paced to the side of that iceberg beauty, gently reminded, Beauty, this pendant is not very suitable for you. You'd better take a look at something else. Who expects that iceberg beauty heard this, but the willow eyebrow firm up, side head up and down a few eyes. Chen Lin, see his clothes ordinary, open coldly said, who are you? What do you care if I am suitable or not? Chen Lin saw her dog bite Lu Dongbin, do not know the good heart, our almost angry laugh. Looking at her clear but expressionless pretty face, he said, Beauty so confident, not afraid of buying a fake? Iceberg Beauty's pretty face floated a trace of ridicule. I look at you, also does not look like you have seen a lot of antiques and cultural relics. How do you know the real and fake? Chen Lin also didn't care about the store owner's ugly face, reached out and took the jade pea from the iceberg beauty's hand and said blandly, this one is pressed with jade powder cast in a mold, although it looks delicate and soft, and the carving is very exquisite, enough to be fake, but fake is fake, and even if it's made to look like it, it's not real. That iceberg beauty heard him speak with a straight face, and a few suspicions rose in her heart. She turned her head to look at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's face was very ugly, but he didn't argue about the authenticity of that jade pea. He only said to Chen Lin with some dissatisfaction, Little Chen you're smashing my rice bowl. I also need to eat to feed my fellows. The iceberg beauty was sure that the jade peas were fake when she heard the shopkeeper's words. She glared fiercely at the shopkeeper and looked at Chen Lin again. Her heart's impression of him greatly changed. Chen Lin heard the store owner's complaint about himself and said with a slight smile, Brother Zhang, I've always been a bit compassionate when I see a beautiful woman. I'm offended this time. Next time there's a good business, I promise to think of you. The shopkeeper had heard of Chen Lin's ability, and heard that he also had friendships with big customers outside, so he threw that unhappiness out of the window. Chen Lin left the store, but that iceberg beauty followed him out, chasing after him and asking him how to identify real jade. Chen Lin disliked her just in the store overbearing attitude. Also do not pay attention to her, just focus on boring to the antique street outside to go. Who knows that the iceberg beauty followed all the way. In the street side will stop him. You good people to do in the end. Tell me how to buy real jade chant? Chen-Lin lightly swept her a glance. Didn't you say I don't look like I can appraise antiques? The iceberg beauty looked a little embarrassed. Red face whispered, I apologize to you. Just now is my wrong. Should not say that you. My name is Lin Xian. It's my sister's birthday in a few days. I want to buy a jade pendant to send her as a gift. Can you help me? Chapter 35 Calling $2 million. Chen-Lin lightly swept her a glance. Why should I help you? But just now inside the store. Didn't you help me out? Lin Xian said. Just be a good person and help me one more time. Chen-Lin ignored her and turned around. Lin Xian also didn't say anything, just closely followed behind Chen-Lin. Also step by step. To Chen-Lin are given the whole helpless. What the hell do you want to do? Follow me all the way. Chen-Lin stood at the entrance of the antique street, looking at Lin Xian with an unhappy expression. Lin Xian's iceberg face that she wore in the store had long disappeared. She said with a smile, I'm counting on you. Give me a phone number. I want to ask you for advice when I buy a jade pendant. Chen-Lin saw her stalking like this. The other party is a girl. Can't scold, can't beat. No way but to exchange phone numbers with her. Lin Xian was happy and raised her cell phone to say goodbye to Chen-Lin, saying with a smile on her lips, Chen-Lin, I will call you again. A few days later, by Weiyuan Villa area, the sunlight shone through the layers of green leaves and shone on the rippling swimming pool. Chen-Lin's athletic stance had already swum more than 20 laps in the pool. He got out of the water, put on his big soft and comfortable bathrobe, and walked straight to the shade of the trees to sit down at the sun loungers. He smoothly picked up a copy of the Ancient Jade General Theory that was at hand and flipped through it. For almost a week, Chen-Lin did not go out, and he read through all those cultural relics books he bought at home. I don't know if it was because he had supernormal abilities, but when he was reading these somewhat boring texts, he actually had a feeling that he could understand them at a glance. After he had read those knowledge points, they were imprinted in his head without any effort, and now when he casually picked up an artifact, the description related to it would automatically flash in his mind, which could be said to be very convenient. Chen-Lin flipped through the pages of the book at ease. The breeze around him was gentle, the warm sunlight shone on his body, and he was about to fall asleep. Just at this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Chen-Lin picked it up and looked at it. The screen displayed the 4 big words, Iceberg Beauty. It was that Lin Xian who almost bought a fake jade in the antique street. Thinking of the day this beauty pestered herself, which led to him asking for his phone number, Chen-Lin could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Pressing the answer button, Lin Xian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen-Lin, hello there. I'm Lin Xian. Hello, what's up? Chen-Lin responded indifferently. He wasn't too fond of dealing with this beautiful woman. Lin Xian didn't seem to mind Chen-Lin's coldness as she directly said, it's still the matter of buying jade law. My sister's birthday is getting closer and closer, and I still haven't chosen a jade to my liking. Because of what happened last time when I almost bought a fake jade, I now have a shadow in my psyche. I wonder if I could ask you to accompany me to buy a jade. I'm more down to earth with you in my heart. Chen-Lin picked up the cold drink in his hand and took a sip, faintly said, you're not afraid that I'll look away? Lin Xian said calmly on the other end of the phone. No fear, I believe in your strength. If I really look away, I'll admit it. Her words were quite atmospheric. Chen-Lin had wanted to refuse just now, but after hearing her words, he was silent for a few seconds, and after thinking that there was nothing in the near future anyway, he agreed to Lin Xian's request. The two agreed that after 3 days, Chen-Lin will take her to buy a really good jade. After hanging up Lin Xian's phone, Chen-Lin thought about what she said about buying her sister a jade, and remembered his own sister Chen Shi. He had been so busy with his own affairs during this period of time that he hadn't really had any free time to spend with his family. Last time, after he sold the Xianfeng Tongbao to Bai Wei, he only transferred $20,000 to his parents. He had made a lot of money during this period of time, so he should also let his parents get out of poverty and become rich. Chen-Lin opened his cell phone and checked his bank deposits, and found that there was still a balance of more than 6 million, and immediately transferred 2 million to his father's account. A few minutes later, his father Chen Yubin's phone call came. The phone just connected. Chen Yubin's anxious voice came over. Lindsay, you just transferred 2 million over? Chen Yubin stuttered in his speech. He just saw the bank transfer notice. The first reaction was that the bank got it wrong. Immediately called to the bank to confirm. The results of the bank checked, stating that it was the user called Chen-Lin who transferred. Chen Yubin then realized that the money was from his son. That's 2 million ah. Chen Yubin and his wife Lin Xiuju was stupid. Do not know where his son got so much money. Chen Yubin cannot wait a moment. Rushed to call his son to confirm. Chen-Lin saw his father panicked, and quickly pacified him. Dad, don't be anxious. That money is my call over. $2 million you save and mom slowly spend. The family is not still owed the debt of relatives before, and pay it back. Chen Yubin heart sudden jump. He lived to the age of now, has not seen so much money. Where did you get this money? He asked with some caution. Chen Lin did not explain much, only smiled and said, speculation earned, you feel at ease to collect is. The phone was Mother Lin Xiuju snatched. She used a trembling voice whispered, son, really is the speculation earned? You didn't do any illegal business right. Chen Lin was a little amused and a little heartbroken. Remembering the straitened days that the family of four had lived in the past, he held back his heartache and said, Mom, you put 120 hearts. Don't you understand your son? I bought a lottery ticket and used the winnings to speculate on stocks to earn. You guys just feel free to spend it. So Lin Xiuju heart this only settled a little. You transferred us so much money, then you spend what Chen Lin laughed, Mom, I still have money in my hand, and I also bought a house. You and Dad don't need to worry about it. Hearing that their son had also bought a house, Chen Yubin and his wife were very happy. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiuju looked at the 2 million deposits in the cell phone and did not speak for a long time. After a while, her eyes red, holding her husband's hand whimpering and crying. Chen Yubin is also a sour nose. He understands his wife's feelings. These years they have had a hard time. When visiting friends and relatives at the annual festival, in front of the relatives cannot raise their heads. Chen Yubin's thick palm to his wife wiped her tears, choking his voice. Look at you, your son has done well. How do you cry? Lin Xiuju wiped 2 tears, said, I am happy, we now have money. First borrowed his second uncle that $100,000 to pay it back. I've owed it for years, Chen Yubin said. Gave his brother Chen Yukai called. Let him send over the bank account number. He wants to pay back the money. Chen Yukai at first still some disbelief, half-heartedly sent the card number over. A few moments of effort. 100,000 yuan to the account. Chapter 36 Chen Lin has developed? Chen Yukai stared at his cell phone for half a day in some disbelief. His big brother who had been poor all his life had actually paid back $100,000 in one go? How is this possible? Who does not know? His old Chen family door is the worst living is the big brother family. Husband and wife are not capable of much, referring to the dead wages to eat, but also to raise 2 children. Before the elder brother's family has difficulties, one after another in his here borrowed $100,000. A few years also did not pay back. He also thought that the money to hit the water. Who would like to give him back today in one fell swoop? Chen Yukai thought more and more wrong. Rushed to a phone call back. Answer the phone is Chen Yubin. Chen Yukai asked directly, Big brother, where did you get this money? You won the lottery? Chen Yubin now knows that his son has a good fortune. The mood is extremely good. Speak in a higher pitch. It's given by Lindsay. Chen Yubin had more heart. Didn't tell his brother that his son had transferred 2 million. He made some money from stock speculation. Let us pay back all the debts we owe. As soon as he heard that it was Chen Lin who gave the money, Chen Yukai skimmed his lips. He didn't look at this nephew from the bottom of his heart, thinking that this nephew had no prospects, and his own pair of sons and daughters were simply incomparable. Big brother, Lin Zi didn't rob a bank, right? Chen Yukai opened his mouth sourly, speaking with sarcasm. How is it so easy to make money by speculating in stocks? Can you easily make $100,000? If that's the case, everyone should go to speculate in stocks. What's the point of going to class? Chen Yubin still understood his son, although he also felt that the huge sum of 200 made him a bit apprehensive. Second brother, Lin Zi is now really accomplished. He told us that he even bought a house. Chen Yukai, who was even more disbelieving at this point, grunted coldly. Lin Zi isn't bluffing. A house with a down payment of $200,000 to $300,000. Where did he get that kind of money? Relying on his monthly salary of $3,000 to $4,000? I say, you have to pay attention. Ask Lindsay is not doing any illegal business. The right way to make money which is not so fast? Chen Yukai nagging said a bunch before hanging up the phone. Said Chen Yubin husband and wife heart and no bottom. 2 people discussed some. Ready to go to the sun tomorrow to take a look. The next day, Lin Xiuju prepared breakfast and told Chen Shi to eat and hurry to school. She went to the refrigerator, took out last night's pickled all kinds of small dishes. Her son's favorite when he was at home to eat their own small pickles. She filled several boxes, ready to bring to her son. Chen Yubin last night was also tossing and turning the whole night, did not sleep much. That 2 million is like a big stone in his heart. He always have to figure out, to rest assured. After the couple packed up, Lin Xiuju called her son. Lin Zi, your father and I have nothing to do today. We want to go see you. Are you at home? Chen Lin was first stunned, and immediately reacted to the fact that this was the old couple who were uneasy, and wanted to see how he was doing with his own eyes, and ask where the money was coming from in order to be down to earth. He understands his parents' approach. Besides, he has not been home for a long time, so he quickly answered, I'm at home. I'll go pick you up. Lin Xiuju hurriedly said, No, we'll just take a taxi directly to the past. You send the address over, so that you don't have to make a trip. Chen Lin then took the address of Bai Huiyuan and passed it to his mother. The couple went out the door, called a cab, and told the driver the address. When the driver drove to the destination, Chen Yubin and Lin Xiuju were a little confused once they got out of the car. This is an upscale neighborhood. There is a guard post at the entrance of the district, and inside there are buildings lined up in sequence. The district is very green. There is an artificial lake and a square green space for residents to rest. Lin Xiuju outside the district looked in for a while, asked her husband, "We are not going to the wrong place. This district looks like the price is not low, not more than 20,000 a flat. Chen Yubin to look around, see from this neighborhood has a distance place, is a more luxurious high-end private villa area. No way, should be this neighborhood. Chen Yubin was also confused. Lin Xiuju said, "Call Lin Zi." Chen Yubin hung up Chen Lin's phone. "Dad, are you guys at the door yet? I'll go out to pick you guys up. We seem to have gone to the wrong place. A post at this entrance. I see that there is an artificial lake in the neighborhood, and several houses are next to each other." Before he could finish, Chen Lin knew that they were in the wrong place. That neighborhood is next to the Bai Huiyuan villa area built, is also the same real estate developer, but just ordinary boutique small high-rise, then the villa area this side of the world that is a world of difference. Chen Lin then said, "Dad, you guys are in the wrong place. You guys just wait for me there. I'll come pick you up right away." "Okay." Chen Yubin hung up the phone. Right at this moment, a person came out of this boutique neighborhood, and saw Chen Yubin and his wife directly walking over. "Big brother, sister-in-law, why are you here?" The person who came was in his early 50s, his body was relatively thin, but his two eyes were shining brightly, appearing very shrewd. Chen Yubin saw that the visitor was none other than his own brother, Chen Yukai. He was busy smiling. "Your sister-in-law and I came to see the forest. We went to the wrong place, and we are here waiting for him to come and pick us up." Chen Yukai laughed. "That is definitely wrong. This is a boutique high-grade neighborhood, which is full of well-decorated small apartments, sold more than 1 million it. It is here to rent a house. Every month also have to 5 or 6,000 it." Lin Xiuju surprised, "So expensive?" Chen Yukai proudly said, "Yes, we have a customer who lives here. I just finished delivering things to him, and I came out and ran into you," he said, looked around and said with some confusion, "Where does Lin Zi live? There aren't any other neighborhoods around here." As he was talking, he saw Chen Lin running over in the distance. He was dressed in a casual white t-shirt with jeans, refreshing and handsome. He ran in front of Chen Yubin and Lin Xiuju, and affectionately embraced their necks. "Dad, Mom, you guys came pretty fast." Seeing Chen Yukai was also there, he greeted with a smile, "Second uncle, why are you also here?" Chen Yukai laughed. "I came to this neighborhood to do some business, and I happened to run into your parents. They said they were going to where you live, and they went the wrong way." "Lin Zi, where do you live? Are there any other neighborhoods around here?" Chen Lin knew that this second uncle of his had always had a high opinion of his own family since he was a child. When he saw his face, he knew that he wanted to see a joke. Chen Lin then took his parents' shoulders and stood opposite Chen Yukai, with a big smile on his face, saying, "Indeed, I'm in the wrong place, second uncle." He turned sideways and pointed behind him, laughing, "My family lives there." Chen Yukai looked along where he pointed and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 37, Mom and Dad Come and Stay. The place where Chen Lin pointed his finger was precisely the Bai Huiyuan private villa area. At this moment, not only was Chen Yukai shocked, even Chen Yubin and Lin Xiuju were both confused. The three people had 6 eyes staring at Chen Lin in unison, each with an unbelievable expression. Chen Lin was amused by them and spread his hands, saying with an innocent expression, "What I said is true, I really live there." Chen Yubin was thrilled and excited as he took his son's hand and said, "Son, you bought a villa?" Chen Lin smiled and wrapped his father's broad shoulders and laughed. "Of course it's real, just like a fake. Let's go now." Chen Yukai, who was standing at the side, had a burst of red and white color. He forced himself to calm down and showed Chen Lin a kind smile of an elder, saying, "Linzi, second uncle also wants to visit your villa. Is it okay?" He still didn't believe that Chen Lin, who hadn't made much money since he was a child, could afford a villa now. It couldn't be bragging and lying to him, right? Chen Lin had long read this uncle's mind. He said indifferently, "Of course it's okay, welcome to visit second uncle." Chen Lin then led the three of them as they talked and walked to the front of the security booth of the Bai Huiyuan villa area. The security of this villa area was very much in place. The security guards were all on duty 24-hour shifts, and every security guard knew the owners here. The one on duty today was the one who praised Chen Lin's car last time. Chen Lin is a low-key person who never makes things difficult for people, and has always been humble and polite. Therefore, the security guards had a good impression of him. At this time, When the security guards saw him bring someone over, they were busy welcoming him from the booth and greeted him with a smile on their faces. Mr. Chen, you're back, Chen politely responded. Yeah, I picked up my parents to play today, and my second uncle. The security guard politely greeted the few people, and in accordance with the usual practice, let them simply register in the visitor's book, and then let them go. It was only then that Chen Yukai realized that Chen Lin really did live here and wasn't lying to him. His eyes looked around somewhat greedily. This place was known to be a rich man's residence at a glance. The main ring road in the neighborhood was an asphalt road, divided into vehicular and walking paths through different colors. In the center, there is a large plaza for homeowners to relax, which is equipped with fountains, fitness equipment and other facilities. At the pedestrian alleyway, paved by the Soviet-style green bricks, arranged according to the site space changes in the group green, black gravel elements, gravel ground, green tile vignettes, scenic walls, old civil stone vignettes, a combination of interspersed embellishments therein. It is very characteristic of ancient charm. Here outside each courtyard, are erected with a high fence, coiled with various colors of delicate rosebuds. Some people's yards put a high-priced sofa seats. The sunlight shines down obliquely, dappled light and shadow reflecting the full yard luxury. Along the way, the eyes of those three people are not enough to see. Finally arrived at the door of Chen Lin's villa, pulled open the door decorated with hollow reliefs, saw the large courtyard. There is a domed remote control roof. Roof can be freely opened and closed. The intense sunlight and summer heat is thus isolated from the outside. On the left side of the courtyard is a swimming pool, while the right side is an outdoor dining area. Entering the hall, there are bright floor-to-ceiling windows with high ceilings, light-colored marble floors with bright mirror-like pattern tiles, and gorgeous crystal chandeliers overhead. Chen Yubin and Lin Xiuju did not expect that their son would live in such a luxurious villa. This kind of luxurious house they have only seen in the TV series. Lin Xiuju could not control herself. A moment to touch this, a moment to touch that, and ran upstairs to see a few rooms. Down the stairs, she was dizzy Tao, or Chen Lin was afraid that she fell. To help her down, Chen Yukai from into this house, eyes are almost fall out. With envy and jealousy, he dragged his elder brother to look at the house inside and out. In detail, Chen Lin let them go shopping. He went to the kitchen to boil water to make tea for them. Last time Bai Wei sent the top tea leaves West Lake Longjing just came in handy. The tea is really the top quality. The water is rushed down, pungent tea aroma on the diffuse out. Chen Yubin followed the scent of the tea and came over, took a deep sniff inside. This is the top quality tea. It's Shihu Longjing, right? Chen Lin carried the tea tray towards the living room, looked at his father and laughed. Dad, your nose is quite good. This is a gift from a friend of mine. The top of the West Lake Longjing. This year's new tea. More than 10,000 yuan. Chen Yubin was shocked. OMG. So expensive. Then I have to taste it. A few of them sat in the luxurious sofa in the living room and drank tea. Chen Yukai held the tea and pondered for a long time, finally opened his mouth and asked, Lin Zi, you've made a big fortune. Can you tell Uncle too? How did you earn so much money? Chen Lin laughed. I was lucky. A while ago I bought a lottery ticket and won a big prize. So I used the money to speculate on stocks, and as a result I made some money. Chen Yubin sipped the top quality tea and sat in the sofa that was as soft as a cloud. He couldn't help but feel a little fluttery, and said in passing, if your sister had followed me here today, and saw that this place is so luxurious and beautiful, she would have definitely relied on it and not left. Lin Xiuju eyes staring at the spacious and bright kitchen, like dialing out, joyfully said, that's not it, not to mention her. I want to live a few more days. Chen Lin smiled and leaned on his mother's shoulder, saying, then don't go, just live down. This house was originally bought for you guys. The three people present froze. Chen Yubin couldn't believe it and said, you're really letting us move over and live together? Yes, shouldn't a family live together neatly? Lin Xiuju somewhat timidly said, but, this is your own hard-earned money to buy. We as parents have not helped. Chen Lin laughed and put his arm around his mother's shoulder, looking at her face that was somewhat old due to the drudgery, and exclaimed, you're my mom. I make money just to spend it for you guys. It's only natural. He also turned his head to the side of the red-eyed Chen Yubin said, Dad, you guys go home and pack up. Just move over. Chen Yubin looked at his son, suddenly feeling that his son had become the pillar of the family. He nodded in relief. Lin Xiuju was already there excitedly nagging her son about what to pack and move over. Chen Lin laughed. Mom, there's everything here. Those things at home are all old and out of shape. Moving them over in this house doesn't match. Just sell them to the rag collectors. Just sell it to a rag collector. You people can come over. Chen Yukai on the side looked at their family of three happy, discussing the appearance of moving. The heart is very uncomfortable. His son was also speculating in stocks. How come he didn't see so much money? Chen Lin, he wouldn't be involved in some financial crime, right? Chapter 38 Identifying Imperial Green. 3 days later, Chen Lin was woken up by a ringing phone. He took the phone and saw that it was Lin Xian calling, and he suddenly remembered that he had promised to take her to buy jade before. Sure enough, Lin Xian asked him on the phone where he would meet up and promised to give Chen Lin $50,000 as payment if he bought a jade to his liking today. Chen Lin knew as soon as he heard that this iceberg beauty Ms. Lin is also a not bad money. He agreed to it. He told Lin Xian to wait for him at the back street entrance of Li Jiayuan Antique Street, because the place to go is more roundabout, and he is afraid that she can't find it. He got up, washed his face, and simply cleaned up. He set off. When he drove to the antique street, Chen Lin saw Lin Xian from afar. She wore a light gray suit today. Her face still had a faint expression, standing straight under the poles, with a feeling of independence. Chen Lin drove the car directly in front of her, rolled down the passenger window, and said to her, "Get in." Lin Xian saw the car in front of her slightly stunned, and then nimbly sat in the passenger seat, while buckling the seatbelt and said, "Your car is quite handsome, tasteful. Thanks for the compliment." Chen Lin pointed to the sandwich placed on the side and said, "Want some breakfast? Just bought it." Lin Xian shook her head and looked at Chen Lin and asked, "Why did you go so early? Are people's stores open yet?" Chen Lin said lightly, "This one is a bit special. The owner opens the store as he feels like it. Sometimes the store opens at 6 o'clock. Sometimes it doesn't open for the whole day. You have to take your chances." Lin Xian, like hearing a fantasy, did not believe that there is such a business, frowned and said, "This is really rare. I have not seen such a spontaneous boss. Today you will be able to see." Chen Lin said. This person or antique street acquaintances introduced. His family's jade basically no fake. Workmanship is also good. And sometimes you can also find antiques, depending on your luck. The two were talking. Half an hour later, the place arrived. When Chen Lin parked the car at the entrance of a narrow and chaotic alley, Lin Xian simply did not believe her eyes. In front of her was a row of small, low-slung bungalows, a ramen store, a grocery store, a fruit stand, and that jade store that Chen Lin said was very good was sandwiched in between. "Are you sure you haven't come to the wrong place?" Lin Xian was incapable of accepting this kind of place. Chen Lin got out of the car sharply. "That's right, this is the place." Lin Xian helplessly got out of the car and followed Chen Lin towards the narrow alley. Chen Lin could see that she wasn't very excited, smiled and said, "We're here to buy something good, not to enjoy the scenery, just like delicious delicacies, mostly hidden in small pavilions. Don't worry, I guarantee I won't let you down." "Alright, I believe you." Lin Xian nodded her head. Chen Lin led Lin Xian to an inconspicuous small doorway, which didn't even have a sign in front of the door. This one was open for business. The door was wide open, so Chen Lin and Lin Xian stepped inside. Inside the store, there was not much space, but the cleaning was very clean, and in the L-shaped glass counter, there were neatly arranged rows and rows of jades. The boss was standing in the counter, holding his cell phone and checking something. He was about 40 years old, not tall, thin and small, wearing a big black framed glasses on his face. This boss saw someone come in, but his expression was a bit unhappy as if he said to Chen Lin and the two of them, "It's closing time. This place is not open for business, haha." Lin Xian felt that she had misheard and looked at the wristwatch on her hand. "Closing at 8:30 in the morning?" Chen Lin went up to the boss and said, "Boss, I was introduced to you by the people from Li Jiayuan Antique Street. I know you have something good here, and I specifically came to accompany my friend to buy a piece of jade. Can you make it easier?" The boss looked at Chen Lin. His face looked better, but he just said anxiously, "It's not a good time for you guys to come today. I have to go to the airport to pick up my wife and kids, so you guys can come back another day." Lin Xian saw that he was about to leave. She busily stepped forward and said, "Boss, I'm really in a hurry to buy a piece of jade. It's meant to be a birthday gift. Can you please help?" The boss saw that the two of them were pestering him, blocking the doorway, and he couldn't get out. His eyes rolled and he thought of a solution. He said to the duo, "Let's do it this way. I have some jade here with different varieties. If you guys can pick out which one is the real Emperor Green in a minute, I'll do your business." Lin Xian was a bit anxious. How would she know what an Emperor Green was? She could only look at Chen Lin. Chen Lin, however, remained unperturbed. "Alright boss, then bring it and take a look." That boss hemmed and hawed, turned around and took out a tray from underneath the counter with dozens of green jade ornaments, placing him in front of Chen Lin. "Brother, take a look," he said as he picked up his cell phone and counted the time. Lin Xian probed her head and looked over, only to realize that her eyes were full of green jade, and she couldn't tell the difference at all. "Who knows?" Chen Lin, as if he was playing around, only swept a few eyes of the jade jewelry on the plate and reached out to pick out a jade ring and put it aside. The boss was stunned and looked at Chen Lin in surprise. He saw Chen Lin still picking and choosing from the plate, picking out 3 more jade ornaments and placing them on the other side. Only then did he say to the boss, "That jade ring is a top-grade imperial green, and these three are yang green." The boss opened his mouth wide, really surprised. Those who could find him here to buy jade would definitely not be amateurs. But in such a short period of time as 1 minute, to be able to accurately pick out the emperor green and azure green, this really must have some ability. To know the emperor green and yang green is very similar. Sometimes professional people are very easy to look away. Lin Xian people are numb. She froze and asked Chen Lin said, "How do you distinguish? They are so similar." Chen Lin pointed at the picked out jade ring and said, "Yang green and emperor green are very similar, but the two sides have different degrees of purity. Generally, yang green is a bit brighter than imperial green. The fullness of color is between 70 and 80%. The color is evenly distributed. Yang green presents a green color like fresh spring buds, while imperial green has more maturity and solitude. The second is in their own base. Yang green for the bottom of the chemical, green more and less yellow, transparency in general, but give a person a bright texture, while the emperor green will not have flocculent or group crystallization situation. The overall base on the case also seems crystal clear." "Brother, you're great. I'm convinced." That boss excitedly patted Chen Lin. "Don't you guys want to buy jade? Feel free to pick. I'll do your business." He took his cell phone again and asked Chen Lin to add him on WeChat. "Brother, just based on this hand you showed me, I'm willing to make you a friend. In the future, buy jade despite looking for me, and give you a discounted price." Lin Xian looked at the boss whose attitude became enthusiastic. She really admired Chen Lin. Chapter 39 Matchmaking Gold-Digging Woman. "Mom, don't be heartless," Chen Lin said somewhat helplessly. "I'll look after my affairs." On the other end of the phone, Lin Xiaoju's voice came. "Don't you fool me, you are almost 30. Personal problems have to be solved quickly. Mom, I'm only 27. Chen Lin held his head inside. "Which great aunt are you being irritated by again? Must you force me to go on a blind date? Your Aunt Yang sent an invitation last night. His son is getting married next week." Lin Xiaoju was a bit worried. "That young man is your age. Next year your Aunt Yang will be able to hold a grandchild. Can I not be anxious? Mom, shouldn't you be packing up with my dad and moving over right now?" Chen Lin tried to change the topic. "What day are you moving? I'll pick you up." Lin Xiaoju raised her voice. "Don't you interrupt me. I'm telling you, you have to go to this blind date today. I heard that this girl's own conditions are very good. Graduated from a famous brand university, is a white-collar worker in a foreign company, and the person is also very beautiful." Chen Lin was nagged by his mother, finally agreed to go and meet the girl. Noon. Downtown Shopping Street. Left Bank Coffee is located on the busiest section of the commercial street and is a European-style high-end coffee shop. All of its coffee was purely imported, so the flavor was very fragrant, coupled with its elegant and gorgeous decoration style. Even though the price was far more than similar, it still attracted many young white-collar workers and petites to come and spend money. At this moment, the seat by the window in the coffee shop was sitting with a young and pretty beauty. She was wearing light and delicate makeup. Her long curly chestnut-colored hair was hanging down in front of her chest. She was wearing a small black slim-fit suit, outlining her slender waist. Her white silk shirt was tied into her black professional overskirt, and her two long legs in black silk were thin and straight. She held her chin, tilted her head sideways to look at the cell phone screen on the desktop, and was chatting with someone. Her other hand held a coffee spoon, somewhat boredly stirring the Blue Mountain coffee in front of her. "Sister Feng, this man you're talking about is really that capable?" "Of course, my mother-in-law used to be an old neighbor with their family. I met them 2 days ago, and I heard his mother say that he's going to move to the villa bought by his son. Do you think there's any ability?" "I hope so. The men I met before, either beggars or swollen faces. Simply a waste of my time." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw a shadow cast before her. She looked up. A tall and slender handsome boy stood in front of her, and seeing the other's face, a hint of a smile appeared on the beauty's face. "Hello, I'm Chen Lin." Chen Lin politely extended his hand. "Yu Yank." The beautiful woman reached out and shook his hand. Yu Yank didn't expect the man on the blind date to be quite handsome. It was just that his clothes were ordinary. "How do you look at it? It doesn't look like someone who can afford to live in a villa. Compared to the face, she cares more about the economic conditions. The face is good-looking. Can be a meal?" Chen Lin reordered a cup of coffee and sat opposite Yu Yank. The two of them casually chattered a few words of family life. "I heard Sister Feng say that you are quite profitable in stock speculation?" Yu Yank asked. "And that you live in a villa?" Chen Lin picked up his coffee and slowly sipped it, looked at her and said, "It's a villa. A friend who went abroad to help him look at the house. As for stock speculation, there are profits and losses." Yu Yank heard that the villa was a friend's, and her face changed. She said, "And not a rich second generation. 20 years old age can still live on the villa?" Yu Yank was a bit liberalized at this point. "Since we came to the blind date, I'll ask directly, has your family prepared a wedding house for you?" "No, Chen Lin said. Then there is always a car of more than $1 million, right? There is a car, but not $1 million car. It was a car of more than $3 million. Yu Yan can be a bit unable to sit still. Then how much money can you usually earn from speculating on stocks? Chen Lin thought about it and said, 3 years without opening. Open and eat for 3 years. That's about it. Yu Yang instantly to Chen Lin's expectations all disappeared. I thought this time to meet a quality man. I did not expect is still a poor man. No wonder with a good face, but also rely on blind dates to find a girlfriend. Yu Yan wanted to lift her butt and leave, but Chen Lin's face was really quite handsome, so she was a bit reluctant to part with it. Mr. Chen, girls get married to improve their quality of life. I can't find a man to get married causing my quality of life to drop. Yu Yang slightly lifted her chin. Her posture is arrogant and godly, but I see you are quite smooth. First add a WeChat, later about to eat, drink tea and so on. Such a poor man, let her marry him is impossible. But because of this face, she and he about a few nights, is not compensation. Chen Lin was on the verge of making her laugh. He stared at the well-dressed face and asked with a smile, MS, you, a blind date is a matter of two people. You filled your mouth with words. Have you asked my opinion? Am I satisfied with you? Yu Yang were shocked. She had been on so many blind dates. This was the first time a man had taken the initiative to question her. Are you kidding? She was a bit disbelieving. You still dare to be dissatisfied with me? What are your own conditions that you're not clear about? Chen Lin laughed. I'm quite good MS. You tell me about your conditions. Let me listen and open my eyes as well. Yu Yang snorted coldly and counted. I graduated from 985, white collar in a foreign company, young and beautiful, with a monthly salary of 8,000. Then MS. You bought a house? Drive how much money car? How much money has been prepared to accompany the dowry? Chen Lin said lightly. Yu Yang was instantly annoyed. She was full of anger and said to Chen Lin, what do you mean by that? Why should I have those things? Why are you so materialistic? Chen Lin laughed at that. Wasn't it you, MS? You, who talked about materialism first? Why do I have to prepare villas and luxury cars for you to enjoy? By virtue of your beauty? I've seen a lot of beautiful women, and you're still not ranked. Yu Yang was so angry that her face turned red, yanked the bag beside her and stood up. I don't think you're here for a blind date at all. You're mentally ill. Chen Lin calmly said, MS. You is leaving. Do you want me to send you off? No need. Yu Yankee's high heel stomped on the ground when it rang. I never ride in a broken car. Chen Lin but smiled without saying anything. On the street, Yu Yankee reached out for a taxi in the sun, but there was no empty car. She was exposed to the hot sun and felt that the makeup on her face was going to be blown away. At this time, a cool blue SUV parked on the side of the road. Yu Yang's eyes lit up. That is the latest model of the Aston Martin family. She ran over in a few steps and wanted to take a picture. However, she saw that the passenger window was rolled down, and the face she had just seen suddenly appeared. Chen Lin smiled and waved his hand with her. See you later, MS. Yu Yang froze on the spot, watching the limousine sail away. After a long time, she let out a scream, repenting her intestines. Chapter 40 Schoolgirl Breakup. End of Commercial Street. Kaitan Top Luxury Suit Shop. Chen Lin, accompanied by the sales lady, slowly looked at the expensive suits in the store. This store is the world's top luxury suit brand from Italy, and has only been open for 2 months on Commercial Street. When Chen Lin drove by just now, he saw the large and exquisite suit advertisements on the floor-to-ceiling windows of the store. He suddenly remembered that his only suit was the one sent by Wei, and he couldn't wear that suit for every formal occasion. So, he parked his car and prepared to pick up 2 suits in this store. The sales lady was very professional and greeted him at the first time. She didn't slow him down because he was dressed in ordinary clothes, which made Chen Lin quite satisfied with the service of this store. Service Chen Lin sales lady is very young, clean face with decent light makeup, slim figure, wearing a uniform black uniform dress, thin white neck tied with a small striped ribbon, both good-looking and playful. The sales lady accompanied Chen Lin as she looked at the suits on the models and softly introduced him. Sir, the most distinctive thing about our Kaitan suits is its fabric. 90% of the world's best fabric producers, exclusively for us at Kaitan, and these manufacturers mainly come from Scotland and England. She saw Chen Lin's eyes fall on a light gray suit, so she pointed at it and said, Sir, this one you're looking at now. It's made of ultra-lightweight wool fabric, and all of our clothes are handmade. By the combined efforts of multiple master sewers, we have a limited production of clothing each year, and it has a high appreciation and practicality, as well as a high collector's value. Chen Lin was indeed fond of this family's clothes. He picked the light gray one from earlier, and another black and blue one, and went in to try them on in the fitting room. These 2 sets of clothes did fit well on Chen Lin and immediately lifted his aura. He was looking at the effect in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror when he saw the doorbell ring and a pair of young men and women walked in. The man was wearing sunglasses and a brightly colored shirt with an arrogant look on his face. The girl is very beautiful. A lace and white dress, feet with a pair of beige high-heeled shoes, long black hair braided into a long braid hanging on the side of the chest, both pure and seductive. Chen Lin took a look. Both of them knew each other. School flower Li Yaning and her boyfriend Zhangxi. These two also saw Chen Lin. Li Yaning wanted to come over to say hello, but was pulled by Zhang Shi beside her. Zhangxi was furious when he saw Chen Lin. Every time he remembered the scene at the treasure appraisal conference where Chen Lin dropped the blue and white porcelain vase, he hated his guts. Although Chen Lin later confirmed that the porcelain vase was a fake, it was also in front of those people that made him lose face. He took the broken porcelain home. With the family elders told the ins and outs, the elders do not believe that his old Zhang's family heirloom of several lifetimes, but a fake, later found several circles of prestigious appraisers. To the family surveyed some of this only dead. The blue and white turned into broken pieces of porcelain this matter. Zhangxi empathy like grudges on the Chen Lin. At the moment, here to see each other, and see Li Yaning to go up to talk to him. Zhangxi heart of the gas is not good up. He paced and walked up to Chen Lin, and with that measuring gaze, he looked Chen Lin up and down from head to toe, and popped out a sentence. Mr. Primary Appraiser, you're in the wrong store, aren't you? This suit on you, do you know how much it costs? Your first rank bonus isn't enough to buy it, right? Chen Lin saw that he had no good words when he opened his mouth and didn't like to bother with him, only nodding his head to greet Li Yaning. Li Yaning really didn't expect to run into Chen Lin here. She was now on good terms with Chen Lin, and was afraid that Zhang Shi, this douchebag, would offend Chen Lin and involve herself. She then went forward and lightly tugged Zhang Shi's sleeve, whispering beside him, Zhang Shi, let's choose clothes. Zhang Shi looked at Li Yaning and then at Chen Lin who was ignoring him, and somehow, the fire in his heart burned even hotter. He shook off Li Yaning's hand unhappily and walked to the side to look at the clothes with a stern face. Chen Lin simply took Zhang Shi's air, also ignored him, went into the dressing room to change his clothes, handed over the 2 suits to the sales lady and said, I'll take both of them. The sales lady was very happy to have sold 2 suits at once, and her performance this month was considered stable. She led Chen Lin to the cashier. Sir, the total amount for the 2 suits is 168,000 yuan. Chen Lin handed over his bank card. Swipe it. The store was quiet, and Zhang Shi, who was choosing a suit next to him, was shocked when he heard the price and shivered. He had thought that the price of this suit store and Armani about the same. Armani a suit is only more than 10,000. The most expensive is only $20,000. This one even want more than $80,000. Chen Lin finished checking out, waved his hand with Li Yaning, and left. Li Yaning walked to Zhang Shi and pointed at the black suit in front of her, saying, this one is quite good. It suits you. Why don't you try it on? Zhang Shi took a look at the price tag, which was written with more than 70,000 yuan. He sipped his mouth as if he had a toothache and frowned. This one doesn't look good. The color is too dark. Li Yaning did not even notice his tangled face, sniffed and pointed to the side of a light gray said, what about this? This is also very good Zhang Shi then sank his face. It's not nice. I don't like it. Li Yaning felt that the clothes in this store were nice and tasteful, and felt that Zhang Shi was a bit unreasonable, so she whispered, it's quite good. Just now, Chen Lin wore it and it was quite nice. This sentence exploded Zhang Shi, who shook off Li Yaning's hand and quickly walked towards the outside of the store. Li Yaning froze for a moment and hurriedly chased after him. On the side of the street, Zhang Shi growled with a stern face, Chen Lin's dress looks good, so you should stay with him. Li Yaning was so angry with him that she was dizzy, thinking that before he licked like a dog and obeyed everything, but now his nature was revealed. She couldn't accept it for a moment, and said sharply, why are you so unreasonable? I just praised the clothes. What's wrong with it? Zhang Shi said with a red head and face, the clothes look good. I can't afford it. Okay, one dress is more than $80,000. 2 pieces are $160,000. Do you think my money is blowing in the wind? Li Yaning was so angry that her brain hurt. Then why did you choose this one since you think it's too expensive? You think I don't have money now? Zhang Shi sneered. Then let's break up. That Chen Lin is rich. He bought 2 dresses for $160,000 without blinking. Go find him. Li Yaning didn't expect Zhang Shi to start her temper. It was such nonsense. She was also annoyed. Fine. Break up then break up. After she finished speaking, she turned around without even looking at Zhang Shi and left straight away. Chapter 41 Trash Hidden Treasure. Chen Lin, who had returned home, was tortured by his mother that night. How's that girl? Is she pretty to look at? Lin Xiaoju asked nosily. Chen Lin was tidying up his closet, ready to throw away some old clothes. When he heard his mother ask, he said in a good-natured manner, She's quite pretty, but I can't talk to her. Lin Xiaoju was a little puzzled. Said, can't ah. The introducer even called me today, saying that the other girl is very satisfied with you and wants to further socialize. Ah, Chen Lin was speechless. How come I didn't know? Lin Xiaoju smiled and said, she's a little girl, she's too embarrassed to say it to her face. You're a big boy, take the initiative. Didn't you leave a phone number? You'll be able to ask the girl out again. Chen Lin did not want to tell his mother too much about the details of the blind date, and only perfunctorily agreed, Mom, I know what's in my heart, so don't worry about it. You and my dad hurry up and move in. Ah, I'm living in such a big house by myself. It's weirdly boring. I miss my little sister. Lin Xiaoju laughed. Soon, your father and I are slowly packing it up. A broken home is worth 10,000 kilos. Your sister knows that she's moving to the villa. She's all happy and crazy. When she finishes her exams in a few days, we'll move there. Chen Lin chatted with his mother for a while longer before hanging up the phone. He picked up the pile of old clothes that he had just packed up and went out the door, ready to donate them to the collection box in the neighborhood. There were not many people in the neighborhood at night, and the collection box was located in the corner of Block C. Chen Lin put the clothes into the collection box and then turned around and walked slowly towards home. When I passed the garbage collection station, I saw a cleaning lady was cleaning up there. There was a garbage truck parked beside her, and she was holding a large broom to return the swept-up leaves to the garbage truck. Auntie, you're late today. Chen Lin had seen this cleaning lady a few times in the neighborhood, so he greeted her. The cleaning lady stopped her hands, looked at Chen Lin and smiled. Something happened this morning. I took a leave of absence. This is not until the afternoon. This work is not yet done. I'll leave later. Chen Lin smiled and nodded his head, and his line of sight inadvertently glanced at the garbage truck. He saw that there was a corner of the garbage truck that had a glistening color coming through, and it seemed to be some kind of object. Chen Lin's heart was just stirred. He took 2 steps forward. His sight landed on the object, and the light screen immediately appeared. Name, Song. Official Kiln Double Ear Porcelain Vase. Era Time, Song Dynasty. Value amount, 3 million. Collector's value, fine art. Interesting, there's a treasure hidden in this garbage truck pile. Chen Lin went up and rummaged through the pile of garbage and pulled out that jade bottle. That bottle was dirty. He used his hand to wipe off the dirt on it, and then he saw the real face of this bottle. That bottle was light green in color. On the bottle was a unique ice crack. From a distance the bottle was a large open piece like iron wires crossing and weaving through the bottle. From close up the bottle was cracked as fine as a crab's claw. The webbing was all over the iron wires interlacing between, a sparse and a dense between, forming a very aesthetic picture. Auntie, this bottle is quite pretty. Chen Lin pretended to be curious. Who threw it? Seeing a clean and handsome young man like him going to pickpocket a garbage truck, the cleaning aunt felt a bit strange. I don't know. This porcelain bottle has been thrown in the garbage truck for a few days. That thing is weirdly dirty. What are you doing picking it up? Chen Lin pointed to the bottle and laughed. I think it's quite nice. Put it on the table with flowers, not quite pleasing to the eye. Auntie, I'll give you $100 for this bottle. Sell it to me. The cleaning lady stared at Chen Lin for a few moments as if she was a psychopath, and said, what kind of vase can't you rich people buy? What do you want with this piece of? You don't mind it being dirty? Chen Lin laughed and said, it's just right for the eyes. It's quite compatible with my dining table. Besides, it's not dirty if you wash it. He said, took out $100 bill from his pocket and handed it to the cleaning lady. The cleaning lady took the money, and Chen Lin waved her hand. You take it away? Remember to go home and scrub it properly a few times. In the garbage truck I don't know how many days it's been sitting there. It has a smell. Chen Lin nodded and answered yes, taking this amphora back home. Back home. Chen Lin cleaned this amphora carefully and looked at it under the light. This amphora was plain, neither gorgeously carved nor painted with thick colors, but decorated with the most common concave and convex straight ribs and strings. It has a slightly open mouth, a thin neck, a rounded belly, and a rounded foot rim. The neck on both sides of the bottle has left and right symmetrical double ears. Its shape is also dignified and elegant. The body is light and thin. The glaze is fat with a jade-like texture. The glaze is the same size of the open flakes. The distribution is very natural. Is the Song Dynasty official kiln porcelain in the fine arts? Chen Lin put the amphora on the table and made a call to Bai Wei. Sister Bai, I found a Song Dynasty amphora. Are you interested? Bai Wei was also at home in Bai Hui Yuan at this time. When she heard that Chen Lin had found something good, she busily asked, I'm at home right now. If it's convenient for you there, I'd like to come and take a look. Chen Lin said, convenient. Sister Bai, come over. As soon as she wouldn't, Bai Wei appeared at Chen Lin's home holding that big golden hair. Chen Lin and the big golden hair played happily. Bai Wei was on the side holding the double ear porcelain vase to look carefully. After looking for a while, Bai Wei put down the amphora and said, it's not bad, but I won't accept it this time. We have 3 porcelain vases like this in the collecting treasures pavilion, and I don't want to press too much for the same goods. Chen Lin rubbed his golden hair's big head and said indifferently, then I'll look for other buyers. Bai Wei laughed. I'll show you the way. You go to the expo center. There is a Ruweixing pawn shop, which has always been happy to receive this kind of porcelain objects. That Ruweixing pawn shop some strength. The headquarters is in Kyoto. I heard that their family's special guest appraiser is a national level. You this amphora if it is looked at by its family. The price can certainly make you satisfied. Chen Lin is holding the big golden hair to jerk his hair. Heard Bai Wei's words, slightly froze. National appraiser? How come I didn't see it at the last treasure appraisal conference? Those people have already reached a certain height, since they are certified national level, which will put the district a treasure appraisal conference in their eyes. They don't bother to participate. They feel that they fall out of favor. So that's how it is. Chen Lin thought for a moment. Is this national level cultural relics appraiser bullish? Bai Wei said, of course. The national level appraiser in the whole of China is not more than 30 people. You say powerful or not? The most awesome is that they are qualified to directly appraise the national treasures of cultural relics. This is the ordinary appraiser struggles for a lifetime. Want to pursue the goal? National treasure level artifacts. Chen Lin muttered. He thought of the treasures that shocked the world in the National Museum in the capital. The Sinuo tripod, the 4-sheep square zune, and the fish pot with human face. A look of yearning appeared in his eyes. Chapter 42, Come to Ruweixing. Late afternoon. Bincheng Expo Center. A blue SUV, slowly parked in front of Ruweixing pawn shop. Chen Lin carried a pocket in his hand, which was loaded with the Song Dynasty amphora, and came straight to the pawn shop. This pawn shop was built on the street, covering a large area. The face of the decoration is a huge golden abacus, which is the most iconic logo of Ruweixing. The inside of the store was divided into counters that corresponded to jewelry in gold, jadeite and field jade, diamonds, colored gemstones, watches, luxury goods and digital products. As soon as Chen Lin entered, he was greeted by a young boy, who wore the store's store uniform and asked, Sir, are you selling your items, or would you like to purchase items? Chen Lin raised the pocket in his hand and said to that clerk, I have an antique, I don't know if you'll take it? The clerk seemed to have seen a lot of people who came to sell antiques, and was calm when he heard him say this, inviting him to sit in the rest area on one side and asking, Can I take a look at what you've brought with you? Chen Lin then put his pocket on the table and took out the amphora inside. The clerk looked at it for a few moments, then told Chen Lin, Sir, wait a moment, I'll go call the appraiser. Chen Lin nodded. A few moments later, that clerk was followed by a middle-aged man in his 30s. I think it was the appraiser that the clerk was talking about. The middle-aged man walked to Chen Lin, and before he could take a closer look at the amphora, he saw Chen Lin's face first. That middle-aged man was just dumbfounded, followed by a low voice, Guest, are you the one who smashed the vase in the treasure appraisal conference? Chen Lin cried and laughed. Was he that famous for the vase smashing thing? Yes, you recognize me? The middle-aged man came over to shake Chen Lin's hand with a face of adoration and respectfully said, I'm Ruweixing's appraiser. I went to the last treasure appraisal conference. I watched you all the way from the entry to the vase smashing. I admire your vision very much. My surname is Zhang. It's a pleasure to meet you today. This Zhang appraiser was so polite, it made Chen Lin a little embarrassed. You're too polite. I'm not as good as you say. Chen Lin said modestly, I'm just here to sell an antique today, so you can take a look for me. Appraiser Zhang had that clerk personally hold the amphora and politely guided Chen Lin towards the VIP room at the back of the store. Mr. Chen, for high-quality antiques like the one you brought today, we appraise them in the VIP room, where there are our professional porcelain appraisers. You follow me. Chen Lin followed to the VIP room at the back and saw that it was very gorgeously decorated. He sat down on the leather chair, and saw 3 appraisers come over in the room, surrounding the amphora he brought for detailed examination. 10 minutes later, one of the older appraisers said, Mr. You, this amphora is indeed Song Dynasty antiquities. We out of 5 million to collect. How do you want? Chen Lin knows that this bottle is worth at least 3 million. Now Ruweixing to open the price of 5 million. He also earned an additional 500,000. Then quickly should be. The appraiser carefully put the bottle to one side and let the other people issue the acquisition letter. Just then, the Shangfei bead curtain outside the VIP room lifted and 2 men walked in. Those 2 people have a 50 to 50 years old. Not tall, slightly fat, hair some half white, his side is a 40 or so middle-aged, tall and somewhat thin. When Zhang appraiser saw these 2 people, he hurriedly greeted them and said, Elder Zhu, Mr. Jin, why have you come over? The older Zhu Jiani said, the 2 of us stayed in the house nothing, heard that you here received a bottle of the Song Dynasty. We came out to see. He said to the tall and thin man beside him, Zhang Ping, you are a jade expert. Do you have any research on porcelain? The tall and thin man Jin Zhangping said, Zhu Lao, I am in the porcelain line is not a big through, is to see a lively. At this time, that young appraisal with the two of them to introduce Chen-Lin said, 2. This is the seller of the vase. He is also a while ago on our Bincheng Treasure Appraisal Conference. That won the first grade of the appraiser. And with Chen-Lin said, Mr. Chen, this Xu Lao is a national level appraiser. This teacher Jean is a jade expert. In our country antique industry is very famous. Chen-Lin heard that Xu Lao was a national level appraiser, and had a few moments of respect in his heart, so he went forward and shook hands with both of them. Those two people heard that Chen-Lin was also among his peers, but they looked at Chen-Lin carefully for a few more moments. Zhu Jiani went over to look at that amphora for a while, nodded, and went to sit in front of Chen-Lin. That Zhang appraiser may really be Chen-Lin's fans. This moment of effort to put Chen-Lin in the Treasure Appraisal Conference how to get the first class, won the capital to Xiao Yajun, and how discerning eyes like a torch, smashed the blue and white porcelain vase to verify the forgery of the matter, to the crowd popularized a pass. Now, in addition to Zhu Jiani and Jin Jinping, two people in the room, other people look at Chen-Lin's eyes with a few points of admiration. That Zhu Jiani's face, however, did not move and looked at Chen-Lin and said, young man, you're lucky. That Jin Jinping also nodded and said, Xiao Yajun I have seen a few times in Kyoto, quite capable of a young man. I heard that the last two treasure appraisal conferences first class is him? This time he had some bad luck. Chen-Lin saw the two of them talk and talk, only said he was lucky, knew that these two high vision, did not look down on himself as a personal appraiser without a teacher. He also did not want to fight with them verbally, only smiled and did not say anything. That Zhang appraiser saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he steered away from the topic and said, Mr. Chen, in a couple of days, the expo center will hold a large-scale auction, and I heard that there is also on-site stone gambling. Are you interested in participating? Chen-Lin faintly said, not much interest. Zhu Jiani thought for a moment and said to Chen-Lin, young man, luck or strength? You were able to win the first rank of the Treasure Appraisal Conference as well as winning Xiao Yajun by a fluke, showing that you still have some level. Do you want to think about it and come to work at Ruweixing? Chen-Lin did not expect that he would want to pull himself into Ruweixing. Let me go to Ruweixing as an appraiser? Jean Zengrin interjected. Even if you've won the first rank, Ruweixing is worthy of you. Ruweixing has more than 30 branches in the country, which appraiser are some skills, especially in Kyoto head office of the appraiser. That is 1 in a million talents. Then you are not bad. Chen-Lin always felt uncomfortable when he listened to him speak, making people uncomfortable. He directly refused. I appreciate the good intentions of the two of you. However, I've always been a loose cannon, so it's better for me to work alone. Zhu Jiani and Jin Jinping didn't seem to expect him to refuse, and they froze. Chapter 43, Large-Scale Auction. Chen-Lin's refusal was so dry, which somewhat made Zhu Jiani a bit embarrassed. His face just changed, feeling that the young man in front of him was somewhat ungrateful. But a small treasure appraisal conference is first class, just take it up. Jin Jinping directly blackened his face, and in his heart, he was even more dissatisfied with Chen-Lin. He had just heard that this Chen-Lin had smashed a blue and white porcelain on the spot at the treasure appraisal conference, so he felt that this person was too flamboyant and didn't like him very much. Zhu Jiani was rejected by Chen-Lin and said nothing more, getting up and leaving the VIP room with Jin Jinping. Chen-Lin had always not cared much about what others thought of him. After waiting for a while, Ruweixing staff brought the written acquisition letter and transferred another $3.5 million in his face. To leave, the true love fan Zhang appraiser is pestering to add a WeChat. Chen-Lin smiled and added him. In the evening, Bai Wei's phone call came in, asked him whether the vase has sold a good price. Heard then expected to sell more than 500,000. Bai Wei on the phone at the end of the thumbs up. Give him a good meal to praise. Also heard that Chen-Lin met Zhu Jiani and Jin Jinping there. Bai Wei was even more surprised. I've also heard of those two people. They're famous figures in the Kyoto Cultural Relics Circle. Why did they leave Kyoto at this time and run to Bincheng? She just finished, as if she suddenly remembered something, said, look at this brain of mine. In 2 days is the auction conference. They too must be running to the auction conference. When Chen-Lin was at Ruweixing today, he also heard about this auction conference, so he asked Bai Wei, Sister Bai, what's so special about this auction? One by two of you are bringing it up. This auction is considered very grand, because the president of this auction organization is Chu Hongji, a very famous person in the Kyoto Cultural Relics Circle. He is a bold person who loves to make friends and has a very wide network. The people in the circle are very giving face. That's why this auction will have so many people to support the scene. Bai Wei said here and asked Chen-Lin, I was about to ask you, do you want to go to the auction together? I heard that Chu Hongji has invited many powerful merchants and players through his connections, and there are many treasures. This time is a good opportunity to open your eyes. You might be able to capture top-notch treasures. Aren't you excited? Chen-Lin admitted that he was moved by Bai Wei's words. Being able to see and touch so many treasures would also be a great boost to his supernatural abilities. Thus, he agreed painfully. 2 days later, the site of the large-scale auction at the Expo Center. Chen Lin had already felt the bustle of the auction when he drove to the vicinity of the Expo Center. The several streets around the auction site were already crowded with people, and the roadsides were filled with cars. It was said that in order for this mega auction to be held smoothly, the district government also sent police to maintain order on the spot, and several places were cordoned off, so vehicles could only pass around the road. Chen Lin's car is parked far from the venue, can only walk into the auction site. Chen Lin met with Bai Wei at the entrance of the auction and entered the auction site together. This time, the auction was much more grand than the last treasure appraisal conference, and the large and small stalls could not be seen at a glance. These stalls were divided into gold, silver and jade area, bronze area, porcelain area, painting and calligraphy area, coin area and so on. One of the most special is the gambling stone area that occupies a large strip on the left channel. These stone gambling area vendors set up a variety of jade, all from Burma, Ruweli, Tungcheng, attracted a group of tourists there to see the fun. Bai Wei was obviously very interested in gambling on stones. She said to Chen Lin, "Lin Di, don't look at me peddling those cultural relics for sale. I haven't really tried this gambling on stones. I really want to play an exciting one." Chen Lin saw that she was eager to try, very different from her usual mature and calm appearance, and also felt very funny. "Sister Bai, then let's go and gamble?" Chen Lin said. The last time in the western suburbs of the Openyang Green, although good, but is not considered top quality goods, Bai Wei was moved by what he said. Go and take a look." The two walked to the gambling area. That a look at the side of the channel, placed in different sizes and a variety of jade. Look at the appearance of a piece of stone. White, black, green, mixed colors. What kind of things are there? Chen Lin secretly nodded his head. The goods here were much more advanced than those in the western suburbs gambling stones. As the two of them were watching, Chen Lin heard someone strike up a conversation with him. "Why are you here too?" Chen Lin sniffed and looked over to see that in front of him were Zhu Jiani and Jin Jingping, whom he had met 2 days ago. "I came to casually stroll around with my friends," Chen Lin said indifferently. Jin Jingping sized up Chen Lin for a few moments and blurted out, "Is it hard for you to think that you're an all-rounder and want to dabble even in gambling stones?" Chen Lin laughed and asked, "Isn't gambling on stones for everyone?" Zhu Jiani, who was on the side, laughed and spoke to Chen Lin. "Young man, young people still shouldn't be too gullible. You've only heard that this stone gambling can make you rich. Have you ever thought about the risks involved? The so-called one cut is poor, one cut is rich, one cut wears sackcloth. If your eyes are not allowed to see, it is possible for one cut to make you lose all your money." Chen Lin laughed. "Thank you, Elder Zhu, for pointing it out. I will be careful." Saying that, he also ignored the two of them, still going ahead with Bai Wei both. "What a dog-biting Lu Dongbin," Jin Zhengping secretly cursed. He and Zhu Jiani followed Chen Lin not far away, wanting to see if he had any skill in gambling stones. Chen Lin and Bai Wei walked a little further. The stones he saw along the way were all ordinary goods, and there were a few pieces with a little bit of jade inside, which didn't attract his interest at all. Bai Wei suddenly pointed forward with her hand and said, "Lin Di, look at that house with so many people. Let's go take a look too." Chen Lin followed the direction of her finger and saw a group of people gathered in front of a stall. The stall owner is tall and big, in front of a sliver of 2 trips black and green stone, is selling. "I tell you, my goods are really good. The probability of being able to open a good thing. There is no try, hand fast, hand slow, no ah. This black skin of the stone some can open out the jade, depending on your luck." Someone in the crowd said loudly, "You sell things?" "Of course," said it is good. "To be able to open the emerald, you early start." The crowd is a coaxing burst of laughter. The stall owner also laughed. "So, this line of work called gambling stonewell, playing is a heartbeat. Risky big gain is also big ah." Bai Wei asked Chen Lin in a low voice, "Lin Di, how about these black stones?" Chen Lin has long finished looking at this pile of material. Are all waste goods. Only one of them was a small black stone, the hidden green under the green and black skin. He quietly whispered in Bai Wei's ear, "Sister Bai, the third piece of material on the left side of the count probability is that something can be opened, but not jade, but turquoise." Chapter 44 Excellent Chicken Oil Yellow. Turquoise? Bai Wei has some impression. Isn't that something that is often made into strings? Well, this kind of black skin turquoise open out of the goods quality is generally not too bad. After processing out of good quality, can sell a relatively good price. Of course, most of the turquoise wool has a thick skin and the flesh is prone to black spots. It depends on luck. Sister Bai, do you want to try? Chen Lin asked with a smile. Bai Wei thought for a moment and joked in a low voice. I think it's a bit of a loss to open turquoise. Can you help me pick one that directly opens a superb emerald? I'll pay according to the market price. Heard this as a joke. Who knows? Chen Lin actually as serious nodded and said, okay, sister bye. I wouldn't dare to say that the best of the best, but I can definitely find you a good piece of jade. As soon as his words fell, his eyes caught a pile of things behind the boss. It was a pile of small stones. The big ones were as big as soup bowls. The small ones were only as big as eggs, scattered in a pile. Inconspicuous. One of them was especially ugly. The crust was like weathered, wrinkled, and violently looked like the stone that presses sauerkraut in the sauerkraut jar at home. But Chen Lin could see that under the ugly shell, the inner layer of the hidden yellow color, a thought suddenly rose in his heart. That yellow color was most likely that thing. He approached Bai Wei's side and whispered, Sister Bai, $3 million, I'll give you a good thing, the kind that can be passed on to your daughter and daughter-in-law in the future. Bai Wei let out a giggle. You're arranging it clearly for me. Okay, you just go ahead and make it whole. Chen Lin stepped forward, pointed to the stone and asked the boss, how to sell that. The boss saw the business. Dizzy fellows to the piece of material moved to, placed in front of Chen Lin said, I also forget when this is received? Put 3 years have not been out. Brother you want, $100 away. Chen Lin also no nonsense, directly to the boss swept the WeChat. At this time, behind the two people who had been following Chen Lin, Zhu Jiani and Jin Zhengping came up. Jin Zhengping said with a sarcastic face, that's the only thing you bought? $100 down the drain. How do you know if I won the bet? Chen Lin laughed lightly. Maybe it will open up a superb product. Jin Zhengping snorted coldly. I have been studying jade for many years, although I am not very proficient in this piece of raw stone, but I also know a little. This piece of material on the skin shell, even a little bit of oil light is not there. There is not a little bit of silky smooth and delicate feeling. 99% is a piece of waste material. Chen Lin said, then we will open the stone to see the real chapter. The boss here can directly open the stone. So Chen Lin let him directly open a window. First see how the effect. The crowd of onlookers saw that they wanted to open the stone, and instantly gathered over to watch the fun, while Zhu Jiani and Jin Zhengping just watched with cold eyes. The stone master changed the small saw wheel. Very carefully in the stone corners cut off a little thin slice, held in the hands of the water sprayed on the surface, washed off the above stone powder. The thin slice was vaguely yellowish. The stone opening master thought it was a yellow fog layer. Hit the strawn light down the skylight. Asterisk. Open stone master let out a cry of surprise, full of bright yellow eyes. This is the best yellow fei. With this shout from him, the entire room instantly opened up. In addition to Chen Lin himself, who did not expect a piece of 100 yuan of stone, actually opened the yellow fei, even if only a little. It is worth it. In the crowd noise, Chen Lin still calmly said, Master. The shell slowly peeled. I want to see how big this piece of yellow fei. The face of Jin Zhengping on the side was a bit unsightly. He had just said that this was a piece of waste material, and was immediately slapped in the face. However, he still had a chance. Maybe in that big piece of stone, there was only a little bit of yellow fei rubbing on the side. That little bit of material, nothing can be done, is also considered waste. The stone master changed several tools, slowly peeled off the stone shell. A whole fist-sized piece of bright yellow fei material appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Asterisk. This is chicken oil yellow. A knowledgeable person in the crowd shouted, his voice changing tone with excitement. What? Chicken oil yellow? Let me see. Some people then pushed forward and stretched their necks to look inside. Such a big piece. This is the first time I've seen it. This has to be worth a few $1 million. Bai Wei's heart was shocked and delighted. Jolting. She had been immersed in the cultural relics and antiques line for many years, so she naturally knew that this chicken oil yellow jade was the highest grade in yellow fei, and its value was also very high, and it was also called royal yellow, because in the Qing and Ming dynasties, this yellow jadeite is only for the royal family. Other people are not allowed to wear. More surprisingly, this piece of chicken oil yellow material or ice, and very likely out of a bracelet. The value of this one ice yellow fei bracelet cannot be too much, can be called a family heirloom treasure. Today's market, jadeite or green mostly, colored jadeite, but very few can be out of the very best, like today's pure butter yellow, very rare on the market. Only in the international large-scale auction can be seen. Bai Wei looked at the calm Chen Lin beside her. No wonder he said it could be used as a family heirloom. Lin D, 3 million is too little. Bai Wei looked at Chen Lin and said seriously, Sister will go back and transfer 5 million to you. Chen Lin said, Sister Bai, just 3 million as I said. I didn't expect it to open such a big piece before. It's also your own luck. Bai Wei looked at Chen Lin for a long time, nodded and said, okay, Sister Bai owes you a favor. Jin Zhengping, who was next to him, looked at the piece of chicken oil yellow that was held in Bai Wei's hand and felt disgraced. He couldn't understand. Obviously that piece of stone didn't have any characteristics of a jadeite raw stone at all. How did it open up a superb colored fey? Or a rare superb piece like chicken oil yellow? Xu Jianyi see his face is not good. Heart sigh. Patted Jin Zhengping's shoulder. Said, gambling this thing, there are times when you look away. Xiao Jin, you should not take it too personally. Jin Zhengping tried his best to control his stiff face, nodded and followed Xu Jianyi away from the gambling street. The crowd of onlookers saw that Chen Lin had opened a superb yellow jadeite here. Their motivation increased dramatically, and they all wanted to take their chances by wandering around the gambling street as if they wanted to dip into the joyous spirit. The news of the chicken oil yellow opened in the gambling street instantly spread throughout the auction site. For a while, the gambling area became the most crowded area, but the turnover of the gambling street was raised. Bai Wei was overjoyed when she got this piece of treasure. Immediately called her assistant to come and bring the chicken butter yellow back to the company and store it properly. Bai Wei dragged Chen Lin to the restaurant for dinner and said, "You got such an heirloom for Sister Bai. Why don't you stay careful and pick up a good thing yourself?" Chen Lin laughed. "I looked at those stalls. Nothing too good. It's an auction in the afternoon, so it's up to my luck." Chapter 45 Rosewood White Jade Buddha Bead. The afternoon auction was held in full swing. Chen Lin sat there somewhat listlessly looking through the auction albums. Bai Wei, who was beside him, leaned over and said softly, "Lin Di, there's nothing of interest, ah?" Chen Lin nodded and glanced at Xu Jianyi and Jin Zhengping, who were sitting in front of him. The two of them could naturally come to the auction with their status, but coincidentally they were sitting in front of Chen Lin. That Jin Zhengping had just been frustrated at the gambling street, and didn't know who he was angry with, sitting there with a black face, and from time to time inclined his head to look at Chen Lin here, making Chen Lin helpless. That old man Xu Jianyi is a smile on his face, from time to time turned back to talk to Chen Lin, and asked him if he wants to shoot a collection to play, so that Chen Lin was deeply disturbed. Halfway through the auction, the stage had just finished auctioning a Ming Dynasty painting. The staff transported the next auction item to the stage, and the auctioneer's voice was clear and crisp. "The next auction item is a sandalwood Buddha bead from the player's personal collection." The crowd's eyes were gathered on the Buddha beads inside that glass cover. Because this lot was so small, bidders could walk up and observe it. There were several people who got up to take a closer look right then and there. However, these bidders all came back shaking their heads after a few glances. "It's nice to look at, but it's too ordinary," someone said. "Yes, now the Buddha beads of pure gold, coral, jade, what material are there? This string is nothing special, ah." The crowd was talking. Xu Jianyi also got up at the words, but did not busy turning back to Chen Lin. "Young man, go and take a look together?" Chen Lin was staying bored, listening to him invite himself, also obediently stood up and walked with him to the front of the stage. To the glass cover a look, suddenly froze. Item name, Ming. Small leaf rosewood white jade Buddha beads. Era time, Ming Dynasty. Value amount, 4 million. Collection value, fine art. That string of beads is a standard 108 Buddha beads, consisting of small leaf zeton and assorted colors of white jade beads, turquoise, lapis lazuli, and amber coral. Sandalwood, known as sandalwood in Buddhism, is known as the king of spices. The Qing dynasty's Jiayi's West Lake Abode building says, Sapium candles, sandalwood incense, 3 Zhu Road, a guanyin to raise 100,000 monks. In the incense praise, it was also mentioned that sandalwood incense can communicate with God and Buddha. The heat of the stove at first, the Dharma world is smoked, the Buddhas will be heard from afar, and there are auspicious clouds everywhere. Sincerity is earnest, all the Buddhas appear whole body. Therefore, sandalwood made of Buddha beads has always been the favorite treasure of people who believe in Buddhism. Zhu Jianyi looked at the beads for a few moments and said, "It's not impossible to shoot for fun, but the collection value is not high." Chen Lin heard this and looked at Zhu Jianyi and said, "Mr. Zhu, are you sure? I do think that this string of Buddha beads is good, extremely collectible." When Zhu Jianyi saw him offer a rebuttal, his intuition was that Chen Lin was deliberately singing against him. He suppressed the fire rising in his heart and said, "Young man, this kind of Buddha bead I've seen too much in my life. Most of them aren't worth much money. The ones with better materials are tens of thousands of dollars to the head. The top of the Buddha beads is not no, but all in Kyoto or foreign auctions can only see it." Previously, in a foreign auction, a Qing Dannan incense wood inlaid with gold coin longevity character string, directly sold 3.7 million, and a Qing jadeite 18 sun string, 2 million. Zhu Jianyi said here, smiled and patted Chen Lin's shoulder and said, "Young man, good things cannot be found. Not every time you can come across the very best objects." After saying this, he smiled and returned to his seat. Chen Lin also smiled and didn't say anything. This string of rosewood beads he wanted. In the bidding session, the reserve price of this string of rosewood beads was $30,000. As expected, only a few people raised their cards. Each time the price increases $2,000 or $3,000. It looks like the scene of the people are not very interested in this string of beads. Zhu Jianyi later also raised the card. His heart has always felt that the beads and the difficult to come out of the best, and this rosewood beads is recognized by his value is not high, so he also out of the price of 50,000. He sat near a few other bidders. There are merchants, there are antique houses, which no Zhu Jiani advised, Zhu old. This string of beads you know it is not worth the price. Shoot it to do what? Zhu Jiani laughed, nothing. This auction organizer and I have some friendship. I casually buy a thing to support. 50,000 to buy a Buddha bead to play can also. Elder Zhu is kind enough. The crowd complimented. It's nothing, giving face to a friend. Just talking lively. Chen Lin raised his card, 60,000. The crowd was shocked, looking at Chen Lin as if they were looking at him. Zhu Jiani looked at Chen Lin and raised his card again, 65,000. Chen Lin followed up and directly raised his card, 70,000. Zhu Jiani felt that this Chen Lin is deliberately with their own right, so sex is not bidding, holding arms in the old god to see Chen Lin tossed, because there is no one to follow up. This rosewood beads to 70,000 price let Chen Lin shot down. The auctioneer made a whack. Wen Bai Wei was congratulating Chen Lin for winning the auction. She saw an old man who was over half 100 years old Russian outside and directly rushed to the front of the stage. That old man was wearing a silk ancient style coat. There were many silver threads in his hair, but his face was extremely good, red and moist, and his face gave people a peaceful feeling. President. The auctioneer was busy greeting the old man. Some of those who were bidding recognized him and also came forward to speak with him. Bai Wei came up to Chen Lin and whispered, "This person is the president who organized this auction, Chu Hongji." Seeing Chu Hongji's face full of anxiety, he asked the auctioneer, "Has that rosewood and white jade Buddha bead been auctioned out?" The auctioneer was a bit bewildered and didn't know why the chairman asked. "Just finished the auction. $70,000. What? 70,000? Chu Hongji exclaimed. "Who auctioned it?" The auctioneer pointed towards Chen Lin. "It's that Mr. Chen." Chu Hongji hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and went to Chen Lin's side, sized him up and said, "Young man, can that rosewood Buddha bead be transferred to me? I'll offer 100,000. The crowd was shocked to hear. Some people came up to persuade, "President, that bead is not worth the price." Chu Hongji ignored them, only looked at Chen Lin, said, "I was going to auction that piece of Buddha bead this afternoon. Just have something to trip up. Cannot get out of the way. The result is a step late." Chen Lin looked at this Lord President and knew that he probably knew the true value of that rosewood Buddha bead. Otherwise he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to buy it. He then smiled and said to Chu Hongji, "President, if you want to buy it, $100,000 won't do." The surrounding people were shocked. This kid is really bold. Against the antique world famous Chu Hongji still dare to raise the price on the spot. Chu Hongji frowned and said, "Then how much do you want?" Chen Lin stretched out 4 fingers. $4 million. Chapter 46, President Appreciation. As soon as Chen Lin's price was quoted, the scene immediately fell silent. Jin Zhangping was the first to react and took a few steps forward. "Chen Lin, are you crazy? You're clearly extorting." Zhu Jiani also shook his head and said, "This young man of yours is too arrogant, but a few tens of thousands of dollars of Buddha beads are just." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chen Lin. "Elder Zhu, whether it's extortion or not, President Chu's heart is very clear." He looked straight at Chu Hongji. The crowd of onlookers were whispering about Chen Lin, saying that he had lost his mind, and that extortion wasn't like this. For a while, Chen Lin became a target. On the contrary, when Chu Hongji heard the amount of $4 million, he only froze slightly, but was not very surprised. He scrutinized Chen Lin for a while, felt that he seemed a bit familiar, and pointed at the grant. "Are you the young man who dropped the blue and white porcelain at the last treasure appraisal conference?" Chen Lin nodded with a bitter smile. Chu Hongji laughed out loud, patted Chen Lin's shoulder and said, "Okay, the young man's vision is good. Say, why is that Buddha bead worth 4 million? Chen Lin calmly looked at the crowd around him with different expressions, slowly said, "Because that is not an ordinary string of Buddha beads, but from the Ming Dynasty's explosive star Xiaoye Zitan white jade Buddha beads." These words, like a ladle of water poured into a frying pan, instantly exploded. "Impossible. How can this be from the Ming Dynasty? It's obviously very ordinary." "Yes, just now." Chu Lao also looked at the value is tens of thousands of dollars. Chu Hongji looked at Chen Lin and said, "What do you say?" Chen Lin signaled the staff to bring the string of Buddha beads over and displayed it in front of the crowd. "Not panicking, it's very simple. You guys just go to look at the authenticity of the rosewood and distinguish its material. But you ignore those white jade beads and other jades such as lapis lazuli and the Buddha beads. The carvings on these jades have obvious characteristics of the Ming Dynasty's craftsmen, and the overall aesthetics have been inherited from the people of the Ming Dynasty at that time. As we all know, because the Zitan tree is so rare, only one round in 5 years, and it takes more than 800 years for the tree to become mature. The Zitan on the market is 9 out of 10 fake, and this string of Buddha beads on the Zitan beads texture clanging hard, full of oil, or very rare burst star. This kind of Zeton tree can only be formed in a special soil environment, and there is no recent times. And in the Ming dynasty, Zeton was exclusively for imperial use, and only at that time was such top-quality Zeton wood available. Isn't such a top string of Buddha beads worth $4 million? With a few words, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Chu Hongji said to the crowd with a smile on his face, "This young man is right. This string of Buddha beads is indeed from the Ming dynasty. I was in the morning when I saw the auction. I was looking for a few old friends in the circle to help look at the photos." The statement in this young man said basically the same. Who knows that there is suddenly something tripped up? Rush to catch up or come late. Now, the audience clamored. Chu Hongji said to Chen Lin, "Young man, my mother has always believed in Buddhism. Next month is her 80th birthday. This string of beads cannot love to let me. According to what you said, 4 million. How?" Chen Lin had a good impression of this President Chu and agreed to his request. Chu Hongji was very happy, and looking at Chen Lin, he also felt very smooth, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Young man, promising, we are also due to the Buddha beads bond. Add a contact, maybe we will work together again in the future." Chen Lin and Chu Hongji added each other's WeChat, left a phone number. Chu Hongji also pulled Chen Lin said half a day. The whole is smiling, seems to be very satisfied with Chen Lin. Over there, Xu Jianyi and Jin Zhangping were angry and regretful, and found a reason to leave the meeting early. In the evening, Chen Lin and Bai Wei left the auction. Two people can get a family heirloom of yellow jade. One sold the Buddha beads, got 4 million, are considered to be full of return. Bai Wei still had to go back to the company to deal with things, so she said goodbye to Chen Lin at the door. Chen Lin would have liked to drive directly home, but received a phone call from his college friend Li Chao, whom he met only 2 days ago. Li Chao said on the phone that he had found a job and asked some of his old classmates to join him at the clubhouse for a drink. When Chen Lin arrived, they had all arrived. In addition to Zhao He and Xuedi, who sang together at the KTV last time, there was one more college friend, Su Qingsheng. Chen Lin just stepped into the box. Li Chao and Zhao He hurriedly stood up to welcome them, shoulder to shoulder to bring Chen Lin to the seat to sit down. Xuedi also poured Chen Lin a drink. Su Qingsheng, who was on the side, was also their college classmate, and had also worked abroad for a few years before returning. He and Zhao He had a good relationship, so they were called together, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Lin, he saw that the attitude of those three towards Chen Lin was both affectionate and respectful, as if they were pleasing the big boss, which made Su Qingsheng a bit surprised. He knew that Chen Lin's family was average, and he hadn't seen any special talents in school, so how did he become a figure to be pleasing to everyone after only a few years of graduation? Zhao He saw him look like he couldn't figure it out and whispered as he sipped his wine beside him. Lin Zi now can be different from the past. Now people drive more than 3 million Aston Martin, live in a mansion, make money as if it were a game. A few of us decided to hold on to the golden thighs, maybe when begging for others. Su Qingsheng was a bit unconvinced, feeling that what they said was overstated. Chen Lin drank for a while and got up to go to the bathroom. When he came back, he had just passed by a private room, when suddenly the door was pulled open from the inside with a huff, and a girl rushed out covered in alcohol. She seemed to have drunk a lot, and did not look at the road. Low head into Chen Lin. Chen Lin was frowned by the smell of alcohol on her body, and helped her with his hand. The girl raised her head and just wanted to say thank you, but froze when she saw Chen Lin's face. Chen Lin also immediately recognized this girl. It was the female college student Zhang Shuyao that he had dated in the university town. When Zhang Shuyao saw Chen Lin, she threw herself into Chen Lin's arms as if she had seen a loved one, and pulled his arm and said in an urgent voice, "Chen brother, you help me. They want to get me drunk, want to bully me." Chen Lin saw her face full of red drink. Her eyes are a little bit disoriented, but the good thing is that the consciousness is still awake. Speak without a big tongue. He sighed and was just about to speak when another young man rushed out of the box. When he saw Zhang Shuyao, he reached out and went to drag her, his mouth still yelling, "You haven't finished your penalty drink yet. Come back and keep drinking. Our little boss is still waiting for you." Zhang Shuyao seemed to be a bit afraid of him, twisting her body and refusing to go. Her eyes looked at Chen Lin with thirst, like a little rabbit that was about to fall into the fox's mouth. Chen Lin couldn't see this kind of look in her eyes, reaching out to hold the man's hand and flinging it to the side, raising his voice, "Sorry, she's not drinking." Chapter 47, Heroic Rescue. The young man was just stunned when Chen Lin shook off his hand. He wrinkled his eyebrows in dissatisfaction and cursed at Chen Lin. "Who the hell are you? Dog with a rat meddling in your own business. Eat your fill, you damn it," he cursed while reaching out again. Chen Lin clamped down on his hand, protected Zhang Shuyao behind him and said with a cold face, "Mind your mouth. Let me hear you cursing again. I don't mind teaching you how to behave." After he finished speaking, he only gave a gentle push, and the young man felt a strong force come upon him. He stood unsteadily and retreated 2 steps back, and his back hit the door of the box at once. making a loud bang. This time, this young man did not dare to curse. He felt that this person in front of him, who was about the same age as himself, was a little bit not easy to mess with, and how his strength was so big. Just now, if there was no door behind him to block, he could fall directly into the house. The young man stopped talking, but stared at Chen Lin with a vicious gaze, turned around and went to the front desk to call security. At this time, the door was yanked open from the inside, and a man with a three-quarter oiled hair, wearing a three-piece suit, and a gold-rimmed glasses on his nose walked out. He didn't even look at Chen Lin and directly said with a cold face to Zhang Shuyao, who was hiding behind Chen Lin, "Ms. Zhang, it's you who said you want to join my company as a netizen, and I'm ready to promote you, but we just have a drink together to get in touch with each other, and you're just being such a troublemaker. It makes me very disappointed." Zhang Shuyao was even more afraid of this man. Her petite body was shaking on Chen Lin. Just now in the box, it was this man who said he wanted to play some kind of dice game, and somehow she lost every time. She drank one cup after another, and only later did she feel that something was wrong. They were clearly trying to get her drunk, and this little boss Feng Qi had also started to make a move on her. "Boss Feng, I'm sorry." Zhang Shuyao was really a bit scared. With a trembling voice, she emerged half a head behind Chen Lin and said softly, "I really can't drink anymore, and I don't think I'm too suitable for your company. Please change to someone else." Feng Qi's face collapsed. "You come when you say so, and leave when you say so, how can it be that easy?" He didn't look at Chen Lin and reached out to grab Zhang Shuyao. Chen Lin blocked in front of Zhang Shuyao and grabbed Feng Qi's arm. Feng Qi felt his arm being gripped painfully. He frowned and glared at Chen Lin. Just when he wanted to punch someone, he felt that the person in front of him looked a bit familiar. In such a moment of concentration, the young man who had just gone to call the security guards came back, followed by two tall security guards. As soon as he saw that his small boss was going to suffer, he pointed at Chen Lin and the two security guards and said, "See, he's done it." The two security guards hurriedly went forward to separate the two and said to the two, "What's wrong with you?" Before Chen Lin could say anything, Feng Qi suddenly came and said, "Are you the one who sold President Chu the Buddha beads at the auction today?" Chen Lin froze and looked at him. "What? You also participated in the bidding?" Feng Qi knew that he hadn't recognized the wrong person as soon as he heard it, and hurriedly changed his harmless face and smiled at the two security guards. "Both of you. Misunderstanding. We all know each other. We were just fooling around. My assistant didn't recognize this friend before making a joke." Those two security guards of course hoped that the big matter would be minimized and the small matter would be resolved, and after advising a couple of sentences to be less drunken and crazy, they left. Feng Qi went forward and took the initiative to warmly shake hands with Chen Lin and said, "Brother, I was present at the auction this afternoon. My father and President Chu have a good friendship. You are President Chu's friend, then we are family. I left early for the second half of the auction, just to meet Ms. Zhang." Feng Qi apologized to Zhang Shuyao behind Chen Lin with a remorseful face. "Miss Zhang, we went overboard with today's matter. I apologize to you." Zhang Shuyao never dreamed that things would turn around and hurriedly shook her head to indicate that she didn't mind. Only then did Chen Lin say a few more words to Feng Qi and brought Zhang Shuyao back to her own box. Just as he turned back, he saw Su Qingxing standing in the corridor not far away, looking at himself with a complicated expression. When Zhang Shuyao followed behind Chen Lin and appeared in the box, Li Chao and the others were a little confused. "Alright, Lindsay," Shueti joked. "You can bring back a pretty even in the time it takes you to go to the bathroom. You've got skills." Chen Lin laughed. "Don't be ridiculous, a friend I met before." Su Qingsheng also came out to use the restroom just now, and straight away, he saw the scene of Feng Qi going from being wild to admitting his weakness, and his heart was deeply shocked. He felt that Chen Lin was really deep in hiding. He then excitedly told the story of Chen Lin's heroic rescue just now, and heard those three people shouting, "Lindsay, you're good now." Li Chao patted him and laughed. "Quite a wide network." Chen Lin modestly said, "It's not as exaggerated as you said. I just know a few familiar friends in the antique circle." As he was talking, Zhang Shuyao sat beside Chen Lin with a glass of wine, looking at him with a face full of admiration. "Brother Chen, I really thank you today. If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid I would have to buy them anyway. I toast you." Chen Lin wrinkled his eyebrows and took the wine down from her hand, saying, "You haven't drunk enough today? What kind of toast? Sit honestly. Be more mindful in the future. Don't believe whatever anyone says." Zhang Shuyao saw that he was talking to her like he was lecturing a child, but she wasn't angry at all. She bit her lip, lowered her head and said to Chen Lin with a red face, "Brother Chen, that Feng Qi said before that he wanted to hold me up as their platform's online celebrity. So I went straight to him and advanced a few months of my salary to buy some clothes and cosmetics, and now I still owe him money. So can you help me?" "Oh," Chen Lin swept her two eyes and said, "Want me to lend you money?" Zhang Shuyao hurriedly shook her head. "It's not borrowing money, Brother Chen, I want to find a job. I mean, do you need an assistant secretary or something by your side? I think I'm up to it. Chen Lin looked at her. No more being a netizen? And no more dabbling in car shots? Zhang Shuyao's pretty face reddened and whispered. I only realize now that it's a bit unreliable. Li Chao next to her joked. This pretty you want to apply for our Mr. Chen. What all can you do? Zhang Shuyao seriously thought about it and said. My English has passed grade 8 and my speaking is good. My computer operation is also very good. Daily office software, reports, PPT and whatnot can be done. Chen Lin was amused by her look of serious contemplation. Don't listen to them, they're teasing you. Chen Lin laughed. Zhang Shuyao said with a straight face. I'm serious. Brother Chen, I really want to work for you. Chen Lin looked at her and said. I'll think about it. Chapter 48 Merlot Pearls. Chen Lin was in a good mood recently. This was because a few days ago, his parents and sister had moved into the villa and lived with him. Before, the house, which he had felt was somewhat empty, instantly became lively and filled with the flavor of human fire and home. On the day of the move, his sister Chen she stood in front of the villa and froze for half a day with her mouth wide open. When he jokingly, a wringing sister's white face, sister actually wow cry, he was startled. He thought it was too heavy to pinch his sister pain. Who knows that his sister threw himself into his arms, holding him and wiping tears asked, Brother, we really do not have to live a hard life, right? Chen Lin gently wiped his sister's tears with his big hands, a little amused and a little heartbroken. Then there's no need to ask? He rubbed his sister's furry head. With brother here, I'll make sure that you eat and drink for the rest of your life. Chen she was comforted by her brother, smiling up with a wink of tears in her eyes, bouncing and going to pick her own room. Chen Lin looked at his parents' and sister's contented and excited faces, and felt that the happiest moment in the world was just like this. For the sake of these three happy smiling faces, what was it worth for him to work even harder? That night, Chen Shi said she wanted to eat barbecued meat, so Chen Lin set up a grill in the yard and personally barbecued meat for her. Lin Xiaoju laughed and poked Chen Shi on the head, laughing, look at you, how spoiled have you let your brother become? Chen Shi pouted and said, before I have a sister-in-law, let my brother spoil me. When my brother has a wife, I'll have to come in second place. Humph. Chen Lin all but made her laugh. Just then, Lin Xian's phone call came in. Mr. Chen, tomorrow my sister's birthday banquet is scheduled to be held in an ancient castle by the sea. I'll remind you of it. I'm afraid you'll forget. Chen Lin said. I promised Ms. Lin. Naturally I won't go back on my word. Lin Xian let go of her heart and urged. Then tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I will wait for you there at the Sea Island Plaza. We'll all gather there. Okay? I'll be on time. Chen Lin hung up the phone. Bin Chang, Sea Island Square. The sun was slightly blinding, and Lin Xian stood in the shade of the tree looking around somewhat anxiously. She was wearing a white sarong with excellent texture and a straw sun hat on her head, standing in the shadows of the trees like a lily of the valley with excellent poise. Not far from her, a group of men and women in their early 20s gathered. All of them were Lin Shua's friends, a group of rich second generation, rich third generation. More than a dozen various brands of luxury cars parked in order on the side of the square, attracting many tourists to take pictures of the onlookers, so that some of the envy of the eyes of these young people is very much a sense of superiority. A fat boy rushed in front of Lin Xian, wiped a handful of sweat out of the forehead sun, said, Sister Xian, your friend has not yet arrived? Lin Xian's family and this fat boy's family has a family relationship, and he is also more familiar. Looked down the wristwatch, said, almost there, may pressure the car. The fat boy is a little strange. This Lin family and miss has always been high and cold. When to see her wait for others, it seems that this person is quite important. Just thinking about, see a treasure blue Aston Martin SUV in the distance drove over, parked in their pile of luxury cars next to, I go, the car is pretty cool. The fat boy whistled. Chen Lin got out of the car, and from afar, he saw Lin Xian, dressed in white, walking over. He greeted her and said, sorry, a bit of pressure on the car. I'm not late, right? Lin Xian smiled and shook the diamond watch on her wrist, saying, the jamming point is perfect. Exactly 10 o'clock. The gang of rich daughters that had gathered saw Lin Xian and Chen Lin talking, so they all gathered around. They rarely saw Lin Xian treating people in such a pleasant manner, so they were busy coming to see what kind of character she was. A familiar young man asked, dude, your car is pretty cool. How much is it? Chen Lin replied, 3 million or so. Not bad, not too expensive. The youngster took a look at Chen Lin and thought he was quite handsome. Brother, are you Sister Xian's boyfriend? The eyes of the rich youngsters turned around in unison to look at the gossip. Chen Lin was amused by the youngster's brain. No, we're friends. Lin Xian felt her face burning a little. She walked over to the youngster and shone a popping chestnut at his brain, saying, less nonsense, eat more food later, less talking. A bunch of people laughed. The fat boy's eyes turned and asked Chen Lin, "Brother, what's your name? What kind of business does your family do?" Chen Lin blandly said, "My name is Chen Lin, my family doesn't do business. It's just an ordinary family." Oh, the fat boy was a little disappointed. He also thought that the friends Lin Xian's sister knew were all people with huge assets at home, but he didn't think that there was still a whole ordinary person. Lin Xian is afraid of Chen Lin embarrassment, said to him, "There are still 2 people did not arrive. Still have to wait a while. Do you want to go to the beach to see the sea view?" Chen Lin looked at the shore embankment where the sea and sky met and there were many small children playing there. So he nodded and went down the steps of the plaza to the shoreline. As he walked along the seashore, there were seagulls circling and flying above his head. The sunlight shone on the sea like a mirror, and the sea breeze blew on his face, making it very pleasant. But just as he passed by a beach, a discarded buoy washed up by the sea in the middle of some broken shells and starfish attracted his attention. There were 2 sea snails stuck to that buoy, and a light screen he was familiar with appeared above those 3 sea snails. Item name, Merlot Pearl. Orange. Age time, modern. Value amount, $2 million. Collector's value, fine art. Item name, Merlot Pearl. White. Age time modern times. Value amount, $5,000. Collection value, mundane. Chen Lin was delighted, went forward and took the 2 sea snails in his hand, squatted down in the seawater and rinsed them directly, and sure enough, inside the larger sea snail, a large orange pearl with bright colors slipped out. Slightly smaller sea snail body is a white slightly smaller pearl, was also very beautiful, but in front of the large orange pearl, it seems a little inferior. The orange pearl was not small, about the size of a coin, and must have weighed 7 or 8 grams. It is different from the pearls in oysters. They mainly come from the body of sea snails, usually from some stones or other substances deposited in the shell, through the accumulation of years and layers of decomposition, and finally formed this our special pearl. Marrow pearls range in color from orange to tan to brown, with orange being the most expensive color. They are often found in the Andaman Sea off the coast of Myanmar and in the South China Sea. Chen Lin doesn't understand how they can appear here today. Is it destined for him to get rich? Chen Lin put the cleaned pearls into his pocket. The big orange pearl can be left to his sister Chen Shi. Will come to see her like to make jewelry must be very beautiful. The white one will be given directly to Lin Xian's sister as a birthday gift. Perfect. Chapter 49, The Old Castle Party. The ancient castle where the birthday party was held stood in a mountain forest near the coastline. When Chen Lin and the group of rich youngsters arrived, they saw a building surrounded by thorns and white roses from afar. The round tower, narrow windows, semicircular arches, a large number of columns and various shapes of vaults built a strength-saturated aesthetic. This ancient castle belonged to a luxurious leisure club, and the staff had already set up the venue. The entrance archway of the old castle was entwined with many flowers and balloons, creating a very lively atmosphere. "I'll go. My old castle is quite atmospheric." A group of people walked towards the castle while chattering. "It's a clubhouse under the magnificent court. Of course it's good." The fat boy, who was more familiar with Lin Xian, asked Lin Xian curiously, "Sister Xian, how much does this venue cost per day?" Lin Xian said, "Venue fee, labor fee, meal fee, altogether must be $30,000. "This is really good," said a rich girl. $30,000 a day. If I had money, I would build a castle like this, and rent it out to people for parties, and just sit back and wait for the money to come in." Another boy spat at her and said, "Easy for you to say. How much does it cost to build such an old castle? Have you done the math? How much can it be? $10 million? The girl was unconcerned. "Save up for a few years and you'll come up with it." The boy shook his head and said, "My family is in the building materials business, so I know a bit of inside information. When this ancient castle was built, it cost more than $30 million. That's a bit much." The girl smacked her lips and didn't speak. The crowd talked about entering the interior of the ancient castle. The interior of the old castle was very spacious, with a pointed double-arched roof overhead, veneered with wood carvings and adorned with white lily motifs on pale gold-colored paint. The wall lamps on the old brick walls have a very European flavor. Under the feet was a black and white marble floor, and a scarlet embroidered carpet was spread under a large long table in the center. There were many rooms inside the ancient castle, which were set up as bars, mahjong rooms, billiards, KTV, movie theaters, game rooms, etc. And the entertainment facilities were very complete. Chen Lin was still the first time to come to this kind of ancient castle clubhouse, and felt that this is really a good place for leisure and relaxation at this time. And when his sister was on vacation, it would be good for their whole family to come and stay here for a few days. Just as he was thinking, he heard a girl's silver bell voice ringing out. "Hello, guys." Chen Lin inquired and looked over to see a girl in her early 20s standing on the stairs leading from the hall to the second floor. She had a sharp melon face with delicate and smooth skin, Under her fountain eyebrows was a pair of large, gleaming eyes with thick eyelashes, and her curved red lips were edged with a dainty smile. A light pink strapless tunic dress outlined her bumpy figure. She revealed snow-white rounded shoulders, two tender lotus root-like arms naturally hanging beside the thin waist. Her two long legs were so white that they reflected the light, and her feet were wearing a pair of black sloping heel sandals, with her 10 toes painted with brightly colored nail polish. The group of rich second-generation youngsters came together at once. "Schwerer, you're so pretty today." A girl took her arm affectionately. "Snowy, happy birthday ah." The fat boy and Lin Shui were considered to be childhood friends. Smilingly went up and handed over the gift in his hand. Lin Shui smiled and opened the box. Inside was a bottle of Dior limited edition perfume. "Thank you, fatty." She reached out and put her arm around the fat man's shoulder, as if the two of them were good friends. Another girl went over, hugged Lin Shui, handed over the gorgeous paper bag in her hand and smiled. "Didn't you say last time that this limited edition bag is very pretty? I got it for you." Lin Shui opened the bag. It was a small limited edition LV bag. "Thank you, dear." Lin Shui smiled. The crowd came forward, saying words of congratulations while giving Lin Shui the birthday gifts in their hands. Designer bags, designer clothes, jewelry, perfume, all sorts of gifts spread over a corner of the table. Chen Lin was sighing with emotion that the life of a rich girl was really luxurious, when he was touched by a young man next to him. The young man looked at him and said, "Buddy, since you're here for Schwerer's birthday banquet, you came empty-handed?" Chen Lin froze. The young man saw that he didn't answer, thought that he was here to mingle with the food and drink. He couldn't help but feel some contempt in his heart, and taunted, "Buddy, that car of yours is also borrowed, right?" The next few rich second generation laughed out loud when they heard this. Lin Xian brought Lin Shui over this way at this time, waited until she was in front of Chen Lin. Lin Xian introduced, "Schwerer, this is Chen Lin, he's my friend. The jade tablet you like so much is what he helped find, and I invited him to your birthday party today." Lin Shui's heart just jumped when she heard that. It was the first time that her sister, that high and mighty nature to outsiders, had brought a man to her birthday party. She thought in her heart, but on her face, she still smiled and stretched out her right hand. "Brother Chen, how are you? My name is Lin Shui. I'm very happy that you can come to my birthday party." Chen Lin reached out to shake her hand and smiled. "Hello, I'm glad to meet you too." Saying on, he reached into his pocket and took out the white Merlot pearl, placing it on Lin Shui's palm and said with a bland look, "I just picked it up on the beach. Take it and play with it." Lin Shui froze for a moment. She looked at the round and beautiful pearl in her fine white palm. This was the first time that someone had directly picked up something and gave it to her as a gift. It was quite a novel experience. Lin Shui held the pearl in her palm and smiled happily. "Thank you, Brother Chen. You're welcome." Lin Xian saw that her sister, who had always been a bit bratty, had a pretty good attitude towards Chen Lin, which made her relaxed. At noon, the birthday banquet began. The long, red velvet-covered dining table was filled with a course of assorted delicacies, fruits, and drinks. These delicacies were all made by the special chef invited by the club, in the kitchen at the back of the old castle on site, and the ingredients were all fresh goods of the day, some of which were directly flown in. Liquor is also a collection of a variety of brand-name wines, red wine, champagne, and beautiful bartenders on site to the modulation of cocktails. Do not like to drink also prepared a variety of fruit juice drinks. Lin Shui's group of friends are in a circle with her. In addition to classmates or friends, usually often get together to have fun, naturally open. The whole process of eating was very lively. Chen Lin drank a few glasses of wine down, ate something, and Lin Xian casually chatted about the sky. After 3 rounds of drinking, those young people clamored to play truth or dare. Chen Lin and Lin Xian on the sidelines smilingly watched. After a few rounds, some were asked hidden questions, and some were forced to dress up as women. After that fat boy chose dare, he was forced to wear a tank top and shorts, holding onto the stone pillars in the hall, and dancing an enchanting pole dance. That 5 flowers and 3 layers of fat meat flung up, especially comical. It gave Chen Lin and Lin Xian a good laugh. Chapter 50, Gathering Treasures in a Broken Temple. The dare was in full swing. Lin Shui had just been toasted with a lot of wine during the meal, and was a bit tipsy at this time. Her pretty face was slightly red as she looked at her sister and Chen Lin, pointing her hand at the two of them and complaining, "You two, just watching the fun without participating. That's not good. Come on, let's roll the dice together." Chen Lin and Lin Xian only had to join the fray as well. Since there were many of them, the 2 people who rolled the smallest number of dice in each game had to be punished, and could freely choose between dare and truth. The contents of these 2 punishments were rather special, and they were all thought up by this group of rich kids themselves. After playing a few games, Lin Xian lost a game, and when the crowd asked her which punishment she chose truth. Someone then handed over the thick stack of signatures. Lin Xian randomly drew one, and someone read it out loud. At what age was your first love? At once, there was a chorus of spitting around. This is too childish. Boring. Yeah, middle schoolers don't even ask this kind of question anymore. Lin Shui stood up and laughed. This is a good question. I don't even know who my sister's first love was. The crowd's eyes swished around to Lin Xian, gossipy light bubbling inside those eyes. Lin Xian felt her cheeks burning a little. She took a deep breath and said, first love at the age of 25. Ah, no way. Sister Xian, you haven't been in love yet? Sister Xian, it can't be. You're so beautiful. There are so many people in the circle who want to chase you. How can you not have been in love? Lin Shui, however, did not take it seriously and said, what's wrong with not having been in love? My sister is so outstanding. Ordinary men can't match her. 25 years old? Lin Shui mouth read, suddenly exclaimed, sister, you are not 25 years old this year? Did you find a brother-in-law behind my back? Lin Shui took a few steps forward, lying on Lin Xian's body and pouting. Sister, you quickly tell me, who is he? Lin Xian neck a red. Usually high and cold temperament is gone. At this time she is like a little girl whose heart is seen. Shyly said, no, just I have a good feeling about him. Lin Shui suddenly realized, so it's a crush. Ah, who is it? I help you say go. My sister looks at him, is his honor. Lin Xian pulled her sister from herself, said, you less play drunk. My sincere words finished. You still play not play. Play. Of course I'm playing. Lin Shui hurriedly initiated a new round of dice rolling battle. Who knew that this round? It was actually Chen Lin and Lin Shui who lost. Lin Shui looked at the two red dots on the dice, sighed, and said to Chen Lin, brother Chen, let's play a big game. How about picking a dare? Chen Lin was non-committal and drew one of the dares. Go on an adventure to a broken temple in the mountains and take a group photo back. Someone read out. The crowd roared with laughter, some clapping their hands, some tapping the table and whistling. The fat boy laughed so hard that his belly flesh fluttered, and said to Lin Shui, little Shui, you're really backward. Lin Shui glared at him and stopped talking. Chen Lin asked the crowd, what's so strange about this broken temple? Isn't it just to take a picture? The fat boy explained to him, that broken temple is a bit old, and I don't know which dynasty built it. It was a ruin when it was found, and the Buddha statues inside were all broken and mutilated. Because it was a ruined temple, no one went to offer incense and offerings, and it has been left so deserted. Later, I heard that it was haunted, so no one went even more. Chen Lin laughed. In the middle of the day, where is it haunted? You guys are young and still believe in this? A rich second-generation boy then said, don't you believe it yet? Everyone in this neighborhood says so. Since you're not afraid, why don't you go by yourself? He turned to Lin Shui and said, little Shui, do you dare to go? If you don't dare, let's draw another one. He wanted to give Lin Shui a step. Who thought Lin Shui did not even think about it? Who are you looking down on? Lin Shui at this time some wine-strong courage, walked to Chen Lin in front of the station. Chen brother, go, let's explore to go. Lin Xian was a bit worried and went forward to pull her. Forget it, it's weirdly scary there. Lin Shui pushed away her sister's hand and patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's alright, sis, those rumors are all blindly spread by them. Wait for me to take a picture for you to go. After saying that, amidst the crowd's clapping and hooting, she stepped forward and tugged on Chen Lin's sleeve and headed for the door. Lin Xian hurriedly pulled her back. Wait, if you wear this, the mosquitoes will bite you to death. I have a spare set of sportswear in my car. You put it on before you go. Lin Xian gave the car keys to the staff and asked them to fetch the clothes. Lin Shui changed her clothes and followed Chen Lin out the door with gusto. That broken temple was on a small hill next to this ancient castle, and the path up the hill had steps made of stone, so it wasn't too much effort to walk. Chen Lin looked at Lin Shui's energetic appearance and laughed. You're quite bold. Lin Shui smiled. Brother Chen, let me tell you a secret. I came here with my classmates when I was in high school, and there's nothing but broken bricks and tiles inside. Chen Lin froze, then laughed out loud. This girl is quite interesting. After walking for about 20 minutes or so, they came to the hillside. That deserted temple was really dilapidated, with overgrown grass and broken walls in front of the door. A broken and desolate scene. The two went into the temple. See, because of the age of repair, the temple has collapsed. Half of the temple, the statue of the god, has also long been destroyed. I cannot see the appearance of the incense burner fell to the ground. The cobwebs are densely packed. Chen Lin just wanted to take a cell phone to take a picture. Then see the air hanging down. A spider is falling in front of Lin Shui. Lin Shui was not afraid of ghosts, but was afraid of this kind of multi-legged bugs. Ow screamed and scurried out in a few steps. Brother Chen, there are too many spiders here. I'll wait for you outside at the stairs. Lin Shui shouted outside. Chen Lin responded. Alright, be safe. I'll take a picture and come out. He picked up his cell phone and approached the half-collapsed idol, accidentally kicking the incense burner. The incense burner directly hit the foot of the idol, banging the foot of the idol with a big hole. Chen Lin laughed bitterly. Was his current physique that had been nourished by supernatural powers so heaven-defying? He casually glanced at the hole, and suddenly saw that a piece of the statue's foot was actually hollow, and there seemed to be something wrapped in cloth inside. Chen Lin's heart just stirred. Something hidden in such a hidden place couldn't possibly be an ordinary object. He squatted down, put his hand into the hole and took the thing out. It was a bright yellow purse. At first glance it was a handmade antique object, embroidered with a green ink bamboo pattern, with delicate stitches and exquisite embroidery. Just by looking at this purse, it was not an ordinary mundane item. And the bright yellow color, that was a color only used by ancient royalty. Chen Lin opened the purse with some excitement. A jade bracelet that was emerald green in color appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 51, The Watch is Fake. Item name, Ming. Glassy Emperor Green Fu. Pair of bangles. Age and time, Ming Dynasty. Value, 30 million. Collector's value, excellent. Chen Lin was really a bit stunned. This was the first time that the system had appraised a superb treasure. It was also the first time he had encountered an object with such a sky-high price. Imperial Green, also known as emerald in ancient times. It was the king of emeralds, the most honorable existence. In front of this bracelet color is extremely beautiful and rich. That kind of green rich like to drip out of the oil. Let a person cannot move away from the eyes. Today's market, the Emperor Green investment value is very high. Coupled with the production of rare, very high appreciation space, is a rare product, usually on the market basically cannot be seen, mostly in the auction house and private collectors' hands. Chen Lin suppressed his excitement, put the jade bracelet back into the purse, and lifted a corner of the clothes, put it in the inner pocket of the clothes. If he put it in his outer pocket and bumped into it, he would have to die of heartache. Chen Lin was in a good mood to take pictures of the temple, thought about it and then in front of the broken and collapsed statue, respectfully worshipped 3 times, before turning around and going out. Lin Shui is still waiting for her at the steps in front of the slope. She is holding a cell phone and chatting with someone. See Chen Lin out, smiled and said, Chen brother, the photo is ready? Chen Lin said, it's done, let's go downhill. It took the two of them an hour to go back and forth, and Lin Shui slapped the photo on the table in front of the crowd. The crowd came together and clapped and cheered. Lin Shui then proposed to go to the bar inside the old castle and let the beautiful bartender mix drinks on the spot to drink. A bunch of people flocked to the bar, clamoring for the beautiful bartender to mix drinks. The crowd ordered a string of such as margaritas, Bloody Mary, Blue Coast, Tequila Sunrise and so on. The beautiful bartender was 27 or 18 years old, with long burgundy hair tied in a high ponytail, coiffed and smooth. She was wearing a snow-white half-sleeved shirt, covered with a short gray vest, which outlined the lines of her breasts and waist perfectly, and a black short skirt, with 2 long legs straight in white. The beautiful bartender took down the names of the drinks on the list and started mixing them. She moved quickly but without losing her beauty. The mixing glass in her hands like a butterfly up and down, attracted a few young people shouted. Some people sat on the bar stools and sipped wine, while others chatted in groups on the sofa chairs next to them. Lin Shui was holding a cup of freshly mixed angel's tear in her hand and was chatting with a few of the fat boys. Little Snow, I heard my mom say 2 days ago that your family took orders from 2 more foreign companies? The fat boy asked. Lin Shui took a shallow sip of wine and laughed. Auntie's news is pretty good. After these 2 orders from our family, it's enough to eat for 3 years. A young man next to her said, not bad. Now the biggest ceramics merchant in the country belongs to your family. Our family is almost. The logistics competition in the past few years is too great. Though small home low cost, special from our hands to grab customers, they cut prices we have to be forced to follow the drop. Earning no more than 2 years ago, a short hair wearing navel dress girl said, you cannot Versailles. Your family's family base even if nothing to do now. Spend 10 lifetimes cannot be spent. Your family is not bad, said the boy. Clothing, makeup, women's and children's products. Nowadays, women and children's money is the best. As they were talking, a boy came over with a cup of tequila, sat down next to Lin Shui, and turned to Chen Lin who was not far away and said, dude, what does your family do? Chen Lin was talking to Lin Xian, and when he heard him asking about himself, he faintly replied back, my family doesn't do anything, and I'm in treasure appreciation. The boy then hummed from his nose, treasure appraisal? That is specializing in the appraisal of antiques appraiser chant? I always see you in those antiques knock knock look, and then say a bunch of cloudy words. Say this is worth 1,000. That is worth 10,000. You really are not blind? Then take a look at the scene. We also long to see. Some people agreed. Lin Xian sank her face, just about to speak. Someone over there said, Sister Xian, we don't mean anything else. We just want to see the appraiser's eyesight. Just how powerful is it? You can't be angry. Chen Lin didn't wait for Lin Xian to speak, so he walked over with his tea. sat down in the middle of those few young people, and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Since you guys want to see it, then I'll satisfy you." Instantly, hollering, Chen Lin's side was surrounded by a circle of people. Even Lin Shui was curious to see what was going on. That boy then looked at Chen Lin with a disinterested smile. "What do you want to test? It seems like there are no antiques here." Chen Lin's eyes swept the watch on his wrist and smiled. "Just examine this fake watch on your hand." The crowd did not expect Chen Lin to steal like this, directly saying that Wei Qi was wearing a fake watch. The boy, Wei Qi, was directly enraged and stood up and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is a birthday gift that my girlfriend bought for me." Chen Lin's expression remained faint. He looked at the watch that the light screen had already ruled fake, and slowly said, "Does who sent you the watch have a dime's worth of relevance to whether it's genuine or not?" Wei Qi was choked. His face quickly reddened. He took the wristwatch off his hand as if he was more aggressive, slapped it on the table with a snap, and angrily said, "Just test it in front of me. I want to hear where it's fake." Chen Lin picked up the watch. It is a very famous watch of Vacheron Constantine family. The shape is generous and handsome, very popular among young men. He looked at the fat boy who was standing next to him watching the fun, and said to him, "Earlier I saw that you were wearing one on your hand that was the same as this one. Can you give it to me to use?" The fat boy looked at Wedge somewhat timidly, a little hesitant. Wei Qi, however, was furious. "Fatty, just take it off and show it to him. I don't believe that lousy's girlfriend would buy me a fake watch." The fat boy hurriedly took off the watch and put it on the table. Chen Lin picked it up and saw that the fat boy's piece was the real deal, worth over $900,000. He then divided the two watches between his left and right hands and picked them up, saying, "From the front, this counterfeiting craft is really good. At least this distance is difficult to distinguish the authenticity of the two watches. The dial scale oil filling and uranium plating are all very good, including the size, thickness, and position of the lettering are all highly consistent with the real thing." But, Chen Lin rushed the watch to the bright light. You can see in the bright light, the calendar font where the real one is more slender, while the fake looks a bit rounded. There is also the handle position on the side of the table, with the eyes cannot be seen, but if you touch it with your hands, you will find that the real one is more smooth with a delicate feeling, while the fake one is slightly rough. Wei Qi did not wait to finish, grabbed two watches from Chen Lin's hand, thinking about the places Chen Lin said just now, went to observe carefully, and really saw that these places are slightly different. If Chen Lin did not say, ordinary people simply could not see. Wei Qi face is green. Chapter 52 Top Imperial Green. The crowd saw that Wei Qi's face was not looking good. They looked at each other. They looked at me and I looked at you. They didn't say anything. When they saw Wei Qi's reaction, they knew that what Chen Lin said just now was true, and that Wei Qi's girlfriend abroad had really sent him a fake watch. A few boys who have a good relationship with Wei Qi squeezed over from the crowd, took him by the shoulders and walked out, saying, "You guys are really bored. Go, play mahjong with your buddies." Wei Qi provocation cannot be. In turn, he lost a big face. Also feel here cannot sit. Half push and half follow his friends out. Lin Xian went up to the crowd and said, "On the second floor there is a pool and game room, and KTV, you guys go and play. Drink less, so as not to drink too much and play drunk." The crowd cheekily followed Lin Xian to the second floor, but Chen Lin's tawdry maneuver just now had left a deep impression on them. Lin Shui also accompanied her friends out and secretly gave Chen Lin a thumbs up on her way out. Chen Lin sat on a high chair at the bar, and that beautiful bartender had just seen the entire scene of Chen Lin's face punching, and in her heart, she became interested in this clear and handsome man. Without waiting for Chen Lin's order, she took the initiative to make him a cocktail, smiled at him and softly said, "Sir, I specially matched it for you. Try it." Chen Lin locked eyes with her and saw her looking at him with a delicate face, then looked down at the glass of wine she placed in front of him and asked, "What's the name of this wine?" The beautiful bartender came over and whispered, "Angel's Kiss." Oh, Chen Lin reached for the cocktail. That's a pretty good name. Who knew that just as his hand touched the glass, the beautiful bartender's hand also stuck up. She seemed to be trying to push the drink over, and when the two of them pushed so hard, the glass collapsed with a clang, and the colorful liquor inside clattered down. Chen Lin's sleeves were instantly soiled. That beautiful bartender seemed to be frightened, and hurriedly came out from the bar, pulled out a few paper towels from the table, and went to wipe Chen Lin's sleeve, mumbling, "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to dirty your clothes. I'm sorry." While she said sorry words on her lips, the hand that wiped Chen Lin's sleeve was slow and methodical. Chen Lin then felt a pair of her soft hands at his small arm, back and forth, and after changing the paper towel several times, he looked over to her. The beautiful bartender was bent over and half bent over, and from Chen Lin's angle, he could see the undulating curves of her marvelous body like mountains, which was very pleasing to the eyes. The beautiful bartender wiped for half a day, finally straightened up and looked at Chen Lin. Sir, for you to get your clothes dirty, why don't I compensate you for it? Chen Lin raised his eyebrows and smiled. How do I compensate you? The beautiful bartender suddenly turned red and whispered. Your clothes look expensive. I can't afford to compensate you. Why don't you add me a Weibo? I'll go to you after work tonight and help you clean your clothes. Do you think it's okay? Chen Lin met her watery eyes looking at himself and smiled. Okay, you have to wash it properly. The beautiful bartender gladly added Chen Lin's WeChat. Excited. Lin Shue's birthday party straight opened to midnight before dispersing. Chen Lin said goodbye to Lin Xi and Lin Shue sisters. Just got into the car. I saw a WeChat on my cell phone. It was that beautiful bartender. Sure enough, the beautiful bartender kept a hotel room number and said she wanted to help him wash his clothes. Chen Lin smiled and drove directly to the appointment. The clothes were washed all night, and they were not clean, and Chen Lin's sleeves were still dirty. On the contrary, when the two came out of the hotel in the morning, they both looked refreshed. That beautiful bartender held Chen Lin's hand, looked at him with some fondness and said, Mr. Chen, I'm a little sad to see you go. Will you contact me again? Chen Lin patted her hand and said, I will if I'm free. After all, these clothes haven't been washed for me yet. The beautiful bartender then angrily slapped his hand. Chen Lin drove the beautiful bartender to her place of work and went straight back home. There was no one at home. His sister had gone to school early, and his parents didn't know where they had gone shopping. Chen Lin hadn't slept for a few hours last night when he exchanged feelings with the beautiful bartender, and he was a little sleepy at this moment. He fell headlong into bed and slept until more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon before waking up. When he woke up, he found that there was lunch left on the table. His mother had left him a note saying that she was looking for an old neighbor to go and have a chat, and his father had gone to the flower market, saying that he was going to get some greenery for the house. Chen Lin put the meal in the microwave and warmed it up, then sat down to eat. Flipping through WeChat, he found that there were messages from Bai Wei and Lu Kaiyu to himself. Lin D, what have you been busy with these 2 days? Did you go treasure hunting again? I'm telling you, that piece of chicken butter yellow I put in our family group to show off. Their eyes were almost shocked out. My dad said he would like to meet you in person sometime, and my mom said she would like to take the chicken butter to make a bracelet for her first. I don't even have enough to share this piece of chicken butter yellow. Chen Lin felt funny and sent her a voice saying, Sister Wei, there will be plenty of good stuff later. Coincidentally, I have a good thing in my hand right now, much more golden than your piece of chicken butter yellow. He had just finished his voice and hadn't even picked up 2 mouthfuls of rice when Bai Wei's voice call came over. What a quick temper, Chen Lin chanted with a smile. After answering the call, Bai Wei's excited voice came over. Lin D, tell me the truth. You're just a treasure detector, right? How come you can find something good in 3 days? Chen Lin couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha, it's still you, Sister Bai, who has the vision to see through my true form. Bai Wei burst out laughing for a while before she then asked, what good things did you pick up this time? Chen Lin mysteriously said, it's also a bracelet, but the price is very high. If Sister Bai wants to take it, she has to shed some blood. As long as the thing is good, money is not a problem. Bai Wei laughed. Even if I don't have enough money, I still have my dad and mom above me. Your piece of chicken butter yellow is a knockout. I'll buy something from you now. I can get it for any amount of money. Chen Lin laughed. That's fine. Tomorrow I'll bring the stuff to Jishenge. Bai Wei laughed. You're trying to keep it mysterious with me. Okay, then I'll see you in the store tomorrow. Chen Lin finished chatting with Bai Wei and went to look at Lu Kaiyu's WeChat. This person, like Bai Wei, also asked him if he had recently found any good stuff. Chen Lin thought that both people are considered his big customers, cannot be too generous. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Lu Kaiyu. Brother Lu, there is a good thing on hand, but the price is very high, and I've promised Sister Bai that if she takes a fancy to it, this time the thing will go to her first. If you don't mind, you can come along and take a look. Chapter 53, Selling at a High Price. Lu Kaiyu saw Chen Lin say that there were good goods, and was so excited that he was about to jump up and down. He was busy stating, it's okay, if this is something that Boss Bai has his eye on, it's good for me to just open my eyes on the side. If Boss Bai doesn't like it, then can I just take it? Chen Lin said, that is naturally possible. Lu Kaiyu happily said, alright, I'll go to the Collection of Treasures Pavilion first thing in the morning to meet up with you guys. The next day, it was already 9 in the morning when Chen Lin arrived at the Collection of Treasures Pavilion. Before his feet even stepped through the door, he was seen by the clerk inside who was packing up. That clerk had witnessed how the Zhao Xian had offended this big shot and was fired on the spot by Boss Bai the last time Chen Lin had sold the painting of Tang Pak Fu. He hurriedly greeted him and said, Mr. Chen, you're here, come in and sit down. Chen Lin saw that the clerk was so enthusiastic and smiled faintly. Thank you, I have an appointment with your boss to meet here, and later your regular customer, Mr. Lu Kaiyu, will also be here. Upon hearing that the 3 big shots were gathered, The clerk hurriedly brought Chen Lin into the VIP room inside, personally brewed fragrant tea, and entertained him in every possible way. After a while, Lu Kaiyu and Bai Wei arrived. 3 people sat down in the VIP room. Bai Wei, because last night has been known from Chen Lin's mouth. This time is a jade bracelet, so the heart has a bottom and not very curious. That Lu Kaiyu is very excited look. Repeatedly urged Chen Lin said, Chen old brother, quickly let me look at the treasure. I want a night. Chen Lin smiled and took out the bright yellow purse from the bag he was carrying and placed it on the table. When Lu Kaiyu saw the purse, he stood up and hurriedly took it into his hands to take a closer look, saying, Chen Laudi, this thing is not simple. Just by looking at this purse alone, it's not like something used by an ordinary family. He looked at the details of the purse's stitching and exclaimed a few times, opened the purse and saw that inside was a jade bracelet that was emerald green in color, so he took it out and placed it on the table. Bai Wei and Lu Kaiyu saw that it was a jade bracelet, slightly disappointed. These two are big collectors, have seen countless antiques and cultural relics, good things. This kind of jade bracelet have not seen 1,000, have seen 800, so this time to see another bracelet, there is some emotionless. Lu Kaiyu put the bracelet in the hand to see all over, and then handed to the side of Bai Wei. To Chen Lin said, Chen old brother, I know your eyes must be very good. This bracelet's color waterhead is also very good, but this kind of bracelet with good color is not impossible to find in Jade Street as long as you are willing to spend money. Bai Wei also looked the bangle up and down at this time and said, Lin Di, I can only see that the bangle's material is excellent jadeite. Is there anything else special about it? Chen Lin picked up that bangle and slowly explained to them. This bracelet is from the Ming dynasty. It is called Glass Seed Imperial Green Fu. Pair of bracelets. Was the dowry of a princess at that time? But unfortunately this is only one of them. The other one does not know where it has been strayed. There is a jargon in the collection world. Gold has a price, jade is priceless. A jade jewelry tens of millions of dollars is very normal. On the market today, different shades of green jadeite is very much, but can reach the emerald green jadeite is very rare. And in the jadeite industry, has always also thought that the emerald green is jadeite in the top of the color. In a word, the emerald green jadeite is equivalent to jadeite in the very best. And this bracelet is the very best of jadeite. Emperor green glass seed. Only then did Bai Wei and Lu Kaiyu realize that the jadeite bracelet in front of them was not an ordinary object, but an ancient object handed down from the Ming dynasty. An ordinary object, as long as stained with the word of antiquity, will suddenly have a sense of history and cultural deposits. Instant value will be 100 times or even 1,000 times more. Bai Wei picked up the jade bracelet again, and felt that the more she looked at it, the better she looked at it. She asked Chen Lin, then how much is this worth? Chen Lin said, this jadeite bracelet belongs to the high ice seed emperor green jadeite. The texture is very delicate and transparent. The color is uniformly thick green. The texture of the bracelet is almost flawless. The shape is also full and thick. Such a perfect bracelet. If it was put on auction, it would fetch a high price of at least $40 million. Bai Wei was shocked, looked at the bracelet in her hand, then looked at Chen Lin, and whispered, no wonder you said that piece of chicken oil yellow is not considered top-notch. This bracelet tops its value by $10. Lu Kaiyu also picked up, if it's really passed down from the Ming dynasty's royal family, this bracelet is not considered expensive at $40 million. I once attended a jewelry exhibition in Hong Kong City, and it was also a jadeite bracelet of such imperial green. The species of that bracelet is very old, almost no impurities can be seen, and the overall gelatinous feel of the jadeite is also very strong, and the color is very rich and vivid, appearing crisp and vibrant. Do you guys know what price that bracelet was finally auctioned for? Bai Wei and Chen Lin looked at Lu Kaiyu in unison and shook their heads. Lu Kaiyu stretched out 2 fingers and shook them. $200 million. It was bought by a super rich man in Vegas and given to her wife as a birthday present. Bai Wei put the emerald bracelet back into her purse and said to Chen Lin with a straight face, Lin Di, I'll take this bracelet. I'll make the payment today. Chen Lin nodded. Bai Wei really had a vision. Even if this bracelet was put into the auction now, it would immediately fetch more than $40 million. Moreover, the longer the time, the higher the value of such a fine item. Lu Kaiyu enviously watched Bai Wei receive the bracelet. He already knew that this thing is Chen Lin to Bai Wei to find. This time, he only came with the attitude of opening his eyes. But when he saw that this bracelet was really rare, he couldn't help but secretly covet it. He then patted Chen Lin's shoulder and said, Chen old brother, next time there is this kind of perfect grade good thing, don't forget your brother Lu Ah. Chen Lin then agreed painfully. Don't worry, brother Lu, next time there's something good, I'll save it for you directly. Lu Kaiyu was very happy and booked a restaurant and invited Bai Wei and Chen Lin to eat together at noon. After the meal, Chen Lin wanted to drive home, but he received a call from the schoolgirl, Lei Yaning. Chen Lin, my boyfriend Zhang Shi has bought a new villa and wants to organize a housewarming banquet. I want to invite you to come along and make a scene. Chen Lin remembered the face of that Zhang Shi in the suit store last time, and he was a bit diabolized. It seemed like from the time he smashed his Celadon vase at the treasure appraisal conference, this dude didn't have a good face every time he saw himself. A few familiar classmates from our class will be there. Why don't you come too? After the last party, all the classmates said that they haven't talked to you enough and want to see you again. Congratulations, big schoolgirl. Your boyfriend is quite powerful, Chen Lin said. Chapter 54, Moon Lakeview Garden Villa. Li Yaning also felt a glow on her face when she heard Chen Lin praising her boyfriend, but she was still very modest. It's not bad. Zhang Shi's previous company wasn't doing too well. He recently changed his career to do a bit of foreign trade business, and it's quite profitable, so I just wanted him to get to know everyone. Chen Lin thought to himself, it's because he wants to show off in front of everyone. Big schoolgirl, sorry, I've been a bit busy lately, so I might not be able to go. Let's get together again later when we have the chance. Chen Lin hung up the phone and wanted to drive home. Who knew that when the car was waiting for the traffic light, he saw a segment of a real estate advertisement appear on the huge advertising screen in the plaza. What appeared on the screen was a cluster of villas in the eastern suburb of Binchang, near Moon Mountain. Moon Mountain was a famous tourist attraction in Binchang, with a very beautiful scenery based on the mountains and the water. Chen Lin and his family used to go there for hiking and playing, but he hasn't been there for several years, and he doesn't know when a villa complex was developed at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the introduction in the advertisement, this villa complex was developed and built 3 years ago, and was officially completed and opened half a year ago. Chen Lin felt that before he had not heard of this property. Think it is? He was a small beggar. This kind of villa from 10 million he simply do not see. Anyway, cannot afford to buy. But today, Chen Lin looked at this very beautiful villa group. Moved up the mind. Chen Lin heart stored things. Home after the internet look up the information of this villa. He now has $40 to $50 million in his card. It is good to buy a few more houses as an investment. When the time comes, you can switch between the two villas. Under his investigation, he finally figured out the ins and outs of this villa complex. This villa group property is called Moon Lakeview Garden Villa. It is a famous Singaporean real estate developers project. This Singaporean real estate developers in the country is very famous. One after another in Kyoto, Pucheng and other big cities developed 5 projects. Binchang these years the development of fast. They see the opportunity to develop the 6th project in the Moon Mountain. Because of the relationship of the Moon Mountain, this Moon Lakeview Villa Group mainly focuses on the characteristics of the household can view the mountain. From the selection of the location, to the product design, are extremely have its own unique style. Each villa here is 3 floors above ground and 1 floor below ground, with a garden, 3-meter high basement, north-south double light wells, nearly 200 square meters of garden in the courtyard. The top floor also has a 100 square meters of open-air swimming pool. Chen Lin was very satisfied with the Moon Lakeview Villa, and he decided to go on a field trip tomorrow. The next day, Chen Lin drove for more than 40 minutes before arriving at the Moon Lakeview Villa area, driving around the periphery of the Moon Lakeview Villas twice. Due to the terrain, this villa complex was not particularly large, but the scale of 50 to 60 buildings was there. He looked at the lofty and beautiful Moon Mountain not far from the car, and finally understood why the developer would choose a site here to build a villa complex. Because the environment here is really good. By the mountains and water, the terrain is broad. Whether from the feng shui, or the scenery, it is an excellent location. Chen Lin was really a bit fond of this place. He directly drove his car towards the sales office, parking the car at a slight distance from the sales office. Chen Lin got off and walked towards the sales center. He had just walked to the door of the sales center when the door was pushed open from the inside, and 3 beautiful sales ladies were holding empty disposable paper cups in their hands and came out to throw garbage. When they saw Chen Lin, their eyes just lit up, and a girl who was slightly taller came forward with a smile and said, "Sir, do you want to see the house?" Chen Lin nodded. Instantly, the other 2 sales ladies also came forward and very enthusiastically invited him inside the sales center. "Sir, what is your name?" A sales lady presented tea with both hands. Chen Lin thanked and took it, sitting in the big leather sofa chair. "My surname is Chen. I want to see the villa in Moon Lakeview." The 3 sales ladies he had just met at the entrance surrounded Chen Lin and entertained him. There were also a few sales ladies not far away, looking on blearily. "Mr. Chen, this is the house plan of our Moon Lakeview Garden Villa. Please take a look." The tall sales lady handed up a house-type booklet. "There are a total of 50 villas in our Moon Lakeview. 32 of them are between 300 square meters and 500 square meters, and 18 of them are between 500 square meters and 1,000 square meters. Chen Lin flipped through the information and casually asked, "How many of your villas have been sold?" The sales lady smiled somewhat helplessly. "Only a dozen or so units have been sold. Although our houses are very good, the prices are also very affordable, so the selling rate is not really high." Chen Lin felt that this sales lady was telling the truth. A house that could easily cost $10 million. How many people in the whole Bin city could afford it? If this was in Kyoto or Pa City, it would probably sell a bit more. Show me the house. The 300 square feet is a bit small. Start looking directly from the 500 square feet. He put down the information in his hand, wanting to feel it on the ground. The sales ladies here were all human beings. Hearing this, they felt that people had the desire to buy. The three of them were busy taking Chen Lin out of the sales center and walked towards the district. At this moment, Chen Lin was surrounded by three beautiful women, one leading the way in front, one by his side enthusiastically introducing the neighborhood, and the tall one was holding an umbrella for the side. Mr. Chen, each of our villas is planned and designed by top foreign designers. The style and effect is by no means inferior to that of a first-tier big city. There are Chinese ancient style, there are European mood, and there are also simple and cozy ones. All of them have been matched with all the interior decorations, and they can be moved in immediately with handbags. Under the sales lady's very comprehensive introduction, Chen Lin looked at three villas. These three villas were certainly very good, but Chen Lin always felt that it was so much worse, not very satisfied. The three sales ladies were not discouraged and still led him towards a three-story villa at the center of the villa. The area of this villa is more than 580 square meters, 3 floors above ground, 1 underground, another attached to a garage. The top floor is a large open-air pool, with more than 200 square meters of private garden. Walking into the interior, there is a full-length mirror on the left side of the foyer and a customized oversized shoe cabinet on the right side. There is a screen separating the foyer from the hall. The living room is very spacious, with an oversized sofa area on a purple-gray carpet, and the overall space is modern and comfortable, making you feel very comfortable. On the second floor, there are several bedrooms, a study room and a separate bathroom. On the third floor, there is a parlor with an audio-visual room, a billiard room and a sports area. Standing on the top floor of the open-air swimming pool, opposite is the Green Moon Mountain. Really do households see the mountain? Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction. This is good. Chapter 55. Taking the luxury mansion. The sales ladies showed joy on their faces. One of them said, Mr. Chen, do you think this one is okay? Chen Lin looked down from the terrace at the lush trees and flowers in the courtyard and nodded his head. The house is quite good. What is the price of this one? The three sales ladies secretly exchanged glances. Had they finally reached the price discussion stage? There were many customers who were very satisfied with the house before, but after hearing the price 90% of them were scared away. The area of this building is 580 square meters, and the price is 18 million. The sales lady spoke with a bit of a timid voice. Chen Lin's complexion did not change, thought for a moment and said, I'm interested in the house, but the price is a bit high. How many discount privileges do you have in your hands? If I can get a discount, I'll buy it. The three salesgirls were all smiles. One of them said, Mr. Chen, don't worry. The three of us will definitely give you all the discount privileges we have in our hands, and if you don't feel satisfied, we can still inform the manager upwards to apply. The sales lady with the umbrella said, Mr. Chen, if you can pay the full amount, this discount will definitely be greater. The other two sales ladies gave her a helpless look. Dream on. Full payment for a house of almost $20 million? Of the 10 or so houses sold in their sales center, only one was bought with full payment. And I heard that it was a big star's agent who came to help walk through the contract. Chen Lin heard this and said cheerfully, okay, as long as the offer is suitable, I'll pay the full amount today. Upon hearing this, the three sales ladies were practically on the verge of screaming out loud. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'll run to the manager and will definitely give you a satisfactory discount. After she finished speaking, her two long legs on high heels ran as fast as they could, and she disappeared in a moment. Chen Lin was a little amused, and accompanied by the other two, slowly walked back. The sales manager of the sales center looked at the employee who was running all over the place and dug his ears a little questioningly. Say that again? I didn't hear you. He must have been hallucinating just now. The sales lady straightened her hair that was running a bit loose and said loudly, Chief, you heard right. Mr. Chen said that as long as the strength of the discount is satisfactory, he will pay the full amount today. The sales manager slapped his thigh and said excitedly, I'll ask for instructions from above now. He called up one level after another, and the general manager finally asked for a very good discount. He breathed a long sigh of relief. How to take this customer? When Chen Lin was accompanied by two salesmen, the sales manager was waiting for him in the manager's office. When the sales manager saw Chen Lin, he enthusiastically shook hands with him, poured tea and was very attentive. The two of them discussed the issue of discounts amicably for more than half an hour. The sales manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, and after being ruthless, he finally gave out the lowest discount of 93%. He looked at Chen Lin somewhat pitifully and said, Mr. Chen This 93% discount is already the lowest discount we can give. If you're still not satisfied, there's really nothing I can do. Chen-Lin gently sipped his tea. He looked at the sales manager's helpless look and knew that this was already the bottom price. So he nodded his head briskly and said, "Thank you then, I'll buy the house." The sales manager was very excited to see that this shrewd customer was finally taken care of. He personally accompanied Chen-Lin to the finance room to sign the contract. The house price of 16,740,000. This amount is too huge. As a bank VIP customer, Chen-Lin first greeted the bank, which smoothly transferred the money to the account of the sales center. The sales manager looked at Chen-Lin's eyes like a god of wealth, personally sent him to the door, repeatedly guaranteeing that he will be as soon as possible to do all the housing procedures, and others can move in at any time. When he and the three sales ladies together to Chen-Lin to the parking place, only to see Chen-Lin is driving more than $3 million of cars. When Chen-Lin drove onto the road, he could still see those four people in the rearview mirror, standing there waving goodbye to him. A week later, Chen-Lin received a call from the sales manager, informing him that all the formalities had been completed and he could come to pick up the house book at any time. Chen-Lin thought that today is nothing, so he drove directly to the Moon Lake View Villa, when he just parked his car in the parking lot, turned around and saw not far from a Toyota stopped inside out of the last high school reunion into the classmate Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao did not expect to run into Chen-Lin here, happy to come over. A clap on his shoulder, laughed. "I heard Li Yaning said, you have something to come, not how to come again." Chen-Lin felt that his words were inexplicable, and suddenly remembered that a week ago, Li Yaning invited herself to participate in the housewarming banquet. Could it be that the date was set for today? "You were also invited by the big schoolgirl?" Chen-Lin asked. "His boyfriend's housewarming banquet?" Zhang Hao said. "Yeah, the school flower sent it out in the group a week ago, asking all the students who are free to go, saying that they will entertain us in a garden house." Chen-Lin lowered his head and smiled. This is too much of a coincidence, that Zhang Shi actually lives in the same neighborhood as himself? I just don't know that villa of his. How far is it from his own home? As he was talking, a Passat also entered the parking lot, and the one who came down from inside was also an old classmate, Sun Xuan. Sun Xuan was hit in the face by Chen-Lin at the reunion last time. This time he was very enthusiastic to see Chen-Lin and went up to walk with them to the villa community. "I heard that this boyfriend of the big schoolgirl has money," Sun Xuan gossiped. "Is doing some kind of import and export trade?" Listening to the schoolgirl said that the cheapest house here is also more than 10 million. Zhang Hao interface, "Yes, in fact, I just came to open the eyes. This more than 10 million garden houses in the end, what kind of?" Sun Xuan hemmed and hawed. "Me too, in order to see what a rich man's life is like," Chen-Lin said with some amusement. "What's different? It's still 3 full and 1 down." Sun Xuan laughed. "Lin Z, you're just being vanilla. You're driving a $3 million luxury car nowadays, so naturally you don't care about this, but how Z and I are still the poor masses, so of course we're interested in this." A remark that made all three people laugh. The three of them went to the security booth, registered in the visitor's book. The security guard communicated with Li Yaning, to make sure it was an acquaintance, and only then released. The scenery in the Moon Lake View Villa area was very beautiful, like a large botanical garden. Zhang Hao and Sun Xuan too holding a cell phone card a photo, but also told Chen-Lin must be photographed together. Said in the name of cannot come in vain, to leave some photos to facilitate the future loaded. 3 people along the location given by Li Yaning walked to the west side of the neighborhood, where stands a 3-story villa. Chen-Lin saw Li Yaning at a glance. She was standing at the carved and hollowed-out courtyard gate and was waving to them. Chapter 56 Zhang Shi showing off. Li Yaning saw Chen-Lin from afar. She was a little surprised. The last time she invited Chen-Lin to the housewarming banquet, Chen-Lin refused on the grounds that he had something to do. But today he showed up with Zhang Hao and Sun Xuan. She thought that Zhang Hao and Sun Xuan had dragged him here, so she didn't think about it. She stood in front of the villa with a smile like a flower, feeling like she was plated with gold. Seeing the 3 of them walk over, Li Yaning warmly greeted them. She then looked at Chen-Lin and smiled. "I'm glad you can come Chen-Lin." Chen-Lin had already arrived in front of Li Yaning. Naturally he couldn't say anything else. He only smiled and said, "Congratulations on the new house." Li Yaning laughed. "It's nothing. I didn't buy the house. I just live here with my boyfriend." Sun Xuan was always a joker. He said, "You can't help but grab a rich boyfriend like this? This house will be yours sooner or later." Ha ha. Li Yaning was happy to hear it in her heart, but her mouth said, "Don't joke with me, quickly go in." The 3 of them followed her towards the villa. This villa was also 3-story, built against the mountains to the west. Entering the gate, there was a path paved with various colors of green stones. On both sides were rows of stone benches with potted greenery and flowers of various colors. As the path turns to the right, there is a moon gate, and inside is the courtyard of the villa. The courtyard is a typical Chinese ancient-style design. Against the wall side planted a number from the bamboo. The following made into an outdoor tea room. The left side is a large artificial lake. The water inside the lake is clear. The water surface floating a few branches of lotus. Sun Quan first called out, said, I rely on. This house is so big and this yard. I'm into the ancient costume drama it. Inside the entrance hall then walked out two female classmates, also seen at the last party. Chen Lin was also stunned when he saw that one of them was actually Tianxi. Tianxi had previously heard Li Yaning say that Chen Lin had not been invited, and felt a little surprised to see him at this moment, but she didn't show it at all, smiled and went forward to actively shake Chen Lin's hand, saying, Chen Lin, long time no see. The attitude was much more enthusiastic than at the last reunion. It hasn't been a few days. Chen Lin laughed. It's only just a month since the last reunion. Tianxi blushed and didn't say anything. Li Yaning then led her classmates into the house. Chen Lin saw that the decoration of the house was also quite ancient, which was quite interesting. At this time, a young man walked out of the restaurant, precisely Zhang Shi, whom Chen Lin had seen twice, and he greeted the crowd with a smile. When Zhang Shi saw Chen Lin, he froze for a moment. Rare guest, isn't this the great appraiser? He came over and shook Chen Lin's hand. Chen Lin always felt that he spoke in a clipped manner, but still politely said, Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Shi laughed. Mr. Chen, this isn't the first time we've met. There's no need to be so polite. He turned to the crowd again. Everyone, I'm Zhang Shi, Ning Ning's boyfriend. Thanks for giving us face. I've booked a seat at the hotel. Let's have a few drinks later. The crowd took their seats and casually chatted for a while before Zhang Hao and Sun Quan both clamored for a tour of the mansion. Li Yaning then took them to the second and third floors and turned around. When they went downstairs, Sun Quan's legs went soft and said to Zhang Shi, Man, your house is really luxurious. How much does it cost? Zhang Shi sat on the sofa, holding a glass of wine and laughed. It's not too expensive. The total price is about $10 million. The down payment I only spent about $3 million to take it. Zhang Hao exclaimed. It's still not expensive? I won't be able to live in a house like this even if I don't eat or drink for the rest of my life. Zhang Shi laughed. You guys are Ning Ning's classmates. That means my friends. You can come here to play when you have nothing to do, and it's no problem to stay for a few days. Li Yaning also chimed in. Right, you guys can come here often to play, and you can even have your party here in the future. After a while, the hotel sent a whole table of noodles, very sumptuous. The ones that ran on the ground, flew in the sky and swam in the water. This table would cost several $1,000s in a hotel. Zhang Shi's mood seemed extraordinarily good, and after drinking a few cups with Zhang Hao at the table, Sun Quan had already called him brother and brother. Sun Quan patted Zhang Shi's shoulder and said, Buddy, your strength is admirable. Listening to the big schoolgirl, you are in the import and export trade. Is this really so lucrative? Zhang Shi's face showed a smug smile. It's not bad. It shouldn't be hard to earn $1,000 or $8 million a year. Zhang Hao dropped his chopsticks in shock. Damn, you can earn so much? I have a friend is also engaged in foreign trade import and export. A year to earn $1 million or so. This is a person. How is the gap so big? A few words said the crowd are laughing. While they were talking, Chen Lin's eyes glanced at the villa and felt a little strange. When he came in just now, the light screen showed that the price of this villa was more than $20 million and the area was 300 square feet. He clearly remembered that when he came here last week to look at properties, the highest villa of this size was only $10 million. The same as what Zhang Shi had just said. Then what was this extra $10 million? Did he have any antique treasures in this house? No way. All the items he saw were modern. There was nothing worth $10 million. Chen Lin thought for a moment and asked Li Yaning where the restroom was. He wanted to go for a quickie. Li Yaning then pointed to the nearest basement. That's the closest. Go there. Chen Lin then went down the stairs to the basement. The basement was divided into several areas. There was a recreation area, a video room, and a billiards room. Chen Lin finished going to the bathroom and when he came out, he saw that the room across the street was half open. He went inside for a year, and there were a few large paper boxes placed inside the room, which seemed to be a storage room. For some reason, Chen Lin's heart was moved, and he stepped into the room. That several boxes only one was opened, covered with a black plastic cloth. Chen Lin casually uncovered a look. Inside is actually a pile of milky white color carved artifacts. Item name, Ivory Buddha head statue. Era time, modern. Value, 300,000. Collection value, mundane. Item name, ivory skeletonized and microcarved strings. Age, modern. Value, 100,000. Collector's value, ordinary. A light screen appeared, all of which were ivory products that were prohibited from being sold in China. Chen Lin's heart whooshed with cold air, picking up a string for a closer look. The carving process of this object was very good. Each bead could be carved at several levels. and the pattern on each bead was surprisingly different. There were flying birds, beasts, flowers, children, myths, scenery and so on. If this wasn't carved with ivory, Chen Lin would have to clap his hands for this wonderful and brilliant carving. This Jiangxi's courage is really big. Things are just placed here with such a big grin. Maybe he has also thought that if people see it, they will say that it is a plastic handicraft. No wonder his foreign trade business is so lucrative. The price of ivory on the black market has been speculated to 20,000 yuan a kilogram. After processing and carving, the price has doubled, even dozens and dozens of times. It is strange that he does not make money. Looking at the several large boxes, Chen Lin sank his face. Chapter 57, Father's Morbidity. Chen Lin returned to the upstairs restaurant. His face had returned to the clouds. Li Yaning sipped her drink and said to Zhang Hao and Sun Chuan, "Today, thanks to you guys, you dragged Chen Lin to come, or you two have a big face. Last time I invited him, he said there was something he couldn't come." Zhang Hao scratched his head and said, "We didn't drag him here. The three of us ran into each other in the parking lot." The crowd was a bit surprised and asked Chen Lin what was going on. Chen Lin faintly said, "I really didn't know that the housewarming banquet was today. In fact, I came over to do some errands to get something." Li Yaning then asked curiously, "Oh, take what things?" Chen Lin said, "Getting the housing license." The crowd became even more puzzled, and Jiangxi then hooked a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "There's only one Moon Lake View Villa area here. You're not running to the wrong place, are you?" Chen Lin laughed. "That's right, we're still neighbors." Everyone was shocked and slowly came back to their senses. Still, Jiangxi was the first to react and said to Chen Lin, "You mean, you also bought the Moon Lake View Villa? How much?" He was still a bit unconvinced. This Chen Lin was doing antique appraisal. Even if he had a bit of money, it wasn't enough to be able to buy a detached garden house, right? Chen Lin slowly drank a mouthful of red wine and said, 580 square feet, after a 93% discount, more than 16 million, right? Holy, are you that rich, Lindsay? Sun Chuan came over and slapped him a few times, his face red with excitement. Zhang Hao also looked at Chen Lin with the eyes of an alien. "Lindsay, you're too scary. I don't deserve to be your classmate." Tian Si, on the other hand, looked at Chen Lin, who was in a leisurely mood, and once again regretted rejecting his confession in high school. Li Yaning looked at Chen Lin blankly with a complicated expression. She had originally come here to show off to everyone today. Who knew that one way or another, it was Chen Lin who had low-profilely shown them off? She was a bit unconvinced that Chen Lin could buy a house here, so she opened her mouth and said, "Chen Lin, then can we go to your villa to have a look? We will all be neighbors in the future, so let's recognize each other first." Chen Lin nodded non-committally and said, "Okay, let's all go together, but we just arrived in the house, so we can't entertain you all. When I move in, I'll invite you all over for dinner." Chen Lin made a phone call to the sales manager, explaining that he was in the neighborhood and could he send someone to send over the house certificate and other things. The sales manager agreed, and sent the sales lady who accompanied him on his last viewing to deliver the information to him. Chen Lin led the crowd to skulk in front of his villa, just in time to run into the sales lady coming over with a document bag. The sales lady was very happy to see Chen Lin. Last time the three of them made Chen Lin this big single. Each can take several million commission. The end of the year bonus is also stable. So when she saw Chen Lin, she smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, your license and all kinds of formalities have been done, and the access card and security equipment of the district have been put in place, so you can move in at any time." Chen Lin took that file bag and smiled. "That's a lot of trouble for you. You also made a special trip." The sales lady cheerfully said, no trouble, Mr. Chen, you are our senior VIP customer. This little thing is what we should do." The group of people following Chen Lin were shocked. Jiangxi's face was a bit unsightly. He said somewhat sourly, "How come I didn't know that your service is so spot on? I made several trips when I was applying for my real estate license." The sales lady heard out that this one was also the owner of the neighborhood, and also responded politely, "This gentleman, I'm really sorry, Mr. Chen has automatically become our VIP customer because he paid for the house in full, and our VIP customers are entitled to some discounts." Jiangxi's face was so cloudy that it could drip water. He closed his mouth and didn't say anything. Chen Lin said goodbye to the sales lady and let her go back. The crowd looked at Chen Lin differently. Full payment? What was that concept? Nearly $20 million. A huge amount of money, all at once. What kind of strength must this be? Chen Lin brought the crowd into the villa for a tour. This set of villa is 280 square meters larger than Jiangxi's set. The building and decoration style is comfortable and simple. Natural and warm atmosphere makes people feel very comfortable. Sun Chuan couldn't help but hold down his wildly beating heart and said, "Lindsay, do you need a housekeeper or something? I'll quit my job right away and watch the front door for you." It's too comfortable to live in this house. Zhang Hao gave him a blank look and said to Chen Lin, look at his little interest. Lin Zi, you should need a bodyguard at this price now. I'll quit my job to be your personal bodyguard too. A few words amused everyone. Li Yaning looked at Chen Lin's large villa that he had bought with full payment and instantly felt that Zhang Xi's one was a bit small. Seeing that Zhang Xi's face did not look too good, she quickly changed the topic and said, Chen Lin's home is also finished visiting. Let's go back and continue playing. I'm still going to barbecue in the yard in the evening. The crowd went back to Zhang Xi's villa, chatting and drinking. It was just that the atmosphere was more or less so awkward. Chen Lin sensed that Zhang Xi's gaze fell on him from time to time and was a bit bored. He then found an excuse for something temporary and left Zhang Xi's house. A few days later, Chen Lin went out early. He was invited by Wei to help one of her old clients appraise a few antiques collected at home. This old client was a retired professor, and his family had ancestors who were officials, leaving a few old objects for their descendants. There are just a few things. The appraisal is also very simple. A few objects are ancient, passed down the authenticity, but the value of each piece is not too high. The value of a single piece is a few tens of thousands of dollars. Out of the door, Chen Lin thought of a long time did not go to Li Homeland Antique Street, then want to invite Bai Wei to go shopping together. Who knows? The phone rang. It was his mother Lin Xiuju calling. Lindsay, where are you? The mother's voice carried a tremor. Chen Lin's heart snapped, and an ominous premonition suddenly popped up. Mom, I'm outside. What's wrong with you? What happened? Lin Xiuju's choked voice came out. Your father, he had a heart attack. In the hospital. You quickly come. Chen Lin's brain buzzed, and his brain instantly went blank. Only after a few seconds did he react, forcibly suppressing the panic to calm himself. In which hospital? I'll go over right away. Bincheng First People's Hospital. Inpatient Department. Cardiovascular and Cerebrovascular Department. Chen Lin hung up the phone and hurriedly went to drive. He was now trembling with nervousness. His hands were clenched tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands were protruding. Although his father had high blood pressure, he had always insisted on taking his medication and controlled it well. When he had a physical examination in the past, he hadn't found any major problems with his heart. So how could he suddenly have a heart attack? There must be something here. Chapter 58, No Bed. Bai Wei saw Chen Lin's expression change drastically, and pulled him back and said, Lin Di, what happened? My dad just had a heart attack and was hospitalized. I have to go over right away. Chen Lin said urgently, his voice shaking a little. Seeing that he was obviously flustered, Bai Wei made an immediate decision. I'll drive. You calm down. Chen Lin didn't refuse, handing Bai Wei the car keys and quickly sitting in the passenger seat himself. He knew that he really wasn't fit to drive right now, his own hands shaking as he held the cell phone. Bai Wei got into the car and with a kick of the gas pedal, the car sped out in a whirlwind. Bincheng City First People's Hospital. Chen Lin got out of the car and rushed to the hospitalization department like the wind. Just arrived on the 6th floor of the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular department, he saw a hospital bed placed in the corner of the corridor. His mother and sister were standing in front of the bed, guarding his father. Chen Lin rushed over in a few steps and saw his father lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, his eyes closed tightly, as if he had aged 10 years at once. Brother, I'm scared. When his younger sister Chen Shi saw him, her tears flowed out and she jumped into his arms. Chen Lin wrapped his sister's somewhat trembling body and slowly patted on her back to soothe her. Mom, how is he now? Dad, what did the doctor say? He asked his mother softly. Lin Xiuju saw that her son had arrived and instantly had a backbone. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, grabbed Chen Lin's hand and said, Your dad is slowing down now. The doctor said he needs to be hospitalized. Chen Lin's heart, which had been hanging in the air, only fell at this time. Chen Shi looked up from her brother's arms and said with tears in her eyes, Brother, you don't know. Dad fell to the ground all of a sudden. Mom and I were scared to death. Chen Lin looked at Lin Xiuju in confusion and said, What the hell is going on here? Why did you have a heart attack all of a sudden when you were fine? Didn't Dad take his blood pressure medicine every day? Lin Xiuju's expression then froze, looking at her son with a desire to speak. She was just about to say something when a nurse came over and said coldly, Chen Yobin's family, do you want to rent a bed? You definitely have to keep someone with you at night, right? Chen Lin reacted at this time. His father's hospital bed was placed directly in the corridor, and he frowned. Nurse, why don't you arrange for my father to stay in the ward? The nurse glanced at him contemptuously and said in a formulaic manner, There are no more beds in our department, so if you want to be hospitalized, you can only stay in the corridor, temporarily at a bed. Is it possible? Lin Xiuju asked anxiously. The nurse said indifferently, How can you add a bed when there are no beds? When there are a lot of patients, you can't even live in the corridor if you want to. Bai Wei also walked over at this time. Ever since Chen Lin's parents had lived in Bai Hui Yuan, Bai Wei had also made a special effort to visit, so Chen Lin's family all knew her. At this time, Bai Wei heard the nurse's words and went forward. "Nurse, can you help think of a solution?" The nurse gave Bai Wei a sidelong glance and said, "There's no way. We can't let the other patients move out and let you stay in." "Chen," she whispered, "but, I clearly saw that there are empty beds in the ward." The nurse didn't like to talk nonsense with them and directly said, "That's reserved for people. You can't use it." Fire surged in Chen Lin's heart. He had originally seen that his father had just gotten sick and it was best not to move him around, which was why he wanted to stay directly in this hospital. Who knew that this hospital would let a heart patient live in the corridor when there were empty seats? Chen Lin immediately said to Lin Xiuju, "Mom, let's change hospitals and not live here." Bai Wei said, "I know the vice president of a private hospital. Their team of physicians is very famous and strong in cardiovascular care, and their medical standards and services are very good." Chen Lin naturally knew that Bai Wei had a wide range of connections, and there was definitely nothing wrong with her recommendation. "Then please, Sister Bai, help me contact them," Chen Lin said. Bai Wei nodded and walked to the side to make a call. A few minutes later she returned to Chen Lin's side and said, "We can leave now. The single-room ward over there is already prepared. The doctor and nurses and caregivers have all been arranged in place." Chen Lin gratefully glanced at Bai Wei and made a mental note of this favor. Green City International Medical Rehabilitation Center. In the suite of luxurious single-patient rooms, Chen Yubin was arranged very properly. In the bright and spacious room, sofa, TV, air conditioning, bathroom, family room, the configuration is very complete. Just now the car just arrived downstairs. There are medical personnel waiting at the door. The first time to Chen Yubin transported to the room. Then all kinds of observation instruments in place, responsible for the attending doctors and nurses. In the first time with the patient's family to understand the condition, and quickly make a treatment program. Chen Yubin has woken up at this time, is cooperating with the doctor to do all kinds of examination. Chen Lin saw his father's face, then just a little bit of redness. The heart of the big stone has just fallen to the ground. Lin Xiuju gratefully held Bai Wei's hand and said, "Miss Bai, thank you so much. I thank you for our old man." Bai Wei busily said, "Auntie, quickly don't say that. Lin Di and I are good friends, and he's helped me out a lot. If you're this outgoing with me, I'll get angry." Lin Xiuju shook her hand and said, "Don't be outgoing, don't be outgoing. Auntie remembers how good you are. I won't say any more, haha." Chen Lin walked to Bai Wei's side and said, "Sister Bai, thank you for this time." Bai Wei patted him on the shoulder and said, "I should. You have a good time with aunt and uncle. I'll leave first. I'll come back to see uncle in a couple days." Chen Lin personally sent Bai Wei downstairs and came back to see his mother waiting for him in the corridor outside the ward. He walked up and said in a low voice, "Mom, exactly how did my father fall ill? Did he suffer some kind of stimulation?" Lin Xiuju's face showed a difficult expression, thought for a moment before saying, "Your dad let someone pit him for $800,000. Finished, lowered his head a little afraid to look at his son's face. "That's 800,000 yuan. Although the son is now rich, but that money is not a windfall. All of a sudden was pitched away." She and her husband feel sorry for the son. Chen Lin did not put that 800,000 in his eyes. He just thought it was strange that his father, who had always been careful and prudent, and would not speculate in stocks and buy foreign exchange, how could he let someone pit away so much money at once? "Mom, if the money is gone, it's gone. You guys don't get angry and anxious. Your body is important. Is that why my dad had a heart attack?" Lin Xiuju saw that her son did not blame her, which made her heart feel better and said, "Your dad felt that something was wrong with that money in the past few days, and wanted to ask that person for it back. As a result, this morning I knew that I was pitched, and I planted myself in a state of excitement." Chen Lin was so angry that his teeth itched. He couldn't wait to catch that person and beat him up. He asked with a stern face, "Who is that person?" Lin Xiuju sighed and said, "The son of your fifth cousin's family, Chen Yuanwu." Chapter 59, I'm going to sue him. Chen Yuanwu? Chen Lin narrowed his eyes. He remembered. It was the son of a distant relative of their family. This kid had been a jerk since he was young, stealing chickens and dogs all day long, and had even bullied him when he was younger on the basis of being 2 years older than him. Chen Lin then frowned and said, "That kid has always been unprofessional. Why are you guys still in contact with him?" Lin Xiuju said, "I don't know where he heard that our family has money. A while ago he called your dad and said that he wants to invest in a project together, guaranteed to make a lot of money. Your father originally did not agree, but as a result, your fifth cousin uncle called your father, saying something about our family being rich and forgetting their roots, looking down on poor relatives. He also talked about how he had lent your dad $500 when he was young, saying that your dad had become a white-eyed wolf now that he was rich, and that the juniors obviously had a chance to make a lot of money, but also refused to help out. Your fifth cousin uncle's phone calls several times, Your father is a little wiped out. Asked what is that project, Chen Yuanwu said it was pouring what precious metals. As long as the money invested, hand over hand can earn twice. Your father really let them pestered no way. Thinking as a loan to him, not trying to make any money. The future will return the capital on the line. Who knows that the contract book and so on are fake? Chen Lin listened to his mother's words, angry. This pitiful goods also deserve to be a relative? Combined father and son too united to give the father said it. The father is fortunate that there is no big problem. If really a excitement have a good or bad, he can the two father and son disassemble 8 pieces. Chen Lin Hart has decided. He led his mother back to the ward to take good care of his father. Turned out to go to the police station to report the police. The police asked him what happened. He told the original story, and so heard the amount is 800,000. Even the police froze for a moment, which properly constitutes a crime of fraud. Chen Lin from the police station case out, directly to find the nearest law firm. This law firm is very atmospheric decoration. It can be seen that the grade is very high. Inside the law firm, from the receptionist to the litigation lawyers at the back, all of them are neatly dressed in suits. As soon as he entered, the receptionist asked him what case he wanted to handle. Chen Lin directly said, I want to sue someone for fraud. Find your counterpart here, the most professional lawyer. The receptionist took her directly to an office. The decor of this office was very simple and atmospheric, with a beautiful lawyer sitting behind a high-grade mahogany desk. The beautiful lawyer was about early 30s in age, with neat and capable short hair, decent makeup on her face, and a black suit, which set off her temperament very well. The beautiful lawyer sized up Chen Lin for a couple of moments, first invited him to sit down on the leather sofa chair, and then said, Sir, you may not understand, we are a top-tier law firm here, and we usually only work with high-ranking officials and aristocrats. Chen Lin was holding a fire in his stomach, and when he saw this overbearing and superior appearance of hers, he directly and nonchalantly interrupted the other party. He saw the name tag on the beautiful lawyer's desk, which had the word Fong Rou written on it. Lawyer Fong, I heard from your receptionist lady that you are the best at handling such cases in this firm, so that's why I came to find you. You don't need to tell me which people you usually work with. I'm only asking you, is there money to be made? It was the first time Fong Rou encountered this kind of person, and just as she was about to speak, she heard Chen Lin say, I'm not bad at money. Lawyer's fee is whatever you want. I'll never bargain, as long as you win this case. After saying that, he directly threw a bank card onto the desktop. Feel free to swipe the fees. Fong Rou was not going to be organized by this flirty operation of Chen Lin, but she usually came into contact with high-ranking officials, aristocrats and tycoons, and her eye for reading people was practiced. Just now, when Chen Lin didn't speak, she only thought that the other party was an ordinary person, but now this operation of his, and the aura attitude when he spoke, made her conclude that this was definitely a rich master, who would still have trouble with money. Fong Rou immediately changed into a professional face, communicated with Chen Lin about the details of the case, and signed the contract on the spot. When Chen Lin left, Fong Rou personally sent him to the door and saw the car he drove, which made her glad that she didn't miss a big client. When Chen Lin returned to the hospital, his father was already much better. The hospital bed was shaken up halfway. Chen Yubin leaned there against the pillows, and Lin Xiuju was carrying a bowl of chicken porridge and was feeding him. Hey, my hand is not broken. Eat by yourself on the line. Chen Yubin wanted to take the bowl. Lin Xiuju avoided her husband's hand and said, be honest, you're just getting over it. You don't have the strength. Don't spill on the bed again. Chen Yubin said he wouldn't, but still wanted to reach out and pick it up. Chen Lin entered the house and said, Dad, just listen to my mom, get well and rest. Chen Yubin saw his son, suddenly felt ashamed of his face. His son had worked hard to earn the money for the two of them to spend, but he was so good that he let people cheat him out of 800,000 yuan. Thinking about this, he felt like he couldn't even raise his head in front of his son. Chen Lin took one look at his father's expression and knew what he was thinking. He went forward and sat on the side of the hospital bed, reached out and took Chen Yubin's big, broad hand in his hand, saying, Dad, you're being punked. It's not like you're the one who's going to cheat others. What's there to feel guilty about? Chen Lin said, this 800,000 is nothing. Your son really did not put in the eyes. You just think of it as I lost money speculating in the stock market. Chen Yubin guilty eyes are moist. Looking at his son said, Dad is too confused. Sorry you. Chen Lin hurriedly said, you are my father. Not to mention 800,000 yuan, or 8 million is gone. Your son I have the ability. The future 80 million can also earn you. Chen Yubin was comforted by his son. Then he wiped the tears seeping out of the corners of his eyes and opened his mouth for his wife to feed him. Chen Lin realized that his sister Chen Xu was not there and asked Lin Xiuju, where is little sister? Lin Xiuju said, your father is fine now. I told her to go back to school. She'll come back at night. As he was talking, Chen Lin's phone rang. When he looked at the name displayed on the screen, he sneered. Chen Lin got up and went to the corridor to answer the phone. And as soon as the phone connected, a man's shrill voice came from the opposite side. Chen Lin, how can you be so heartless? They are all relatives. How can you let a lawyer sue me? Besides, that investment is your father, he volunteered. I didn't force him. It's none of my business. He was still crackling there, complaining about Chen Yubin and Chen Lin's ruthlessness. Chen Lin has already fire hit the top beam door. Directly interrupted his words. Hateful. Chen Yuanwu, you still have the face to call me? Chapter 60, Pleading for Mercy. Chen Yuanwu was startled by the tone in which Chen Lin spoke. Why can't I call you? Chen Yuanwu snorted coldly. You're rich now and don't recognize poor relatives? Chen Lin saw that he still had a scoundrel's face when it came down to it, so he didn't bother to talk nonsense to him. You count as a *king relative. Chen Lin directly opened his mouth and scolded. You took a few pieces of broken paper and cheated my dad out of $800,000. Let's take our time to settle this account now. Hey, you cannot accuse me. Chen Yuanwu hastily denied. That is your father voluntarily invested in the shares. We white paper, black and white, written clearly, lose money I do not want. This investment which can be no risk and high yield. Chen Yuanwu was still there to argue. Who called us unlucky, can only resign to fate. Chen Lin heard him say such shameless words. Hate to go up to give him 2 slaps. He sneered and said, my father is now committed a heart attack, hospitalized. I will not let you go. You wait. When Chen Yuanwu heard that Chen Yubin was hospitalized, he was immediately frightened and panicked, and hurriedly denied in a loud voice. It has nothing to do with me if he committed a heart attack. Don't try to scare me. Chen Lin sneered. I don't scare you. I'll directly make you pay the price. After saying that, he didn't care what Chen Yuanwu over there was still yapping about and directly hung up the phone. The Chen Yuanwu on the other end was furious when he saw Chen Lin hanging up the phone, and continued to dial Chen Lin's number, and found that it had already been blacked out. He cursed and slammed the phone onto the sofa. What the hell? There are a few broken money children, terrific. He cursed for a while, thinking of Chen Lin said Chen Yubin has been hospitalized. The heart cannot help but rise a few points of fear. That 800,000 after he cheated to the hand, instantly spent a large part. Please Fox friends dinner, on the nightclub to find beautiful women, to the private club to enjoy, bought brand name cell phones, clothes, but also bought a car. He finally experienced a throw more than 1,000 taste, but listened to Chen Lin just attitude. This matter is a little trouble. Chen Yuanwu was a little weak and gave his dad a call. Dad, Chen Lin that kid, it seems like he wants to sue me. Fifth cousin Uncle Pressure didn't take his son's words seriously. He said indifferently, will not. Chen Yubin that is an honest head, 3 feet kicked out of a fart of people. Afraid of him to do what? They are just trying to scare you. No, I will call Chen Yubin. When he was in trouble, I but lent him $500. This favor he forgot. A few days later, Green City International Medical Rehabilitation Center. Chen Lin assisted Chen Yubin to walk in the hospital's garden. No need to hold me. I can walk by myself, Chen Yubin said somewhat helplessly. It's not like I hurt my leg. Chen Lin did not let go. He said to his father, the doctor said that you have recovered well, but you still need to recuperate. You can't be stimulated in the future, and you can't be too excited. He was talking to his father when he suddenly saw 2 people come scurrying over in front of him, stopping their father and son at once. Chen Lin frowned at the sight of them. The people coming were none other than Chen Yuanwu and his father Chen Ji. What are you guys doing here? Chen Lin did not have a good face and said coldly, you are not welcome here. Chen Ji was in his 50s, not very tall, dark and thin, his eyes twitching as he looked at people. Chen Yuanwu followed behind him, his head hanging low, carrying a bag of fruit in his hand, peeking at Chen Lin and his son from under his eyes. When Chen Ji saw Chen Lin's attitude, he felt bad. His creased face was busy piling on a pleasing smile, saying, eldest nephew, I am at least your cousin uncle. I heard Yuanwu say that your father was sick. I was so worried that I bought things all the way here to visit him. Chen Lin sneered. No need. This illness is just for you guys to get angry. Chen Ji smiled awkwardly, feeling that suddenly Chen Lin's place was not a good breakthrough. He turned to look at Chen Yubin who was standing to the side. Yubin, we have been relatives for so many years. I have also helped you before. You see, this time can you just let Yuanwu go? Chen Yubin still didn't know that Chen Lin had sued Chen Yuanwu. Hearing Chen Ji say this, he looked at his son. Chen Lin saw his father's inquiring eyes looking over, and directly said to him, Dad, you don't care about this matter. You go back to the ward first. Chen Ji saw that the situation was not good, and busily scurried over to grab Chen Yubin's arm and said, Yubin, Yuanwu is still a child. Just give him another chance. He won't dare to do it again in the future. Chen Lin went forward and took away Chen Ji's hand. Expressionless, he is more than 30, Or a child? How do you have the nerve to say that? You guys still have the face to beg my dad. My dad had a heart attack and almost died. Who am I going to talk to? Chen Ji was choked by the top and opened his mouth not knowing what to say. Chen Yubin looked at these two couples with complicated eyes, sighed and said, "You beg me useless. That money is my son's. I just give him safekeeping. That is 800,000 which, you claim to be relatives. Is this pit me? Hey, I can't control your business. I almost went to see the king of hell. I listened to my son. He said what to do then do it." Chen Yubin finished, no longer want to look at the two men, turned around and slowly walked toward the ward. Chen Yuanwu looked anxious. He received a summons 2 days ago, said he was suspected of large amount of fraud, to cooperate with the investigation. He looked for someone to ask, said this amount of if convicted, have to sit in jail for more than 10 years, out of the money still have to return. Chen Yuanwu this time can really scared piss, but that money he has squandered out half of the children, simply cannot get together also cannot pay, had to beg the old man out, play the emotional card, hope Chen Lin can let himself go. Eldest uncle, Chen Lin, I'm not a human being, you guys just let me off this time. Chen Yuanwu suddenly threw away the fruit in his hand, flopped down and directly knelt on the ground, crying, I am also ghostly. I heard that Lin Zi got rich and bought a villa, so I got greedy. I used my crooked brain, he said as he slapped himself and screamed, you guys just spare me this time, I won't dare to do it again. Chen Yubin toward the ward walked figure paused. Chen Lin busy reach out to call not far past the nurse, said, sorry, trouble you send my father back to the ward. That nurse also saw the dog blood drama from afar just now, and was also afraid that the patient would be infuriated, hurriedly helped Chen Yubin to the ward. Mouth also said, uncle, we this cardiovascular disease cannot be angry or emotional, easy to commit the disease. Chen Yubin heard her say this, froze, he thought about the day he woke up, his family's frightened eyes, finally sighed deeply, followed the nurse back, he never looked back. Chapter 61 Wait for the punishment. Chen Ji saw that Chen Yubin had really left, his body was shaken, he felt that his son had really gotten into big trouble this time, and that he might really have to be planted in it. Chen Ji rushed over and pulled Chen Lin's sleeve, pleading, Linzi, even if cousin uncle begs you, just let Yuan Wu go. Chen Lin withdrew his hand, eyes staring at Chen Ji squarely said, cousin uncle, Chen Yuanwu he dared to make such a big mistake today, are the result of your connivance? He has done those ridiculous things over the years is still less, which one is not you guys to give him a bottom? This time he hit his relatives, my father almost let him die, I will never spare him. Chen Yuanwu was still there begging for mercy with Chen Lin, but Chen Lin didn't react at all, he was really angry this time, and he was also terrified. At that time, if something really happened to his father, he really didn't know what to do. Just thinking about this, he had no sympathy for this nasty pair of father and son in front of him. Chen Lin looked condescendingly at Chen Yuanwu, who was kneeling in front of him, and coldly said, if you had known it would happen today, why would you have bothered? You guys leave, I have nothing to say to you, have something to say to my lawyer. Chen Yuanwu went forward and tried to pull Chen Lin, but was dragged away by the security guards who rushed over. After 2 days, Chen Lin received a call from the police station saying that they had arrested Chen Yuanwu. He needed to collaborate to make a statement. When Chen Lin rushed to the police station, he saw that his attorney Fong Ro was also there. Chen Yuanwu was sitting dumbly on a stool in handcuffs, and opposite Fong Ro was asking him, if you can return the property, we can use our discretion. Before she finished speaking, Chen Yuanwu hung his head and said in a low voice, there is only 200,000 left, and the rest have been spent. Fong Ro also froze. What? Just a few days you spent more than $600,000? Chen Yuanwu stopped talking like a dead dog. Chen Lin also froze for a moment. He did not expect this Chen Yuanwu's guts to be so big. $800,000 he squandered so quickly? Fong Ro looked at Chen Lin helplessly. This guy really made a fool of himself. Alright, you just wait for the verdict. Chen Lin cooperated and came out after taking the statement, leaving the rest to Fong Ro to handle. He had just left the entrance of the police station. Before he took a few steps out, he heard someone behind him calling him. When he turned around, it was Li Yaning and her boyfriend Zhang Shi. Why are you guys here? Chen Lin was a bit strange. How come he always ran into these two people lately? Li Yaning laughed. We went to the neighborhood to do some errands, and bought something on the way. Only then did Chen Lin realize that Li Yaning's line had changed all over. The light green floral dress she was wearing was an international brand. The crossbody bucket bag was the latest LV model. The neck was wearing a platinum and diamond pendant, and the gold bracelet on her wrist was glittering. Chen Lin saw the numbers flashing on the light screen, which from top to bottom of a line, worth more than $200,000. Chen Lin laughed. Big schoolgirl, today is quite beautiful. Ah, covered in pearls. Li Yaning shyly pulled the hair at her temples behind her ears, sat on Zhang Shi's arm, and laughed delicately. I moved to the villa and Zhang Shi said that my clothes and jewelry were too little, so he brought me out to buy some. Qianlin smiled and didn't say anything. This is properly showing off. Zhang Shi didn't know why. Every time he saw Qianlin, he didn't feel much pain. Just now when he saw Qianlin coming out of the police station, he had a small plan in his heart. He smiled and said to Qianlin, I just saw you coming out of the police station. Man, you didn't commit anything, did you? That face doesn't look too good. He gloated and was about to laugh out loud. Qianlin looked at him and said, do you have to commit a crime to enter the police station? Zhang Shi took Li Yaning's shoulder, tilted his head to look at Qianlin flirtatiously, and said with a cheeky smile, buddy, 9 times out of 10 people who go to the police station don't have anything good to do. You're buying villas and luxury cars. It can't be that the money is not coming from the right place. Qianlin was almost amused by him, thinking about the several large boxes placed in this dude's storage room. He sneered and said, Mr. Zhang, mind your own business. I advise you to hang back and turn around. After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhang Shi was puzzled and pointed at Qianlin's back as he left. This psycho. Li Yaning also felt a bit confused. This Qianlin was usually quite good at talking to other people, but he just couldn't get along with Zhang Shi. The two people encountered each other like heaven's thunder stirring the earth's fire. Always have to rub out some sparks. She hurriedly dragged her boyfriend away. Don't look. I haven't bought my shoes yet. Quickly go. Zhang Shi cursed under his breath and followed Li Yaning. Qianlin returned to the car, picked up his cell phone and checked the phone number of the local customs smuggling bureau and dialed directly. Hello, I want to report someone smuggling ivory products by Weiyuan neighborhood. Qianlin was in a convenience store with a shopping basket, walking through the rows of shelves. He had the phone in his hand and was talking to his sister Qinshi. Well, Dad is already fine. From today onwards you don't need to go over there. Come straight home after school. I'll cook for you. Qinshi laughed her ass off. Brother, can you eat the food you cook? Don't give me a bad stomach. Looking down on your brother. Qianlin laughed, picking up a bag of potato chips in his hand and putting it into the shopping basket. Who begged me to cook instant noodles for dinner before, and add an extra egg? Qinshi giggled. Brother, why don't you buy me some snacks, and let's order takeout for dinner tonight? Qianlin laughed. Sure, whatever you want. I'm at the convenience store right now. Send a list of what you want to eat. Brother, I love you the most. Qinshi kissed the phone twice, hung up and started writing the list. Qianlin hung up the phone with a smile on his face, looked at the long list of snacks his sister sent over, and shook his head in favor. Cola, shrimp sticks, duck necks, chocolate, chicken claws, were put into the shopping basket one by Qianlin. Qianlin checked out and walked slowly with a big pocket. Just see the front of the neighborhood garbage truck is dumping garbage. Qianlin moved to the side. At that moment, a small flat box fell out of the garbage truck and landed on the lawn next to it. Qianlin casually glanced at it, and the light screen suddenly flashed. Item name, Wanianking Gold Maki Incense Box. Age time, Qing Dynasty. Value amount, 500,000. Collection value, mundane. Qianlin's eyes lit up and he took a few steps forward and picked up the incense box in his hands, not caring that it was stained with dirt. This incense box is made of nephrite jade, can be held in one hand, is flat and round, above the carving of the one Nianqing flower pattern, beautifully chic, full of elegance. This kind of both practical value, but also can play with the object, in the market price, by no means inferior to other stationary items. He was about to admire it in detail when he heard a somewhat familiar female voice beside him say, So, you're picking up garbage. Chapter 62, Blind in the Beginning. Qianlin sniffed and looked over to see that the person speaking was actually his ex-girlfriend, LV Xiaoyan. He remembered that the last time he saw this ex-girlfriend was when he bought a car at the car dealership. She and her new boyfriend Qian Siyuan were extremely mocking of themselves, only to be slapped in the face and leave in disgrace. How come she actually came back to the neighborhood where he lived today, only to see LV Xiaoyan standing in front of him with her arms wrapped around her chest, her eyes contemptuously looking at the somewhat dirty incense box in his hand, and then at the garbage truck next to her? Qianlin asked with some confusion. This neighborhood is gated. How did you get in? I have a friend who lives here. I came to visit. LV Xiaoyan said somewhat sheepishly. She actually begged an older woman who came back from grocery shopping, saying that she came to look for a friend whose cell phone was out of battery, and begged them to bring it in. Qianlin knew she was lying just by looking at her expression. Why haven't I heard that you have a friend who lives here? Lu Xiaoyan colorfully said. There's a lot you don't know. She glanced at the garbage truck not far away, pinched her nose in disgust, took a few steps back, and mockingly said to Qianlin, Qianlin, I heard before that you got rich and bought a villa in Baiyuan, so it's all a rumor. It's a shame that you're picking up rags here, she said condescendingly. You're not here to show someone a house, are you? And did you buy a car last time to help the owner's family? Is it so interesting to impersonate a rich man? You're so hypocritical, she snorted coldly, feeling that the face she lost in the past was slowly coming back. Chen Lin looked at her with a smug look and really pitied his past self. How could he have been so blind to look at such a contraption back then? Chen Lin didn't even bother to talk to her and threw down a sentence. I was really blind in the past. After saying that, he didn't even look at her and turned around and left. LV Cheyenne was so angry that she jumped to her feet. It so happened that the garbage truck finished loading the garbage and drove away, and two cleaning ladies came to clean up. LV Cheyenne's eyes turned, pointed at Chen Lin's back and asked the two amas, saying, Auntie, whose house is that man looking at? The cleaning AMA was asked and froze for a moment and said, that's Mr. Chen from Building A. He's the owner, not a house sitter. LV Cheyenne was shocked, open mouth half speechless. The cleaning lady looked at Lu Cheyenne and then said, Girl, you've got the wrong person, don't you? All the people who live in our neighborhood are rich. They are all owner-occupiers. There are no house-sitters. Lu Cheyenne awkwardly said to the older woman. Oh, maybe I recognized the wrong person. She followed Chen Lin farther into the neighborhood, hiding for fear of being discovered by Chen Lin. She watched as Chen Lin walked to a two-story villa and pushed the door in. Lu Cheyenne sneaked up to the door and looked in through the gap in the carved door. She saw that the courtyard was very elegant and tidy. The left side was a swimming pool, and the right side was made into an outdoor leisure and dining area. The treasure blue Aston Martin was parked on the side of the room. Lu Cheyenne's heart was beating hard, and she very much regretted breaking up with Chen Lin at first. If she had known that Chen Lin had today, it would have been worthwhile for her to stay with him for a while in poverty. While she was thinking, Chen Lin pushed open the door and came out from inside, scaring LV Cheyenne. Just as she wanted to run, Chen Lin called out to her. Chen Lin had just realized that she was following her, but didn't care. Just now, he entered the house, and under the home surveillance, he found that his ex-girlfriend was actually picking at the front door of his house and looking in, with a look of having never seen the world. Chen Lin looked at LV Cheyenne's look of wanting to speak, did not want to listen to her speech at all, and directly said, LV Cheyenne, peeping into people's houses privately is against the law. Do you know that? Chen Lin faintly said, hurry up and leave, don't appear in front of me in the future. After saying this, he turned around and closed the door of the room with a bang. Lu Cheyenne opened her mouth for half a day, didn't know what to say, and left with a fawn step and 3 turns back. In the evening, She came back from school. Just walking to the door of the villa, she smelled the aroma of fried steak coming from the yard. She took a deep sniff of the scent like a little greedy cat and happily pushed the door and walked in, yelling, Brother, how did you know I wanted to eat steak? In the outdoor dining area in the courtyard, the steak in the electric pancake pan was frying to a squeaky perfection. Chen Lin flipped the steak over and poured in a bit of red wine, and the garlic flavor mixed with the red wine flavor floated out a long way. I know what you greedy cat thinks. Chen Lin pointed to the house. Snacks put in your house. Remember to hide it. When mom comes back and sees you eating this junk food, guaranteed to throw it away for you. After dinner, I'll hide it. Shi cheerfully came over to Chen Lin's side. His big eyes turned, touched him with his elbow and laughed. Brother, let me tell you something? Chen Lin looked at her with amusement. What does a little kid have to do? What? Did you run out of pocket money? Chen Lin laughed. Go to my wallet and get it yourself. It's in my jacket pocket. Shi twisted her body in a petulant manner and said, Brother, I'm not asking you for money. The pocket money you gave me last time hasn't been used up yet. I am asking you for something. Oh, what is it? Chen Lin put the 2 big pieces of fried steak on a plate, poured black pepper sauce and handed it to his sister. Shi took a knife and fork and cut the steak while looking at her brother's expression and asked, Brother, did you break up with your previous girlfriend? Chen Lin froze. His hand with the knife and fork stopped as he looked at his sister and said, Why do you ask? Did she contact you? Shi nodded his head and said, Well, when you guys were together in the past, I added her number, but we haven't been in contact either. She called me after school today and said that you guys had a bit of a misunderstanding before. She wanted to find a chance to explain to you, and was afraid that you wouldn't answer her call. So she called me, wanting me to help her beg for mercy. Chen Lin frowned deeply and said to his sister with a straight face, You little kid Yaya, don't bother with adult matters. Delete her phone, don't let anyone affect your studies. Although She was usually no big deal and cheeky with her brother, as long as Chen Lin had a stern face to educate her, she was still a bit scared. Okay, I'll delete it right away. She smartly didn't retort and hurriedly showed her loyalty. I'll listen to my brother. Chen Lin's face then turned cloudy. He reached out and patted his sister's furry head, but in his heart, he was a bit dissatisfied with Lu Xiaoyan. When he and Lu Xiaoyan were together, she had despised his family. There were a few times when she ran into Qin Shi, but she was also cold and aloof. Now, In order to get in touch with him, she even called his sister. LV Xiaoyan, this kind of woman, Chen Lin has long understood. This is to see him now developed. Want to eat back to grass, right? But in this world, where is the medicine of regret? Chapter 63. Can you forgive me? Moon Lake View Villa area. Chen Lin hadn't come back since he bought the house. Except for once on the day he got the license. He had nothing to do this day and thought that it would be a waste to leave the Moon Lake View house unoccupied. It just so happens that the weather is hot during this period of time, and Moon Lake View is backed by Moon Mountain, so the temperature is a bit cooler than the city. He drove directly to the Moon Lake View of the house, looked at the closet is empty, all his clothes are in the Bai Weiyuan home. He then thought of acquiring another batch of clothing, so that both houses could live wherever they wanted. Go online and check. The kind of high luxury clothing have home delivery service, as long as the official website to order. The local physical stores will be the same day delivery, only to pay more labor costs. Chen Lin on the Armani, Prada, Tom Ford, Versace, Babali's clothes to choose a pass, picked a dozen, and in the Patek Philippe watch picked a few favorite, left the address of the Moon Lake King, let them send. After this round of operations, Chen Lin felt that his eyes are spent, but fortunately so that there is no need to shop from house to house. He felt that at this time, it would be much more convenient to have an assistant. Those trivial things are left to the assistant to do. He just need to focus on making money. By 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the clothes he ordered were delivered one after another. The clerks of this kind of high luxury store were all human beings. Seeing that the customer lived in such a mansion, they were naturally attentive. After they came to the door, they personally hung the clothes one by one in the closet, and also lined up according to the color from light to dark, and personally instructed which kind of clothes can be dry cleaned, which kind of clothes can be washed and so on. The service is completed, only to respectfully take out the mobile POS machine. Let Chen Lin swiped the card, waiting for people to go. Chen Lin quite emotional. No wonder the high luxury brand sells expensive. On this service is not a general brand can do. Chen Lin in the check room, put the several watches to the display cabinet, is thinking about which to wear tomorrow. Heard the cell phone rang. When he picked it up, the caller was LV Xiaoyan, who had been following him in Bai Weiyuan a few days ago. Chen Lin didn't know what she wanted to do, but it was quite depressing that she was such a ghost. After some thought, he answered the phone. LV Xiaoyan, what exactly do you want? LV Xiaoyan's voice was completely different from her usual sharpness, and she said in a small voice, Chen Lin, I want to have a good talk with you, for the sake of our love in the beginning. Give me a chance to meet and explain, okay? Chen Lin laughed coldly, just to talk to me. You call my sister's place? She's still a little kid. What are you harassing her for? It's my fault. I'm wrong. Lu Xiaoyan hurriedly apologized. I got carried away and didn't think that much. I won't do it again. What do you want to talk about? Chen Lin faintly said. Is there anything else to talk about between us? LV Xiaoyan lowered her voice and said, I just want to apologize to you properly. Please give me this opportunity. Chen Lin was silent for a moment and said, I'm not in Bai Weiyuan right now. I'm over at Moon Lake View Villa. If you don't mind the distance, come. It was already 2 hours later when LV Xiaoyan arrived at Moon Lake View Villa. When she stood in front of that villa, which was even more luxurious than Bai Weiyuan, the regret in her heart was overflowing. Therefore, the moment Chen Lin opened the door and came out, she gritted her teeth and directly kneeled in front of Chen Lin with a bang. Chen Lin was startled. What are you doing? LV Xiaoyan's eyes turned red as she looked at Chen Lin. Chen Lin, I was wrong in the beginning. I was too arrogant and unintelligent. I hurt you. Please forgive me, okay? Chen Lin looked at this once loved woman in front of him, but his heart was a pool of stagnant water. Half ripples were not there. On the day the antique was humiliated, his heart had already died, and his feelings for Lu Xiaoyan ended on that day. You get up first. What's it like to kneel here? Although he disliked Lu Xiaoyan, but she was a young girl kneeling in front of his house, letting people see and still don't know what to think. LV Xiaoyan knelt on the ground in her skirt, both knees knocked to the point of raw pain. She slowly got up and brushed the dirt on her skirt and followed Chen Lin into the villa. After entering the villa, Lu Xiaoyan felt that her 2 eyes were not enough to see. She had only seen such a luxurious villa on TV, although her family's condition was also considered well off. But this kind of feeling of luxury and wealth was something she had never experienced before. Sitting in the big luxurious leather sofa, LV Xiaoyan looked at Chen Lin with some restraint. Chen Lin, I broke up with Qian Si Yuan. He cheated behind my back. I just realized that you're still good to me. It's just that I didn't know to cherish it in the beginning. Chen Lin interrupted her and said, when you did not also take the initiative to split up Qian Si Yuan? We hadn't broken up at that time. LV Xiaoyan's face reddened and she held her tongue for half a day before saying, so this is my retribution. I'm being punished. Chen Lin, can you? She looked at Chen Lin with a few hopes in her eyes. Can you forgive me? I truly know that I am wrong. Chen Lin understood Lu Xiaoyan too well. He believed that if he were to go bankrupt at this point and revert back to that poor man who had accomplished nothing, this ex-girlfriend would still dump him again. Since you want to beg for forgiveness so badly, come to my house and work as a housekeeper, Chen Lin said coldly. Housekeeping? Lu Xiaoyan was confused. What kind of operation was this? So rich and lacking in cleaning? Chen Lin laughed coldly. Didn't you say you are sorry for me? Then come and do housekeeping to atone for your sins. When my anger subsides, then we can talk about forgiveness. LV Xiaoyan felt that she understood. Is not just the heart is not balanced. Want to toss her to spread the anger? Then, that is fine. When will I come over? Chen Lin thought about it and said, once a week. I don't let you work for nothing. I pay for it. Lu Xiaoyan nodded her head in agreement. She was confused. She was originally begging for forgiveness. How did she become a cleaning janitor? She frowned as she walked towards the entrance of the neighborhood. But she saw some people surrounding a corner of the neighborhood, and a few police cars parked there. Curious, Lu Xiaoyan went over to see what was going on. She saw that in a villa, a young man was escorted out by 2 police officers in a sorry state, and behind him, there were a few police officers carrying out a few large boxes. The onlookers on the side pointed and said that this man had smuggled national prohibited items, and the quantity was quite a lot. A pretty girl cried so much that her makeup was splattered, pulling a police officer next to her and asking, Officer, are those really made of ivory? He told me before that they are all plastic. Oh, the officer looked at her crying pitifully and sighed, Girl, you are really stupid. If it is really plastic, he can afford this villa? Li Yaning choked, thinking that she had just gotten a few large credit cards and swiped a bunch of high luxury items. Now that Zhang Shi was arrested, no one would pay her back. What could she do? Thinking of this, she cried even more viciously. Chapter 64 Buying a car for father. Chen Yubin stayed in the private hospital for more than half a month, and his body recovered well. The doctor told Chen Lin about the precautions to be taken after discharge, and said that he could be discharged in 2 days. Chen Yubin is very happy. The hospital conditions are good. It is not as comfortable as home. Chen Lin thought that his father was well discharged from the hospital is a good thing. They thought of buying him a car to go. They now live in the villa area from the bus station has a distance. Parents cannot stay at home, often go out in the morning to buy food, shopping. A car is more convenient, he thought, and drove directly to a nearby BMW 4S store. Chen Lin parked his car at the entrance and just walked into the store. A young saleswoman came over and politely asked, Sir, do you want to buy a car? Yes, I want to buy a car for transportation. Chen Lin replied. The saleswoman asked again, Do you have any requirements for performance and model style? Chen Lin said, I'm buying it for my father. It doesn't have to be too fancy. The performance is good and the style is generous. Okay, please follow me. The saleswoman enthusiastically took him to the display area and introduced him to several suitable models. Chen Lin selected a bit fancy AI3 pure electric BMW. This car appearance calm. Performance is also good. The price of the full set down less than 400,000. Quite suitable. Okay, I'll take this one. Chen Lin shot the board to buy, followed by the saleswoman to swipe the card. The saleswoman was also very happy. Less than 10 minutes to sell a car. This efficiency is also quite high. Chen Lin in the rest area waiting inside the print contract. At this time a pair of just in the sports car area to see the car of a man and a woman, came over, directly sat on the opposite side of Chen Lin. The young man was obviously a rich second generation, wearing a famous brand. The girl in his arms was heavily made up and was hugging the man's waist. You Xiao, you don't want to see anymore? There are still a lot of cars on that side. The girl with heavy makeup said daintily. The rich second generation crossed his legs and sat there with his legs still shaking, tilted his head back and leaned on the sofa, laughing. What's there to see? I just came here for the sports car. The rest of those cars are only worthy of driving out to buy groceries. As he said this, his eyes looked at Chen Lin across the room with a showy face. Chen Lin acted as if he didn't hear it, didn't even lift his eyes, still looking down at his cell phone. The rich second generation pretending to be a bully with no one to pick up the trick, and cursed in his heart, what kind of calf is pretending to be? Thick makeup girl, the whole person is almost lying in his arms, laughing. How much of that car just now The rich second generation said loudly, BMW 8 Series, 800,000 to it. So expensive. Thick makeup girl eyebrows and eyes with a smile, currying favor with the road. You later drive with me for a drive? The second generation rich man looked at her twice, condescendingly nodded his head. After a while, the formalities were completed. The rich second generation drove the new sports car parked in front of the 4S store. The girl with heavy makeup sat on the sports car caca to take pictures. The rich second generation rolled down the window and waited, then saw Chen Lin put the new car keys, handed over to a staff member, gave him an address, let it help to drive the car back. The rich second-generation arm supported the car window. His head was laughing off, pointing at Chen Lin. Dude, how can you be so good at pretending? A 300,000 to 300,000 small broken car, and let people drive it back for you? What? You don't know how to drive? The girl with heavy makeup beside him immediately chimed in. You shall. Let's ignore the pretender. Some people are just like this, obviously a poor bastard, but they want to pretend to be a big shot. As she said this, she rolled her eyes disdainfully at Chen Lin. Chen Lin was unwilling to bother with the two brainwashed people and directly pressed the key, and the Aston Martin parked at the door immediately started. That rich second generation's eyes went straight, his mouth open and unable to speak. The girl with the heavy makeup beside him also swallowed her spit, hiding back in the car like a quail. Chen Lin didn't even glance at the two of them and directly drove away. The staff member who had taken the keys to the new car also started the BMW i3 after Chen Lin and drove away following the tail of Chen Lin's car. The rich second generation remembered his sarcastic words just now, and was self-conscious that he was somewhat unable to get down, and the surrounding staff members' gazes, if any, made his face hot. The girl beside him with thick makeup frowned and spat. Do rich people nowadays play so flowery? Deliberately pretending to be poor, thinking this is a drama. The rich second generation heard the fire in his heart and pointed at the girl's nose and scolded. Shut up if you can't talk, or get off and get out of the car for me. Thick makeup girl by his roar hit a jolt. See, rich second generation angry brain popped up high, lowered his head, did not dare to speak. Chen Yubin was discharged from the hospital on the day, just returned to Bai Hui Yuan Villa. He saw a car parked at home. He asked his son with some confusion. Lindsay, you have friends over to stay? Ah? Chen Lin laughed. No, that car is for you to buy. In the future you and my mom go out to buy groceries. Shopping can drive it for transportation. Chen Yubin was a bit excited. Which man doesn't like cars? His earlier years to the leadership as a driver, car skills are very good. Only these years the family conditions are limited. Which money to buy a car? This will see a brand new BMW parked there. The heart is like a cat scratch, like itching up. Chen Yubin a few steps to run to the BMW car in front of. East touch, west touch. Ling Xiuju and Chen Lin laughed. Look at your father. See the car, everything is not care. Chen Yubin has opened the car door to sit in the driver's seat, touching around, like a child. Chen Lin came over and laughed. Dad, you like the car so much. My car is usually placed there. You do not open. Chen Yubin smiled, pointed to Chen Lin's blue SUV, said, I'm not too old to drive your car. Too flashy. He also looked at the handle BMW i3 belonging to himself, and said joyfully, or this one is good. Black, atmospheric, stable. Chen Lin easily persuaded him down from the car and headed to the house. The car can't run away. You take your time to look. I have something to say to you guys. The three of them went to the living room and sat down. Chen Lin told him that he had bought another villa in the eastern suburb of Yuehujing. Chen Yubin and Lin Xiuju could not help but be taken aback again. His son's money was earned too fast, and his eyes towards his son could not help but bring a few points of worry. Chen Lin naturally saw it, comforted both of them, said, you can rest assured. My money is clean. You just spend. The money to buy this villa is that I picked up an antique jade bracelet a few days ago and sold it to buy it. This villa depends on the scenic area. When a fixed asset will surely appreciate in the future. There should be a complete set of things. These two houses we can change to live. Live enough to change the other side. Chapter 65 Beautiful Cleaning. Lin Xiuju busy shaking his head. We live here is quite good. Here from the city center is also close. Your sister's school is also convenient. Moon Mountain is too far away. It's not convenient to go out. You can keep that house for your future marriage. Chen Yubin also said, yes, I also know two acquaintances in this neighborhood. In a few days they said to take me to see fishing. Chen Lin saw that his parents had already dissolved into Bai Weiyuan, and was also happy for them. That's fine. Then I'll live at both ends. It's also convenient to entertain friends over there in the future, so I don't have to disturb you guys here. After 2 days, Chen Lin bought another batch of daily necessities and came to Moon Lake View Villa. Just as he stepped in the door, he received a call from LV Shayan, asking when he could be on duty. Chen Lin saw that she was quite active and said, come over now. I happen to be at home. LV Shayan heard the heart blossomed, put the newly bought skirt on, and he finally put on a makeup, and only then took a taxi to the Moon Lake View Villa. She this time knocked on the door of Chen Lin's home, shyly just sat on the sofa. Chen Lin pocket threw over a set of cleaning clothes. Lu Xiaoyan froze. Some did not react. Chen Lin pointed at the cleaning clothes and said, aren't you here to clean? Change into it, so as not to dirty your skirt. LV Xiaoyan was a bit aggrieved. She didn't even help when the oil bottle fell over at home. Where would she clean? Chen Lin looked at her and said, last time, it wasn't you who said it yourself. It's okay to be a housekeeper. What? You want to back out? Fine. Then you can leave now. LV Xiaoyan was afraid that this opportunity would slip away. so she quickly stood up and picked up the piece of janitorial clothing, squeezing out a smile on her face. No regrets. I'll change my clothes here. She reached out to pull the zipper of the skirt. Chen Lin boarded his face and said, "What are you doing? Go up to the check room to change." Lu Xiaoyan pouted. What's the point of pretending? It's not like she hasn't seen it before. She hasn't used it before. And now she's pretending to be a decent person. She only dared to slander in her heart, but did not dare to show it on her face, for fear that if Chen Lin drove her away, she would even lose the chance to be a housekeeper. She could only obediently take the clothes and walk to the check room. This check room is more than 80 square feet. Against the wall is opposite 2 rows of light brown wooden closet. In the middle of a collection of watch ornaments of the display table, Lu Xiaoyan was excited and thrilled, covering her mouth to scream. Her family's 2-room, 1-bedroom house. The total area is only 100 square meters. This one check room is almost bigger than her home. No wonder everyone wants to live in a big villa. When she saw one side of the closet, hanging men's clothing pieces or big brands, display cabinets several millions of watches, Lu Xiaoyan really wanted to give 2 slaps to her own self who was making a fuss about breaking up at that time. How blind was she to let Chen Lin, the god of wealth, go? She took off her beautiful dress, changed into a set of old-fashioned white cleaning clothes, and tied on a large floral apron, determined to take advantage of this opportunity to get Chen Lin again. She was so proud of her determination, but when she returned to the hall, she looked at the 3-story 600 square feet house, and was a little scared. Such a big house. Of course living cool, but to clean up can be a real headache. Chen Lin looked at her standing there in misery, raised his eyebrows and asked, LV Xiaoyan, did you come over to visit, or are you here to work? LV Xiaoyan looked at the broom and rag in her hand, and the bucket at her feet, and timidly asked, are there no sweeping robots or automatic floor scrubbers? Chen Lin nearly let out a giggle and said with an extremely stern face, no, that's why I let you come, isn't it? Chen Lin, you really, just came to make me clean the house. Lu Xiaoyan made a pitiful face looking at Chen Lin. Chen Lin frowned and said, what do you think? Actually, we can also do something else. Lu Xiaoyan blushed and said softly. Chen Lin sneered, save your energy and mop the floor properly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the 3rd floor. LV Xiaoyan hurriedly shouted, Chen Lin, where are you going? To the audiovisual room to watch a movie. Chen Lin's back disappeared into the 3rd floor stairway. LV Xiaoyan was so angry that she stomped her foot and could only take a broom and start sweeping the floor. 6 hours later, LV Xiaoyan held her waist, which was already too sore to straighten up, dragged her 2 leaden legs, and walked step by step to the sofa in the hall, directly collapsing and unable to get up. For the first time in her life, she had a great respect for cleaning work. This is really not a job for human beings. She grew up pampered, or for the first time to do this kind of rough work. 10 fingers are almost worn through the skin. Even now people lying on the sofa, but also feel 2 legs straight trembling. Lu Xiaoyan felt that she was on the verge of crying. At this time, Chen Lin walked down from the 3rd floor's audiovisual room. When LV Xiaoyan saw him, she forced herself to sit down on the sofa. After all, Guyu palsy was affecting her image too much. Chen Lin sat down opposite her, and LV Xiaoyan hurriedly revealed a sweet smile and said, Chen Lin, I'm all done cleaning. My hands are almost rubbing out calluses. It's very hard. Chen Lin looked at her lightly and also said, I watched 3 movies in a row. It's also very hard. Lu Xiaoyan. She understood that he was purposely trying to piss her off and get back at her. LV Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, got up and slowly sat beside Chen Lin. Seeing that he didn't move anywhere, her heart was relieved. Going forward and pulling Chen Lin's hand, she said fondly, Chen Lin, don't be angry with me, okay? I've always been thinking of the past lately. How good our relationship was back then. You didn't even spare yourself to buy a good dress to wear, and all the money you saved was spent for me. Only blame the time Qian Si Yuan from the obstruction to lure me. Destroy our feelings. Either also do not know too much. To you have a misunderstanding. Chen Lin pulled his hand out of her hand and faced her. Expressionless, don't talk to me about feelings. Lu Xiaoyan, he stared into her eyes without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. How much do feelings cost per pound? Isn't this what you asked me in the first place? Lu Xiaoyan violently reddened her face, unable to speak. The reason you broke up with me in the beginning was very good. Poor. No car. No house. Dead wages. Parents are laborers. Sister is still in school. Go out with you. Disgrace you. Cannot afford to buy a brand name bag. Chen Lin said one article in a cloudy manner, as if he was talking about something else. Every time he said an article, Lu Xiaoyan's head went down an inch. Chen Lin stared at the top of her head and said with a straight face, no one is making trouble out of this, let alone a misunderstanding. That's your own choice. LV Xiaoyan couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Chen Lin opened his cell phone and punched $1,000 into LV Xiaoyan's account, stood up and said, you go, Come back next week to clean it. After saying this, he turned around and left. LV Cheyenne looked up at Chen Lin's back and couldn't take it anymore, covering her face and running out. Chapter 66, The Schoolflower's Beauty Plan. When Chen Lin met Li Yaning again, it was an afternoon 3 days later. Before meeting, Li Yaning sent him WeChat, asking if he could meet and have an afternoon tea to chat. She had something to ask for his help. After Chen Lin agreed, he received the address that Li Yaning sent over, a tea restaurant in a high-end hotel. Coincidentally, that hotel was one that he had patronized before, with the beautiful bartender from that old castle party. When Chen Lin arrived at the tea house, Li Yaning was already waiting there early. The seat she was sitting in was by the window, and the bright sunlight outside reflected on her like a layer of bright light and shadow. She has a long and flowing black hair hanging on her bare shoulders. Low-cut strapless dress exposes a large portion of her snow-white skin. A decorative belt is tied around her slender waist, and under the light blue skirt are two straight and snow-white long legs. She put on light makeup today, pale flawless skin with a light pink, curved willow leaf eyebrows, the pair of clear and bright eyes looking at the coffee cup in front of her. I do not know what to think about. Pretty nose under the red lips such as rose petals as delicate and colorful. Chen Lin had always known that the face value of the big schoolgirl was very resistant, but today her outfit was simply an eye-catcher. He had already seen that there were several male customers in the tea house with their eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards the schoolgirl's side. Chen Lin walked over and sat down, and Li Yaning hurriedly pushed the coffee she had just ordered towards him. Big Schoolflower took the initiative to ask me out. What's the matter? Say it. Chen Lin opened the door and said. A touch of embarrassment floated up on Li Yaning's face as she looked at Chen Lin and whispered somewhat unfavorably. That ex-boyfriend of mine, Jiang Shi, committed the crime of smuggling and was arrested by the police a few days ago. I heard that he is going to jail. Ex-boyfriend? You guys broke up? Li Yaning nodded and said, if I had known that he was smuggling, I wouldn't have stayed with him. Those things he put at home. I also asked him before what they were. He told me they were plastic high imitation crafts. Who knew that one was actually ivory? The day the police came to arrest people, I was scared to death. I was also called to make a statement, asked some questions. The police side know that I really do not know. I can sit here properly. Jiang Shi really pitched me over the edge this time. As she spoke, her eyes turned red. Chen Lin pushed the tissue box on the table forward and asked, then what are you looking for me today? Li Yaning said with a red face. When I was with him, I thought he had gotten rich, so I ran a few large credit cards and swiped some luxury items. Now he was arrested in. My money can't pay back, she said with a red face. I think, can I borrow some with you? Turn over a little. As soon as Li Yaning finished speaking, she raised her head and was met with Chen Lin's measuring gaze. His gaze seemed to penetrate her clothes and look at her as if she was naked. Li Yaning's face swished red, not daring to touch his gaze again. Yes, it depends on what kind of price you want to pay. Chen Lin faintly laughed. After all, the beauty plan of the senior schoolflower can't be practiced for nothing, right? Seeing that her mind was guessed, Li Yaning raised her red face to meet Chen Lin's gaze and said softly, I've been dressing up for more than an hour. The front desk of the hotel. Chen Lin and Li Yaning stood there, somewhat helplessly listening to the waitress speak about the hotel's rules. Both of you, it's really not that I'm making things difficult for you. Our hotel stipulates that only members can get a room, and those who aren't our members aren't allowed to stay here. Chen Lin said helplessly, I came and stayed here once last time, and I didn't hear of this rule. The waitress is new. Some of the dead reasoning. At the same time also afraid of the accident they have to bear the responsibility. Only a strong disagreement to open the room. Li Yaning some annoyed and angry. How do you do business? Have money to push out? While the standoff was going on, the room manager on one side happened to pass by, and she recognized Chen Lin at a glance. The last time Chen Lin and the beautiful bartender came, it happened to be the hotel manager on duty, saw Chen Lin's flashy limousine, and was so impressed that she remembered Chen Lin along with it. The room manager rushed over, asked about the situation, and immediately apologized to Chen Lin. Guest, sorry, she's new here. Some of the rules are still not too flexible, so don't bother with her. I'll let her open a room for you. The waitress also knew that she had done something wrong, and hurriedly apologized to Chen Lin and Li Yaning, saying that she would pay attention next time. Chen Lin didn't bother with a little girl and took the room card and led Li Yaning to the elevator. The room manager saw that the two had left, and only then did he pull the waitress to one side and lowered his voice. You're so uneducated. This guest is driving a luxury car of more than $3 million. It's not the first time he's come. The last time he came with him was also a beautiful woman. This kind of guest is not bad for money. After a few more visits, we can sell membership cards. In the luxurious guest room, Li Yaning didn't know whether it was hot or shy, but she always felt that her face was hot and burning. Taking a look in the small mirror in her bag, her face was as red as Guangong's. She then said to Chen Lin who was sitting on the side, I'm a bit hot. I'll go take a shower first. Chen Lin's handsome face revealed a bad smile and said, I'm also hot. Let's wash together to save water. Li Yaning instantly blushed and couldn't catch the words. Half a day stifled a sentence. Chen Lin, can't see. You're wilting bad ah. Chen Lin laughed and walked up, pushing Li Yaning towards the bathroom. You find out now. It's too late. I can be even worse. Said. A hand pushed Li Yaning into the bathroom, followed himself in, backhandedly locked the door. Nightfall. Li Yannin was wearing a robe, sitting diagonally on the large luxurious bed, slowly blowing her hair with a hairdryer. She looked at Chen Lin, who was lying on the side looking at his cell phone, and asked with a smile, have you been coveting me for a long time? Chen Lin glanced at her and laughed. Wasn't it you who used the beauty trick to take advantage of me? I'm just cooperating with you. Li Yaning pouted and gave him a blank look. Her WeChat sent a message that Chen Lin had transferred $10,000 to her. Li Yaning froze a little. She stopped blowing her hair and turned around to ask, Chen Lin, I owe 800,000 ah. Chen Lin laughed at this, put down his cell phone, and said, big schoolgirl, you also think too highly of yourself. 800,000? Do you take me for a second little cutie? Chen Lin, you. Li Yaning's face was a bit hung up. How did you say that about me? Am I wrong? Just take what you need. Chapter 67 The Secret in the Mezzanine. Chen Lin said it so bluntly, which made Li Yaning feel a little embarrassed. She was silent for a while and softly said to Chen Lin, actually, even without the money thing, I'm quite fond of you. Chen Lin laughed like he heard a joke. Big schoolgirl, do you believe this yourself? You're not favorably disposed towards me. You're favorably disposed towards my money, car, and house, right? Li Yaning's pretty face went white and she didn't speak. Chen Lin took a look at her and faintly said, in the future, if you are on call, I can consider giving you this amount every time. If you don't agree, forget it. Li Yaning felt a little heartbroken when she thought about her situation, but thinking about Chen Lin's strength, she still nodded her head and agreed. She still had some inexplicable discomfort in her heart, cleaned herself up, changed back into her own clothes, and left first. Chen Lin lay on the bed and played with his cell phone for a while, and looked outside to see that it was already dark. When he got up, he was choked by a thing on the bed, picked it up and saw that it was the hairdryer that Li Yaning had just used to blow out her hair. He picked it up and wanted to throw it on the nightstand. Who knew that he didn't throw it accurately, and the hairdryer smashed into the wall above the nightstand, making a muffled thud. Chen Lin just froze when he heard the sound. His body nowadays had gone through the baptism of his supernatural powers and had become deaf, and his 5 senses were extremely sharp. That sound just now clearly sounded like the sound of hitting a hollow wall. But how could a hotel room have a hollow wall? Could there be a mezzanine? Chen Lin's mind moved and hurried to the wall to take a closer look. He concentrated on staring at that place, and after a few moments, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a round object in that wall, but he just didn't know what it was. He turned around and went to the service desk, borrowing a hammer from the staff. The staff was also a little strange. It was the first time they saw a guest borrowing a hammer, but the guest is God. They couldn't ask too many questions. Chen Lin took the hammer back, without saying a word, to the hollow wall. Bang 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 bang. Just heard a bang. A small object fell out from the cracks of the wall. Chen Lin picked it up and saw that a small ring was lying quietly in Chen Lin's palm. Item name, Heart of Aqua. Green diamond. Era time, modern times. Value amount, 10 million. Collection value, fine art. Its main ring is 6 grams in size. A quadrilateral, surrounded on both sides by a circle of smaller white diamonds. The emerald green color was like a handful of lake water, lined with a white gold backing. Very beautiful. Before Chen Lin could take a closer look, there were a few knocks on the door. Chen Lin put the ring into his pocket and went to open the door, just to see a cleaning aunt at the door frowning and looking at him accusingly. Guest, what were you doing in the house just now? The cleaning auntie spoke as she pushed her way into the house. Chen Lin didn't stop her. It was a fact that he had smashed the wall. Just fixed the problem. Cleaning aunt just mopped the floor in the corridor. Heard this room clanking. Immediately reported the hotel manager. Himself first to check. Entered the room, and indeed saw a large piece of the wall that was knocked down. Immediately called up. Guest, how can you damage public property? You have to compensate. Chen Lin recognized the wrong attitude is very good, and said, Auntie, rest assured, I compensate according to the price. A few minutes later, the hotel manager also brought a few staff over. As soon as they saw the knocked cobweb-like walls, all of them froze. Chen Lin didn't even wait for them to speak before he took the initiative to apologize. Sorry for knocking down your wall. I'll pay for it. Holy, is this how rich people play? Taking a hammer and knocking on the wall for fun? This rich person's brain circuit is different from ours. We can't understand it. A staff member lowered his voice and said to his companion, just now, this is the man who went to our service desk to borrow a hammer. You say he won't be a pervert, the kind with violent tendencies. The hotel manager was tempted to open his mouth and yell at Chen Lin for being sick in the head, but after thinking about the fact that those who could open this kind of luxury room were all rich people, he could take the opportunity to blackmail a sum of money. He then boarded his face and seriously said to Chen Lin, "Guest, no matter what the reason is, you smashed our wall, you must pay for it at the price." Chen Lin frankly said, "It should be, how much did you say?" The hotel manager braced himself and shouted, $500,000. This offer startled the staff next to him and reflexively said, "Manager, isn't it too much?" The hotel manager glared fiercely at the guy who was breaking up the show and loudly scolded, "What do you know? The walls of our hotel are just so expensive. This has damaged the load bearing of the entire room, as well as the loss of not being able to receive other guests during the repair period. This all has to be counted in the compensation." The staff member shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak. Chen Lin didn't get angry when he heard this, and only smiled lightly and said, "Manager, you're asking for a lot of money. This is not called compensation. This is already extortion." The hotel manager said angrily, "You're the one who smashed our hotel's facilities, and you're calling me extortion? What is this amount if not extortion? $500,000? It's enough to buy a smaller house." Chen Lin retorted, "Then how much did you say?" The hotel manager held his breath. Chen Lin stretched out a palm and waved it in front of him, saying, $5,000. The hotel manager became angry, his neck thickened by a circle, and said angrily, "You're sending out beggars. What's the point of pretending when you don't have any money? Staying in such a luxurious room and only being compensated $5,000. The hotel manager said that he couldn't accept it. Chen Lin blinked and said to the hotel manager, "I didn't say I had money. Anyway, I can't afford to pay for more money." The hotel manager felt like Chen Lin was trying to play a scoundrel and threatened, "If you don't pay, I'll call the police." "Okay, I also want to find a reporter. To report it, smashing a piece of wall is just, do you want to pay $500,000? Chen Lin was not flustered at all. At that time, the reporter came and videotaped and photographed. Maybe it can also be on Binchang News. It can be a free advertisement for your hotel. The hotel manager's heart went cold. "Are you threatening me? How can I am discussing a reasonable price with you." The hotel manager cursed Chen Lin in his heart for being a thief. He called the maintenance staff to look at the smashed wall. The maintenance staff told the hotel manager a price, and the hotel manager silently doubled that amount several times. "You'll pay $100,000. The hotel manager said, "That's the lowest price that's been accounted for." "No, it's too expensive. 80,000 then." Chen Lin shook his head. The two bargained for half a day, and Chen Lin finally agreed to compensate 50,000. 50,000 in exchange for a $10 million diamond. Not a loss. When Chen Lin was at the entrance of the hotel, driving away in his luxury car, the hotel manager exclaimed that he had been duped and pounded his chest. Oops, $50,000 to be less. Chapter 68. Buying Emerald Bangles. Moon Lake View Villa. When Chen Lin received the call from his father, he was in the courtyard watching the hired gardener trim the flowers and trees. This large garden of over 200 square meters was lush with flowers and trees. Pretty as it was quite a headache to take care of. So, Chen Lin simply found a professional gardener to maintain the flowers and trees on a regular basis. He was watching the gardener holding an oversized florist's shears, modeling the shrubs, when he received a call from his father. "Lindsay, your mom's birthday is coming up. Don't forget to come back that day." Chen Lin had stayed at Moon Lake View Villa for more than a week, and almost forgot about Lin Xiuju's birthday. "Can't forget," Chen Lin hurriedly assured. "I'll book a restaurant at that time and ask Mom to invite all her old sisters. Let's have a good time." "Right, Dad. What do you think I'll buy Mom for her birthday?" Chen Yubin thought for a moment and said, "When your mom was young, she liked jade bracelets. I remember shopping at the mall once. Someone was buying a jade bracelet. She stood next to it and looked at it for a long time. At that time, our family conditions were not good, and she never wore it." Chen Lin a happy jade bracelet that we are professional counterparts. "Dad, you say I give Mom the whole antique bracelet? How?" No, Chen Yubin quickly rejected. "Antique, that thing is old money. You give your mom the whole multi-million-dollar bracelet to wear on her hand. She dared not lift her hand up this day. You just the whole ordinary point." Chen Lin thought of the right and father after the phone. Directly drive to the largest jewelry city in Binchang. This jewelry city is located in the busiest commercial street in Binchang. There are 24 jewelry stores, all of which are nationally renowned brands. Chen Lin shopped a few, were not too satisfied, because these are gold, silver, platinum, diamond-based jewelry. Jade jewelry is relatively small. Shape and quality is also very general. Walked forward again for a period of time. See in front of a brilliantly decorated jewelry store. covering an area is considered to be the largest in this, in which the selection of customers is also the most, is several times that of others. Chen Lin went over to see its ebony and gold plaque with the words Lao Jiufu Jewelry written on it. Chen Lin has really heard of this brand. It is a Hong Kong-funded enterprise, said to have a history of more than 200 years. As soon as Chen Lin entered the store, a beautiful shopper in a cheongsam brought him to the counter. Chen Lin swept his eyes over the display cases, and under the strong light, the jewelry in the glass display cases sparkled and dazzled. A female salesperson closest to him stepped forward and asked, "This gentleman, what would you like to shop for?" "I'll take a casual look first," Chen Lin replied. The saleswoman heard him say this and saw that he seemed to be aimlessly looking around, so she concluded that this was not a customer who really wanted to buy something, and seeing that he was dressed casually and didn't have any valuable accessories on him, not like someone who could afford jewelry, she wasn't as proactive and enthusiastic. She only routinely said, "Then take your time to look." Then she stepped back 2 steps and took out her cell phone to take a few moments to look at it. Chen Lin had already planned to buy a jadeite bracelet of $300,000 to $400,000 when she arrived. If it was too expensive, the mother would definitely be afraid of breaking it and refuse to take it out. Chen Lin looked at the display case for half a day and felt that it was all rather ordinary, so he asked the saleswoman, "Excuse me, besides these, are there any other jade jewelry of better quality?" When he asked, the beautiful saleswoman froze for a moment, slipped her phone back into her pocket, and asked rhetorically, "Sir, what did you say?" "I said, do you have any jade jewelry here that is of a higher quality, such as IC jadeite or something like that? Prices above $200,000? Chen Lin knew his trade, and knew that in the jade business, it was a matter of price. The higher the price the better things naturally were. Jade jewelry over 200,000? The saleswoman gave a cold snort in her heart and looked at Chen Lin and said indifferently, "There are, but sir, we don't support installment payments here, and we don't accept returns." As she said that, she stole a glance at the other colleagues beside her and made a hopeless expression. Chen Lin looked at her, keenly sensing her perfidy. "I didn't say I wanted installments. Full payment. If you have it, please bring it to me to take a look. If not, I don't mind changing to the next one." The saleswoman frowned lightly and didn't say anything. At this time, a middle-aged female salesperson in her 30s came over next to her, and said with a smile on her face, "Sir, we also have that kind of high-priced jade jewelry. Can you please wait for a moment? I'll go find it for you right away." This middle-aged female salesperson had an average appearance, but her face was full of friendly smiles, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Chen Lin then said, "That's troublesome." "No trouble, please wait a moment." After that middle-aged female salesperson finished speaking, she went to look in the back cabinet. The young female saleswoman from earlier didn't come forward to help either, but only moved 2 steps to the side and looked on with a faint smile. After a few minutes, the middle-aged female salesman came over with 3 trays. That tray inside the clear color are jadeite jewelry, bracelets, jade cards, rings, pendants, bracelets, earrings, all high-grade good things. Middle-aged female sales put the tray in turn in front of Chen Lin, smiled, "Sir, you slowly pick which one you like. I can give you an introduction." Chen Lin laughed. "What if none of these catch my eye?" The middle-aged female sales face remained unchanged, still with a smile on her face. "That can only mean that our existing goods, for the time being, there is no one that fits your eye. You can leave us a contact information. If there is a new source of goods, I will notify you at the first time." Chen Lin smiled. This saleswoman's professionalism and emotional intelligence, really good. Chen Lin lowered his head to look around in those jadeite jewelry, reached out and picked up a high IC jadeite bracelet to take a closer look. That middle-aged woman sales rushed to introduce to him, "Sir, you really have a vision. This bracelet quality is very good. Is high IC floating flower jade, is Myanmar's old Pit Kai Rana goods. The jade is very pure. The degree of permeability is also very high. Indeed, this bracelet is indeed a fine product in the jade. High IC floating green flower performance to the whole bracelet adds beauty, but also enhance the overall value. Wear or collection are considered a good choice." Chen Lin said to the middle-aged female sales, "How much is the price of this bracelet?" The middle-aged saleswoman looked at the catalog and said, "Sir, this bracelet is 60 grams. The original price is 400,000. We can now get 95% off for the store celebration discount. The discounted price is 380,000. Chen Lin handed the bracelet to the middle-aged female sales and smiled. "I'll buy it. Please wrap it for me." A trace of surprise flashed in the middle-aged female saleswoman's eyes, and she was busy taking the bracelet with both hands. "Sir, wait a moment. I'll open a ticket for you." The young female saleswoman from earlier, her eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 69, Seeing Gambling Stones Again. Chen Lin swiped his card and paid. The middle-aged female sales will jade bracelet packaging. placed in a delicate bag, handed Chen Lin. Chen Lin thanked took. The middle-aged female sales this single earned a lot of commission. Heart happy, smiling with Chen Lin said, "Sir, welcome to your next visit." She said here, suddenly remembered something, and added a sentence. "Sir, if you are interested in jade, I recommend that you can go to the newly opened gambling street on the 4th floor to browse around." Chen Lin froze and asked, This jewelry store also has a gambling street?" The middle-aged female sales nodded and smiled. "It is just opened. There are a dozen stores selling all kinds of raw stone wool. Every day there are a lot of people come to pick the stone head. There are many to see the lively. You are interested in it, you can also go to take a look." Chen Lin thanked the saleswoman and turned to the 4th floor. As soon as he left, the young female saleswoman who had a slow attitude earlier came over and said with an envious face, "Sister Lee, your eyes are really good. I looked at him earlier and thought he couldn't afford it. How did you see that he was rich?" The middle-aged saleswoman looked at her with some complacency and said, "Or I would say you have a bad eye." When he was looking at something just now, the wristwatch in his sleeve revealed a section. "Do you know what watch he is wearing?" the young saleswoman asked. "What watch?" The middle-aged female salesman laughed. "Vacheron Constantin's transmission series. 15 million. The young female saleswoman's mouth opened wide in shock, and she couldn't speak for half a day. 4th floor, Gambling Street. Before Chen Lin went up to the 4th floor, he was truly surprised that a gambling stone store in a jewelry mall could attract so many people. In front of his eyes were densely packed with people, more people than the 3 levels of the shopping mall underneath, which included rich people wearing famous brands, as well as ordinary people who were purely watching to see what was going on and to get a better understanding of the world. Chen Lin casually followed the crowd to look around, and found that there are quite a lot of people buying stones. It seems that this opportunity to get rich overnight is a huge attraction to people. There weren't many fixed stalls here. They were all spread out on the ground with a piece of cloth, on which there were many stones with open windows, or no windows. As he walked, he suddenly heard a lot of people shouting from a stall in front of him. "Oops, out of green, out of green. Boss Chen is going to be rich today. Cut it quickly, cut it quickly. My God, if there is a green below, it will be a fortune." Chen Lin squeezed past. A large group of people surrounded a booth, which was opening stones. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a simple face stood in front of the stone deciphering table, and next to him stood the chubby shopkeeper. The middle-aged man's eyes were staring at the stone that was being cut by the machine. His face was red, the veins on his neck were bulging, obviously in a very tense mood. Chen Lin was interested in the back of his hand, stood there to watch them open the stone. The stone-cutting master was cutting a piece of open window material. From the opening in the stone skin you could see the obvious green color. Now the master was following the green color to continue cutting down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's green again. Looks like it's really going to be rich. Congratulations, Boss Chen. So many times. Finally opened a good stone. Open it. Open it. This stone has been cut out 3 centimeters. The touch of green is still continuing. If the cut to the end of the green is not broken, then this stone will be salted fish. Instantly skyrocketed in value. It is not a matter of making a fortune. However, Chen Lin did not move, because he knew that this stone is hopeless. That small piece of exposed green is indeed waterhead enough. The color is positive, but the more inward extension, the green is more dull. Just that is only a subtle change in level. Ordinary people cannot see. Don't look at the crowd of people, but not many know how to do. In the cheers of the crowd of onlookers, the stone-cutting master's sanding knife continued downward. The green color on the stone came to an abrupt end. Seeing this scene, the surrounding instantly quiet. The middle-aged man called Boss Chen stared blankly at the stone. His face was a deep disappointment. Some of the people who were watching couldn't accept this result either, and some cursed. Asterisk 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 me. There's such a thing? How did this break again? This has broken several pieces. Boss Chen, I think you'd better not gamble in the future. You're too backed up on this point. There were all sorts of things to say. That Chen boss seems to have often suffered this kind of failure. Sighed with a bitter face and said, "It's a pity. It's just a little bit of color. It can't do anything. At best, it can grind a few beads." He lost again today. Spent 3,000 to buy 6 pieces of material, open out of either the edge of the beads material, or the hole of a large stone. The fat boss came over to comfort the old patron said, "Chen boss, if I say you come back every once in a while, you have been here for a week. A good piece of material did not open out. This luck is really too bad." Boss Chen's face turned green. "Blame it on my bad luck." At this time, the crowd of onlookers had dispersed a bit when they saw that nothing had been opened. When the fat boss saw Chen Lin standing there with his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping over the stones on his stall, he casually solicited for business, saying, "Little brother, buy 2 pieces for fun?" He was just saying it casually, but Chen Lin moved his feet and walked to the corner of his stall. in front of the pile of stones that were sold by the pound. The pile of stones are large and small, with a piece of paper attached to it, writing, $200 a caddy. Chen Lin pointed at the paper and said, "Boss, this is sold by the caddy. Can I pick whatever I want?" "Yes, pick whatever you want." The fat boss waved his hand and turned to walk away to entertain other customers. That pile of material was picked by the stone factory countless times. The good quality stones were picked away long ago, and these remaining ones came to him. The Chen boss saw Chen Lin squatting there, picking around in a pile of stones, went up to him, kindly whispered to remind him, "Little brother, this pile of rotten stones has never opened something. You be careful." Chen Lin looked at him sideways and thought that this boss Chen had a sad face, but was quite pleasant to look at. He only smiled and lowered his head to pick out 2 pieces in the pile of stones. These 2 stones are the size of a watermelon. The quality is really not good. Baba mangy, pitted. Boss Chen looked at it twice, and was on the verge of crying. "Little brother, you have this vision." He wanted to say that Chen Lin's vision is not good, but then he thought about his own repeated defeats, and he is not qualified to say others, and looked at Chen Lin with a bitter face and did not say anything. Chen Lin sensed his meaning, stood up and smiled at him. "My vision is extremely accurate. Don't look at the 2 of them ugly. If they can open something good, it's done." Saying that, he handed it to the fellow for him to weigh. Boss Chen looked at him with such confidence, not like bragging, and froze for a moment. He looked at the pile of rotten stones that no one bought, and then looked at Chen Lin, thought for a moment, and said, "Then, little brother, you help me pick 2 pieces as well?" Chapter 70, The Boss Chen Who Turned the Tide. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile when he heard him say this. "You believe in me?" Boss Chen also laughed. "I've always had bad luck. Little brother, since you're so confident, I'll rub off on you." Chen Lin didn't say anything else and smiled as he picked up 2 stones from the pile and handed them to Boss Chen. These 2 stones were no better than the ones in Chen Lin's hand. Both were the size of a melon, gray and unremarkable. That fat shopkeeper at this time heard the commotion came, patted Chen Boss' shoulder, whispered, "Boss Chen, for the sake of the old patron I'll remind you, this young man seems to be a novice. He doesn't even use a strong flashlight, obviously an amateur." He pointed to the 2 large stones placed in the center of the stall and said, "Those 2 are good. The probability of opening good material is very high." Boss Chen looked at the fat boss, and then looked at the grayish stone in his hand, shook his head and said, "I'd rather have these 2. I see that little brother is smooth." The fat boss looked at Boss Chen helplessly, watched Chen Lin finish paying for those 2 stones, and went up and asked, "Little brother, I'll cut it here, huh?" Chen Lin smiled and nodded. "Cut it." Seeing that there was another hustle and bustle to watch, a bunch of people clattered around again. "This stone is pitted. The quality is too poor." "Yeah, I guess the best is marble, granite or something like that." The fat boss smiled and said to the stone cutting master, "Come on, this little brother's stone to solve. See what kind of granite?" The crowd laughed at the words. Chen Lin was not annoyed, but only watched with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The stone cutting master fixed the stone and was about to lay his hands on it. Chen Lin then opened his mouth and said, "Master, you so cut. A knife down. I'm tens of thousands will be gone." "What?" The stone cutting master froze. The fat boss laughed so hard that his belly trembled. "Little brother, you are too confident." "Good. How do you say cut how to cut?" Chen Lin then went up and picked up a marker pen next to the stone cutting machine and drew a line at the stone. "Just cut along this." The stone cutting master looked at the line drawn by Chen Lin and was slightly stunned. The line was drawn very precisely. It was drawn along the crack on the stone, which was so shallow that people who didn't know anything about it wouldn't be able to find it. Then the stone cutting master was a little more careful, turned on the machine and cut down according to that line. Gray stone powder immediately scattered. Puff! The half cut off the stone fell to the ground. Cutting master from the foot of the bucket scooped up a scoop of water, poured directly on the section, fiercely opened his eyes, only to see the section, a bright emerald green revealed. Holy, out of the green, out of the green. Good heavens, such a big piece. This young man is really lucky. The fat boss face changed. People are shocked. He did not expect this young man really in the regs in the treasure. He rushed to pick up a strong flashlight, to that piece of jade into the light, only to see a piece of jade color inside. The fat boss surprised. "This is a kind of ice green fey ah. Young man, you powerful ah." Although this ice seed green fey is not the top of the line, but it is also considered a top quality. Such a large piece, selling a few million is not a problem. Chen Lin stood beside the Chen boss excited to faint. This young man vision is really powerful. He picked the 2 pieces for himself. I guess it will not be bad, right? The crowd of onlookers went crazy, shouting for the other piece to be cut. Chen Lin went up to take the pen on the other stone tracing, but also with the stone cutting master a few gestures. The master cutter was also excited to have something good in his hand, and listened to Chen Lin's words and started the machine to cut again. This time the watermelon stone. opened a goose egg-sized piece of violet-colored jadeite. This purple jadeite industry people called purple CUI. The color has aubergine purple, blue purple, pink purple, etc. Translucency from transparent to translucent R. This piece of purple emerald color belongs to the pink purple. Fine texture. Transparency is also high. If made of jewelry, should be very popular with young women like. 2 stones in a row of open good things. The crowd is boiling. In front of the fat boss's stall, more and more people gathered, and the number of people buying stones increased exponentially. All wanted to follow and rub their luck. Boss Chen's heartbeat was almost 200. Trembling hand handed the 2 pieces in his hand to the stone-cutting master. Voice trembling said, "Master, cut my 2 pieces as well." At once, people's eyes gathered on the 2 gray stones in the master cutter's hand. "How do you cut them?" the stone-cutting master asked. Boss Chen was stumped by the question and naturally looked at Chen Lin. Chen Lin smoothly gestured twice on those 2 stones, and the stone-cutting master was now obedient to Chen Lin. The machine roared, and after a burst of stone powder filled the air, those 2 stones apiece was cut into a rectangle, a semicircular, the same as that both are all ice seed green fey. Asterisk 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 God. 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 It's 2 pieces of emerald again. That young man is too good. Show me 2. Holy, Boss Chen has made a fortune in one go. It's too damn enjoyable. Boss Chen was already so excited that he was about to pass out. He was panting heavily. Even his body was trembling slightly, and it took him half a day of slowing down before he could calm himself down. The fat boss saw that his stall had opened 4 pieces of good material one after another. How could he let go of this good opportunity? And hurriedly shouted. Everyone saw this stone out of the green probability is too damn high. This is like picking up money for nothing After this village not this store Crowd clattered around it, picking at the stones on the stall. More than half of the stones on the stall were sold instantly. There were also people who came to Chen Lin, begging him to help pick stones. Chen Lin did not care, holding his own 2 stones out of the crowd. Boss Chen went forward and grabbed his hand. Little brother, your vision is too good. I don't know how to thank you. Chen Lin smiled in an unperturbed manner. Since you said you believed in me and also have the same last name as me, it's kind of fate. I'll make an exception and help you out. Boss Chen excitedly grabbed Chen Lin's hand and said, so little brother is also surnamed Shen. We were a family 500 years ago. Fate fate. He pulled Chen Lin to a secluded place and said, Chen, I am a jade processing factory. Can you sell these 2 pieces of material in your hand to me? I will charge a high price. Chen Lin sniffed and said, 5 million. Both pieces for you. Boss Chen was originally in this business, and knowing that the price Chen Lin wanted was quite fair, he immediately transferred the money. He really didn't want to let go of the opportunity to get acquainted with Chen Lin, and after thinking about it, he asked, Brother Chen, I still have some stones in my factory that I collected earlier. If you see free, can you help me go and take a look? I can pay you for your hard work. You name a price. I will never say anything. Chapter 71, Attending a Birthday Banquet. Chen Lin directly refused. Boss Chen, I've been busy lately. I'll talk about it later when I have the chance. Boss Chen was not angry. He took out his business card and handed it to Chen Lin. This is my business card. Let's add a contact information. If there is an opportunity in the future, we can work together again. This time Chen Lin did not refuse, left his contact information for Chen Boss, and left. Boss Chen looked at Chen Lin's phone number in his cell phone. His heart was on fire. At this time, someone tapped on his shoulder, and when he looked, it was the owner of another raw stone store. The owner of the raw stone store was full of envy as he said to Boss Chen, Boss Chen, you're in luck. That young man I can see. He is not an ordinary person. He is probably an appraiser or something in this business. He is also too good to be accurate at a glance. Boss Chen was overjoyed, looking in the direction Chen Lin left, saying, I'm having a lucky break. Chen Lin was driving on his way back to Moon Lakeview Villa when he received a call from his college friend, Li Chao. He opened his Bluetooth headset and Li Chao's voice came over. Lindsay, do you remember our class president Zhang Gaoyuan? Chen Lin saw that he was talking inexplicably, and said somewhat strangely, I remember. A good old man. He's not bad. Yes, that's him, Li Chao said excitedly. After graduating from university, didn't he go abroad? I heard that he came back recently. Last night, Shuedi called me and said that Zhang Gaoyuan is going to organize a 60th birthday for his mom. And by the way, he invited our classmates to get together with him. He hasn't seen us for several years, and he really misses us. I'm just asking you, do you want to go together? When Chen Lin went to college, he had a good impression of this good old class president, so he agreed painfully. Okay, then I'll send you the address in time. Don't forget haha. 3 days later, Cloudwater Hotel. In the banquet hall between the colorful clouds, 6 tables of banquets were set up. and most of the people who had come to attend the birthday banquet had already been seated. Zhang Gaoyuan's university classmates were arranged at 2 tables, and the people who hadn't seen each other for a long time were talking enthusiastically. Li Chao, Zhao He and Xu Edi were sitting at one table, and Li Chao was making a call to Chen Lin. Zhang Gaoyuan received a set of guests at the entrance of the banquet hall, turned back and walked over to Li Chao, who had just hung up the phone, and said somewhat anxiously, "Chen Lin hasn't arrived yet? The banquet is going to start later." Li Chao smiled embarrassedly. "He'll be here soon. Just now there was a tailgate on the road. He was delayed for a while. Another 5 minutes and he'll be almost there." Zhang Gaoyuan was relieved. "That's good. Now our classmates in Bincheng have arrived." There were other classmates sitting at this table, except for Li Chao and the 3 of them. The other people in Chen Lin's relationship was average, and they didn't have much friendship. Hearing that Zhang Gaoyuan had also invited Chen Lin, a male student said, "Class president, why did you call Chen Lin here as well?" Zhang Gaoyuan saw that he said this strangely, so he said, "Yes, what's wrong?" The male student said, "Chen Lin's family is average. When he was in college, besides attending classes, he spent the rest of his time doing odd jobs, and I haven't heard that he has made much progress over the years since he graduated, so I'm afraid that he can't even afford to give a red envelope to the class if you call him here." Li Chao, who has good relations with Chen Lin, was not happy to hear this, and wrinkled his brow. "Ho Ping, how do you speak? How do you know that people don't have any talent now?" The male student called Ho Ping laughed and said, 3 years old is old. What is there not to know?" Li Chao temper resentment, pointing at Hao Ping want to scold him, was aside. Zhao He and Xu Edi pulled back. Xu Edi advised, "Chaozi, this is Auntie's birthday banquet. Let's not cause trouble. Calm down." Zhao He whispered in his ear, "You don't need to say much to him. They don't know that Lin Zi is now well developed. Today there will be a time for them to hit their faces." Li Chao thought about it and looked at Hao Ping and sneered. Zhang Gaoyuan was afraid that they would choke up, and hurriedly said, "Ho Zi, don't say that. We are all classmates for a time. People are here. Don't care too much about those." At this time, Li Chao's phone rang. He stood up and said to Zhang Gaoyuan, "Lin Zi has arrived. I'll go pick him up." After a while, Li Chao arrived with Chen Lin, followed by a female student who also arrived late. Zhang Gaoyuan hurriedly greeted him and hugged Chen Lin affectionately. "Chen Lin, we haven't seen each other for 4 years. How have you been?" Chen Lin laughed. "Class president, I'm pretty good. You're still so worried." From his accompanying bag, he pulled out a thick red packet and handed it over, saying, "A little token of appreciation for Auntie." Zhang Gaoyuan didn't expect Chen Lin to bring a red packet, and froze slightly. Just now, although the words that Ho Ping said were not good, but Chen Lin's family condition was not very good when he went to school. This was something that everyone knew. He also did not expect Chen Lin to be able to give a red packet to come, and it looked quite thick. "Thank you. Break the bank." Zhang Gaoyuan took the red packet. It was quite thick, at least $5,000 or $6,000. This doesn't look like a bad mix, right? Zhang Gaoyuan let Chen Lin into his seat. Chen Lin then sat directly next to Li Chao and the others. Across from them were Ho Ping and a few other students who greeted each other. Sitting next to Ho Ping was the female classmate who came late. She lowered her voice and said, "I was just in front of the hotel. I seem to have seen Chen Lin coming down from an Aston Martin." "You guys, is Chen Lin getting rich?" Ho Ping mockingly laughed. "Impossible. You, with your big myopic eyes, must have misread it. As far as Chen Lin is concerned, he can't afford to buy a car wheel even if he mixes his whole life." Another student said, "I don't think it's good to say. Just now he gave the class president of that red envelope saw it, at least 5,000. Waiting Ping sneered, swollen face. "This kind of people are all over the street." Their side whispered quietly. After a while, the banquet began. Li Chao downed a few glasses of wine and pointed at a man on the other table's seating surface, saying, "Lindsay, look at Wu Ming being wild today, holding up a wine glass and toasting around, as if it's his mom who's having a birthday." Chen Lin looked over with his finger. That man was Wu Ming, their university classmate and the principal's youngest son. Chen Lin was very impressed with him. When he first went to college, there was a girl who liked Chen Lin quite a bit, always looking for Chen Lin to talk to him when he had something to do. Chen Lin had a good impression of that girl at that time, but before the two developed, that Wu Ming did not know how to see that girl. Knowing that she likes Chen Lin, she often take the excuse to find Chen Lin's trouble. Wu Ming often pretend to be careless in the cafeteria, splashing him all over the vegetable soup, or his clothes hung outside, often thrown in the trash. Later, that girl also became one of Wu Ming's many girlfriends. Chapter 72. Let's join by. Chen Lin watched Wu Ming like a butterfly shuttle between students. Wu Ming body is all brand name, hair combed shiny, cuffs deliberately pulled up a piece, revealing the wrist of tens of thousands of dollars of watches. Afraid that other people do not know that he has money like Chen Lin heart funny, whispered to ask Li Chao, "What is he doing now? A look of a thug?" Shuedi beside Li Chao picked up. I heard that he is doing business. Doing quite well. The car and beauty are all there. I think he came to the birthday banquet today just to show off his wealth. As they were talking, they saw Wu Ming holding a cup of wine and coming up to their table. Old classmates. Long time no see He said his New Year's greetings kowtow and chatted with his classmates in turn for a few moments, and when he came in front of Li Chao and the others, he saw Chen Lin at once. Isn't this our big handsome Chen Lin? I haven't heard from you all these years. Where have you gone to hang out? When Chen Lin saw him coming over, he lightly nodded to him and said with a faint smile, Nameless Junior. Mingling. When Wu Ming heard him say this, his face smiled even more joyfully and raised his wineglass to toast Chen Lin. He didn't know if he didn't hold it steady, or he was a little drunk, but the glass was skewed in front of Chen Lin, and was about to spill onto Chen Lin. Chen Lin instantly stepped out, holding Wu Ming's wrist, pulling out the glass of wine from his hand, slowly placing it on the table, and looking at Wu Ming, he laughed. Wu Ming, are you drunk? Seeing Chen Lin's reaction so quickly, Wu Ming was also stunned and immediately snorted. Oops, I'm a bit drunk Thank you Chen Lin. He patted Chen Lin's shoulder and laughed. You're a good fighter Chen Lin looked at him and didn't say anything. Wu Ming said a few more words at this table and wagged his head back. Li Chao said angrily, What drunkenness? It's clearly intentional. Shuedi whispered, How come he's still the same as when he was in college? That trickery is so childish. Chen Lin didn't even sweep his eyelids that way and said faintly, That kind of person. What do you care about him for? The banquet lasted for more than 3 hours, and it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening when it broke up. Zhang Gaoyuan personally sent his old classmates out, saying things like see you next time at the hotel entrance. Chen Lin was just saying goodbye to his classmates with Li Chao and the three of them, when two brightly flashing headlights shone over. When everyone turned their heads, they saw Wu Ming driving a 500,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz car, coming in front of them. Next to him, on the passenger side, sat a beautiful woman with heavy makeup. Wu Ming then put his arm around the heavily made-up beauty and said, This is my girlfriend, Netflix model Xiao Ai. The makeup beauty then stretched out her right hand and shook it with the crowd, saying in a delicate voice, Hello, everyone, Chen Lin and Li Chao. A few of them immediately felt a bit speechless. When they turned around to leave, Wu Ming shouted, Hey, Chen Lin, aren't you not mixing well? How about buddies find you a job? Chen Lin stood still, looked back at Wu Ming who was crooked on the side of the car window and smiled. Oh, you want to find me a job? Yeah. Seeing as we're both old classmates, Wu Ming's face revealed an impish smile, and said in front of the crowd, As you all know, I'm doing some engineering projects now, and the construction site is short of bricklayers. Do you want to come The heavily made-up beauty beside him let out a giggle and turned around to lie on Wu Ming's shoulder and said, Honey, you're so kind. The people present looked at Chen Lin with different colors. Li Chao, however, couldn't help himself and lifted his foot to go forward. Wu Ming, who the are you burying? Shuedi also frowned. Wu Ming, we're all classmates. Is this necessary? Wu Ming shrugged his shoulders and put on an innocent expression. Aren't I trying to help? I'm being kind. Chen Lin pulled Li Chao by the shoulders and said, Ignore him, you've had quite a bit to drink. I'll send you. Saying that, he took out the car key and started the car. With 2 ticks, the Aston Martin that was parked in the parking space in front of the hotel instantly lights up. There was a sound of the crowd drawing cold air. Oh my god, I didn't see it wrong. It's really Chen Lin. The female student who was late earlier covered her mouth and glared at Ho Ping next to her. I told you, I saw Chen Lin coming down from the luxury car. You guys just don't believe me. Ho Ping eyes are about to fall out. How is this possible? Chen Lin how he developed. Zhang Gaoyuan laughed and patted Ho Ping's shoulder, teasingly saying, Real big brothers always keep a low profile. Haven't seen you in a few years. Chen Lin, this is really a bird in the hand? A male student who also disliked Wu Ming said, He is low profile and has substance, which is like that Wu Ming. Driving a few $100,000 in the car let people go to the construction site to move bricks. Now see how he's still Arthur? Chen Lin took Li Chao into the luxury car, deliberately swished past Wu Ming and left. Wu Ming on the side of the dumbfounded. His face hurts. Jijin Pavilion. Chen Lin sat in the large sofa in Bai Wei's office, holding the billiocon that his assistant had just steeped, and savoring it. On the mahogany table in front of him, there was that one Nianqing gold dill-painted incense box. Bai Wei will be in love with the incense box in the hand to play, after a while, and hold the ring to look at. After a long time, Bai Wei joyfully smiled and asked her assistant to put the things away. Just as you said, $500,000. Bai Wei instructed her assistant in passing to have the finance make the payment to Chen Lin. She looked at Chen Lin, who was sitting there unperturbed, and laughed. Lin Di, those who excel in this business are rewarded by God for their food. You are God chasing after you to feed you. You are too powerful. Chen Lin sipped his tea and laughed. Sister Bai, if you keep praising me, I'm going to float. You have the capital to float. Bai Wei laughed. I'm really appreciating you more and more. Bai Wei thought for a moment and said with a straight face, Lin Di, I've mentioned to you once before that talents like you are very much needed by our Bai group. Our company will expand and develop even more in the future. Our business will be extended to overseas. Like the piece of cultural relics and antiques that I'm in charge of in my hands, it will also slowly grow, and I very much need talents to work with. Sister Bai asked you once more, do you want to join our company? Let's cooperate and win-win. How about it? Chen Lin didn't directly refuse this time. He was seriously thinking about whether this matter was feasible or not. Seeing that he didn't directly object like last time, Bai Wei felt that there was a door in this matter and hastened to raise the stakes. Lin Di, our company's future prospects are very good. If you join, I'm responsible for this piece. The profit will be divided into 4 or 6. 4 for you and 6 for me. How about it? Chen Lin laughed. Sister Bai, 7 and 3. 7 for me and 3 for you. If it's okay, I'll agree to consider it. Chapter 73, The Agreed Match. 73 points? Bai Wei frowned lightly, a little hesitant. She could directly make a decision on the 4-6 split, but if it was a 7-3 split, she would have to ask for instructions from above her. After all, the 70/30th split had never been offered by the Bai clan before. If the profit was lowered like this, she could not guarantee that it would be passed by the upper echelons of the company. Lin Di, give me some time. I can't make a decision on this 70 to 30% thing myself, Bai Wei said frankly. However, I will communicate with the top and try my best to strive to fulfill your request. Chen Lin nodded and said, I trust you, Sister Bai. As the two were talking, they saw the assistant personally lead 2 people to come. Chen Lin took a look and saw that they were still acquaintances. The ones he met at the treasure appraisal conference last time, Fu Ying, the appraiser from Xian Copper Fragrance Hall, and her fellow apprentice brother, Lu Hongyi, the appraiser from Nanjing Mundane People's Hall. These 2 suddenly appeared here, really quite let Chen Lin surprised. Fu Ying had a lively and open temperament. As soon as she saw Bai Wei, her whole body pounced over and laughed. Sister Wei, I didn't expect it. Surprised or not, unexpected or not, Bai Wei smiled and embraced her, saying, you little ninny, don't sit in the store. Why did you suddenly run to me? Fu Ying smiled and pointed to Lu Hongyi who was sitting down on the sofa and said, Master asked me and my senior brother to come over and help him with some personal matters. After she finished, she looked at Chen Lin with a big smile and said, Brother Chen, what a coincidence. We meet again. It's quite a coincidence. Chen Lin smiled and said, how have you been lately? Since he met Fu Ying at the last treasure appraisal conference, Chen Lin had a good impression of this big-hearted girl, who was straightforward and didn't like to play tricks on him, which was quite good for his temper. Fu Ying walked over from Bai Wei's side, sat straight next to Chen Lin, smiled, I'm quite good just sitting in the store every day to check the antiques. Sometimes follow the store to collect things. Nothing special, she said, pointing to Lu Hongyi sitting opposite her. My senior brother. You guys have seen him last time at the treasure appraisal conference, right? Brother Lu. Hello. Chen Lin politely greeted him. Lu Hongyi nodded and smiled. Hello, Mr. Chen. Last time I was in a hurry at the treasure appraisal conference. I didn't have the time to communicate with you carefully. I deeply regret it. This time I'm here in Binchang to do some work, and there's no rush, so we can spar a bit. Chen Lin laughed. Okay, I wonder which field Brother Lu specializes in. Fu Ying snatched. My senior brother is best at ceramics. Not only is he a first-class appraiser in the Hall of Mundane People, but he is also a collector. Let me tell you, he's collected a lot of good things over the years, and there are a lot of them piled up at home. Lu Hongyi to this senior sister, has always been very spoiled. See her pickpocket his old bottom, also not angry, only shook his head and laughed. My this senior sister like a little child, how also elbow to turn outward. Senior brother this point of the family base or let you leak. Bai Wei at this time but with Lu Hongyi said, Brother Lu, I heard the other day, you have entered the National Appraiser? Is that true? Lu Hongyi has always been proud of himself. Listening to Bai Wei ask this, unconsciously tilted his head and said, naturally it is true. I have been submitting information with the above for the past 2 years, and finally succeeded the other day. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Bai Wei knows that this National Appraiser is particularly difficult to test. Lu Hongyi heart-free, laughed. I at least is also since the childhood teacher of the famous family. These years have been learning not dare to slack off. The real material is indeed some of the, and those who rely on good luck is different. The implication of his words being directed at him was too obvious. Not to mention Chen Lin, even Fu Ying, who had a big grin on her mind, couldn't hear it anymore. Senior brother, I think you're bloated. Fu Ying said somewhat unhappily. You became a national level appraiser, so you can look down on people? Other brother Chen hasn't offended you either. Why are you acting like this? It's not because the last treasure appraisal conference, Chen won the first prize. You can't get over your face. You're just like that Xia Yajun. You're so careful. Fu Ying's heart was straight and quick to speak. Lu Hongyi's face became a bit ugly. Chen Lin is not much change in expression, sitting there slowly drinking tea, as if what was said was not him. Bai Wei hurriedly came out to round up the situation, saying, "We don't have several top experts like the two of you in China. What do you two have to fight about?" Lu Hongyi grunted and said, "Boss Bai's words are slightly unfair. It's not true that national-level appraisers are top-notch, but, Mr. Chen seems to be a bit far away from the title of top-notch. Last time the treasure appraisal conference, the strength of each person was actually in between. However, it was just that Mr. Chen's luck was particularly good that day, coupled with the fact that he smashed the Celadon vase by dropping it on the spot, which left a deep impression on people. By the way, does Mr. Chen know that your scene where you wrestled and smashed the blue and white porcelain vase is almost being told as a paragraph? Chen Lin himself is not a person who loves to show off his tongue, and also does not love to fight with others. But right now this Lu Hongyi sentence-by-sentence targeting, if he can still bear it, then it will really become a mallet." Chen Lin met Lu Hongyi's gaze, half not flinching, said, "Brother Lu thinks that I rely on luck to identify treasures? I think Brother Lu's luck is not bad, can mix into the ranks of national appraisers. This luck can be said to be against the sky. Lu Hongyi has been in the circle for so many years, where has he been contradicted like this?" Immediately sank his face and said, "Mr. Chen is thinking that I am not worthy of my name?" Chen Lin looked at him faintly and said, "Pretty much." From the day of the treasure appraisal conference, Lu Hongyi had been somewhat displeased with this kid, and at this time, seeing that he dared to directly confront himself, he was even more furious. He decided to ruthlessly give this arrogant kid face and said with a cold smile, "In that case, let's compare." "Yes, how do we compare?" Chen Lin asked. "Next month, in Pu City's Shifosi Antique City, there will be an antique and cultural relics exchange conference, where the nation's collectors, players, and experts will all go. The scale of this exchange conference is the largest in recent years, and the exhibits are also the most numerous. So let's go together then and have a showdown. How about it?" Chen Lin simply said, "It's settled. It's just too boring to just divide the highs and lows. That's a trick only children play. Let's add some stakes." Lu Hongyi didn't even have the thought that he would lose, and without thinking, he said, "Yes, let's do it this way. The one who loses has to take the blame and kneel down on the spot to call the other party a grandpa." Chen Lin laughed. "Yes, I agree." The two of them set a bet like this, leaving Bai Wei and Fu Ying on the side dumbfounded. Although Bai Wei knew that Chen Lin's ability is big, but that Lu Hongyi is also a famous person in the circle, not ordinary small appraiser can be compared. She cannot help but be a little worried. Chapter 74, Two Women Meet. Fu Ying, however, was a bit childish and was happy enough to see Chen Lin and her own senior brother betting. She clapped her hands and laughed. "Great! I'll have something lively to watch next month." She laughed at Lu Hongyi. "Senior brother, don't disgrace our division." Turning her head, she made a cheering gesture at Chen Lin again, saying, "Brother Chen, you cheer too." Chen Lin was made to cry and laugh by her, thinking that this girl seemed to be really short on nerves. After a few days, the matter of their bet somehow spread out, and even the website had a post, said that Nanjing is famous a national appraiser, and a name have not heard of the white appraiser, about in the Stone Buddha Temple Exchange Conference competition. Now, the circle can be lively. There are many people who originally did not want to go to the exchange conference, heard that there is such a fun thing, immediately shot to go to participate. This match, surprisingly, became a small hot topic within the circle, and there were many people who stood up for it. However, most people still supported Lu Hongyi. After all, Lu Hongyi had really become famous in the circle for a long time. Chen Lin scratched his cell phone with some amusement, and at this time, the school flower Li Yanning's call came in. "Chen Lin, where are you now? Can I meet up with you?" Li Yanning's voice carried a hint of begging. "I'm in the villa at Moon Lake View. Just come over directly." More than an hour later, the doorbell of Chen Lin's home rang. Chen Lin saw from the monitor at the door that it was Li Yanning standing at the door. As soon as he opened the door, Li Yanning softly cried. She wore a silky white shirt with a long black skirt tied underneath, and didn't put much powder on her face. Compared to her usual radiant appearance, today there was a bit of a pathetic flavor. "Chen Lin, just help me." 2 lines of tears flowed out of Li Yanning's eyes as she cried. "It's all because I was unintelligent in the past and didn't have the eyes to look at people. I entrusted the wrong person, so I'm now repenting every day. But no one can help me now. I only have you to beg." "Chen Lin." Li Yanning wiped her tears and said, "With all the money I owe, people are calling me for debt every day. I'm going crazy, so just help me." "Ooh-hoo." Chen Lin saw her crying pearly, dodged to let her in. "Go in and say it. You cry in front of my house. Others see still think I how you. Li Yaning sniffed and entered the house. Chen Lin pushed the tissue paper on the table to her. She then took the tissue and wiped her tears, and was about to talk to Chen Lin again about letting him help pay off the loan, when she heard the bell ringing outside her door again. Chen Lin is a little strange. Opened the door, but it is the ex-girlfriend LV Shayan. LV Shayan came in the guise of a beautiful housekeeper to clean up once last time, and felt that she already had a special pass to Chen Lin's home. Without waiting for Chen Lin to speak, she lifted the bag in her hand and headed straight for the house. Lu Shayan didn't even notice that there was someone in the house, opening that bag in her hand as she walked, saying in a good mood, Chen Lin, when I was shopping I saw that this belt is very nice. It suits you very well, so I bought it for you. She took that one out and showed it. Look, it looks good, right? LV family's new model, more than $4,000 it. As she said, she suddenly saw Li Yaning sitting over the sofa and let out a shocked cry. Who is she? Li Yaning had also never seen Lu Shayan, but as a woman, a sense of crisis immediately rose in her heart. She stood up and looked at Lu Shayan with a somewhat unfavorable gaze, saying, Chen Lin, who is she again? Chen Lin's head hurt a little. Why did these two women in front of him both look like they wanted to eat each other? He was not here to provide them with a battlefield. He looked down at Lu Shayan. She stood there, holding the LV belt in her hand, frowning and staring at Li Yaning with a guarded face, as if she had caught the two of them in bed. Chen Lin heart laughs. What qualifications she has to put on the face of a hostess. Thus, Chen Lin coldly looked at LV Shayan and said to Li Yaning, she is the housekeeper I hired to clean the house. LV Shayan's face turned white, looking incredulously at the condensed Chen Lin. Li Yaning was relieved. A victorious smile appeared on her face. She sat back on the sofa with a bright smile and looked at LV Shayan who had a bad complexion and said, so it's the cleaning that's fine. LV Shayan glared fiercely at Li Yaning. If sight could kill, Li Yaning would have died 1,000 times. Chen Lin looked at LV Shayan, a hint of contempt in his eyes, and coldly said, there's no need to clean today. You can come back next time. And, he looked at the LV belt in Lu Shayan's hand and said, I don't want this belt. You take it back. LV Shayan, in front of Li Yaning's face, her face was a bit unsettled, hesitated and said, but, I have bought all of them. Chen Lin said, then go ahead and return it. I'm not used to receiving things from other people besides friends. Lu Shayan was so embarrassed that she was about to crack, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill into. She could only turn around and walk out, her mouth saying, then I'll come back next time. Li Yaning saw that the person had left. Her heart was still a little unsure, and only then did she timidly ask Chen Lin, who exactly is this woman? Chen Lin frowned and swept her a glance, faintly saying, does it matter to you who it is? Are you so curious? Li Yaning didn't dare to ask any more questions and shrunk her neck to act like a quail. Chen Lin looked at his watch. It was almost mealtime, so he asked Li Yaning, let's go eat first. What do you want to eat? Li Yaning obediently said, whatever, anything. Chen Lin casually put on a jacket and headed out. There is a Japanese restaurant nearby. I heard that the flavor is very authentic. I bought a meal coupon 2 days ago. Let's go together. Li Yaning was very happy to see him take the initiative to have dinner with himself, and hurriedly picked up her accompanying makeup mirror to replenish her makeup. The Japanese restaurant is not too far away from the Moon Lake View Villa area, almost 10 minutes drive away. This store is decorated in a very Japanese style. The house is a full wooden structure. The doorway is standing tall vertical pole, above which a few carp flags are floating. From the doorway, you can faintly see the interior decoration, wooden tables and chairs with tatami mats, and wooden sliding doors. The curtains in each room are decorated with patterns of Mount Fuji and cherry blossoms. The beautiful waitresses in charge of reception at the entrance were all dressed in traditional Japanese kimonos, standing straight and smiling as they entertained customers. This because just opened. There are still quite a lot of people. Chen Lin let Li Yaning wait outside. He went up to ask for a number plate. Who knew that just as he approached, a receptionist came over and said politely, Sir, I'm sorry, we have to wear formal attire here to dine in. Chapter 75, Japanese Food in Big Stalls. Chen Lin was a little confused. He looked at what he was wearing, beige casual pants, white t-shirt, and a shirt casually put on the outside. It wasn't quite good. Excuse me, I'm not showing my breasts here either. This is still not considered formal attire? Chen Lin was a bit puzzled. The receptionist said, Sir, when we say formal wear here, it refers to suits and leather shoes. Your casual style like this is not okay. Chen Lin was a bit depressed. I just want to have a casual meal. What's the point of getting so fancy? He and the receptionist were talking here, and a sharp-eyed waiter had already informed the store manager. That store manager was a middle-aged man who came out and bowed first to give Chen Lin a salute, then smiled and asked him if he had a reservation or had booked a meal voucher in advance. Chen Lin took the voucher out of his pocket and handed it over. The store manager was sharp-eyed and saw the watch on Chen Lin's wrist. He was shocked and went to look at the voucher in his hand. He was shocked and went to look at the coupon in his hand. It was a coupon with a price of 3,000 yuan per person. The store manager let that receptionist come and apologize to Chen Lin and said, "Sir, you are our VIP. Please follow me in." Chen Lin went inside, and the waiter brought tea and a menu. Chen Lin looked at it and ordered sashimi, Arctic shellfish, Antarctic shrimp, red wine beef, salmon, tempura, and so on, and asked the waiter to help pack it for takeaway. After a long time, Chen Lin walked out with the packed lunchboxes. When Li Yaning saw him carrying 2 plastic bags with boxes of food inside, she froze a little. "Chen Lin, aren't we going to eat here?" Chen Lin looked at her and nodded. "That's right, I am eating here." Li Yaning's face flushed with embarrassment and she lowered her head without daring to speak again. Chen Lin went out of the entrance of the Japanese restaurant and led Li Yaning straight to a large stall in front. This stall has 30 stalls. What ramen, dumplings, hot pot, barbecue, buns, rice noodles, almost everything. People are also a lot, bustling, very lively. When Li Yaning saw this environment, she secretly frowned. When Chen Lin saw it, he didn't say anything, and directly looked for a barbecue restaurant stall and sat down. The boss's wife came over wearing a grease-stained apron, holding a small book, and asked with a smile, "Young man, what do you want to eat?" Chen Lin picked up the menu on the table and ordered a bunch of barbecues such as lamb kebabs, fried noodles, roasted leeks, and vegetable rolls. Li Yaning just watched quietly from the side, her face green and white. This barbecue serves food very quickly, and in a short while the boss's wife brought a large plate and put it on the table. Chen Lin then opened the food packed by the Japanese restaurant, which only had a set of cutlery in it, exactly one person's portion of the meal. As Li Yaning looked, her face just changed. She stole a glance at Chen Lin and lowered her eyes. Chen Lin didn't care about that, and directly started eating, and after a few mouthfuls found Li Yaning sitting there, motionless. "Why don't you eat?" Chen Lin asked. "Not appetizing?" Li Yaning barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said softly, "Oh, I'm not too hungry at this moment." Chen Lin did not say anything and lowered his head to eat. After a long time, Li Yaning finally couldn't help but ask, "Chen Lin, that loan I owe." Chen Lin interrupted her. "Didn't we make a deal last time? On call, one clear at a time." Li Yaning was so choked up that she couldn't speak for half a day. She thought Chen Lin was a bit special to her when she ran into LV Shayan at the villa just now. Who knew it was simply her illusion? After Chen Lin finished his meal, he went to the roadside to drive, and Li Yaning followed him step by step. Chen Lin just sat in the driver's seat. Li Yaning came up and whispered, I will also go back with you." Chen Lin expressionlessly looked at her twice. The corner of his mouth hooked up a trace of ridicule, then come up. Early the next morning, Li Yaning woke up in the soft and comfortable big bed, and once she rolled over, she realized that Chen Lin was no longer beside her. Slightly disappointed, she dressed and walked to the living room. Through the bright floor-to-ceiling glass, she saw Chen Lin in his pajamas, watering the flowers and trees in the courtyard with a hose. She pushed the door and walked out into the courtyard. Chen Lin saw her and said directly, "I've called you $3,000. You can go now." Li Yaning didn't know what to say, and could only walk out of the villa slightly heartbroken. It was already evening when Bai Wei called. Chen Lin just picked up the phone and heard Bai Wei's excited voice over there. "Lin D, it's a done deal. The company agreed to a 70/30th split, and also gave you a personal assistant and a separate office." Chen Lin didn't expect Bai Wei to work so fast. It was only a week before things were finalized. He also knew that if it wasn't for Bai Wei mediating in it, how could Bai Clan Group give such generous conditions? Although the White Group is Bai Wei's own family business, but after all, the system is the system. Even if Bai Wei is the White family's eldest daughter, but also cannot be one word to decide all the things, it can be imagined that to be able to negotiate such conditions with the above, Bai Wei must spend a lot of effort behind the scenes. Chen Lin didn't say anything on his lips, but in his heart, he was very moved. "Sister Bai, I know that the 70 to 30% thing is already the greatest sincerity given by the group. Let's forget about that office and assistant. I've been traveling east and west all day. I can't stay in the office for more than a few minutes." What he said is true. Dry appraiser this line of work, which have to sit in the office every day, have to run around, to identify the object, to find the treasure, basically is 2 legs and 2 eyes do not rest. Bai Wei sniffed, laughed on the other end of the phone. "Lin D, you don't excuse yourself. After all, I'll give you to hang the virtual position is the vice president of the company. Even though it's a vanity title, right, but outsiders don't know about it. You say you're a vice president who doesn't even have an office or a personal assistant. Isn't that too much of a price drop?" Chen Lin let her say it all with joy, so he could only agree. "All right, Sister Bai, I'll listen to you." Bai Wei laughed. "That's right, If you have any more requests, just mention them. I'll try to fulfill them. Chen Lin hurriedly said. No more, sister. Bye. This is already very good. You can go to your new office anytime from tomorrow onwards, and meet your personal assistant on the way. Your name tag and access documents. I've already had the driver send them to your home in Bai Hui Yuan. Don't forget to bring them with you. Bai Wei gave a fine exhortation before hanging up the phone. 2 days later, when Chen Lin stood in front of that tall commercial office building, only then did he realize the magnitude of the Bai clan's power. This building was constructed by the Bai clan group, with a total of 32 floors. The 1st to 15th floors were all rented out to other small business tenants as office space. The 15th to 32nd floors were the offices of the companies belonging to the Bai group. Chen Lin's new office was on the 28th floor. Chapter 76, Newly Promoted Vice President. Chen Lin arrived at the lobby on the 1st floor, and the security guard guarding the door stopped him when he saw that he looked new. Excuse me, sir, the security guard asked politely. Please show your ID. Chen Lin took out the name tag and access card from his pocket and showed them to the security guard. The security guard saw that the name tag was labeled, Bai's Culture Expansion Company, Vice President, Chen Lin. The security guard was startled and immediately bowed and apologized to Chen Lin. Sorry for the disturbance. Sir, you please. He immediately let go. Chen Lin secretly laughed in his heart, looking at the name tag in his hand. This imaginary position Bai Wei had hung for himself was quite useful. The elevator went directly to the 28th floor. There were only 2 offices on this floor, one belonging to Bai Wei and one belonging to Chen Lin, on both sides of the corridor. Because Bai Wei still has an office in the Jijin Pavilion, she will only come when something happens on this side. As soon as Chen Lin got off the elevator, in front of him was a large resting area, with some bonsai and greenery placed around the grounds. In this huge space, there is a billiard room, gymnasium, game room, book reading room, and actually a swimming pool in the innermost part. Chen Lin lamented. This is not like an office, but like a leisure club for relaxation and entertainment. He stepped towards the left side of the office. Mahogany carved door hung a small golden nameplate, Vice President Room. Next to the Vice President's room, there was another small office. The door was not closed, hidden by a gap. Chen Lin estimated that this was his personal assistant's room. Sure enough, hearing a movement outside, the door of the room was opened from the inside with a squeak, and a beautiful woman in a black professional suit walked out. This beauty was in her 20s, her black hair sharply tied into a smooth ponytail behind her head. She had a fair melon face with 3-dimensional features and a decent amount of makeup on her face. This beauty was obviously a bit surprised to see Chen Lin, and she asked with some confusion, Sir, may I ask who you are looking for? Chen Lin lightly smiled. I'm not looking for anyone. I'm Chen Lin, come to see my office. The beauty was startled, and only then did she react that this was her top boss. A few days ago, Bai Wei had already told her that there would be a vice president coming to take office, and she had thought that it was a middle-aged man, who knew that it was actually a young man not much older than herself. The beauty hurriedly bent over and bowed in greeting. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am your secretary, Yuan Jing. Please teach me more in the future. Secretary Yuan, no need to be so polite, Chen Lin said. I'm just here to visit the office today. Lead the way. Yuan Jing went forward and pushed open the door to the vice president's room, leading the way in front. Chen Lin saw that this office was richly decorated, with a crystal chandelier overhead and a bright floor-to-ceiling window on one side. In the center of the room, a whole set of black leather combination sofas were placed, with a dark gray carpet on the floor, a large mahogany desk with a computer, file organizer, pen holder and other office equipment. There was another room in a corner on the right side of the room. Yuan Jing walked over and opened the door, saying, Mr. Chen, this is your lounge. Chen Lin went in and saw that inside was a bedroom of about 40 square feet. There was a queen-sized bed, and it was also equipped with a toilet, bathroom, and all the toiletries. Chen Lin sat down on the chair behind the desk and saw Yuan Jing standing straight looking at herself and couldn't help but ask, Secretary Yuan, anything else? Yuan Jing said with a straight face, I haven't introduced myself to Mr. Chen yet, Chen Lin said with amusement. Then tell me. A trace of condescension surfaced on Yuan Jing's face and her voice was crisp. Mr. Chen, I graduated with a master's degree from Kyoto University, specializing in business management, with specialties in computers and copywriting. She crackled for 5 minutes, and with a few proud looks in her eyes, she looked at Chen Lin. Chen Lin did not move to listen to the end. Oh, said, finished? Yuan Jing's eyes widened. How could she not expect that after she had said her proud credentials, this parachuted vice president would have such a reaction? Well, finished, she said somewhat sullenly. Then go ahead and line up your schedule after that. And also, you can take on the position of my life assistant as well. I don't like shopping too much. You'll regularly help me get a batch of my daily necessities, clothes and whatnot. I'll give you a 500,000 card in a couple days. The cost of buying things will come out of it. Let me know in time when you've spent it, and I'll transfer money into it. Yuan Jing felt like she instantly went from senior secretary to assistant little sister. When she also heard that she had to give $500,000 to the card to buy daily necessities, she couldn't help but secretly spit out a sentence in her heart, a tycoon. Although she spat in her heart, she didn't dare to show it on her face, and held her breath as she went back to the secretary's office to do her work. Sending away the secretary, Chenlin got up and just wanted to leave. The cell phone rang. Above the display is an unfamiliar number. Chenlin was a bit puzzled to pick up. The opposite side came a girl's clear and nice voice. Guess who I am? This voice is quite familiar. Listen to the 20 up and down. He immediately remembered. Laughed. Is not Lin Shui? Lin Shui's laughter came like a silver bell. Brother Chen, you have a good ear. How did you have my phone number? Of course it's with my sister. Lin Shui laughed. My sister refused to give it to me at first, saying that you have a serious matter, not letting me bother you casually. I begged her for half a day before I could get it. Chenlin laughed at her words and said, then what are you looking for me for? Nothing can't find you? Lin Shui said with some pout. You clearly said last time that you could find you to go out and play together. Chenlin laughed. It was me who said, where do you want to go play again? Lin Shui smiled. I want to go skiing. Originally I and my sister to go together, but the company has something temporary. My sister does not milk to go. She is not assured that I go alone. I had to call on you to give me as a bodyguard. Chenlin had not skied before. Listening to Lin Shui said, but a few points of interest, so he quickly agreed. The next day, Dream Valley Ski Resort. When Chenlin drove his car to the entrance of the ski resort, he saw Lin Shui waving at him from afar in a red leisure suit. He parked his car and Lin Shui ran over from behind. She came up and gave Chenlin a hug. Brother Chen, we meet again. Chenlin patted her head in amusement, turned around and opened the trunk of the car. Inside were some skiing gears that he bought yesterday afternoon. Lin Shui saw the pile of skiing equipment and smiled. Brother Chen, you are quite well prepared. Chenlin laughed. There's a lot of poor stationery, don't you know? He had prepared all the paraphernalia that a novice needs after Baidu yesterday. Lin Shui laughed and patted him on the shoulder, pointing at herself and said, don't be afraid, Brother Chen. With me here, I promise to teach you to become a ski master. Chapter 77 Skiing Fiasco. Chenlin and Lin Shui arrived at the ski resort and went straight to the ski hall. There are a lot of people here, adults and children. A lot of people waiting in line to receive ski shoes and skis. Chenlin sat on one side and put ski shoes on his feet. This kind of ski shoes are heavy and big, hard as iron. He then looked at Lin Shui and said, these shoes are also too uncomfortable. Lin Shui laughed. Brother Chen, it's all like that. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Don't look at it as big and heavy. It can protect your feet. Lin Shui had already changed into her ski clothes very quickly by this time. Her ski clothes were also red, with a snow cap on her head and snow goggles. The whole person looked like a reddish penguin. Chenlin also quickly changed the ski clothes, and Lin Shui two people carrying skis, leaning on the ski pole, step by step to the ski field. Lin Shui walked and said to Chenlin, Brother Chen, you've never skied before. Let's go to the primary snow track to practice first. Chenlin said, this is the first time I've been to a ski resort. I said I'd find a coach, but this girl won't let me. Lin Shui laughed. I'll teach you. What more do you need a coach for? They don't necessarily teach better than me. And skiing is a sport. As long as you know the basic operation, ski more, fall a few more times than you will. Chenlin smiled and shook his head. Ski shoes played a role at this time. He walked on top of the ice and snow feeling not slippery at all. The two reached the top of the mountain. Chenlin looked down. Below was a very wide large snow slope, but because it was a beginner's snow course, the slope was not very steep. The snow field was surrounded by white blankets, and there were so many people sliding down one by one around him before climbing back to the top step by step on the ropes. Chenlin looked at the other people are skiing very happy look, also rose interest, eager to try. Lin Shui helped Chenlin to put on the skis, found a place with few people, and began to tell Chenlin the essentials of double skiing. Brother Chen, you are like me. Stand straight, eyes straight ahead. Open your hands, abdomen slightly tightened, body should be relaxed. You mustn't be nervous. If you feel like you're going to fall, don't just struggle, just lower your center of gravity and sit back. Just slide down naturally. Don't ever face your head down, let alone roll over. Lin Shui crackling said a whole lot. Chenlin remembered the essentials she said, slowly sliding down the slope. He did not think that this primary snow road looked not very disciple, but skied up to feel not so simple. Has not slid out much far. Chenlin felt the skateboard some twisted. He was a little afraid of the heart. Simply cross heart. Quickly slid down, but soon a crooked body, or fell down. Lin Shui has been accompanied by not far from the side of him. See him fall. Come over to give a hand. let him get back up. The two of them went back up the slope, and Chen Lin slid down once more. This back and forth slide a few times, fell a few times. Chen Lin felt that he slowly found the trick. Confidence came up. Chen Lin slid more comfortable, but this time, there was an accident. He just skated to half of the time. There is suddenly a tourist around with very fast speed, rubbing him by the side of the slide. He felt that the two are about to collide with each other. Chen Lin was startled. His panic does not matter. The body immediately lost balance. The snowboard under his feet was also skewed, and his whole body fell over and rushed down diagonally. Coincidentally, he rushed past the direction. There is a tall and sturdy man in the slowly skating. Look at that appearance is also a novice. Chen Lin saw that looking at the two people to collide together. Want to control the snowboard is already too late. The next second, he crashed into the man. The two people together fell to the snow. Asterisk 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 who hit me? The tall and strong man fell to the ground, and his first words popped out in foul language. Chen Lin managed to brace himself on the ground and stand up, reaching out to help the tall and strong man, hurriedly apologizing. Sorry, sir, I bumped into you. Are you alright? The tall and stout man stood up holding Chen Lin's hand and pushed his snow goggles towards his head, revealing a fierce-looking face. This tall and stout man was about 35 or 36 years old, with a very sturdy figure, about 1 meter 9 or more. That face was full of horizontal silk meat. A pair of small eyes that were not very big were permeated with a ferocious light. At this time he was full of hostility as he surveyed Chen Lin. His tone viciously said, "Kid, are you blind? Where did you hit?" Chen Lin saw that he opened his mouth and cursed. His heart was a little unhappy, but thinking that after all, he was the one who was at fault first and bumped into someone first, he still said in a nice voice, "Sir, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. If you're hurt, I can send you to the hospital, or compensation is fine." That tall and strong man didn't even listen to his explanation, reached out and directly pushed Chen Lin, cursing in his mouth. "Who are you cursing to get hurt? Kid, do you know how to speak? I want to hit someone right now. What's up?" Chen Lin was pushed by him, and the fire in his heart came up. This person was clearly playing the scoundrel and was used to being cross. Chen Lin decided not to spoil him. If this person made another move to touch him, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. At this time, a red silhouette slid down and stopped beside Chen Lin. It was none other than Lin Shui. Lin Shui had just seen Chen Lin bump into someone from above, and also saw that man's action of directly pushing someone, and had long been unable to hold back. She also didn't care that the tall and strong man had a fierce face and directly choked at him. "What's wrong with you? We bumped into you and apologized. Why do you still want to make a move?" That tall and sturdy man glanced at the petite Lin Shui like he was looking at a small chicken child, demonstrating as if he was reaching out to push Chen Lin again. His mouth said, "I just want to hit him. What's wrong?" Before his hand touched Chen Lin's body, he was clutched by Chen Lin's wrist. That tall and strong man then felt a strong force coming from his wrist. He didn't expect Chen Lin's strength to be so big. He couldn't help but let go of his hand. Asterisk 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 how dare you fight back? The tall and strong man had never suffered such a loss and stared viciously at Chen Lin with glaring eyes. Chen Lin calmly said, "You started it. I was just defending myself. I accidentally bumped into you. First apologized to you, and explained that if you had any injuries, I would be willing to send you to the doctor or pay compensation. What is the reasoning behind you coming up and striking without saying a word? Am I going to stand dry and let you beat me up?" The tall and strong man coldly grunted. "Your mouth is quite good at talking. Okay, I'm going to beat you up today. Let's see what you can do." As he said that, he took off his ski gloves and fished out his cell phone from his body to call someone. Lin Shui looked at the other side of the exposed hand, tattooed with large flower arm tattoos, slightly afraid. She approached Chen Lin's ear and asked softly, "Brother Chen, he seems to have called for help. Is it really alright?" Chapter 78. I also shook people. Chen Lin looked at her somewhat scared appearance, smiled and comforted her. "It's fine, don't be afraid." The tall and strong man on the opposite side had finished his phone call and sneered at Chen Lin. "Kid, if you have the guts, just wait. I've already called someone." Chen Lin said indifferently, "You're the only one who can call someone? I can also call someone." As he said that, he also took out the phone from his body. That tall and strong man froze for a moment at his whole thing, then he laughed recklessly, and after laughing, he looked at Chen Lin's face and said menacingly, "Okay, then let's compete and see who wins over who." Lin Shui saw Chen Lin really start dialing the phone. She was curious in her heart and asked Chen Lin, "Brother Chen, who are you calling?" Chen Lin came close to her ear and whispered, "Call the police." Lin Shui was dumbfounded, followed by a giggle. "Brother Chen, you're too funny. I like it." She originally thought Chen Lin was a bit too serious before. Who would have thought that he still had such a humorous and fun side? And immediately looked at Chen Lin differently, her favorability rising dramatically. At that moment, two men came over from the snowy slope, running in their direction and coming straight over. One of them, a man with a scar on his face, said to that tall and strong man, "Big brother, is this the kid?" Seeing that tall and strong man nod his head, the scarred man didn't even ask and directly swung his fist violently towards Chen Lin. Lin Shui shrieked in shock, and then she saw Chen Lin quickly strike out, holding that scar-faced man's fist in one hand. That scar-faced man let out a cry, and when he wanted to make another move, he heard a dainty cry in his ear, "Stop it all." The crowd looked, only to see a man and a woman. Two police officers appeared in front of them. When that scar-faced man saw the police, it was as if he had seen a natural enemy. He obediently withdrew his hand and retreated to the side without saying a word. Chen Lin then went forward and said to the policewoman, "Officer, there's a disturbance here." The policewoman was very young, in her 20s, with beautiful facial features and a characteristic ing chi. She was wearing a police uniform and looked valiant, like a resounding rose that blossomed in the snow. The policewoman glanced at Chen Lin and Lin Shui and nodded slightly, her voice clear and cold. "Are you guys hurt?" Chen Lin shook his head, but Lin Shui ran to the policewoman's side, pointed at the tall and strong man, and complained, "Officer's sister, my friend Ski accidentally bumped into him. The first time I apologized to him, and also said that if there is any injury, we can find a doctor or compensation. Who knows that he simply ignored it, and came up to fight. Just now he even pushed people." That female police officer immediately understood the context of the matter and nodded her head to indicate that she knew. That tall and strong man's entire body was confused and seemed to be a bit unresponsive as he stared at Chen Lin and said, "Didn't you say to call someone?" Chen Lin mockingly smiled and said, "That's right, I called the police. Asterisk 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 asterisk, are you unable to play around and call the police?" The tall and strong man was furious, rushing over and reaching out to hit Chen Lin. "I'll hit you today." Before he could rush to Chen Lin, the male police officer who came along stepped forward and twisted the tall and strong man's arm backward, drinking under his breath. "What do you want? Trying to hit someone in front of us police officers? You're really horizontal." The policewoman glanced at the tall and strong man, as well as his two accomplices, and said in a cold voice, "Take him back and ask him nicely." As soon as that tall and strong man saw the policewoman saying that she would take them back, he immediately softened. He changed his face as if he had changed his face, and immediately changed his face to a pleasing one, smiling and saying to the policewoman, "Officer, don't. That was all a joke just now. It's a small matter. It's better not to trouble you guys." The two accomplices also smiled and said, "Yes, officer, we were just joking." The female police officer simply ignored them and directly asked the male officer to take the three away. She turned to Chen Lin and Lin Shui again, asked for the phone number, and said, "If there's anything that needs to be documented later, I'll let you know." "Thank you, officer." Chen Lin thanked. The female police officer nodded and said no more, leaving with the male officer with the three people. Chen Lin and Lin Shui played in the snowpark for the whole day. Lin Shui, the instructor, taught quite well, and Chen Lin learned quite quickly, and by the time they left, he was already able to ski on the intermediate snowpath. On the return trip, Chen Lin sent Lin Shui home. Lin Shui sat on the co-pilot with a smile on her pretty face, looking Chen Lin up and down. Chen Lin made her look hairy, turned his head to look at her and said, "What kind of eyes are these? It's weird to look at me." Lin Shui smiled and said, "Brother Chen, so you are such a person. I have a new view of you today." "Oh, what new view?" Chen Lin let her speak with some curiosity. "Before, I felt that you were a bit high and cold, a bit not very approachable, but today, I suddenly felt that you are quite fun to be around, not at all the same as what I thought in the past." Chen Lin laughed. "Just because I called the police and cleaned up that strong man?" Lin Shui smiled cheekily. "There is that reason, but not all. It's because I know that even if I didn't call the police, just the three of them couldn't do anything about you." "You're so confident in me?" Chen Lin asked. "Of course," Lin Shui said with certainty. "As soon as you made your move, I knew that you had two tricks up your sleeve, and from the beginning to the end, you didn't panic. I was certain then that you would be able to beat them." Chen Lin smiled faintly and didn't say anything. His physical qualities that had been tempered by his supernatural powers were indeed not afraid of those big men. "Whether you can beat them or not, this kind of thing has to be solved by the officers," Chen Lin said. "You see how good this is? It solves the problem without any effort." Lin Shui looked at him with a smile for a while, turned back and muttered in a low voice, "It seems that my sister's eye for people is still quite good." "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you," Chen Lin asked. "Nothing, Brother Chen. Next time I ask you out to play, will you say yes?" Lin Shui asked as her eyes stared eagerly at Chen Lin's face. Chen Lin casually said, "As long as I don't have anything else, then yes." Lin Shui was overjoyed, and in her heart, She had already begun to calculate where she would make her next appointment. The Lin family's mansion was located in the southern suburb of Binchang, in an upscale villa area called Royal Water Bay. The environment and surrounding facilities here were very perfect, and it was on the same level as the Moon Lake View where Chen Lin lived. Chen Lin parked his car in front of the Lin family villa. Lin Shui got out of the car and waved to Chen Lin, and just after taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned back as if she remembered something. Forgot something? Chen Lin asked in amusement. Lin Shui had already walked over to the car window and hooked her hand with him, smiling. Brother Chen, put your ear over here. I'll tell you a secret. Chapter 79 Reserving a Patek Philippe. Seeing her acting like a little kid, Chen Lin shook his head helplessly and put his head over. Who knew that Lin Shui stepped forward, flew up and gave him a blazing kiss on the face, turned around and ran away with a smile on her face. Brother Chen, thank you for playing with me today. I had a lot of fun. Chen Lin froze for a moment and watched Lin Shui bounce into the villa like a little rabbit. This crazy girl, Chen Lin said helplessly and turned around to drive away. Wanpin Sky City's upscale commercial street. Chen Lin sat on the elevator and headed straight to the men's watch counter on the 5th floor. The reason he was here today was entirely because when he was watching TV last night, an advertisement for a Patek Philippe men's watch appeared. That men's watch had a very cool appearance and was also very functional, and he had taken a liking to it almost immediately. Although there were already several watches in the display cabinet at home, it didn't prevent him from getting another one at all. Anyway, this thing called a famous watch also retains its value quite well. When the elevator reached the 5th floor, Chen Lin saw Patek Philippe's store at a glance. It was so wealthy and generous that it occupied the center of the shopping mall, and the decoration of the store was simply comparable to that of a luxury hotel, and the entire store was very spacious. The display cabinets are very reasonable and do not give people a very crowded feeling. Patek Philippe's iconic cross-shaped logo was affixed to the back wall of the store. As soon as he stepped through the door, a pretty salesgirl greeted him and asked in a soft voice, "Are you here to see the watch, sir? Please take a seat over here. I'll pour you a glass of water first." Chen Lin then sat down on the sofa in the VIP area next to him. A few moments later, the sales lady brought a cup of fresh tea and put it on the coffee table in front of Chen Lin, stood beside him, and said gently, "Sir, do you have any desired model? I will give you a specific introduction." Chen Lin, who still remembered the model of that watch, so he directly said, "I don't remember the model of the watch. I saw the advertisement on TV, black dial." That sales lady laughed lightly. "Sir, the one you are talking about should be our pre-release 5271P001. Let me take the picture to show you." The sales lady reached out and picked up a thick atlas by the table, flipped to the back page, pointed to that picture and asked Chen Lin, "Sir, take a look. Is it this one?" Chen Lin took a look. It was really the one that appeared in the advertisement. "This is the one." The sales lady smiled and said, "Sir, you really have a good eye. This watch is the latest product of our brand. It belongs to the movement class of manual mechanical watches. Its diameter is 41 millimeters. Case thickness is 12.5 millimeters. The number of gems is 33. The number of parts is 456. And the power reserve is 55 to 65 hours. Chen Lin then pointed at the picture and asked, "And what is it made of?" When he reached out his hand, the sales lady saw a Vacheron Constantin men's watch on his wrist with a sharp eye, and her smile became even wider. "Sir, the case material of this 5271P001 is 950 platinum, set with 58 baguette diamonds, each equal to about 3.36 carats. The dial material is black lacquered gold 3-dimensional hour markers. The crystal material is sapphire crystal and the strap is hand-stitched alligator leather. Moreover, this watch is from the Super Complications Timepiece Collection, a business model that belongs to the High Luxury Collection. Its functions are date display, day of the week display, month display, moon phase, leap year, perpetual calendar, day/night display, chronograph, and small seconds. Can completely satisfy all the daily needs." Chen Lin was very satisfied with the sales lady's introduction. He asked, "You just said that this is a pre-sale. What time will it be listed?" That sales lady said, "This watch will be listed in a month, but if you are satisfied with this one, sir, you can place an order with us now, because it's a pre-sale, so you can have a relatively big discount." "How much of a discount?" Chen Lin asked. The sales lady said, "The pricing of this one is 2.6 million. The pre-sale price is 2.3 million, which is equivalent to a 12% discount. It's a good deal." Chen Lin felt that this offer was good and decided to buy it painfully. The sales lady surprised Chen Lin by taking him to the cashier and swiping his card, leaving Chen Lin's contact information. She respectfully handed Chen Lin her business card, saying that if she had any questions in the future, she could always call for advice. Chen Lin came out of the mall satisfied, and just as he walked to the door, he saw a banging sound coming from the opposite street. He took a look. It turned out to be the opposite side of a new jewelry store opened. Is engaged in opening bonus activities? Attracted the commercial street. Many customers gathered around to see the fun. That jewelry store in front of the door built a high platform, beside a circle of security guards. A corner of the platform has a high fork cheongsam wearing ceremonial lady, holding a box covered with red velvet. Do not know what is loaded. At this time, the platform stood a young man. He claimed to be a jewelry appraiser, immediately to show their store's treasure, green diamonds. Chen Lin originally did not want to join in the fun, but the green diamond 2 words but drilled into his ears. He violently stopped his feet. Laymen don't understand, but Chen Lin, who has made up a pass of specialized knowledge, knows the inside story. Green diamond is an extremely rare type of diamond. Natural top green diamonds need millions of years to form. Because the green color in green diamonds is not easy to form, it can only be produced by the collision of gemstones and radiation. Often diamonds in formation are exposed to a mixture of uranium or alpha particles from groundwater. The alpha particles turn the surface of the diamond green, but if the diamond is exposed to both beta and gamma rays, then the diamond will take on a deeper green hue. Only a small percentage of diamonds will turn a pure green color. Natural green diamonds formed under this extremely low probability are very beautiful and dazzling. That beautiful color given by nature, which is both understated and full of affinity and vitality, and is a highly respected one among colored diamonds. The opportunity to see green diamonds on the market is also rare. Only in international auctions will occasionally see its figure. The most famous green diamond in history is the Dresden, produced in the 18th century and weighing 47 grams. It came from India, the home of diamonds, and was sold to a royal family. Later, a green diamond also appeared in an auction in the United States, called the Voice of the Ocean, when it was sold for $3.6 million. The most recent one was the green diamond that Chen Lin had knocked out of the hotel wall mezzanine, the Heart of Aqua. Chen Lin had always felt that the probability of coming across a top green diamond was about the same as winning the lottery jackpot. He didn't expect to run into a green diamond seller while strolling down a commercial street today, so he really wanted to get a better understanding of it. When did this rare green diamond become a Chinese cabbage that could be encountered at any time? Chapter 80 Zircon vs. Diamond. That appraiser was eloquent, holding the microphone and speaking with a frothy mouth. Everyone may not know jewelry very well, so I'll give you a little bit of information today. This green diamond is very rare in the jewelry world, so people rarely see it in jewelry stores. It's usually only at large international auctions that you can occasionally see a green diamond, and its value is quite high. As early as a dozen years ago, Sotheby's auction house in Geneva had auctioned off a bright green diamond of less than 3 carats, which was set in a ring, and was eventually sold at a price of $3.52 million. The crowd under the stage let out a gasp in unison. I go, so expensive. This is the price of a set of villas. Ah, a diamond ring is so valuable. Ah. That appraiser saw the crowd discussing enthusiastically and hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. I can say, looking at the whole of China, can have our kind of high-grade green diamond, a palm can count out. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even if you can't afford it. Let's open our eyes. Right. Stop talking and hurry up and let us take a look. Someone in the crowd shouted. Yes, we've been standing here for half a day. Seeing that the time had come, that appraiser hurriedly shouted. Good, now let's bring out our treasure of the store, the Heart of Aqua. Chen Lin was just stunned when he heard the words, Heart of Aqua. Wasn't the green diamond he brought out in the hotel crevice the Heart of Aqua? How did another one pop up here? It couldn't be a rename, could it? This probability was too small. In the midst of pondering, the ceremonial lady walked to the appraiser's side, and he reached out to remove the piece of flannel, only to see a transparent glass cover, placed a small diamond ring on the surface of the gem is indeed green. The crowd immediately stirred. The crowd scrambled forward, all wanting to see what this green diamond worth several $1 million looks like. Chen Lin, however, stood still, because the system's light screen was already up. Item name, green zircon ring. Era time, modern times. Value, $30. Collection value, none. Chen Lin was about to burst out laughing. This was too fake. Even if you want the whole fake green diamond to attract attention, at least the whole piece of raw diamond. Then get some chromium oxide powder to form a green coating, to fake the real also like so. Just like this big grin to take a piece of green zirconia pretending to be a green diamond. This is also too disrespectful. The appraiser saw the crowd stirring, holding a microphone on top and talking again. The original stone of this, Heart of Aqua, is from South Africa, the work of a famous foreign designer at the time. This ring was once lost for many years, and then by chance, it was found and bought back by our boss's family. Chen Lin was truly admiring this one. This appraisal had no ability, but the hosting ability was superb. He suspected that this appraiser was also a fake, and probably found a wedding host from somewhere, which was also too sensational. At this time, the crowd then someone yelled, "You this ring for sale? Ah, I want to buy it." "Yes, how much does this green diamond ring cost? What is the price? Didn't that guy say it sold for more than $3.5 million at the auction? I'll offer the same price." "Okay, then I'll bid $4 million. We can't miss this good thing." The crowd began to continuously raise the price, shouting 5 million, 6 million. There were many people. Chen Lin at this time has seen understand. This is definitely the store owner to find the child. In this intentionally confused the crowd want to take this ring to do articles. You don't say. There are really people discussing whether to buy this ring. Chen Lin's brows furrowed, and he could not stand to see it anymore. Although he didn't really want to mind his own business, this shopkeeper was a bit too unethical, taking a broken diamond ring and making a fuss about it. Chen Lin raised his foot and walked towards the stage. The security guard who was guarding the bottom stopped him at once. "What are you doing?" Chen Lin did not pay attention to him. He saw from just now on the edge of the platform stood a middle-aged fat man. Backhands have been watching the appraiser nonsense, estimated that he may be the store owner. So he rushed to the fat man and said, "Are you the boss? I want to buy a ring. Can you look closer?" The fat man was indeed the owner, and he nodded at the security guard, who then released Chen Lin. Chen Lin took a closer look at the ring and let out a giggle. The fat boss thought Chen Lin was laughing with joy, and immediately took a few steps forward and said proudly, "Sir, isn't the ring beautiful?" Chen Lin laughed and said loudly, "Yes, this green zircon is so beautiful." With these words, in an instant, the room was filled with silence. The appraiser froze for a moment and immediately reacted, reaching out to call for security to drive Chen Lin down. However, Chen Lin said to the appraiser, "Why, are you in such a hurry to drive me down?" At this time, some people in the crowd of onlookers at the bottom were suspicious and shouted at the bottom, "Right, people said your ring is fake. You guys don't distinguish one word. You rush to drive people away. Can't it be that you really let people say it? It looks like there is really something fishy here. Look at that appraiser's face is white. This is scared, right?" The bottom of the discussion is more and more. The fat boss but not good to let the security guard's hands. He gave the appraiser made a wink. The appraiser understood, stepped forward and loudly scolded Chen Lin. Said, "What kind of person are you? Do you know jewelry? You say fake is fake? What proof do you have? You only took one look and said it's fake. I suspect you're here to smash the factory on purpose." Chen Lin sneered. "It's useless for you to put a big hat on me, so I'll tell you why it's fake." He pointed at the ring in the glass cover and said, "Diamonds are the hardest substance and are commonly used for industrial cutting. Stainless steel and other hard objects scratch across the surface and won't leave a mark at all. And the hardness of zircon is far worse. The same hard object scratches through, easily will leave scratches." That appraiser stretched his neck and said, "We have a good diamond ring. Why should we let you scratch it around? Can you afford to pay for it if you break it?" Chen Lin laughed. "Naturally I can afford it. This so-called aqua heart of yours, isn't it only worth $30 or so? How can I not afford to pay for it?" The appraiser and the fat boss's faces darkened at the same time. Chen Lin continued, "There's a simpler way. Diamonds and zirconia have different thermal conductivity. Put them in the same hand. Diamonds can't be muffled, while zirconia will heat up in the hand in a while. There are also their facets and refractive indexes, both of which are very different. And the difference between the two of them is even more obvious under a magnifying glass." Chen Lin looked at the fat boss and appraiser's faces and asked calmly, "What, do you want me to go on?"